The bazooka quickly found the place to land. It finally stood on the main beam of an unroofed house, and then twisted its neck to comb its feathers. Luo Chong and his party also crossed the small bridge. The eagle leader Rui was observing everywhere, watching what the Han tribe members were doing, but he was still in a state of shock. There were too many people in the Han tribe, and many tribesmen were in the tribe. Working hard. Chu Bing also rode over. The little rhinoceros looked a little stronger, and the horns on its nose had grown longer. Benben was followed by several half-grown gray wolves, panting with tongues hanging out. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the wolf fur on their bodies had fallen off in pieces. They stood in a small group facing the new wolf. The eagle leader who came roared low and was kicked away by several children. "Chief, have you found a new mine? Is it still the same as our original copper mine?" Chu Bing raised his head and asked Luo Chong. "It's different. What we found this time is iron ore, something more powerful than copper. Iron is much stronger and harder than copper," Luo Chong said, rubbing the bun on Chu Bing's head. "Really? It's more powerful than copper. Did the leader bring it back?" "Well, I just brought back a few stones. Here you go, play with them." Luo Chong took out 2 small magnets from a bag and gave them to Chu Bing, and then the little guy ran away happily. When the leader returned, many high-level officials from the tribe came to greet him and also came to report on the situation. After a while, Dashu, Elder, Rat Witch, Rat Da, Shui Tu, and Beastia all came over. Xiao Dai also came over to take a look at Luo Chong. Seeing that he was not injured and that he still had things to do, he took the meat with him first. Ro and Huishan went back. At this meeting, Dolly and eagle leader Rui were also present as an exception. Leader. Well, you all should talk about what's going on these days. We'll talk about the new mine later. Well, let me tell you first, leader, the first season of rice grown by our tribe has been dried and bagged, but I haven't let the tribesmen eat it yet, and I haven't started planting it yet. We don't know how much to plant. The elder was the first to speak. However, we have asked the tribesmen to plow the rice fields that had just been harvested. They can plant the second crop of rice at any time. Now the tribesmen are reclaiming lacquer fields in the pasture to the west of the city. They have reclaimed more than 10 acres of land. I don't know if it will be enough. Use it. The rat wizard also added. Well, farming matters should be put first, and everything else can come later. After we finish talking about the matter in a moment, you 2 elders will go and arrange for the clansmen to soak rice seeds first. It will be enough to have 17 times of what we did last time. Soak the rice seeds. In the bucket, you need to remove the floating things on top and place it in a shady place behind the wall. Don't expose it to the sun, otherwise it will burn the water. Luo Chong immediately made arrangements. Yes, we remember it. The 2 old men responded in unison. Chief, we didn't encounter any danger on the way back, but the prisoners of war escaped several times, but we were able to catch them all. The method you taught us was so effective. Even with my arms tied, I couldn't run fast. When we came back, there is no one missing in the team, and the injured soldiers are already recovering from their injuries. I have arranged for soldiers to guard the prisoners of war in shifts. They are still given a bowl of water every day and food once every 3 days. Now they are too hungry and have no strength to resist, so they do whatever they are told. Shu De also reported the situation on his side. Well, you did a good job. Those prisoners of war should continue to be detained for the time being. We will arrange work for them in a few days. Luo Chong first praised Shu De and then made arrangements. Yes, leader, I understand. Shu De nodded. It's okay on my side. After receiving the notice from the leader, I took the mining team back through a detour. No enemy attacks were encountered on the way. We also brought back 2 carts of copper ore and 1 cart of pyrite, but the tribe, something happened here, and the leader needs to make a decision. Gushed also began to report his situation. Oh? What's the matter? Luo Chong asked doubtfully. There are 3 main things. On the day I came back, I happened to meet the Li tribe, who came to our place to trade ton trees. The Li leader saw that all the men in our tribe had gone out and the leader was not here, so he told the elders and the rat wizard that this time replace our copperware. The elder and the rat witch didn't agree, so the guy threatened to burn down their tongue forest so that we could no longer get tongue seeds. He threatened us to exchange for copperware, which made the elder and the rat witch very angry. Then I came back and happened to see him, so I killed him at that time. All the tribesmen he brought over were also detained by me, and are now being guarded by soldiers. Later, the Li tribe sent 10 more people to look for them, and they were all captured by me. Button down. Let the leader decide whether to fight them next. Gushed first talked about the Li tribe. Oh? There is also such a thing. Do you really think that our Han tribe has no one? They dare to come to the door to cause trouble when I am not around. You are doing the right thing. Since they dare to bully the door, then we have to return it. The Han tribe could not bear this tone. In this way, tomorrow, let Shuda lead a team and bring 200 warriors over, surround me with the Li tribe, force them to surrender and join the Han tribe, and kill them if they don't agree, but try not to kill anyone. Also, bring those people I bought from the Li tribe last year and ask them to surrender. If they still don't agree by then, don't say I didn't give them a chance to live. Rat, you should handle this matter personally. You have often contacted them in the Black Rat tribe before, and you are more familiar with them. You also know where their tribe lives. Remember, try to get them to surrender as much as possible, and bring more with you. People come back. Luo Chong became angry when he heard this, and immediately began to arrange for Shuda to conquer the Li tribe. Yes, leader, I will arrange the soldiers in a moment. Shuda nodded quickly and accepted the order. Well, is there anything else? Luo Chong asked Gushed again. Oh, another good thing is that the Yu tribe came back from the east yesterday. They found a tribe that could breed animals, and they brought back dozens of small animals with the white salt and pottery we gave them. I saw it yesterday. It is a black and white piglet. It cannot be used for work, but is raised for meat. The hair on its body is short. The animal skin cannot be used to make clothes, but it can be used to make leather shoes. There were 50 cubs and 6 adult pigs, 4 of which were females with cubs. That guy Yofu also bought 10 girls from the other tribe's tribe, who are specialized in raising pigs. I put those pigs in the corral for the time being. How to raise them when they come back is up to the leader. By the way, that guy Yofu also brought back 2 kinds of plants. One is a vine with big flowers, which he planted in a clay pot. It is said to be something pigs like to eat, and there is a spherical plant with big leaves, but Yofu said that those they brought were all fed to pigs on the road, and now only some seeds are left. Gushed continued to report the situation. Are you telling the truth? This is really good news. I'm going to see those pigs in person later. By the way, Yofu and them are gone. Have you given them some more white salt and pottery? I want to thank them properly this time, Luo Chong said in surprise. That guy hasn't left yet, but he took people to hunt on the east bank of the river early in the morning. He probably won't come back until evening. The women and children of his tribe are still here, and the elders have arranged for them to cultivate lacquer fields together. As for the rewards, I haven't given them yet. That guy Yofu doesn't want white salt and pottery anymore. He said he wants our house this time. I can't agree to it, so I have to wait for the leader to come back before making a decision. You want our house? Why do you want a house? It's impossible to move this thing away. Luo Chong said in surprise. No, he said he wanted some houses so that his people could spend the winter here with us. Dashu explained. You mean, they want to join our Han tribe? Luo Chong analyzed. No, that guy said he didn't want to join our tribe. He didn't want to stay in the tribe and work. He just wanted a safe place to spend the winter. So I didn't agree to it directly. Chief, what do you think you should do? Is this actually the case? That would be troublesome. If they don't join the Han tribe, I won't be able to let them live here. I'd better discuss this matter with that guy at night. Luo Chong concluded in the end. The meeting was over and everyone started to do their own business. Luo Chong first looked at the harvested rice. It was very dry in the sun. He peeled off a piece of rice and bit it in his mouth with a pop sound. This level of dryness was consistent with storage conditions. I poured out about 350 kilograms of rice and soaked it all in a bucket, ready to start sowing it this time tomorrow. Because there is no scale, I can only use the estimated weight, so the actual weight may be more. Anyway, we have to consider the germination rate. No. All seeds will germinate once planted, and any extra seeds will be used as seedlings. After looking at the grains, Luo Chong went to the corral to look at the group of spotted pigs. Yesterday, Dashu had someone build a simple open-air pig pen, divided into 3 grids, to separate the big pigs and the little pigs. The food they eat today has become vines collected by women. The huge morning glories that Yofu brought back are still planted in pots, and there is no place to plant the cabbage seeds. Seeing these black and white piglets, Luo Chong was very happy. He couldn't catch them. He had to tame them for many generations before he could breed such a breed. This time, the Han tribe made a profit. Chief, there are not many things to feed pigs in our tribe. What will we feed these pigs in the future? Asked Dashu, who was accompanying him. Well, I've thought about this. Our rice husks can also be used for farming, but winter is a problem. We need to dig some cellars to store enough silage feed. We can dig this after we build the house. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said. Well, the leader will make arrangements then. Dashu nodded aside. After the inspection, Luo Chong went to visit the Han tribe with the eagle leader Rui. However, he could not show him some things and only showed him the finished products of some things. The wealth of materials of the Han tribe far exceeded Rui's imagination. Let alone anything else, just the fact that those people had a rich container really made him envious. The bronze tools used by the Han tribe to work were also, there are bronze weapons, and one can be obtained by hand. Not to mention technology, almost all the tribesmen are now in the tribe, and several huge ox carts used to pull or are all parked neatly around the wall. Even the one that travels to the tribe is parked there for the time being. Look. It looks very eye-catching. This one is still relatively large, and there are even more carts with 2 wheels for pulling bricks, more than 20, and there are also dozens of small human-powered carts. What shocked Rui even more was the animal breeding of the Han tribe, including black-bone chickens, snowshoe rabbits, bison, horned deer, alpacas, and wool cloth woven from alpaca hair. This shocked Rui the most. When he saw the women of the Han tribe weaving wool with those strange wooden machines, Rui didn't say anything for a long time. He didn't understand why Luo Chong could create such magical things, and why Luo Chong could weave cloth with animal hair. Idea. Do ordinary people think of weaving? There must be some. As long as humans learn to weave baskets and twist ropes, sooner or later humans will be able to awaken to the skill of weaving, because this is the beginning of weaving technology, and weaving is the sublimation of weaving technology. Sooner or later, we will reach this point, but it's just a matter of speed. But the eagle tribe really doesn't know how. They are still in the stage of using animal skins to make clothes and bags, and they don't lack much prey, so they have a lot of animal skins. They don't have an urgent need for cloth, so they don't have any. evolve this skill. Then there is the farming business of the Han tribe. This is the first time Ruwei knows that food can be obtained in this way, and growing food has huge potential for promotion. It is different from hunting, it is safe and stable, as long as there is land, with water, humans can survive, which is much more stable than hunting, and can feed more people. Ruwei was not a fool. As the leader of a clan, he could naturally see the advantages of planting and wanted to bring the planting technology back, so he immediately asked Luo Chong. Chief Han, can our eagle tribe also grow this kind of rice? Of course you can plant it, but you have to come down from that island. Planting rice requires a lot of fresh water, which you don't have there, and there's no way to plant it around the lake. It's all saline alkali land, and it won't grow even if you plant it. If you want to grow rice, you must be close to a water source, and you must have a large area of open land. You cannot grow it in the woods, but such a place is not easy to find. Luo Chong introduced various conditions for growing rice. Then your place is very suitable, but as you said, there are not many places like this. Ruwei said helplessly. No, actually, our place is not very suitable. The 2 small rivers you see used to water the fields were dug out by us, otherwise we wouldn't be able to grow rice here. It is indeed difficult to find a suitable place, but we can cultivate it. If there is no water, we will find a way to divert water. We can always find a way. Luo Chong said, pointing to the 2 artificial rivers. It turns out you guys dug it out. I asked you why the bend is so straight. Oh my God, how long does it take to dig out 2 rivers that long? How much labor it takes? Ruwei said in amazement. Haha, there are many of us. This is the advantage of having many people. Luo Chong said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Yofu, who went hunting on the east bank of the river, also came back with his people. They also shot a deer. When they saw Luo Chong coming back, they immediately took the deer and wanted to have dinner with Luo Chong. Luo Chong was not polite. He asked people to take out a few kilograms of rice, put it in a clay pot, smashed the husks and made brown rice, and then cooked 2 pots of dry rice. This is the best thing to entertain guests, and it is more precious than meat. At dinner, all the senior officials gathered together, and each person brought a bowl of new rice produced this year. The main course was stewed venison and grilled fish. The Han tribe used chopsticks that they cut themselves. Only Yufu and Ruwei is not used to using it and has difficulty picking up food, but he is very good at scooping rice into his mouth. Chief Han, this rice of yours is really a good thing. It's delicious and satiating. If you plant it on the ground, there's endless rice to eat. This thing is really amazing. How did you discover this kind of grass? Yufu asked Luo Chong curiously while sighing at the deliciousness of the rice. Haha, I discovered it by accident. Just look at what those animals eat. Most of the things that animals can eat, we humans can also eat. By the way, I heard Dashu say today, you want our house here to be used for winter, is that right? Luo Chong said perfunctorily, haha, and then asked about the serious matter. Well, I have this plan. Our wandering tribe has no fixed place to live, and winter is a problem every year. And we are still friends. Your tribe is big enough and the house is nice. That's why I think so. Will the Han leader agree? We can still continue to cooperate in the future. Yufu explained his original intention. Haha, you have a good sense. Those houses are indeed good, but they were all built with hard work, by my tribe. I can't give them to you like this unless you join our Han tribe. If you want a house, you can come with us build together. Luo Chong shook his head slowly. Well, I have really thought about joining the Han tribe. The Han tribe is very powerful, very rich, and there are many people. It is definitely safer for everyone to live together. But I don't like the kind of life of staying in the same place every day. We travel tribes like to take risks and go out to explore, can you understand? Yufu also expressed his thoughts. So that's it? Then it's not a problem. Who told you that to join the Han tribe, you must live in the same place every day? Since you like to go out and travel, I can also organize a team to go out with you. You join the Han tribe as a whole and leave the women and children in the tribe to work and live. I will give you a team of people to go out to explore the world. This will be more convenient than you taking the women and children out together, and it will be safer, right? Anyway, when you cooperate with our Han tribe, you also go out to help us find things. In this way, it turns into helping you find things. Anyway, you go out to find things. What's the difference? And you can have a safe place when you come back. Isn't it better to have a place to rest? Luo Chong immediately analyzed to him the pros and cons of joining the Han tribe. Yufu was really moved after hearing Luo Chong's words. To be honest, it is really inconvenient to go out with women and children. Most of the people they come into contact with are unfamiliar tribes. When they don't understand each other, conflicts are easy to occur. After all, there was no guarantee that the strange tribe they encountered would be friendly. Once something like this happens, the women and children in the team will become his weakness, and it will be a problem whether he is escaping or fighting back. And wintering for traveling tribes is indeed a problem. In previous years, they would find a few places suitable for wintering during their wanderings, store some necessary supplies there, or exchange some wintering supplies and food with the tribes they came into contact with, but they did not survive the winter. The fuel used is a problem. Usually, in winter, they have to go out to collect firewood to keep warm, and life is also very difficult. Now this opportunity was right in front of him. Whether he wanted to join the Han tribe or not was just a matter of words. Yufu wanted to agree, but considering his own tribe, he still told Luo Chong. Chief Han, let's do this. Since you can offer such good conditions, you are also willing to assign people to go out with me to explore. I am very excited myself, but I still have to ask if the clansmen are willing. Please allow me to go out tomorrow, can I reply to you again? Of course, I hope your tribe will be willing to join so that they can live a stable life. Also, if you decide to agree, hurry up. I may have new tasks for you in the next 2 days. Luo Chong patted him on the shoulder as a sign of friendship. There will be a new mission soon, why don't we go out to look for things? Yufu asked, with great interest. No, not this time. It's something I have already found. This time I just sent someone to get it back. The location is just a few days away from the Han tribe. So if you want to participate, you must decide quickly, otherwise I will let you. My own people did it. Luo Chong thought of the group of zebras and said to Yufu. Luo Chong did not mention the specific mission, but only gave a general direction and time. Yufudai could understand that Luo Chong would not have told him if he did not join the Han tribe. Well, okay, I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning. Yufu nodded seriously. In this way, the 2 pots of rice were divided among everyone, and everyone was very happy to eat. But because everyone had their own worries, everyone quickly went about their own business. Early the next morning, Shuda had gathered 200 warriors, including 150 men and 50 women. This also included the boys and girls that Shuda had sold to the Han tribe before, and the Black Rat tribe who paid the difference, those people he left behind. Luo Chong was standing in front of the team that was about to leave and giving lectures. Tribesmen, this time the Li tribe provoked us and threatened to burn down the tung trees we need, but I don't believe that everyone in the Li tribe thinks so. Their leader is dead and has paid the due price for threatening the Han tribe, but we still have to capture the Li tribe. The resources we need must be in our own hands, and we cannot put our control into the hands of others. Of course, I don't want to see many people die. Those members of the Li tribe are all innocent, and they also include your relatives. Therefore, the task I give you this time is to force the Li tribe to surrender and join our Han tribe. I have given you a chance to survive. As for how many people you can bring back, it depends on your own efforts. I will wait for you in the tribe to complete this mission. Yes, leader, we will definitely complete the mission. 200 people answered Luo Chong's words in unison, and Luo Chong also nodded. Chief, do you have anything else to arrange? Shuda asked from the side. No, please pay attention to safety on the road. Fight quickly and kill those who deserve to be killed. Don't be merciful. Luo Chong gave the last instruction. Yes, I understand, everyone is here, let's go. Shuda nodded to show that he understood, then turned to shout to the team, and led the team to the east bank of the river. After watching the team go away, Yufu also came to Luo Chong's side. He thought about it all night and discussed it with his tribe members all night, and now he finally has the answer. How's it going? Have you thought about it? Luo Chong turned around and looked at Yufu. Well, I told them that the tribesmen are also willing to join the Han tribe, leader. Yufu said his decision and changed his name to leader Luo Chong. Haha, this is definitely a wise decision, you won't regret it. Luo Chong said with a happy smile. Yes, the women in the tribe are also willing to work with everyone to cultivate fields and raise animals. They also want to learn the Han tribe's weaving technology, and the men are also willing to leave their women and children behind. Yufu said about his tribe. Idea. Well, in that case, from today on, the Yu tribe will be the Yu clan of the Han tribe. If you want a house, then build it with us. The people of the Han tribe are hardworking and willing to endure hardships. Our lives will get better and better in the future, and there will be more food than we can eat. Everyone has warm clothes to wear. If any enemy comes, we will have the strength. Fight them back. In the past 2 days, you should settle your tribe first and show them around. You can find what you like to do in the tribe in the future. This is also a way to learn more about the Han tribe. I will give you some information in 2 days. Schedule tasks. Luo Chong patted Yufu on the shoulder and described the future of the Han tribe to him. These days were considered promising. Chief, what is the mission? Can you tell me now? Yufu nodded, and then asked about the next mission arrangements. There's nothing I can't say. A few days ago, I saw a small piece of grassland a few days' walk north of the Han tribe. On that grassland lived a group of horses with stripes, which are large beasts that eat grass. The one without horns on its head. I don't know how many horses there are. I only saw one a few days ago, and there were about 300 of them. I want to send people to capture all those horses, so that our tribe can have more livestock to help us work. Do you understand? Luo Chong said, pointing to the north. Really, is that beast called a horse as tall as the horned deer I ride? Yufu said in surprise. Well, of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. As for the size, it is shorter than the current antlered deer, but it is more suitable for people to ride. The height of the antlered deer is still too high, and their limbs are not as strong as those of horses. It's more expensive to run and can't do heavy work, so horses are more suitable for us. After confirming the plan for 2 days later, Luo Chong and Yufu ended their conversation and began to go about their own business. Yufu took the Yu clan to visit the various tasks of the Han tribe in detail, and then looked for a profession they liked to join, and Luo Chong then he began to prepare for the distribution of the 200 slaves. If you want slaves to be obedient and not resist, you need to put shackles on them to restrict their activities. At present, the Han tribe can only use bronze to cast shackles. There are difficulties, but it is not a big problem. You can find a way to solve it. The structure of the shackles is divided into 9 parts, including a pair of shackles. Each shackle is divided into 2 semicircular parts. It looks like a concave shape when viewed from the side, A 90-degree copper plate will extend from both sides, and the copper plate has a hole. Joined with hot rivet process. The total is 4 semicircular copper sheets, 2 copper nails, and a copper chain divided into 3 sections in the middle, that is, 3 straight copper rings. Of course, it would be better to make it denser, but the workload will be greater. There are many, and using a 3-link chain is the simplest way to ensure that the person can walk around in shackles. After designing the process flow and the size of the workpiece, Luo Chong immediately handed over these data and methods to Dazue's metallurgical team. Although there are 9 parts, there are actually only 2 models, one is a copper sheet, and the other is a copper rod with the same diameter as the arrow shaft, which is cast directly and then processed later. The later processing is also very simple. The 3 chains are nothing more than heating the cast copper bars red and then bending them into a flat copper ring. The joints are glued with copper water. Unless they are removed by violent means, they will never be used in this life. Might take it off again. 4-piece shackles are made by first casting 4 copper plates with holes at both ends, then burning them red and smashing them into a semicircle shape. To this end, Luo Chong also asked Dazue to cast 2 bronze molds, a concave-shaped copper anvil and a convex-shaped hammer. When using it, place the red-hot copper piece on the concave copper anvil. On top, hit it with a convex copper hammer, and the copper plate will bend into a semicircle. As for the copper nails, it is easier to handle. Just chop a small section from the copper bar. When installing, stand the red-hot copper nails in the reserved holes of the shackles, put a copper anvil underneath, and then just smash it flat with a hammer. There are many hammers in the Han tribe, because the axes they forged originally had one side with an axe blade, one side with a square head, and a handle in the middle. It was both an axe and a hammer, and it could be considered a multifunctional tool. Ahem, there are at least 2. This usage is not the case. This is also a situation that occurs to solve the problem of insufficient copper production. In 2 days, the tribesman once again saw the leader's imagination, and he was able to come up with shackles, a tool used to restrain slaves, or a torture instrument. This gave them a better understanding of the leader's ability to invent and create. With high awareness, the leader is really omnipotent. Dazue led the metallurgical team to work overtime and take turns. In 2 days, 100 pairs of shackles were finally made. At this time, there was no bronze reserve, so the furnace had to be smelted again. In the early morning of the 3rd day, Luo Chong asked Dashu to bring 100 slaves and began to shackle them. The slave was still tied like a cross and had not been let go. In addition, he had not eaten decent food in the past week. He looked half dead and was obviously thinner than when he was first captured. After a circle, the soldiers pulled him over and put him on the ground to install shackles. He showed no intention of resisting. He really had no strength left. Several people pressed the slave firmly to the ground. Next to it was the furnace of the metallurgical group. Dazue first took the concave-shaped copper anvil, placed a processed half-shackle copper plate on it, and then put one of the slaves put your feet on it and buckle the other half. Then he took out a red-hot copper nail from the stove and placed it in the docking hole of the copper plate. Then he used an axe to knock both sides of the copper nail flat, and then poured some cold water on it. With a squeaking sound, the cold water was evaporated by the hot copper nail. The temperature of the copper nails also dropped. According to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction of metal, the volume of the rivet will shrink, and then the joint will be firmly locked. This is the hot rivet process. Before the invention of welding, this method was basically used to connect metals. However, the sturdiness of the hot riveting process is no worse than that of welding, but the operation efficiency is not as fast as welding. However, this hot riveting process has made a great contribution to mankind. In the past, there were many steel frame bridges, like this one by one, connected with rivets. The rivets on the outside of the 2 feet are nailed in place, and then the inside hole is directly threaded through the bent copper bar, and then the joints of the copper bars are poured together with copper water. After cooling, the shackles are installed. The first slave who was shackled was pulled up, and then a warrior untied the wooden sticks tied behind him and released his arms. The slave was in a daze. He originally thought that the people of this tribe were going to kill them. Unexpectedly, his arms were suddenly unbound. He didn't know what this meant, so he just took a step forward in a daze. And then heard the clanking sound under the feet, which was the sound of the chain hitting. The slave was a little confused and took a few more steps, but the chain limited the size of each step. When he took too big a step, he stumbled and fell to the ground, causing the surrounding soldiers to laugh. The slave sat up on the ground and touched the shiny golden thing on his ankle. It was so heavy and strong that no matter how hard he tried, he could not break the shackles. The arms were freed, but the shackles were added. Wearing this thing does not prevent them from moving, but it only gives them a small range of movement. They still can't run away. So these people don't kill them and still put them on. If you know this thing, what do you want to do with them? The slaves are a little desperate, and even want to die. Let them live without giving them freedom. God knows what they will be forced to do. Anyway, it must be very painful. Life is worse than death. Now death seems to be a problem for them. A kind of extravagant hope. One by one, the slaves were put on the strange shackles and then released their arms, but they were all honest this time and did not run away. They just gathered together and sat on the same spot, or lying on the ground. They were really hungry. No strength, no desire to move. The Han tribe was changing the shackles of the slaves. At the same time, on the east bank of the river, after 2 days of march, Shuda had also arrived at the Li tribe with a team of 200 people. Before the members of the Li tribe had time to go out to collect food and hunt wild animals this morning, they were surrounded by a team led by Shuda in their residence. The number of people on both sides is equal, but the adults on Shuda's side are all adults. The adults on Li tribe's side have been detained by the big tree for more than 30 people. Now there are not many people left in the tribe. The rest are all the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled. The battle did not break out, but entered a confrontation stage, and the rat side also began an offensive to persuade them to surrender. Since Shuda had often interacted with the Li tribe in the past, communication between the two parties was not a problem. Shuda first told Li Wu what Mao Li had done in the Han tribe and threatened the Han tribe to trade bronzes with him. Then he was killed by Dashu on the spot. Die. Their leader was very angry, but thinking that this was all Mao Li's idea, he gave the innocent tribesmen of the Li tribe a way to survive. As long as they surrender, they can join the Han tribe alive. Otherwise, they will only die. Let they choose. Li Wu was shocked when he heard the news, but it was also expected. The leader of their Li tribe was still too radical and should not provoke this powerful neighbor. At this time, the whole tribe was surrounded. He was at an absolute disadvantage, and the only options before him were surrender or death. Even if he wanted to resist, he had no chance. Because his people no longer listened to him. Luo Chong deliberately let the boys and girls from the Li tribe brought by Shuda play a big role. They shouted to the former relatives of the Li tribe, telling them about the benefits of the Han tribe and that joining the Han tribe would lead a better life. Moreover, the detained tribesmen did not die, only Mao Li was killed. Now as long as they join the Han tribe, those tribesmen can return to them, and they will not be treated differently in the future. They can have what everyone has. The first ones to be shaken were the ordinary tribesmen of the Li tribe. Seriously speaking, they had no deep hatred against the Han tribe. It was just the leader who offended the Han tribe. In the final analysis, it was the leader's fault. They did not want to bury a dead person with him. coupled with the guarantees of their children, brothers and sisters, and various descriptions of the Han tribe, the people of the Li tribe simply could not afford to resist. So, before Li Wu made a decision, some members of the Li tribe put down their weapons, and slowly more and more people also put down their weapons. Li Wu looked at the situation at the scene and knew that the situation was over, and he reluctantly made the decision to surrender. If these primitive people surrendered, then it was a real surrender, but there was no such thing as a false surrender. Since they decided to join the Han tribe, everyone would be the same tribe from now on. Xu De even started to ask his warriors to help the Li tribe pack their things. Move place. There weren't many things worth taking away. The valuable ones included some pottery and white salt, as well as stored animal skins and some smoked dried meat. There was no need to take the rest, because the Han tribe had them all. From the contact between the two parties to the surrender, packing and moving, the whole process only took one morning. In the afternoon, Xu De began to return with a team of more than 400 people. This residence of the Li tribe will be abandoned directly. From now on, the Li tribe will become the Li tribe of the Han tribe, and will also increase the population of the Han tribe by more than 200 people. This expedition, which had no suspense, was over. Xu De and the others were already on their way home, but on the Han tribe's side, there was a team that was about to leave. During dinner that day, several senior executives dined with Luo Chong to discuss their upcoming trip. "Chief, is that iron ore you mentioned important? Is it really better than the copper we use now? Then will we continue to mine copper in the future?" Dashu asked Luo Chong. "Yes, iron is more important than copper. And according to my exploration results, the magnetite reserves in the Salt Lake are quite amazing. It may be much larger than the entire Babao Mountain. It is too much to be calculated. Moreover, iron is more important than copper. It is stronger and more durable, but it is also more troublesome to smelt, but this is not a reason. We must control that iron ore in our own hands. In addition, regarding the Babaotian copper mine, we still have to continue mining, but we can reduce the amount of copper mining in the future. For the time being, the Babaotian mining area is still mainly focused on collecting limestone, which is the building material we need to use at this stage, and limestone a lot of it is used when making iron, so just dig it. Also, this time you take a team of people to Babao Mountain and dig out a batch of kaolin and antil soil. I will use them to make refractory bricks and then build several new large smelting furnaces, so that we can improve our metal smelting. Speed and output. Luo Chong made arrangements for the big tree. "Yes, I understand, Chief." Dashi nodded and said. "Well, the team going to the Salt Lake Iron Mine this time is led by Dolly, with Xue Tu as his deputy, helping Dolly manage the slaves. After arriving at the place, first build a camp that can be lived in for a long time. There are not as many trees there as we do, and the materials may not be enough. You can learn from the Qi tribe and dig some semi-underground mud houses, which basically does not require much wood. Moreover, this kind of pit-style residence is convenient for you to manage the slaves. Divide them into several groups and lock them in different pits, and send soldiers to guard them in shifts. Also, slaves were given tools every day when they went to work. When they finished work in the evening, all the tools were collected and distributed the next day. During the work, if you find a slave using tools to break the shackles and trying to escape, then shoot him directly. Don't hesitate. If there is anyone who is lazy and refuses to work, then beat him. If he is disobedient, he will not be fed." Luo Chong explained to Dolly and Shuatu. "Yes, leader, we remember. Dig the camp first, then work, and collect the tools every day when you are not working." Dolly and Shuatu responded. "Well, that's good. In addition, Yufu will also go with you this time, but his mission is different from yours. He mainly leads people to round up those wild horses, and will come back when he catches them. Also, I will hand over all the deer cavalry to you Fu, and I will also ask him to help you clear the wild beasts around the mining area. And without the cavalry, it will be difficult for you to catch those wild horses. Even if you see them, you will not be able to catch up. In addition, I have also told you the method of catching those wild horses. Pursuit is not possible. Even if you are good at riding and can catch some with a pole, the number will not be very large. So my suggestion is that you first set up an ambush position, then use the cavalry to conduct reconnaissance to find the horse group, and then use the cavalry to drive the horse group into the encirclement, and then catch them all. You must remember that if you catch one more live animal, our Han tribe will have one more strong labor force. With these horses, among other things, we can use these horses to plow the fields, reclaim more land, and plant crops. With more food, whether we can have enough to eat in the future depends on how much you can catch. Luo Chong said to several people seriously. Several senior executives nodded in agreement, indicating that they remembered what Luo Chong said, but the eagle leader Rui on the side looked a little confused. What he saw and heard in the Han tribe these days had a great impact on him. The first thing that impressed him most was the population of the Han tribe, which was more than 2,000. In the few days he came here, the Han tribe also brought 200 people. With so many slaves, a wandering tribe taking refuge, and more than 200 people from the Li tribe who were already on their way back, the Han tribe's population grew too fast. On the other hand, his own Eagle tribe only has about 150 people, including men, women, old and young, which is not as large as the people who have joined the Han tribe in the past few days. The second is the living standard of the Han tribe, which can be described as wealthy. At least they have no shortage of food and clothing and can be self-sufficient. They have clay pots, buckets, various vehicles, and wooden boats that can walk on water across the river. Wooden bridge. The Han tribe could also plant, breed, and smelt metals to make excellent weapons and tools. They also had ways to supply salt, and even used it for trade. The spirit of all tribesmen is also very good. The most common thing you see in the Han tribe is smiling faces. Every tribesman is very hardworking. They perform their duties, do what they like, and actively contribute to the collective. This is what Jean Rui likes the most and what he envies the most. The Eagle tribe has a small population, but because they have giant eagles that can help them hunt for food, they seem to be a little idle. Everyone in the Eagle tribe feels very idle. They don't lack food, and naturally they don't lack animal skins to make clothes. Apart from training and playing with the giant eagle every day, everyone seems to have nothing to do. To put it bluntly, they are very boring. On the floating island, they felt that they were a superior tribe, like immortals who did not eat the fireworks of the world, but immortals were still greedy for the mortal world, so how could mortals like the Eagle tribe be an exception? Moreover, compared with the Han tribe, Rui felt that the Han tribe it was a magical life, or it could be said that it was a more humane life. When the Han tribe members plant a grain of grain with their own hands, they will have hope for a good harvest, while the Eagle tribe is teasing the eagle. When the Han tribe members build a house with their own hands, they will be happy with their achievements, and the Eagle tribe will still teasing the eagle. Rui likes the life of the Han tribe, and even more likes the life atmosphere of the Han tribe, which is full and rich. After learning about the Han tribe in detail, and seeing the joining of the Yu tribe with his own eyes, and the attitude of the Han leader Luo Chong towards the new tribe members. So Rui made a decision that was very important to the Eagle tribe. Han leader, can I and our Eagle tribe join the Han tribe, just like the Yu tribe? Live the same life as you? Oh? Do you want to join our Han tribe? Luo Chong asked in surprise. This is indeed enough to surprise Luo Chong, because this is the first time that another tribe has actively asked to join. The previous Xieting tribe came through a fight, the Tree tribe was invited to join by Luo Chong, and the Black Rat tribe used a trick to deceive those who came here were even lured here by means of transactions. In order to develop and grow the Han tribe, Luo Chong could be described as cheating and resorting to all possible means. Today, suddenly a tribe was willing to take refuge, which really made Luo Chong very happy. Yes, I like the Han tribe, so I also want my people to live such a life, but I am still a little worried. Our eagle tribe has been breeding giant eagles for generations, but they have never left the floating island and have always lived on it. There, I worry that our giant eagle will not be accustomed to life here. Since the Han tribe is proficient in breeding and raising so many kinds of animals, do you have any solution to this problem? Rui nodded first and expressed his worries at the same time. Well, first of all, if you are willing to join the Han tribe, my tribe and I are very welcome. The other thing is the problem of breeding giant eagles you mentioned. I think this is not a problem. Look at the past few days since you have been here. Didn't Zuka always live a good life here? If you are worried about their breeding, we can build nests for them in the mountains to the west. Even if they are not used to it, they can return to the floating islands to breed. There are iron ore areas around the Salt Lake, and we will occupy them in the future. Yes, that place will also be the territory of the Han tribe. It doesn't mean that if you move here, you will never go back. So you can rest assured and let the whole family move here. When the bazookas need to breed, you can still go to the floating island to stay for a while. Luo Chong said his thoughts. Rui nodded repeatedly after hearing this. What Luo Chong said was not unreasonable. Joining the Han tribe does not mean that he will never go back again. Although it is far from the Salt Lake, it is only a few hours' flight from bazooka, breeding and so on can be completely carried out on the floating island. At the same time, Luo Chong's generosity once again impressed Rui. Yu Fu said that he did not want to stay in the tribe, so Luo Chong asked him to take people out for adventure. When he mentioned the breeding problem of bazooka, Luo Chong agreed that they should go back to breed. The feeling left to Rui was very good. Although the leader was young, he did not abuse his power at all. Instead, he knew people well and made good use of them. He found suitable positions and a certain loose scope of activities for different people. To sum up, this young leader is very good, very outstanding, and very suitable to be a leader. If he joins his command, he will definitely be able to accomplish something, instead of leading a mediocre life like before. You're right. If that's the case, then I don't have any problems. I would like to thank the leader for accepting my tribe. Our eagle tribe will also make our own contribution to everyone in the future. Rui stood up as he spoke, then half knelt on the ground, held his chest with one hand and saluted Luo Chong, and at the same time changed his name to leader. Ha 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 ha, very good. From now on, you will be the eagle clan of the Han tribe, and since you are willing to contribute to everyone, I will add you to this mission. Luo Chong happily patted Rui's shoulder, then helped him up and said, No matter what the leader said, as long as we can do it, we will try our best to do it. Rui promised, patting his chest. They were assigned tasks as soon as they joined. This was obviously Luo Chong's regard for them and his trust in him. It might also be a test for their eagle tribe by Luo Chong, but in any case, they finally had something to do. No need. The birds came out during the whole day. Well, this mission is for you to assist Yu Fu in completing the mission. Your bazookas have an advantage over the cavalry. They can fly high in the sky and see far, so this time you have to activate all the giants you have raised. The eagle finds the wild horses on the grassland, and then leads our cavalry there. At the same time, we must drive the giant eagle to drive and surround the horses. This shouldn't be difficult for you, after all, you asked Bazooka to guide us before. This is very simple. We can do it. I will arrange it when I get back. Rui couldn't help but laugh relaxedly after hearing the task assigned by Luo Chong. This is really not a difficult task for their eagle tribe. Well, let's wait until you complete this mission and then come back with your tribe, Yu Fu and the horses. Luo Chong nodded and said. Yu Fu and Ing Rui nodded in agreement, and then beat each other's chests to express their closeness. They both joined the Han tribe in the same batch, and now they have to work together to complete the task. It can be considered a kind of fate. Early the next morning, Dali, Yofu, Shuatu, and Ingruwei set out with 4 bullock carts, 20 handcarts, 80 warriors, and 100 shackled slaves. This time they set out directly from the Han tribe. We crossed the small bridge here and then headed north along the river bank, heading towards the iron ore area of the Salt Lake. Another day later, 200 soldiers led by Shu De and more than 200 Li tribe members who moved with them also returned to the Han tribe. The more than 30 Li tribe members who had been detained by Da Shu were also released. They saw Li Wu after he had brought all his clan members to join the Han tribe. He didn't make any reaction and blended in naturally. In the past few days, apart from not being able to move freely, they had not been fed well, but they had not been tortured like severe beatings, so there was no resentment in their hearts. After all, it was because their leader Maoli had offended them first. The Han tribe is dead. There is nothing to say. It is better to follow the Han tribe than to follow Maoli. In the past few days, the second season rice seeds have been sown. Since it is now summer and the weather is hot, it took only 3 days for the seeds to germinate and break through the soil after absorbing enough water. In about 20 days, they will grow into seedlings, and the Han tribe will transplant them for the second time. At the same time, due to the population surge during this period, Luo Chong decided to continue to expand the rice planting area. However, expanding paddy fields is not easy. First, the problem of water sources must be solved, and rivers must be dug. Now the area of more than 1,000 acres to the east of the Han tribe city site and between the rivers has been fully reclaimed and planted. The water source for irrigating the rice fields is supplied by 2 artificial rivers. If you want to continue to expand the planting area, you must consider in which direction is it developing. There are 2 pieces of land that can be cultivated now. One is to dig out the circular moat, divert the water to the west of the city, and cultivate fields in the west. But to the west is more than 2,000 acres of artificial grassland, and many of the Han tribes have farmed it. Herbivores provide feed. However, before agricultural and sideline feed, that is, straw, replaces natural feed, these pastures cannot be destroyed so easily. So Luo Chong plans to expand the rice fields to the east bank of the river. In the direction of the east coast of the Han tribe, there used to be the Tree tribe to the north, the Black Rat tribe to the east, and the Li tribe to the south. Now these 3 tribes have been annexed and absorbed by the Han tribe. There are no other tribes within 3 days of the other side. So, the large area will naturally become the sphere of influence of the Han tribe. In addition, with the current large population of the Han tribe, it is fully capable and necessary to cultivate more land to ensure food supply. Moreover, the Han tribe has now built a wooden bridge, so it is not difficult to cross the 2 sides every day. Of course, digging a river is not easy, and this year's construction tasks are heavy. After all, not enough houses have been built for the tribe to live in. So Luo Chong decided to use a faster and more violent method of digging the river, earthwork blasting operations. Explosives still used the previous nitrate, chemical, glycerin and oil. There were 2 large jars of sulfuric acid prepared for the first time. Only a little was used at that time, but there is still a lot left. Nitric acid was produced in relatively small quantities, because there was insufficient saltpeter at that time. Had been used up when blasting the salt mine, but this time the unexpected discovery of saltpeter in the Salt Lake mining area solved the problem of insufficient raw materials. This is why Luo Chong came back a few days ago and brought back a few bags of saltpeter. In the next few days, Dazue's metallurgical team installed shackles on the remaining 107 slaves. Luo Chong also used the previous distillation crucible to prepare new nitric acid, and made several more jars of concentrated glycerin, which the Han tribe had in stock. Grease is also decreasing rapidly, but soap, a byproduct, is also increasing. At the same time, a new tool was born under Luo Chong's guidance, that is, the Luoyang shovel. Ahem, of course I didn't do this for the purpose of robbing tombs. Besides, there were no tombs to dig at this time. It is estimated that the primitive people here have not evolved a funeral culture to bury the dead. Even if they did, they would not have any valuable burial objects. Bury the deceased with several clay pots, and other objects, and this must be done only when there are too many to use up. So Luo Chong really built the Luoyang shovel just for its special function, to make holes and create a blast hole for placing explosives. Chief, what is this strange shovel used for? Shu De is holding a brand new bronze Luoyang shovel in his hand. The shovel head is a semicircular tube with a diameter of about 8 centimeters and a length of 30 centimeters. However, the wooden handle installed at the back is particularly exaggerated, 5 meters long, so Shu De, I don't understand at all what this is for. What else can a shovel be used for? Of course it is used to dig soil, but this shovel is specially used to drill holes in the ground. Luo Chong explained. Drilling a hole? Is it just drilling a hole? Why are you drilling a hole in the ground? Dashu also asked from the side. To dig the river. Can you dig a river by drilling a hole? Yes, I want to tell you something today. It's the thing I made these days. Its name is dynamite. It's the same thing I used to blow up the salt mine cave last time. It's too slow for us to use human power to dig the river. So I'm going to use explosives to blow up a river, Luo Chong explained to the two of them. Explosives? That thing that blew up the salt mine? Shu De and Dashu were shocked, and at the same time a little excited. It turned out that the leader did not use any magical method to open mountains and crack rocks last time, but used something that humans can make. Although they were a little regretful, they were also a little bit excited. Rejoice. It turns out that this can be controlled artificially, which means they can too, as long as they learn how to make the thing called explosives. And the leader was actually willing to tell them something like a miracle, so he really trusted them. Yes, it is explosives. When the explosives are detonated, they will produce the same power as thunder, or even higher. The more explosives, the greater the power. Therefore, explosives are very dangerous and can easily kill people. I am just telling you now. I won't let you do it by yourself, otherwise it will probably kill all of us, do you understand? Luo Chong said to the two of them. I understand, leader. Naturally, not just anyone can control the power of this kind of thunder. We are content just to see it. Shu De said self-righteously. It's not as exaggerated as you think. This is a kind of science. I will teach you in the future. Just study hard when the time comes. Luo Chong put his hand on his forehead speechlessly. Learning? Is it like learning Chinese characters? Then I'd better not learn it. It would be good if the leader knows it. We can just watch from the side, he. Shu De said with a playful smile. Luo Chong, MMP. After Luo Chong's simple science education to the two of them, Shu De and Dashu also knew about the existence of explosives, and Luo Chong did not let them keep this secret. Now that I have said it out, I naturally intend to let all the tribesmen know it. Otherwise, when Luo Chong starts to blow up the river, the noise will be so loud that it will be impossible to hide it. The tribesmen who don't know the truth will definitely doubt their lives again, so in advance it is still necessary to get a vaccination. In 2 days, due to deliberate spreading, the tribesmen all knew that the leader would make a thing called explosives, and was going to use this thing to dig the river. It is said that it is much faster than digging directly with people, but the specific method of digging has not yet been determined. People know. On the morning of the third day after the news was made public, Luo Chong took Dashu and others to the other side of the river, preparing to test the amount of blasting on the land on the other side of the river. The specific operation steps are as follows. First, Shuda takes a Luoyang shovel and makes a vertical downward hole at the preset blasting point. The hole is 10 centimeters in diameter and 4 meters deep. Use the Luoyang shovel on the long wooden handle. Scale to determine depth. After the blast hole was drilled, Luo Chong put the nitrate, chemical, glycerin and oil prepared on site into a cylindrical clay pot, which was specially made by Lizzie. The outer diameter of the pot was about 9 centimeters, and the mouth of the pot was slightly positioned. It is small and has a waist-shaped closing opening. You can tie a fine hemp rope to it and slowly lift the clay pot into the dug blast hole. Then use branches to set up a tripod directly above the blast hole, and hang a smashed green brick on the stand with a thin hemp rope. The brick does not need to be too big, as long as it can fall into the blast hole smoothly. This is a simple vertical impact detonation device. After the process was arranged, Luo Chong took them to start the first blasting experiment. The amount of explosive charge this time was about 300 grams, but it was just an estimate. Luo Chong specially made a few marks on the inner wall of the clay pot. Horizontal lines of different depths are used as scales to observe the blasting effects of different charges. Luo Chong personally hoisted the clay pot filled with medicine to the bottom of the blast hole, and then hung the bricks tied with ropes on the tripod above the blast hole. The bricks were hung 10 centimeters deep inside the blast hole, to prevent them from falling when falling. Not into the blast hole. Then Luo Chong began to pull the rope and slowly retreated to the bunker 20 meters away. It was a trench-shaped bunker dug by Dashu's leadership. Several people were lying there waiting, with their heads exposed as they watched Luo Chong come over. And then lie down with them. Come on, Shuda, hold this rope and don't let go yet. Luo Chong handed the thin hemp rope in his hand to Shuda. Give it to me? Shuda asked in surprise. That's right, don't you want to try the power of thunder? So this time it's up to you to detonate the explosives. But I don't know how. Shuda stuttered. What's wrong with this? Just hold the rope. I'll let you go in a while. Just let go and lie down. Luo Chong taught the rat how to detonate. But, Chief, I'm afraid. You are a big man, what are you afraid of? Aren't you hiding so far away? You are still not a man. Hurry up, you idiot. This time you come. Next time Dashu comes, you all have to try it with your own hands. Try. Luo Chong urged, cursing in his heart that he didn't live up to expectations. Oh. Shuda tremblingly took the hemp rope and held it tightly in his hand. His palms and forehead were sweating involuntarily. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with his other hand. Why are you nervous? What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, I installed less explosives this time and it's not as powerful as the one I used to blow up the mountain before. Okay, everyone, lie down, rat, you listen to my command, I count 1, 2, 3, and when you hear 3, you let go, do you understand? Luo Chong reminded everyone. Yes, I understand. Shuda stuttered and nodded. This was something like a thunderbolt. Now it was in the hands of a mortal like him. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous, but there was no chance to regret it now, because Luo Chong had already shouted ordered. 1, 2, 3. The moment he heard Luo Chong shout 3, Shuda tensed up his nerves and subconsciously let go. In less than a second, the bricks hanging from the top of the blast hole fell straight down the vertical hole, and accurately hit the pottery pot placed at the bottom. The pottery pot shattered instantly, and the nitrate, chemical, and sweetness inside the oil also exploded due to violent impact. In an instant, countless pieces of soil flew high in all directions like flowers scattered by a goddess, and a crater 4 meters deep and more than 3 meters in diameter was blasted out of the ground centered on the blast hole. Just when the dirt was still flying in the sky, a deafening bang came from the center of the explosion. This is because nitrate, chemical, glycerin, and oil are high explosives, and their explosion speed can reach plus or minus 7,000 meters per second, and the propagation speed of sound in the air is only 340 meters per minute, so you will see the explosion first and then hear the sound. After the violent explosion, nearly 30 cubic meters of soil fell from the sky, covering the surrounding area of 30 meters. Because this was an underground blast, the area affected was not large. This is still very different from direct blasting on the surface. After a rainstorm of mud, the demolition team lying 20 meters away was covered with a layer of mud. Luo Chong was the first to raise his head, shook off the mud on his head, and reached out to pat a few people next to him. People. Everyone is up. The explosion is over. It's okay. Let's go over and see how it goes. Is this dynamite? It's so powerful. I felt the ground shaking just now. I can also use dynamite, haha. When Shuda felt Luo Chong's slap, he also raised his head and shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The experience of detonating explosives with your own hands. Pfft, cough, a lot of dirt, the sound just now was really loud. The big tree also climbed out of the bunker. Several people walked to the blasting point together and looked at the big hole in the ground. They couldn't help but be stunned. Although this was the second time they had seen the power of explosives, it was the first time they were so close and felt it, especially this time. They were all involved in the blasting process. Dear me, this explosive is really powerful. With just one blow, it blasted out such a big hole. If 10 clansmen were to dig it with shovels, it would take at least a day to dig. This is really an artifact. Ah. Shuda sighed as he looked at the big pit. Yeah, now I finally understand how the leader plans to use explosives to dig the river. Does the leader want to drill a row of blast holes in the river, and then blow up a row of big holes, and use these big holes to connect the city to the river? If this is the case, then the speed of digging the river is really fast. It is estimated that if there are enough materials, it will only take a few days to dig another diversion river. Dashu looked at the big pit in front of him and already figured out Luo Chong's plan. Smart, this is the specific plan. You have also seen the power and effect of explosives. It is indeed very powerful, but as long as we know how to use it and use it well, we can dig a few more water diversion channels in a month. The river comes out. In this way, we can plant another batch of rice this year and store enough grain and livestock feed in winter. Luo Chong couldn't help but praise him when he heard Dashu's guess. After hearing this, several people couldn't help but nod. The leader still had a way. Now that the population of the Han tribe was increasing, food supply was indeed a big problem, especially the winter reserves. It would be impossible not to make plans in advance. Fortunately, the leader thought far ahead and had the leader's brains to make plans. Now that they had a way, they just had to conscientiously complete the tasks assigned by the leader. The few of them were instantly full of fighting spirit and ready to let go and fight. After testing the charge, explosion effect, and safety distance, the preparations were completed. In the following time, Luo Chong began to make plans for the land on the east bank of the river. A road should be left on the east bank opposite the bridge. Then, with this road as the axis, 500 meters of rice fields should be opened on both sides, with a length of 1,000 meters. In this way, the total length and width of the rice fields on both sides of the road would be they are all 1,000 meters square, with a total area of 1,500 acres. As a result, a total of about 2,500 acres of rice fields will be cultivated on the east and west coast this year, which is enough for this year's grain reserves. The east bank next to the river is relatively flat, and the trees are not particularly dense. It is considered a sparse forest. There are also some shrubs mixed in the forest, and it will take some time to clear it. So Luo Chong called back the logging team working at the Shishan forest farm and asked them to clear the trees and shrubs in the area first. As for the roots of the trees, they could directly bury explosives and blow them up. This was much faster than manual excavation. The roots of shrubs can also be dug out with plows, and then paddy fields can be reclaimed. The fields have been covered with water for a long time, and the remaining roots cannot grow. While the logging team was clearing the ground, Luo Chong also asked Dashu to take the lead in blasting the moat on the west bank. The moat still had to be dug, and it not only protected the city, but also provided protection for the west side of the city. The land in the west provides water. Although the pasture in the west does not grow food, it can also open up a piece of land for growing vegetables. On the river channel of the moat, Shu De and a few people used Luoyang shovels to drill holes every 4 meters. It took a day to dig out 50 holes, covering a length of 200 meters. The next day, at that time, Luo Chong personally mixed the explosives and placed them at the bottom of the blast hole. Dashu then led the people to dig some simple bunkers, and Shu De also led the people to set up the detonation device. The elders and the rat shaman notified the tribesmen in advance and led the tribesmen away from the explosion site. Then Luo Chong called 50 tribesmen. Prepare to detonate those blast points simultaneously. 50 people held the detonating rope and lay down in a simple bunker 30 meters away. The method of signaling was changed from shouting with their mouths to beating drums. Luo Chong asked people to move the big cowhide drum he had made before to 50 meters behind the bunker. This time, it was agreed that 3 drum sounds would be used as a signal. When the 3 drum sounds were heard, all the detonators in front released the ropes in their hands at the same time. So, a prehistoric explosion like an earth dragon turning over happened like this. In the second half of the first month of summer, the weather was clear in the morning. On the urban construction site of the Han tribe, 50 detonators were holding detonating ropes, waiting for Luo Chong's signal from behind. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the cowhide drum vibrated in the air, and almost at the same time, it was clearly conveyed to the ears of the 50 demolition crews. Rumble, rumble. In the western half of the moat in the south of the city, a long mud dragon with a length of more than 200 meters suddenly rose up, like an earth dragon bursting out of the earth. The momentum was so huge that everyone who saw it was shocked. It was so terrifying and spectacular. The entire Han tribe, headed by Huishan and Ruru, were all prostrate on the ground, trembling and afraid to speak. But the scene after the blasting was very exciting. The smoke and soil cleared away, and a 200-meter-long deep trench appeared in its original place. The river channel that originally took dozens of people several weeks to dig was formed in an instant. As long as it is slightly trimmed, the water can be directed in. After the blasting was over, Shu De started to lead the slaves to work again, collecting the soil that flew around in a small cart, and then piled it into the city, preparing to use it to build rammed earth walls. The Han tribe also entered the stage of large-scale construction. Because of the addition of the Li tribe and the 2 tribes that had taken refuge during the previous western expedition, Luo Chong reorganized a construction team to build houses, and this time it was directly expanded to 30 building teams can build 30 rough houses at the same time. Ordinary tribesmen are building houses in the city, while slaves are digging rivers and transporting soil outside the city. All work is back on track. 2 days later, the blasting work was completed on the remaining 200 meters of the moat in the south. The second season rice seeds sown in the rice fields also grew their 4th leaves. The mining team that had been out for many days also completed their work. The goal of the first stage. The team headed by Dali, Xuetu, Yufu, and Yingrui successfully arrived in the Salt Lake area. They first worked together to establish a camp near the salt lake and dug out many semi-underground structures for people to live in. The excavated soil was also used around the area. A circle of earth wall as high as one person was built. At the same time, Yufu also led the cavalry and all the eagle warriors of the eagle tribe to hunt the ferocious beasts in the surrounding area, clearing out a relatively safe working area for the iron ore area. In the following time, Dali and Shiwatu began to lead the slaves to dig magnetite. Carloads of magnetite began to be delivered to the river, and then piled up, and then transported to the Han tribe by wooden boats. On the other side, Yofu and Ingruwei also began to search for traces of the horses all over the grassland. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, the group of wild horses migrated to the west bank of the river. It may be that the horses also discovered this group of horses and suddenly occupied them. Humans in the Salt Lake, so they all stayed away. After searching for 2 or 3 days, Bazooka finally led everyone to the horses on the west bank. A group of people hung far away from the horses, keeping a certain distance, following the movement of the horses, thinking, "How should we capture as many of them as possible?" Luo Chong had given a plan for this, which was to choose an encirclement in advance and find a way to drive the horses into the encirclement. But that was easy to say. It was not that easy to establish an encirclement on the vast grassland. Therefore, Yufu made the decision to leave 5 cavalrymen and a warrior from the Eagle tribe to follow the horses. He took the rest of the people around to find a suitable place for an ambush. In the 4th week of the first month of summer, the Han tribe spent their time amid continuous explosions. The moat, with a length of more than 1,200 meters on all sides, had already formed its preliminary outline. The slaves only needed to expand and repair the river channel a little. Water was diverted into the river. After the first stage of river blasting was completed, Luo Chong sent Dashu to Babao Mountain again to mine limestone, kaolin and anthill soil to make refractory bricks in preparation for expanding the smelting furnace. The carpentry team led by Tong also made a simple wooden bridge on the east bank of the moat using wood cut from the east bank. This bridge is only temporary. After the city wall is built, a special suspension bridge will be made and placed at the city gate. Under current circumstances, transportation of various building materials and personnel to and from the city must pass through here. The newly built metallurgical blast furnace will also be placed in the urban area as a fixed working address in the future. According to Luo Chong's plan, the metallurgical area and the woodworking area will be placed in one urban area, because the metallurgical group currently only needs 2 or 3 new blast furnaces. It can produce the metals needed by the Han tribe, and at most it can add a blacksmithing shed. But if just these facilities would occupy an entire urban area, it would be too wasteful, so the carpentry team should also be placed in this urban area. At the same time, in the grassland area to the north of the Han tribe, Yufu discussed with his fellow tribesmen and selected the valley where Luo Chong led his men to ambush the giant ape as the encirclement. The terrain there was very suitable, and there was a narrow strip at the mouth of the valley. "As long as we block it in advance and drive the horses in, we can catch them all," as the leader said. So Yofu began to lead people to build a fence there. They wanted to cut down some small trees from the surrounding area to make a simple but strong barrier to ensure that the huge herd of horses could be stopped. This matter cannot be completed in a day or two and requires a period of preparation. Therefore, the large number of livestock that Luo Chong expected cannot be obtained so quickly. However, although there was no harvest there, Dali and Shiwatu had already sent people back to the first ship of magnetite. Moreover, according to the tribesmen who escorted the iron mine back, it only takes half a day to ship from the iron mine to the Huihan tribe when the load is fully loaded, and this is done without any power, just by drifting with the flow and only a small artificial paddle. In this way, if transportation is continued, 2 ships of iron ore can be sent back in basically 3 days. Each ship can transport about 15 tons. According to the iron content of magnetite, which is 72%, just one ship can smelt 10 tons of pig iron. Now we only need to build a blast furnace quickly, and the metal shortage of the Han tribe will be alleviated immediately. However, making iron is not an easy task. The ore cannot be smelted directly by throwing it into the furnace. It must also be pretreated. The main component of magnetite is iron oxide, which is iron oxide. The process of turning iron oxide into iron is a reduction reaction. In this process, a lot of carbon needs to be added. It is best if there is coal, but not in this case, you can only use charcoal. Carbon not only burns to provide the temperature needed for iron to melt, but also merges with the oxygen molecules of iron oxide during the reaction to form carbon dioxide and releases it. In this way, after the oxygen molecules of iron oxide are taken away by carbon, it becomes pure iron. Moreover, a large amount of limestone is added to this process to act as a catalyst for the reduction reaction. It can also act as a slagging agent to accelerate the separation of iron and impurities so that they are no longer connected. These two things used to assist the reaction, except for carbon, which can be added separately, the rest must be ground into powder or small slag first, mixed with iron or powder into mud, and then made into small balls or small square bricks. It can be put into the furnace and smelted with charcoal. Therefore, a new process was created, grinding the ore into slag. For this reason, Luo Chong specially opened up a place in the hemp field north of the Diversion River to prepare to build the Han tribe's first hydraulic facility, a hydraulic stone mill and a hydraulic stone mill. Stone mortar. Luo Chong specially sent Duer to the Shishan salt mine to collect the stone materials for stone mills and mortars. When the salt mine caves were blasted before, there were many large collapsed stones. Those stones can be brought back to make stone mills, ready-made things. It can be regarded as waste utilization. Duer also led a team of people, pulling a cart and taking the slaves to the western mountains to collect stones. However, getting the stones back and cutting them into millstones was another problem. It was still the same old problem before, without iron drills and hammers. This would cause trouble. Without stone mills, there is no way to grind ore and iron, and without iron drills, there is no way to carve stone mills. This seems to be an endless cycle. But there are always more solutions than difficulties. As long as you are willing to use your brain, you will definitely be able to come up with a solution. Luo Chong thought for a long time and carefully sorted out the resources at his disposal. He soon discovered that the Han tribe could smelt iron. The iron powder is the tens of kilograms of iron oxide crystals obtained during the previous preparation of sulfuric acid. That is not an ore, but it is the purest iron powder. What is iron oxide crystal? To put it bluntly, it is a pile of red powdery rust. This thing actually has other uses. It can be used as a dye, whether it is porcelain. Be it cloth, you can use iron oxide to color it, and glass. If you add iron oxide to the glass, you can burn the brown glass, such as the color of the oral liquid bottle. But Luo Chong is in urgent need of iron right now, so he might as well forget about the dye first, as it won't be needed for the time being anyway. Because it was not a large-scale blast furnace iron making, we could only use the most primitive and elementary iron making method to create the Han tribe's first iron tool, which was the block smelting method. The lump smelting method does not require the use of coal and can be operated with charcoal. However, because the temperature of the charcoal is not high enough to melt the iron remains in a solid form during the entire iron making process, and the final smelted iron is like a sponge. Block-shaped, so this method is called block refining method. Because the smelted iron block has not melted into liquid, it cannot be cast into utensils. It can only be continuously folded and forged to expel the impurities inside, and finally make it into the shape you want. Having made up his mind to make iron, Luo Chong quickly called Dazue over and started preparing a special iron-making furnace. The making of the new stove is no different from before. The material used is still ordinary clay, and some grass clippings are mixed in to prevent cracking, and the stove can be built. Under the guidance of Luo Chong, Dazue began to make this new furnace, a cylindrical earth furnace with an inner diameter of about half a meter. Dazue was extremely careful, while Luo Chong was urging Dazue's progress. This stove doesn't need to be built so well, it just needs to be built quickly. Captain Luo Chong said loudly. Why, Chief, didn't you say that iron is more difficult to smelt? Then I have to make the furnace better? Dazue asked in confusion. No, this furnace is a one-time use. If you use a mud-made furnace to make iron, it will burn down after just one use. There is no need to be so careful. Ah? It can only be used once? Dazue asked in surprise. Yeah, that's why I said it's more difficult to make iron, alas. Luo Chong said with a sigh. Then what will we use to make iron in the future? Do we have to make a new furnace after making it once? That is indeed difficult. That's not necessary. Once the refractory soil is brought back from the big tree, we can use the refractory soil to make an indestructible stove. Luo Chong explained. If that's the case, it's okay, otherwise it'll be too much trouble. Big Mouth nodded and started to build the stove faster. He didn't say whether it looked good or bad, just hurry up. While Dazue was building the stove, Luo Chong also used a hammer to smash some limestone and charcoal into powder, then mixed them with iron oxide crystals, mixed them into mud, and finally kneaded them into pieces the size of table tennis balls. Of mud balls, and set aside to dry. It took a whole day to do these preparations alone. When the work was finished in the evening, Duer also led people to transport the stones back. Luo Chong checked them and found that they were all stones that met his standards. Everything was ready. You can make iron. Early the next morning, the first iron-making activity of the Han tribe began, under the personal command of Luo Chong, with the cooperation of 5 or 6 members of the metallurgical group. Luo Chong first asked them to burn some branches in the stove to completely dry the stove. He also preheated the stove. After the stove was completely dry, he immediately began to pour half a stove of charcoal into it, and at the same time, he installed 3 skin bags below. The push blower starts blowing air into the furnace. After the charcoal inside is completely ignited, the dried iron or balls are put into the furnace, then covered with a layer of charcoal, and then the air is continuously blown into the furnace. This work was physically demanding and boring, so Luo Chong arranged for 2 3-person groups to take turns encouraging people. The flames in the furnace were blown by the wind and burned very vigorously. The red flames burst out of Lao Gao. The charcoal in the furnace was also consumed rapidly. After a while, it was half lower. Luo Chong started to let Dazue continue. Add charcoal to it, and keep repeating this. The charcoal was poured down basket by basket, and then consumed rapidly. When the color in the furnace turned white, Luo Chong asked several people to stop, and then began to dismantle the furnace with an axe and a copper shovel. Yes, because Dazue was more careful at the beginning, the furnace was not directly burned. But now if you want to take out the iron inside, you have to dismantle the furnace, and then remove the smelted iron from the top of the furnace. Take it out. Big Mouth held a short axe, started from the upper end of the furnace, and chipped the furnace wall layer by layer, and then used a shovel to push down the broken furnace wall. The thick clay furnace wall fell to the ground, and the inner wall had turned a semi-melted red color. The inner wall of the furnace had begun to melt. After smashing off a layer of the furnace wall, the height of the furnace also dropped a bit, exposing all the red-hot charcoal inside. Then I used a shovel to remove the excess charcoal. A large piece of irregular shape soon appeared in the furnace. The red substance is a mixture of iron nuggets and impurities. Luo Chong personally took the copper pliers and pinched out the irregular sponge-like iron block, and then placed it on a flat pebble that had been prepared in advance. Using the pebble as an anvil, 2 tribesmen carrying hammers kept hammering the iron block. Beat. After the initial beating, the slag adhering to the iron block was knocked off, leaving only a cooling iron block with a dull metallic luster. This action was repeated in the subsequent sessions. Luo Chong kept picking out iron blocks from the furnace, and then 2 tribesmen carrying hammers smashed away impurities such as slag. This lasted for about half an hour. All the iron blocks in this furnace have been found. The collected sponge-like iron pieces were piled together, and the total size was estimated to be about 30 kilograms. This was the first batch of pig iron smelted by the Han tribe, but this was only the first step. In the following time, Luo Chong asked Dazue to pour charcoal into the remaining stove again, and then asked the 3 previous blowers to continue blowing. Luo Chong was not idle either. He put pieces of irregular iron into the furnace. After they were heated to red, he took them out with pliers and asked 2 tribesmen with hammers to beat them until they were smashed into a tight iron piece. Then put it in the stove and burn it, then take it out and beat it. After beating it for several times, use an axe to break the iron block into 2 pieces, fold it in half and continue beating it. At the same time, sprinkle the iron between the 2 layers of iron blocks. Some borax is used as a scavenger so that the 2 layers of iron blocks can be tightly fused together. Otherwise, it is possible that the 2 layers of iron blocks folded in half still cannot be fused after smashing for a long time. Among them, the role of borax is very important. When borax comes into contact with metal, it will remove the oxides on the metal surface through a chemical reaction, making the contact surface cleaner. Only in this way can the 2 pieces metal is tightly integrated. As for borax, Luo Chong actually had a piece of it in his hand. He bought it from the cave tribe at the trade fair this spring. When Luo Chong saw the stone for the first time, he was immediately moved. I recognized it was borax, so I traded the pottery for it. There was also a piece of graphite bought with the borax that time. Although it has not been used yet, it has been treasured by Luo Chong. Under the combined efforts of several people, the iron blocks were continuously burned and beaten. This process was the famous steelmaking process in the Western Han Dynasty. Because of the constant folding and forging, not only can the impurities in the steel be knocked out, but also because it is often burned in charcoal, the steel is continuously infiltrated with carbon elements, so as to obtain a relatively high carbon content. Steel. Of course, if we use the current scientific definition, this kind of steel is not actually steel, because after all, it is made in sections. No matter how many times it is forged, it will still have uneven places. This alone is not enough. It has a huge impact on the properties of steel. But Luo Chong just wanted to make a few steel drills and hammers with this 100 refined steel. There was no need to set such a high standard, so it was quite fast to make them. The production of a steel drill is the simplest, which is to knock a piece of iron into an iron bar, and then knock one end into a sharp point. After preliminary polishing, the steel drill is heated red in the furnace, and then taken out and sunk. After quenching in cold water, the hardness of the steel drill will be greatly increased, and it will definitely be no problem to use it to cut stones. In this way, it took several people a day to create several steel drills with different shapes, including sharp ones for carving grooves and flat ones for chiseling stones. Finally, they used the remaining iron materials to make 3 iron drills. Hammer, and also left 2 pieces of iron weighing about 4 or 5 kilograms. I haven't decided what to use yet. The newly made steel drill was quickly put into use. Luo Chong found a few savages brought by Yu Fu and asked those with disabled legs and feet to work as full-time stonemasons, responsible for carving millstones and stone mortars. The sound of clanking stones quickly resounded among the Han tribe, and it also made the tribesmen truly realize a problem, that is, steel is really much stronger than bronze. If bronze is used to compete with stones so hard, it is estimated that the bronze has long since broken. In the following time, the Han tribe lived an ordinary and busy life. The slaves repaired the moat under the supervision of soldiers, and the big trees also transported cartloads of limestone from Babao Mountain. The only wooden boat of the Han tribe now only responsible for transporting magnetite back from the iron mine, Luo Chong is also building a water wheel with the carpentry team. By the beginning of the second month of summer, the second season rice planted by the Han tribe had grown 7 or 8 leaves, and the individual seedlings were more than a foot tall. It was time to transplant the rice again. Since the planting area has expanded more than 10 times this time, in order to transplant the seedlings into the fields as quickly as possible, Luo Chong mobilized almost all the available labor in the tribe to do farm work. He would plant the fields when the farming season was busy, and then continue planting after the busy period. These may be the first batch of migrant workers in the world. The changes that Luo Chong brought to the world were huge and deeply affected a group of people. Among them, the Han tribe developed the fastest, but those tribes that had come into contact with the Han tribe were also deeply affected. Especially those tribes that had transactions with the Han tribe during the Spring Festival. A few months later, the pottery and white salt of the Han tribe were also very popular among the tribes, but the white salt was really something that could not be eaten by anyone. Especially in summer when the weather is hot and people sweat a lot, white salt is consumed faster, and tribes have once again returned to the era of salt shortage. But as the saying goes, it is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After they got used to eating white salt, they suddenly stopped the supply of white salt. It was really unbearable, so some tribes came up with the idea of looking for Han people. The tribe wanted to trade some white salt back with the Han tribe again. But this thing is simple to say, but it is really difficult to do it. The biggest problem is that we don't know the specific location of the Han tribe's residence. Each tribe has its own territory, or sphere of influence, and their living area is also very limited. If there is nothing to do, they will basically not travel far away. Even large gatherings like the Spring Festival are for the tribe. The reproduction will only be held once a year. But they are not without communication. Just like the relationship between the Han tribe and the Black Rat tribe, the Li tribe, and the Bian tribe, there will also be communication and intersection between 2 or 3 adjacent tribes in other places. Therefore, tribes like this that want to find Han tribes naturally want to invite a few more neighbors to go with them. After all, the journey is long, and the number of people a tribe can send is limited after all. If they can have a few more acquaintances traveling with them, it will also safer as not. The first to take action was the Cha tribe located in the northwest of Qingshu Valley. The Cha tribe has a population of about 400 people. They make a living by fishing. The food source is relatively stable and sufficient, so the population is also large, but it is also because of its large population, the Cha tribe consumes white salt much faster than other tribes. There is not much white salt left that was traded at the Spring Festival. Now, in the entire Cha tribe, only those important laborers can get a little bit of white salt every 2 days, barely able to taste the salty taste in their mouths, but even if it is in this way, the reserves of white salt still could not last long, so Cha leader Jian proposed the idea of looking for the Han tribe. However, the elders of the Cha tribe suggested that they contact their neighbors and send people to search together. This way, there would be more people on the road and it would be safer. After hearing what the elder said, Cha leader Jian felt that it made sense, so he immediately took people to the Bear tribe, which was 2 days away from them. Unlike the Cha tribe, which lives close to the water, the Bear tribe lives in the mountains and is a tribe that makes a living purely by hunting. The tribe is full of brave warriors, even the women, who also play a big role in daily hunting. Effect. On this day, the bear leader Hanjing was hunting in the mountains with 3 hunting groups from his tribe, but unexpectedly encountered the Cha tribe who came to seek partners. "Hey, isn't this the leader of the Cha tribe? Why did you bring people to us today? But let's make a deal first. If you want to exchange white salt with us, then don't mention it. The population of our bear tribe is not as large as yours, but hunting every day is a heavy job for us, and we consume a lot of white salt. There is not much left now, so if you came here for this matter, you might as well go back early. Our bear tribe will not change." Leader Xiong Jian saw that the people were their neighbors, the Cha tribe, and refused them before they could speak. He knew how many people there were in the Cha tribe, and Leader Jian had always wanted the white salt in their hands. On the way back from the spring festival, Leader Cha once offered to exchange some white salt with the bear tribe, but the bear tribe also valued white salt and was not willing to exchange it with others. "Haha, you really guessed it right. We are here today just for the white salt. Hey, don't be impatient and listen to me. I know that the amount of white salt your tribe got in exchange is also limited. Even if you exchange it for me, it won't be enough for our tribe to eat for a long time, so I plan to get some more white salt. The purpose of coming here is to ask you Xiong the tribe wants it or not." As soon as Cha leader Jian said something, Xiong Han was about to interrupt, so Jian immediately waved his hand and told his purpose. "Get some white salt? Do you know where I can get white salt?" Xiong Han asked in surprise. "Well, besides the Han tribe, are there other tribes?" "How do I know this? If I knew, I would have sent someone to get it a long time ago." "Aren't you talking nonsense?" "Huh? Wait a minute, you mean you want to go to the Han tribe to exchange for white salt? So, do you know where the Han tribe is?" Xiong Han reacted immediately. Jian shook his head. "I only know in which direction the Han tribe is, but I don't know the specific location, so I plan to send a few people to look for it in case they are found." "How about, why don't you send a few people to go together, so that there are many people on the road, and everyone can look after each other? I don't know how far this journey is, and the more people there are, the more likely it is to succeed. What do you think?" Hearing Jian's idea, Xiong Han immediately started thinking and sent people to search for the Han tribe. This was indeed a way, and if his own tribe could participate, it would also be the best result. If the Cha tribe were to find it themselves, he would not give himself the white salt in exchange, so Xiong Humphrey made a decision right away. "Do you really know which direction the Han tribe is?" Xiong Han asked, uneasy. "I don't know how to get from here, but I know how to get from Remengshui Valley. When I came back, I saw which direction the Han tribe was walking from. As long as our people arrive at Remengshui Valley first and then search in that direction, I think that the Han tribe took hundreds of people with them, and they will definitely leave traces along the way. When the time comes, we will be able to find that person by searching along the road." Han tribe. It may take a little longer. It may take 1 or 2 months to come back. It's definitely not safe if there are too few people on the road. But if we each send people there, we definitely won't be able to send too many people, so I just came to ask you, do you want to send someone to look for it with us? Cha leader Jian explained to Xiong Han. "Well, what you said makes sense. As long as you can determine the direction of the Han tribe, it's no problem for me to send a few people there. But you know that our bear tribe doesn't have as many people as you, so we definitely won't be able to send a few. Also, if we ask the Han tribe to exchange for salt, what should we use in exchange? Then we really can't afford many people." Xiong Han first agreed to Jian's proposal, and then expressed his worries. If the Han tribe wanted to use people to replace them, they really wouldn't be able to afford it. "I've thought about the problem you mentioned. I think it's unlikely. The Han tribe used white salt to exchange for population. I think there may not be many people in their tribe, so they used this method to quickly absorb a group of people. strengthen your tribe's strength. But during the spring festival, they brought more than 500 people back, which should be enough to meet their needs. After all, too many people is not a good thing, and it is difficult to feed so many people, so I think people will no longer be traded. As for how many people to send, I think I will send 15 people this time, 10 warriors and 5 girls, wearing some animal skins in exchange. If the Han tribe still trades with people, then I will exchange 5 people first, the rest will be figured out later. It would be better if they agreed to exchange the animal skins, right? Cha leader Jian said speculatively. Well, it's really possible. Let's not talk about how many people there are in the Han tribe. Just how to feed the ones they replaced from the spring festival is a problem. With so many people, how much food do they need to eat? But then again, we really can't afford to trade with them for white salt. If we go this time, I can only send 10 soldiers and bring some animal skins to exchange. If they really don't trade, we will come back and think of a solution. Xionghan finally made a decision. Well, if you send 10 people, then we will have 25 people in total, and the road will definitely be safer. As for whether the Han tribe is willing to exchange animal skins, we will discuss it when we come back. The most urgent task is to find the location of the Han tribe first. Otherwise, even if they are willing to exchange, it will be in vain if we can't find the place. Xionghan nodded frequently after hearing Jian's words, but when he thought of Jian's purpose, he was immediately inspired. Since the Cha tribe could come to him for help, he could also find other neighbors to help. So, after a short communication, the two decided to recruit more tribes to go search for the Han tribe. The next day, the two leaders carefully selected 25 people to carry out the task, and continued to recruit other tribes along the way. This Han hunting team composed of 2 tribes set off quickly, and among them were several old hunters from the bear tribe. They were good at observing the traces left by their prey to track the prey. This skill is also very useful in this journey to find the Han tribe. Since they do not know the specific location of the Han tribe, only these people can find the traces left by the Han tribe. The day after the Han seeking team set out, they met another nearby tribe. After they explained their purpose and plan, this tribe also decided to send 10 people on the road together. The team of the Han seeking team also changed from the previous ones. 25 people increased to 35 people, and the number is still increasing. The team headed all the way to Rumengshui Valley, and new tribes kept sending people to join along the way. By the time they reached Rumengshui Valley, the team had increased to 7 tribes, and the number of people reached 85. After discussion, each team leader decided to rest here for a day in Rumengshui Valley, and sent a small number of people to find more tribes around Rumengshui Valley who were willing to go with them. After a day's rest, on the morning when they set off again, 5 more tribes, totaling 40 people, arrived one after another. Now the number of the entire Han-seeking team exceeded 100. Moreover, these tribes were all tribes that had participated in this year's spring meeting, and many people also knew the direction in which the Han tribe was leading. Finally, everyone compared their understanding of each other and quickly figured out the specific direction. More than 100 in this way, the team set foot on the northeast of Rumengshui Valley, and found traces on the road that day. Those were the marks left by the people of the Fire tribe along the road. Later, when Luo Chong sent people to attack the Fire tribe, they also followed these marks to find them. Therefore, the marks were never destroyed, so it happened to be advantageous for the searchers. The ranks of the tribe. The team walked and stopped along the marks. Sometimes when the marks were unclear, they had to spend a lot of energy to find them, and they also had to hunt along the way to ensure their own food sources. After marching like this for a few more days, the Han-seeking team suddenly encountered a tribe, the Snake tribe, which was 2 or 3 days away from the Han tribe. The Snake tribe's hunting team met these people while hunting. At first they were frightened, thinking that some big tribe had sent them to attack them. However, it turned out that the leader of the snake tribe's hunting team happened to have participated in this year's spring meeting. I recognized a few familiar faces in this group. "Oh, you guys are not from the same tribe, right? What are you going to do?" asked the leader of the snake tribe. "Oh, it turns out to be the snake tribe. We were planning to go find the Han tribe together, to exchange for some white salt. However, we didn't know the specific location of the Han tribe, so we formed a team to find it together. By the way, your snake tribe is also in this direction. It should not be far from the Han tribe. Do you know how to get there from the Han tribe?" asked the leader of the Zhongcha tribe. "It turns out we were going to the Han tribe. I really don't know where they live, and our snake tribe has never had any contact with them. But I know that the relationship between the Bian tribe and the Han tribe should be very good. They should know the location of the Han tribe. I can take you to the Bian tribe. If you ask them then, you should be able to find it," said the snake tribe leader. The leaders of the tribes were very happy after hearing the words of the leader of the snake tribe. They were getting closer and closer to the Han tribe. As long as they did not encounter any danger in the future, this mission would be a sure thing. This time, a snake tribe was added to the team of more than 100 people, and the snake tribe led the team towards the next stop, the residence of the Wen tribe. However, when they walked for a day and arrived at the Wen tribe, everyone was surprised. Suddenly I was stunned. "Is this a tribe?" The two sides met in the woods. When they met, the hunting team of the tribe was pulling a big net, waiting for another team to drive the prey into the encirclement. However, at this time, the other team of their own tribe did not wait. But a large group of strangers arrived, and these people seemed a bit familiar. "Is this the territory of the tribe? Are you the tribe's people?" The first person to speak was the leader sent by the snake tribe to trade. According to the previous situation, he would not have asked this question, because the snake tribe and the Bian tribe were only a day's journey apart, and the two sides had a lot of contacts, so they were relatively familiar with each other. However, the images of these men in front of him suddenly became so unfamiliar. And it's so familiar, because all the men in these tribes have their hair tied up. "Who are you, and what do you want to do? What do you want from the tribe? Huh? Aren't you from the snake tribe in the south?" The warrior who organized the tribe looked at the more than 100 people in front of him, and his heart was full of vigilance, but he suddenly recognized that the man in front of him who was questioning him was actually from the snake tribe next door, and the two sides often hunted. "When we meet each other, we feel very familiar." "Yes, I am from the snake tribe. Don't worry. These are the tribes that participated in the Spring Festival this year. They came together to do business with the Han tribe. However, if I remember the road correctly, this should be the territory of the tribe." "Why do you guys have your hair tied up?" asked the snake tribe leader. "Well, this is the territory of the tribe. I am also a tribe member, but our tribe has joined the Han tribe as a whole." "You said you want to make a deal with the Han tribe. What kind of deal?" the tribe warrior asked. "Ah? Your entire tribe has joined the Han tribe?" The leader of the snake tribe was shocked by the news. "When did this happen? How come the snake tribe didn't know about it at all?" "Well, we are all from the Han tribe now. Although we haven't moved there yet, we will be able to go there soon. I heard that the headquarters tribe is building a house for us. By the way, don't you want to make a deal with the Han tribe?" "What is the deal?" "Let me first find out if there is anything over there. If there is something you want, I can go and ask for it for you," the warrior who organized the tribe said quite proudly. "Ah? Oh, we just want to go to the Han tribe to exchange for some white salt. Everyone has almost eaten the white salt traded at the Spring Festival, so we want to go to the Han tribe to exchange for some more." "The white salt from your Han tribe, is there any salt left?" the snake tribe leader asked after coming back to his senses. "White salt, there is really no shortage of this. I know there is a lot of it in the headquarters. As much as we are short of here, the headquarters will send us as much as we need. But I don't know if the leader will give it to you in exchange, but let me ask for you. The warrior who organized the tribe replied. The Han tribe also gave you white salt. Oh, that's right. Now you are a tribe. Since the Han tribe must have it, can you take us to the Han tribe? We don't have many people to exchange for white salt this time. We want to exchange for some other things. I don't know if the leader of the Han tribe will agree, so we want to ask the leader of the Han tribe directly. The leader of the Cha tribe also stood up and asked. So that's it, but you'd better wait for me to ask first if the Han tribe is willing to let you go. They have made many traps to catch wild beasts on the mountain in front. If no one takes you there, someone will definitely die, the tribal warrior warned. Are there many traps? Well, then you should ask first and see if the leader of the Han tribe will let us go. Hearing that the Han tribe had actually set up many traps, the leader of the bear tribe said helplessly that he did not want to fall into a pit with wild boars and tigers and be eaten by them. The warrior who compiled the tribe quickly went back to report the news. He first ran back and told Chong about the matter. Chong couldn't decide. It was better to leave such a matter to Luo Chong, so Chong asked the warrior to run away again. Go to the hunting patrol of the Han tribe and ask them to send the news to Luo Chong. The tribe alliance teams who came to trade white salt were invited by Chong to the tribe's residence to wait temporarily. A group of people were taken to the residence. They passed by the Ma field that occupied an entire hillside and felt how majestic it was. When they reached the top of the mountain and arrived at the residence of the tribe, another scene shocked them. I saw that in the settlement of the weaving tribe, women were pulling rolls of burlap to make sacks. They were also wearing clothes and skirts made of fine, thin linen. Each woman was wrapped tightly, and they should not no matter what is exposed, it is not exposed. Because the weaving tribe obtained looms from the Han tribe, things like being able to wear linen cloth all over the body are no longer the exclusive preserve of the leader. Ordinary tribesmen now also have the opportunity to wear linen cloth, although there are still no leaders. More. You are the leader of the weaving tribe? Why did your tribe suddenly join the Han tribe? And why do you have so many linen cloths? And this cloth looks much better than before. How did you do it? The leader of the snake tribe recognized the dress, which was wrapped in linen with only 2 eyes exposed. With this look, no matter where it was placed, it was the one that attracted the most attention. It was difficult not to recognize it. Haha, what you see is the reason why we are willing to join the Han tribe. The leader of the Han tribe is a wise man like a god. Although he has never weaved cloth, he has created tools that make it easier to weave cloth, and it was handed over to us, so we will willingly join the Han tribe. Besides, there are many benefits to joining the Han tribe. Not much else to say. We can't even use up the pottery and white salt given by the Han tribe. The life of the tribe has also improved a lot, and when we encounter enemies, the Han leader will send many soldiers to help us defend. Shang was very happy when he mentioned this. Who is the Han leader? He is his son-in-law. No matter how smart he is, of course the smarter the better. Weaving tools? Does the Han leader still know how to do that? Everyone was surprised by Shang's explanation. Although they had long known that the mysterious Han tribe knew many technologies that other tribes did not know, such as making pottery, making white salt, and ox carts, and other new things, they did not expect that the Han tribe can even do things as troublesome as weaving. Everyone rested for a day in the tribe. The hunting patrol of the Han tribe also met the tribe. While receiving a new bundle of sacks, they also brought back the news that the tribes came to trade white salt, and in the evening, the time told Luo Chong. At dinner time, Luo Chong called several senior executives to have dinner together and discuss the matter together. Chief, I think it's better to continue to replace people with them. Now that we have planted so much rice, I think we are still capable of absorbing another 200 to 300 people this year. Although it may be a little tight, it shouldn't be. What's the problem? Shude expressed his opinion first. However, this statement did not gain support, and two old men, the elder and the rat witch, raised objections. Chief, I think we should not replace people yet. Let's just trade those white salts with them for some animal skins and the like. There are already a lot of new members in our tribe this year. Just raising these people makes everyone very happy. It's busy, and if more people come in, it will take many more days just to build the house. Moreover, we don't have many animal skins stored. Although it is hot now, in winter, our animal skins may not be enough, and some members of the tribe will definitely be frozen by then. The two old men, the elder and the rat witch, talked about their suggestions, but Luo Chong stared blankly at the rice bowl in his hands without any reaction. He was wandering around in a fugue, not knowing what he was thinking. Leader? Leader? Shude stretched out his palm and waved it in front of Luo Chong's eyes. Luo Chong suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the senior executives who were staring closely at him. Chief, what were you thinking just now? Did you hear what we said? Do we still need to exchange our people for those white salts? The elder continued to remind Luo Chong. Oh, I've thought about this problem. We don't need to exchange people for the time being. We do have a lot of people now. Although we still have the ability to absorb them, haste makes waste, and we can't push those tribes too hard. Also, have you discovered anything? It's not surprising that someone came to us to exchange salt this time, but the strange thing is that these people actually formed a team to come here spontaneously. You have to know that if there is one, there are two. Who can guarantee that these tribes will be dissatisfied because we continue to trade people and come back to gather large forces to attack us? It is better to just use white salt to them in exchange for something else. Like as the elder said, we still lack a lot of hides and need to prepare for winter. Luo Chong analyzed several people. After listening to Luo Chong's words, Shude and the two old men felt that it made sense. The Han tribe did have a large population at present. If they continued to replace people with them, they might anger these people, even if they could beat them by then. It is also a trouble for the Han tribe themselves, because fighting takes too long, and the Han tribe grows so much food, it is still nervous to pull everyone up when the farming is busy. After listening to Luo Chong's analysis, several people felt that it made sense and couldn't help but nodded frequently. However, when they turned around, Luo Chong fell into deep thought again. Chief, what are you thinking about? Is there anything else besides this? Shude asked again. Oh, I'm just thinking about something very important. I want to publish the methods and seeds for growing crops, and tell the tribes who come to exchange for salt, so that they can also go back to grow food. Luo Chong slowly told a few people spoken his thoughts. The idea of popularizing crop cultivation was not a whim of Luo Chong. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Some people may say that these tribes are not members of the Han tribe yet. Why should they spread such an important technology of growing food? Isn't this tantamount to cultivating opponents? In fact, otherwise, Luo Chong didn't think so. As a man determined to dominate the mainland, a few small tribes are nothing. Of course you have to take a long-term view. Luo Chong doesn't know how big this world is, and Luo Chong doesn't know how big this continent is. However, if the current development rate is followed, it is estimated that in Luo Chong's lifetime, he may not be able to see the entire continent covered with food. Seen. But there is another way to achieve it, that is to directly publish the methods and seeds of food cultivation, so that farming tribes will bloom all over the continent, instead of waiting for Luo Chong himself to send people to reclaim new land, that is they were exhausted and could not cultivate much land. It would be better to announce it directly and let the tribes reclaim their farmland and plant food first. This would be very beneficial to Luo Chong from an overall perspective. First of all, Luo Chong brought farming technology to the humans living on this land and taught everyone free of charge. This means that everyone on the entire continent will be benefited by Luo Chong and can actively expand the Han tribe's influence in this area. Influence on the continent. After arriving, all humans who grow food must remember that there is a Han tribe in the world, and the Han tribe has a godlike leader who taught countless people to cultivate fields and freed countless humans from the trouble of hunger. Furthermore, after farming technology is widely spread, there will definitely be more and more food, and more people can be fed. Only then will there be a qualitative leap in the number of human beings, and there will be no need to wait for Luo Chong to found a country in his lifetime. Then use policies to encourage childbirth. In this very primitive and backward era, the number of human beings is the primary productive force. Naturally, the more people, the better. Then there is the worry that he will cultivate opponents for himself. Haha, that is simply impossible. What Luo Chong spreads is only the method of growing food, but he himself has mastered black technology, such as metallurgy. He has armor on his body and a long sword. In hand, he was facing a group of farmers who had just learned how to farm. Who was qualified to be Luo Chong's opponent and the big man's opponent? Even if they were taught how to farm, it would be nothing more than reclaiming the wasteland for the Han tribe, which would save a waste of time and have to wait for Luo Chong to send people to reclaim the entire continent. Chief, why? Wouldn't it be better for us to farm our own land? Why do we need to teach other tribes to grow food? The rat boss, the elders, and the rat wizard asked in unison. They did not understand Luo Chong's decision and believed that the Han tribe should master such survival skills alone. But when they heard Luo Chong's explanation, the three of them were stunned. All over the world, wherever food is grown, the Han tribe is known, and the leader of the Han tribe is known. All over the world, wherever food is grown, it will be the territory of the Han tribe. The Han tribe will be as big as the world is. This was the first time that Luo Chong had revealed his ambition to conquer the mainland to them. While several senior officials looked confused, they also felt a faint feeling of blood boiling in their hearts. Just imagine, if the Han tribe really achieved such hegemony, how powerful the Han tribe would be at that time. It is exciting to think about it, but this is only what the younger generation like Luo Chong and Shuda want to do. However, the rat wizard and the elders did not want to take the initiative to invade and conquer. They were getting older and felt that they were satisfied if they could lead their people to a better place. They didn't quite agree with Luo Chong's ideas, but Luo Chong also had his own reasons to talk through these two old guys. We have the power to be like gods in the eyes of others. Naturally, we can't just think about ourselves. With the power we have, we should shoulder the responsibility. We may conquer, but that will allow more humans to live the same life as us. On a good day, you can also think of it as helping them. Also, who said that conquest must be fought and killed? We can also use other methods to make the Han tribe stronger. For example, the population we exchanged for through trade, they all joined the Han tribe voluntarily. Who nor did they force them? Luo Chong said to the two old men. What does the leader mean, is that we buy back all the tribes on this land and turn them into the population of our Han tribe. Rat Witch asked his understanding. That's right, that's wrong. We can use culture to influence them, but this is more troublesome and it's not something that can be accomplished overnight. So I plan to set up a market in the Han tribe to spread our culture in the form of commodities, such as engraving characters on our pottery, printing the totems and Chinese characters of the Han tribe on our cloth, and marking all our tools with Han characters. The brand of the tribe makes the tribes who buy our things remember us deeply, and the Han tribe is deeply engraved in their minds. In this way, all humans who use our things will realize the power of the Han tribe, and will slowly recognize us and recognize our status. At this time, if we give them another opportunity to join the Han tribe, say maybe they will take the initiative to join the Han tribe. Luo Chong explained to them the concept of cultural invasion from modern society. Just like modern children who are popular with Korean stars and Japanese comics, they have brainwashed a large number of people without knowing it. This is what Luo Chong wants to do, let Chinese culture leave a strong mark on this blank white paper. The two old men had a slight understanding, but they still didn't quite understand. After all, they themselves had no culture. How could they deeply understand the horror of this kind of cultural invasion? However, since the leader decided to do it, they couldn't stop it, so they supported it. As long as the leader continues to do it, it will be beneficial to the Han tribe anyway. In this way, the matter was settled. Luo Chong replied to the hunting patrol soldiers who reported the news, asking them to bring the group of people over tomorrow, and he would tell them about the matter in person. Just after noon the next day, the news was sent to the tribe. The soldiers of the hunting patrol conveyed Luo Chong's reply, agreeing to trade with them again, and said that there was no need to exchange people. In addition, the Han tribe would also teach them. You can learn the same method of obtaining food if you want to. This news surprised the tribesmen. Generally, each tribe has its own survival skills that are not passed on to others, especially the skills of obtaining food. The Han tribe is actually willing to teach their skills to everyone. This is something they never expected. Yes, but this does not hinder their joy. This is a good thing that falls from the sky. The group of people instantly became interested and followed the soldiers from the patrol to the Han tribe. They thought that this time they would not only be able to successfully complete the task assigned by their leader, but they would also be able to bring back a new source of food. The tribe improves its status, receives rewards from the leader, and may even get an additional spouse or something. After a day of formation, the tribal alliance team arrived at the Han tribe. It was exactly noon when they arrived at the Han tribe. At this time, the Han tribe was also preparing for one thing, which was to harvest peanuts. It was already the second month of summer. After more than 4 months of growth, it is time for peanuts to be harvested. The new rice has just been planted, and now it's time to use peanuts to show these people the fruits of planting. More than 100 people were taken directly to the main road east of the city. There were paddy fields covered with shallow water on both sides. On the other side near the river, there was a large peanut field that was about to be harvested. There were still people in those paddy fields. I have been transplanting rice seedlings for several days, but it is still a lot of work to finish planting nearly 1,000 acres of rice fields. One by one, the tribesmen were bent over, holding handfuls of seedlings in their hands, planting them in the paddy fields one by one, leaving more than 100 people standing on the road confused. What are they doing? They are not hunting or gathering food. Why are they inserting grass into the water so neatly? A member of the Cha tribe asked his companions. You ask me, how do I know? I'm still wondering why they brought us here and why they didn't exchange us for white salt. The companion who was asked couldn't understand what was going on. The sound of discussion permeated the team of more than 100 people. Some were complaining, some were curious, and some were observing carefully. At this moment, a burst of clapping came over, attracting everyone's attention. All attracted. Everyone, be quiet, and listen to me. Luo Chong, who was wearing a bronze crown, and 2 old men came over with a dozen young people. These dozen young people were bought from various tribes at the spring festival. Luo Chong now hired them to serve as temporary translate. When everyone saw the man wearing a bronze crown appearing, they all became quiet and stared at the young leader. Most of them were people who had participated in this year's spring meeting. They had also met Luo Chong and had an impression of his appearance. It was quite deep and he recognized him at a glance as the leader of the Han tribe. I know you are all here to exchange for white salt. The Han tribe has enough white salt for you to exchange for. You don't have to worry. Someone will naturally take you to exchange for white salt in a while. You must be wondering why you were brought here, what our Han tribe members were doing there, why they did not go hunting or gathering edible things, but planted grass here. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he looked at their reactions and translated for the dozen or so people behind him. As soon as these words were said, the more than 100 people started talking again, speculating about what the Han tribe was doing. They were really curious. When Luo Chong saw the people behind him conveying his words, he pressed his hands to them, and everyone became quiet again. Some people may have guessed, yes, they are actually getting food by doing this. We plant edible plants, and when these plants grow up, they will produce fruits that we can eat, which is food. As soon as Luo Chong finished speaking, the more than 100 people exploded and started discussing. Is this also a way to get food? Is there such an operation besides hunting and gathering? If food can be obtained in this way, then it is not just about eating as much as they want, but just planting as much as they want. Wouldn't they never go hungry again? Is this how the Han tribe wants to teach them how to obtain food? Maybe you think this is incredible, and you don't really believe this kind of thing, so I asked you to come here and see it for yourself. Then someone will take you to see the peanuts grown by our Han tribe, which are also edible. You will understand when you see it with your own eyes. After Luo Chong said this, he took them to the peanut field. At this time, the leaves of the peanuts had turned yellow and turned into yellow-green. The lower half of the leaves close to the ground had fallen off. It was harvest time. The tribesmen who were preparing to harvest peanuts stood in a row and walked along the ridges of the peanut field. As they walked, they uprooted the peanuts. Strings of nuts were pulled out of the soil, and then placed on the ridges to dry. Wait for 2 days to dry before being shelled in the square, or continue to dry with the shells until the peanuts are dry. The more than 100 people, led by their respective translators, followed the harvest team and looked at the fruits they pulled out of the soil. Some people also picked up fresh peanuts that had just been pulled out from the ground and peeled them open. Then tasted it. Then I started asking my translator how this thing called peanut is grown, how long it takes to harvest, how many fruits can be produced at one time, how many people can eat it, etc. The dozen or so translators also explained how to grow peanuts and how long it would take to grow them. As for how many fruits they could harvest and how many people they could eat, they didn't know. This was also the first time for the Han tribe to grow peanuts. Except for the Black Rat tribe, even the Han tribe's own tribe had never eaten this food before. And I heard from the leader that peanuts are not a staple food, but they can be eaten, so the Han tribe does not grow much. Now they mainly grow rice. That is the staple food of the Han tribe. Rice can produce rice, and rice is delicious. It is also filling and is the favorite food of the Han tribe. Rice? Rice? Is that the grass stuck in the water? Asked a member of the Pearl tribe. Yes, that is rice. It has just grown a few leaves now. When they grow up fully and can grow taller than a human being, there will be a lot of rice on them. Then the rice will be dried in the sun. The rice is edible after it has been peeled off. The rice is very hard and needs to be cooked in a pot before it can be eaten. The translator who also came from the Zhu tribe introduced it to him. How long does it take for this rice to grow? Does it produce as many seeds as peanuts? Rice grows very quickly. It only takes 3 months from sowing to growing seedlings, to transplanting, and finally harvesting. It can be harvested in about 100 days at most, and there is a lot of rice. As you can see as long as one rice knot is enough for one person to eat a full meal. Moreover, rice can be harvested at least twice a year. Our Han tribe has already harvested rice once this year, and now we are planting it for the second time. It will be harvested in the first month of autumn, enough to feed us all throughout the winter. The translator continued. You can have a full meal with just that one piece of grass? Can you plant it twice a year? Oh my God, how much have you planted? You can't even finish it. If you store it, will it go bad? Food, it's very difficult to store them, the Pearl tribeman said in surprise. That's not the case. Our leader said that as long as the rice is dried in the sun, put it in a bag, and then put it in a waterproof house, it can be stored for several years without going bad. It is the easiest to store. We should eat more food and save it for storage. If something unexpected happens, our Han tribe will have food to eat so that we will not starve. The translator continued to explain. Oh my God, it's great to have food that can be stored for several years. I just don't know how it tastes. Is it difficult to grow it? It is indeed not easy to grow rice. Rice must be planted in paddy fields and requires a lot of water, so we must find ways to divert water. It is best to be close to the river, so as to ensure sufficient water supply. Our Han tribe grows rice manually. The dug diversion rivers and ditches are all used to divert water. But you don't have to go to that trouble. Your tribe doesn't have many people, and you can't eat much rice. You don't need to plant much. Just find a place near a water source and cultivate dozens of acres of land. Explained the translator. After hearing the explanation, these people all nodded. It is a bit difficult, but it is not impossible. It is just tiring and harder. I need to work more and dig a few ditches. But even so, it is better than risking it. It would be much better to go hunting and gathering if it is dangerous. And the most important thing is stability. Is hunting every day guaranteed to catch prey? This is not necessarily the case. Failure to catch prey means starvation. A life of hunger and fullness, eating one meal, but not the next. A true portrayal of their lives. Thinking of this, most people have decided to bring back planting technology to solve the food source problem of their respective tribes. At the end of the visit, Luo Chong asked Shuda to exchange white salt for them. The Han tribe also harvested some animal skins. When it was time to eat in the evening, the Han tribe used today's newly harvested peanuts and cooked them with rice to make light red porridge to entertain them. Let these people also taste the taste of rice and peanuts. The people of the Han tribe also ate peanut and rice porridge today, as well as fish and meat. Some 2 or 3-year-old children were waiting with their mouths open, waiting for their mothers to feed them porridge. Everyone in the tribe liked this way of eating. Is this the fruit grown from rice and flowers? It turned out to be boiled with water. It tastes really delicious. It tastes so good. Why didn't I give it to the Han tribe in the first place? I really regret it. You are so lucky to be transferred to the Han tribe. You can eat such delicious food every day without going hungry. A member of the Wen tribe said to his own tribe, who sold it to the Han tribe at the spring festival. Hey, of course, I am living a good life in the Han tribe now. Although I have to do a lot of work every day, I will not starve, and we will soon be able to wear clothes made of linen. I heard from the tribe, the people said that the tribe whose leader is a woman will also join our Han tribe and will be responsible for weaving in the future. These people from various tribes who had reunited after a long absence were all talking about their recent experiences and discussing the good life of the Han tribe. At this moment, Luo Chong came out and slapped them again. Everyone looked at Luo Chong. I knew he had something to say again. Friends from various tribes, I know that you all need white salt and other things from the Han tribe. We, the Han tribe, are also willing to exchange with you. Therefore, in order to facilitate transactions between us, I decided to set up a collection here in the Han tribe city. This market is a gathering specifically used to complete various transactions. Because everyone is far away, our market is held once a month. The location is in our Han tribe. After the ring moon appears every month, there is a market for 7 days. At this time, everyone can bring the special products of their own tribe. As long as they are owned by themselves and needed by other tribes, they can be traded here. Moreover, everyone trades with each other, not only with the Han tribe. Also, please go back and tell your leader that if you want to exchange things with our Han tribe in the future, you can exchange things that we don't have, such as live animals, edible plants, medicinal herbs that can cure diseases, and weird things. Get the stones here and exchange them for whatever you want as long as we need them. The trading teams of the tribes were very happy after hearing Luo Chong's words. They now knew the way to the Han tribe, and Luo Chong also said that he would set up some kind of market. It would be held once at the beginning of every month, and it would last for 7 days. Let their tribes that are far away also have the opportunity to come to the Han tribe to do business. In addition, Luo Chong promised that they could trade without people, which gave them the conditions to purchase goods in the long term. After all, no one could stand it if people kept being exchanged for things. In addition, if you want to learn to farm, our Han tribe can provide seeds for free, but you need to exchange for farm tools. If your residence is close to a water source, you can choose to plant rice. If you are far away from a water source, you can also plant peanuts. Peanuts do not require that much water. You can choose according to the conditions of your respective tribes. What's more, it's only the beginning of the second month of summer, and there are still a lot of hot days. Whether it's rice or peanuts, you can plant them once this year, but you have to do it right after you go back. Also, you don't have to worry that you don't know how to plant. If you encounter problems, you can come to the Han tribe for advice at the monthly market. Our Han tribe is very willing to help everyone and solve the problem of not having enough food as soon as possible. After talking about the market, Luo Chong publicized the planting issues to them and proposed ways to solve their worries about farming. Only in this way can farming be popularized quickly and the farmland area on this land be increased rapidly. Come, Luo Chong's goal will be achieved. The trading teams of all the tribes were very happy. The Han tribe could get free seeds here. If you didn't know how to farm, you could come and ask. Farm tools could also be traded here. It wasn't great. Everyone stood up and saluted Luo Chong to express their respect for the Han tribe. Of thanks. The next day, the trading teams of each tribe received seeds from the Han tribe. Each tribe had 1 pound of rice, which was for them to take back to the senior leaders of their tribe to taste, and then received rice seeds according to the number of people in each tribe. 10 kilograms of rice seeds were distributed to every 100 people. A tribe with 400 people like the Cha tribe received 40 kilograms. A dozen tribes together only distributed about a few hundred kilograms. This amount was not enough for the Han tribe. It doesn't matter, after all, the Han tribe's second season rice production has expanded to nearly 1,000 acres, and these few hundred kilograms are only the output of 1 acre of land. Peanuts have just been harvested, but some have been sent out, but they have to dry them before they can use them. Most tribes have chosen rice. Although rice cultivation is more difficult, rice has a shorter growth cycle and a higher yield than peanuts. And durable in storage. In addition, each tribe was also issued 3 farm tools, a long-handled hoe, a human-powered plow, and a rake for leveling the ground. Sickles are not given yet. Anyway, they have not been planted yet. They will wait until their rice matures. It will be a few months later. During this period, they can still go to the market to buy the farm tools they need. Of course, each tribe was only given 1 or 2 such bronze farming tools, and they were allowed to take them back and imitate them. They could make their own farming tools from stone tools. If they wanted metal farming tools, that was fine, but they had to bring something. On the other hand, the Han tribe did not send everything away. Each tribe took their things and immediately headed back. This time, the mission of finding the Han tribe was successfully completed, and they gained a lot. They must go back quickly to send back this news that can change the fate of each tribe. The evolution from hunting and gathering to farming is indeed a turning point in fate, which is of great significance to every tribe. After the trading teams of the tribes left, in the afternoon of the same day, another ship of iron ore was delivered from the Salt Lake mining area. In half a month of transportation, this was already the 7th trip. Each full-load transportation can carry about 10 tons. The Han tribes, the iron ore reserves, are nearly 100 tons. If the steel is refined, it will weigh dozens of tons, which is enough for the Han tribe to use for a long time. Luo Chong immediately told the 4 soldiers escorting the ship that if they go back this time and bring another ship back, the people in the iron ore area can evacuate. He asked them to join the Yofu team and send the horses back as soon as possible. We will stop our activities in the north this year. The 4 soldiers who operated the ship also returned with Luo Chong's orders. The long-term transportation work also made them feel tired. Now that they can go home, they are very happy. In the days that followed, Luo Chong also urged the Han tribe to build water conservancy mills, and Yofu also made significant achievements. After half a month, they had built a 1-kilometer-long, simple Juma isolation zone. The entire valley entrance was sealed. The isolation belts are all built with wooden piles, and the gaps are very large. They can only block large animals such as horses. Other small animals cannot be blocked, but there is no need to block them. They are just to catch those wild horses. A few days later, Dali and Shui from the iron mining area brought a group of warriors and slaves to join Yufu and Yingrue. Also following were about 200 members of the Eagle tribe and dozens of giants. After hundreds of people gathered together, Eagle began to implement the final capture plan. A large number of manpower was placed on both sides of the valley entrance. A dozen cavalrymen and dozens of giant eagles began to drive more than 300 wild horses towards the valley. The entire drive took 3 days to complete. The crowd rushed around the valley. On the 4th day, the driving team increased to 200 people. Everyone held torches and shouted loudly to drive the horses into the valley. The frightened horses, surrounded by pursuers, had no choice but to flee into the valley. However, when they rushed into the valley, they suddenly found that the road in front was blocked, with people blocking them in front and pursuers behind them. The horses, which had become trapped beasts, decided to face the enemy head-on and break out of the encirclement. But when they completed their U-turn, the interception team led by Dali and Shiwatu had already blocked the exit of the valley. Yofu arranged an interception in advance at the narrowest place at the exit of the valley. The width of that place was only more than 400 meters. Shiwatu led the people and placed 4 deep bull cars used for pulling or horizontally in the 400-meter passage, blocking the exit of the passage. Divided into 5. Then Dali sent dozens of people behind each bullock cart and pulled up 3 stumbling ropes between the 5 passages, each higher than the last. The areas beyond were blocked by wooden stakes and ropes. As long as the wild horses run into this encirclement, no one can escape at all. The first charge of the horses began. More than 300 horses galloped with their hooves, but there was no smoke and there was still a lot of grass on the ground. When they rushed to the position of the horse rope, they jumped one after another, but most of them failed to rush forward and were stopped by the first rope and fell to the ground one after another. The tribesmen who pulled up the first trip rope were also dragged down by the powerful impact, but their task was completed, because there were second, third, and a complete encirclement pulled up by ropes. Most of the wild horses in the front row fell down at the first interception, but they had no chance to stand up at all, because the same kind of horses behind were also rushing over one after another. The horses that fell in the first row just wanted to stand up, and the horses behind them suddenly fell down. Others of the same kind passed over them, then collided and fell together. Some of the wild horses that were lucky enough to get over the first obstacle fell down in the second interception. Even in the third interception, even if a few broke through the 3 layers of obstacles, there was still a circle of ropes and wooden stakes outside, and a web of burning flames. The horses stumbled one after another. Yofu and Ingrue, who had been ambushing on both sides of the valley for a long time, quickly rushed up with their men and started to tie up the fallen wild horses with ropes. Some tied their legs directly. As long as they tied 2 legs, they would be dead. There was no way to stand up, and some horses had already climbed up. Yufu asked people to put a rope around the horse's neck. After a lot of troubles, most of the wild horses in the encirclement have been controlled. Only a few dozen lone horses are still running around in the valley. Yofu starts to have a dozen deer cavalry to encircle and suppress them separately, and use rope rings to trap these wild horses. Stragglers were also captured and brought back. In the evening, the roundup operation ended. The Han tribe captured a total of 329 wild zebras of various sizes. Some of them were slightly injured, but it did not affect their future work. It was a huge harvest. 6 of the tribesmen and slaves involved in the arrest were injured. 2 of them were seriously injured. The one with a broken arm and calf was kicked by a horse, and the one with a broken calf was dragged down after tripping on a horse rope and being rushed down by a group of horses. And then his calf was trampled by a leaping horse from behind in the chaos. He was an unlucky guy. The injured people were put on the bullock cart, and Shuetu took several cavalry to escort them personally and rushed back to the tribe as soon as possible. The other large troops wanted to escort the horses back. They divided the horses into several teams, tied them into a bunch with ropes, and put them all around their necks. The way back was also the road from the valley to the mountains behind the Han tribe. This road is full of woods and mountains. The horses cannot run fast at all, and they are tied up in a bunch. Even if they run, they will be caught in the trees on the road. Unless they can escape in a single column, but this is simply impossible. A group of wild horses, how is it possible to queue up such a skill? 3 days later, Shuetu sent the wounded back to the Han tribe and reported that 329 wild horses had been successfully captured. The Han tribe celebrated together. The effect of more than 300 beasts was still great in a Han tribe with a population of less than 3,000. It can greatly solve the problem of shortage of manpower. Although zebras have a fierce temperament, are not easy to tame, and are not suitable for riding, it is not a big problem to harness them to pull carts. They can also be used to pull plows to cultivate fields. This will continue to expand the farmland area of the Han tribe and bring benefits to the Han tribe. The benefits are very great. Luo Chong was very happy and personally treated the injuries of the 2 seriously injured people. For injuries such as fractures, Luo Chong had also learned field medical subjects, so it was not a big problem. Because it is either an open fracture, or the kind where the broken bone pierces the flesh, they have not caused any trauma, so it is relatively easy to treat. However, after 3 days, the broken bone side has become swollen, so an incision needs to be made to bleed first. Drain out the blood stasis, then reset the broken bone, apply a splint, and wrap it in a plaster. After eating some sisal leaf pulp and rami leaves to stop bleeding and reduce inflammation, they can only rely on themselves to recover from the rest. The other 4 minor injuries are not big problems. They are all traumatic injuries. As long as you are careful not to get infected, you will recover quickly. The 6 injured people, except for 1 slave, the other 5 tribesmen all received rewards, which were the same copper buttons as before. They were used to decorate the hairbands. Wearing them on the head can show one's merits and will win over the tribesmen. Respect. There is no specific reward yet. Although the Han tribe is now divided into families, it is still under public ownership. The copper buckle of the reward has a symbolic meaning, similar to the roll of a medal. The Han tribe is celebrating the joy of harvest, and the tribes that have traded with the Han tribe again are also celebrating. The planting concepts and seed farming tools brought back by the trading team have attracted the attention of the senior leaders of each tribe, and the Han tribe will be there every day. The fair held at the beginning of the month also made the tribal leaders very happy. It is a settlement of the Cha tribe with a population of more than 400 people, who mainly rely on fishing for their livelihood. Leader Cha Jian and Elder Cha were tasting fresh food like rice. Although there were no vegetables and they were just eating white rice, the two of them ate it extremely sweetly. "Chief, this rice is really delicious. It tastes fragrant, sweet, and soft. It can be eaten by the elderly and children. It is indeed suitable as a staple food, and it also relieves satiety. I am already full after eating this bowl." The gray-haired elder told Jian what he felt after tasting it. Jian nodded in agreement. This thing called rice is indeed a treasure. What's even more treasured is the Han tribe's planting idea. How did they come up with this way of producing food? With the technology of planting, you don't have to worry about being able to feed your own people. If you don't have food, you just need to plant it yourself. If there are more people, just plant more. No matter how many people there are, you can use this method to feed them. No wonder the Han leader dared to buy so many people at the spring festival. I was worried about him at the time. How could he feed such a large number of people, and how much food would they need? It turned out that he had such a good idea. Yes, what is even more respectable is that the Han leader taught such an important way of survival to so many humans. He was like a god, raising so many people, so that so many people no longer have to worry about food. Elder Cha also lamented Luo Chong's courage and achievements. Such a good person who helped all sentient beings without asking for anything in return was enough to become a godlike existence. If he left it to future generations, it would be normal for him to build a temple and enjoy incense and offerings. Since it is a good thing and it is not particularly difficult, and now that we have brought the seeds and tools back, there is no reason for us not to plant it. In addition, our tribe relies on fishing for a living and is close to a river. There is a large area of bare grassland beside the river, which is very suitable for growing rice. Therefore, we should immediately start to reclaim paddy fields and dig canals. As for the farming tools given by the Han tribe, we must imitate them as soon as possible and make similar tools out of stones and bones. We will try to open up more fields, plant all the rice seeds, and harvest a harvest before this winter. Batch food. Jian immediately made up his mind to engage in rice cultivation and arranged the next work direction. "Chief, there is one more thing you must not forget," Elder Cha reminded Jian. "What happened?" "We can make stones and bones for agricultural tools, but we also need a lot of clay pots. The rice is inedible and can only be used to cook porridge or rice. But no matter what we do, we have to use a pot, but we only have a few pots now, so in the following days, we not only have to grow rice, but also collect more things and go to the Han tribe market to exchange for pottery." The elder reminded. "Oh, yes, look at my brain, I almost forgot such an important thing. Without a pot, we can't eat even if we have rice." After acquiring planting technology and seeds, the Cha tribe immediately decided to start planting rice, and other tribes were no exception. However, not every tribe had a suitable geographical environment like the Cha tribe, so in order to grow crops, they began to look for places like this around their own tribe, even moving for it. Anyone with a brain can see the potential of crop cultivation, a method of obtaining food, which is stability. This is an advantage that hunting and gathering cannot match. Fishing is barely stable, and is slightly easier than hunting. It is dangerous. Also smaller. And those who can become leaders in various tribes are naturally not stupid. Even if the leader does not understand, elders or shamans can still see the value of planting. Therefore, planting crops is imperative, no matter how big they are. Difficulties. Of course, those tribes who moved, because of this, did not move very far. They were still within half a day's journey of the original station. Those places were familiar areas to them. They were not at ease moving to a completely unfamiliar place. In the days that followed, some tribes were moving, some had started farming, and some were digging canals. Because their planting area was much lower than that of the Han tribe, there was no need to directly dig a canal like the Han tribe. Out of the river, there is a small ditch sufficient for irrigation. But there are still some tribes who have begun to search everywhere for the things that the Han tribe wants, such as animal skins, special plants, live animals, strange stones, and healing herbs. They plan to use these things to get the next at the market at the beginning of the month. They exchanged needed supplies with the Han tribes. And Luo Chong is not idle in the Han tribe. He is making products that can be sold, and adding the brand of the Han tribe on all the products. For a copper soldering iron, first use a wooden board to carve Chinese characters, and then press it on a block of refractory clay to make a reverse character tip. In this way, after the soldering iron is heated red, the branded mark will be a positive character. This kind of writing iron can leave Chinese characters on all wooden products. For example, the wooden buckets that will be sold by the Han tribe are branded with the words, made in the Han dynasty, special bucket for water or special bucket for salt. Other products were even more insane. Since the Han tribe had already produced a batch of foot-operated spinning machines and had artificially powered flywheel technology, the carpentry team, under the guidance of Luo Chong, quickly made them using this technology. Also new equipment, a pedal-powered pottery wheel. It is a pottery drawing machine. The wheel is as high as a stool. Below it is a small flywheel and a transmission crankshaft. There is a pedal at the bottom. People sit on the stool to work and step on the drawing machine, and the top can start pulling mud. The pottery craftsmanship of the Han tribe was finally liberated from kneading mud with hands. The invention of the drawing machine made the Han tribe's pottery production not only faster, but also more beautiful. For example, in the past, when a bowl was made by hand, although the workers were very careful, the result was not necessarily round. But now with pottery wheel, with the drawing machine, the bowl can be as round as you want. Of course, making a drawing machine is not the ultimate goal. Luo Chong's goal is to print characters on pottery. The technique of pottery printing, that is, coloring, is actually no different from that of porcelain production. The Han tribe has no shortage of materials. This thing is actually very simple, which is to hang a layer of glaze slurry on the outside of the semi-dried clay embryo. The white porcelain glaze is directly mixed with kaolin and water to make a slightly viscous glaze. Put the glaze in a bucket, then roll the semi-dry mud embryo into the glaze. What comes out is white porcelain. After drying again, it is fired in the kiln, and the finished product is pure white ceramic. The glazes of other colors are also made in this way. Grind the malachite dug from the copper mine into powder and add it to the white glaze to make a green glaze. Grind azurite and red copper ore into powder. Adding white base glaze can also create corresponding colors. Iron oxide crystals can be put in to make a reddish-brown glaze. The bright red mineral pigment has not been found. The Han tribe has not yet discovered cinnabar. With cinnabar, they can also find a way to extract mercury, which is mercury. But there's no use coming now. With these glaze colors, the pottery of the Han tribe immediately changed drastically. A layer of white glaze was hung on the clay embryo. After drying, the words "made by Han" were printed on the bottom of the bowl with red glaze. In order to unify the standard and speed up the production, Luo Chong carved a square seal out of wood, which is the seal of made in the Han dynasty. When working, he directly dipped the wooden seal in the paint and pressed it on it. As for the colorful patterns on the bowl, they are mostly striped patterns. Because it is easy to make, you only need to put the white clay embryo on the drawing machine and spin it, then use a simple brush dipped in colored pigments, and directly paint it on the top. Because the ceramic embryo, due to its own rotation, a circle of colored stripes will be left on the pottery, and it is not easy to paint it. In addition, some Chinese characters will be printed on the outer wall of the bowl, such as good weather, good harvests, multiplication of livestock, God bless the man, happy family, full of children and grandchildren, peace all year round, more than enough every year, and so on. The final product is very unique. The bowl has a white background and a square made by Han printed on the bottom. There are 2 or 4 colored stripes on the wall of the bowl, and the auspicious words of longing for a better life are printed between the stripes. In this way, those who use these bowls will be curious about symbols such as Chinese characters. If they don't understand, it doesn't matter. They can just ask the Han tribe people in the market. And Luo Chong can just use this method to spread Chinese culture, such as family fun, what is home, and what does home consist of. Luo Chong can explain to them the human ethics of husband and wife, parents, children, and these human relationships. For seasons of peace, abundant crops every year, can tell them what the 4 seasons are and what a year is, and teach them the concepts of solar terms and time. Fair weather and abundant grains can tell them the impact of weather on growing crops. From now on, they will eat with such a bowl every day. Every time they see these words, they will think of the explanations Luo Chong said. Over time, the Chinese culture will be deeply engraved in their minds. As for that made by the Han dynasty, purely to improve the status of the Han tribe in their minds, and let them know that the Han tribe is a superior existence. There are a lot of words on this kind of pottery, which doesn't look particularly good-looking, but it doesn't matter, Luo Chong just wanted to put more words on it. Luo Chong also didn't miss other things that could be added with words. Since you have grown food, you must need sacks. It is impossible to use animal skin bags to pack them all. How can there be so many animal skins to make bags? So the sacks are also Luo Chong printed the words. The vegetable dye made from the juice of red grass is printed with words on both sides of the sack. In the middle of one side is Han, and in the middle of the other side is Liang. There are also 8 small characters at the bottom of both sides of the bag. The harvest is plentiful and the warehouse is full of grain, and the other side is fireproof, waterproof, rodent-proof and bird-proof. Currently, pottery, water containers, and sacks are the most in-demand products, the most popular products, and the products they must buy. The price of metal farm tools is definitely not low, and even if they buy it, they won't be able to buy much. However, Luo Chong still stamped it with the word made by the Han dynasty. Things sent out by the Han tribe must bear these 4 words. After a while, the Han tribe's products will be more diverse. Iron pots, iron farm tools, and linen printed with Chinese characters will all appear in the market. Luo Chong's cultural dissemination plan will also go further. In the future, it also allows that Gai Yufu to take these products to farther places to sell them. As for furniture such as tables and chairs, they may not be sold. If you want to use furniture, you must first at least have a house, and the ground must be flat. Another reason for difficulty is that transporting such large items is difficult. It's not convenient to get up. How could they carry a solid wood table for more than 10 days? It would be too tiring. What's more, making furniture is very troublesome in the first place. Luo Chong must have asked for a high price, it's expensive, and it's difficult to transport. They really don't necessarily buy it, and they will buy it just for the leader's use. Just when Luo Chong was doing something special, a large force led by Dali, Yu Fu, and Ing Rui also returned. At this point, except for the big tree that was still mining in Babao Mountain, almost all the strength of the Han tribe had been concentrated on in the settlement area. The Han tribe's construction projects will also continue. After several months of construction, 2 residential areas with a total of 198 residences have been built on the city site. The initial decoration has also been completed. In fact, floor tiles have been laid in the house. The doors and windows have not been installed yet. The walls were not whitewashed either. But it can already be used for living. It's still summer anyway, and the weather is hot. It doesn't have much impact if there are no doors or windows. The walls are not whitewashed, which means the room is just a little darker. Luo Chong immediately ordered the Han tribe to move in the first batch of residents. The estimated population of the two urban areas was 2,000, but that was for 2 or 3 adults and 7 or 8 children. But now the main members of the Han tribe are all Chunhui. I bought a young adult who has just grown up, and they don't have any children yet. So Luo Chong moved the pregnant women and children brought back from the Fire tribe first, plus some young people in groups of 2, and the first batch of residents was 1,800 people. A family has 3 houses and 2 bedrooms, with a young couple living on one side and a pregnant woman with a few children on the other side. This temporary family can also take care of each other. After these pregnant women give birth, the Han tribe has a new house. The housing will be redistributed when the time comes. Anyway, they will have a house to live in the end. After the first batch of residents moved, all the thatched houses they lived in were demolished, and the thatch was made into straw handles to build the roofs of new houses. The removed branches were used as firewood, and nothing was left. All waste was reused. After the strength of the Han tribe shrank, all the more than 200 slaves were sent to build the city wall. Inside the city, their own tribe built houses, and outside the city, slaves built the city wall. Since the city wall is an earth-covered brick structure, if there are bricks, it is even easier to build than a pure rammed earth wall. If it is pure rammed earth, a large number of wooden boards will be needed to make the wall mold. But earth and bricks don't have to be so troublesome. When building, you only need to lay a circle of city bricks around the outside of the wall, then pour soil by the truckload into the brick frame, and then use a tamping hammer made of logs to tamp the soil, which saves a lot of wooden boards. After all, sawing wooden boards is not an easy job now. Making a large number of wooden boards to use as wall molds is more labor-intensive and time-consuming, and it is not as fast as burning bricks with mud. Since the Han tribe did not deprive the slaves of food, they were quite obedient when they worked. It was impossible to run away anyway. Since they were not killed, they still had food to eat. They just needed to work non-stop, but they were tired. It's better than death at all, and the slaves gradually accepted this fact. By the end of the second month of summer, the Han tribe had completed the second quarter of rice planting, peanut planting, lacquer grass planting, pepper planting, cabbage planting, and the large morning glory had also been transplanted to the ground. The fields on the east bank of the creek continue to be cut down. Trees and shrubs are still being cut down. At the current rate, it is estimated that nothing will be planted this year. The only way to reclaim the land and dig ditches for water diversion is to prepare for the expansion of planting next year. Be prepared. In addition, since all the people in the iron mining area have returned, the only small boat of the Han tribe is now responsible for transporting minerals from Babao Mountain. It is faster than the previous land transportation by ox cart. Big trees have also been transported from Babao Mountain. After returning a lot of refractory kaolin and anthill soil, Luo Chong's plan to make refractory bricks began. Because refractory bricks are not needed in large quantities, they are just used to build a few furnaces. Luo Chong just found 10 savages with disabled legs and feet to do the work. The production of refractory bricks is no different from the production of ordinary red bricks, except that the materials are different. That's all. There is no difference in other processes, and there is no difficulty in leaving it to them. The time soon came to the ring month at the end of the second month of summer. The Han tribe had prepared the first batch of goods for sale, including printed pottery, branded buckets, and printed sacks. Luo Chong guarded these goods, waiting for the first customers to arrive at the market. This wait lasted all day. On the first day of March in summer, no tribe came. On the second day, there was still no tribe. Luo Chong began to be a little disappointed, but he still looked as usual and looked confident. "Chief, it's been 2 days. Those tribes have stopped coming. We have prepared so many good things in vain. It's a pity that our tribe has not even used such beautiful pottery. Rat and Lame said to each other. Luo Chong complained. No, they definitely need these things, but as soon as they get the seeds, they will definitely take time to cultivate the fields first. Maybe they don't have time to come here. Besides, even if no one comes to buy it, our Han tribe can still use these things ourselves. What's such a pity? Didn't you say that we haven't used such beautiful pottery yet? Then you should get one for yourself first. Luo Chong speculated to the two of them. Hey, if you want to use it, you have to use it first. But the pottery made this time is really beautiful, especially with the drawing machine that the leader asked to make. It is faster and better than before. The leader is really awesome. How could he come up with such a useful tool? Lizzie was also sighing at the changes in the Han tribe's pottery. That's right, I think the big water wheel that the leader recently made is also very powerful. Although it hasn't been built yet, I saw it during the experiment that day. It can spin in circles by itself without anyone stepping on it. There is no need for oxen or horses to pull it, that thing is even more powerful. Rat also expressed his admiration for Luo Chong. Luo Chong ignored the compliments of these two guys and continued to wait for his customers. On the third day of March in the summer, the customers Luo Chong was looking forward to finally arrived, and there were more people than last time, nearly 1,000 customers. 300 people, more than double the number of people who came last time. This should be more than just the tribes from last time. I saw some of their costumes that I haven't seen before. Shuda guessed Luo Chong as he looked at the caravans of tribes who came to participate in the market. Well, I can see it too. There are many strange costumes. It should be that our planting methods have been spread by them. It seems that these people are all here for our rice. You go tell our soldiers that this strengthened the tribe's vigilance in a few days, Luo Chong said to Shuda. Yes, Chief, I will make arrangements right away. The market is located in the pasture, to the west of the Han tribe city. It is empty and covered with grass. Only some lacquer fields and vegetable fields have been cultivated near the moat. There are no public facilities in this temporary market. After arriving, everyone can just choose a place to set up a street stall. At this time, these trading teams have just arrived, and 2 ox carts have also driven out of the Han tribe's urban area, loaded with goods. Choose the location. More than 20 people moved up and down from the car, and soon they laid out pottery, sacks, buckets, farm tools, and white salt. The people who came to trade also immediately came forward to watch and saw so many exquisite products. They even forgot the fatigue of many days of traveling. Wow, is this pottery? It's different from the ones we saw at the spring festival before. It's so beautiful. If I could have one, I would be reluctant to use it. A person who had seen pottery at the spring festival before exclaimed. Well, yes, they used to be earthy red, but now they are all white and sparkling, and there are beautiful patterns on the outside, huh? What are the paintings on them? They all look similar, but it's not the same if you look closely. The people next to them looked at the white ceramic products and were quickly attracted by the Chinese characters on them. I don't see what the painting is. I'm afraid that the Han tribe made the pottery so beautiful that it would be more expensive than the original one. If we can't afford it, what's the point of looking good, so we can only see it here? Just watching. The man said worriedly at first. Probably not. Didn't you say last time that it can be exchanged without using people? How expensive can it be without using people to exchange? That's right, I just don't know how much we can exchange for the animal skins. I really don't know. Let's ask someone directly. Hey, I saw a brother who was sold to the Han tribe at the spring festival. I'll ask him. While the two were talking, they soon saw a relative who was selling to the Han tribe, and they quickly stepped forward to ask about the price. Datu, is that you? I'm your brother Bangzi. Hee, the Han tribe lets you sell things here. How do you sell your pottery? What we brought this time are all animal skins. Don't make them too expensive. Otherwise, we won't be able to buy much. Bangzi stepped forward and grabbed Datu, who was moving the bucket, and asked him about the price. Oh, brother Bangzi, you are here this time. Our leader said that our tribes are all friends. We also know that it is not easy for other tribes to make stone basins. In addition, our leader has made a new tool. It is now easier to make pottery than before, so we will not make it expensive for everyone and ensure that everyone can afford it. For this kind of white porcelain bowl, you can replace it with a piece of complete rat skin, rabbit skin, or snake skin. For the earthenware pot, you need to use a piece of animal skin as big as a sheep or deer. If it is a bear skin, tiger skin, it can be exchanged for 10 clay pots, and the wolf skin can be exchanged for 5 clay pots. How about it? It's not expensive. Datu introduced according to the price offered by Luo Chong. It's not expensive, but we have a lot of rat skins and rabbit skins. Bear skins and tiger skins are really hard to get. You don't know how many people will die if you kill one of them. But we do have a few wolf skins. Bears and tigers are hard to fight, but don't forget that in the past, 1 clay pot could be exchanged for a strong laborer, and 1 bear skin could be exchanged for 10 clay pots. It's not expensive. Data clapped his fingers. Give it to Bangzi. Yes, but we didn't bring that thing with us this time. Only 6 wolf skins are more expensive, and they should be able to exchange for a lot of pottery. Come on, you can calculate how much we can exchange for them. Stick untied a rolled animal skin roll from his back and took Big Two to settle accounts with him. Other tribal trading teams also found the relatives they sold to the Han tribe, and then inquired about the price and traded the goods. Luo Chong was also at the market stall, personally receiving some of the leaders or witches who came this time. First, he answered their questions about planting, and second, he kept an eye on them to see if they had anything weird. The Han tribe needed it, and at the same time, they also provided a temporary valuation for these things. Next to the stall of the Han tribe, there was a rectangular solid wood table. On the table was a large ceramic teapot, and several blue and white porcelain bowls with white background and light blue stripes. Luo Chong moved a chair to sit on it. On one side, there are 2 stools on the other side. At this time, directly opposite is sitting the leader of the cave tribe. The 2 sat opposite each other, each holding a bowl of boiled water. After exchanging some rice planting techniques, Luo Chong took 2 stones and placed them on the table. They were a piece of graphite bought from the cave tribe during the spring festival. And a borax crystal. Chief Cave, our Han tribe needs these 2 kinds of stones from your tribe. At the next market, your cave tribe can just use these 2 kinds of stones instead of exchanging animal skins. I will give you a basket of such stones. How about your 3 clay pots? Luo Chong pointed to the piece of borax crystal and bed. Borax is a good thing. It can effectively remove oxides on the metal surface. It is very important for the metal welding process. Apply it to the place where 2 pieces need to be welded, and the 2 pieces can be welded together. Metals weld together better. Although the Han tribe does not yet have metal welding technology, it is also necessary to use this tool for blacksmithing. For example, when steel is folded and forged, it is best to sprinkle a little borax solvent on the parts that need to be folded, so that the steel can be better stack them together. Otherwise, if they are folded and forged directly, seams will probably be opened from the folds in later use, which is a very important resource. That's no problem. It's great to be able to use these stones to trade with the Han tribe. To be honest, our cave tribe doesn't have many animal skins. The amount we can trade with this time is already the limit, but we still need a lot. These are good things from the Han tribe. When I go back this time, I will ask the tribesmen to start digging for these two kinds of stones. The Han leader will see which one he wants more. After hearing Luo Chong's words, the cave leader immediately expressed gratitude. Well, this stone is called borax in our Han tribe. If you can get it, get more. Also, for this black graphite, just get 1 or 2 baskets for now. I'll tell you to get more when you need it later. Luo Chong thought for a while. The Han tribe would soon smelt metals on a large scale. The demand for borax was greater. In addition to being used as a pigment, graphite was not in special demand yet. Okay, I remember this kind of stone, and I will start letting the tribesmen collect it when I get back. Just as the two were discussing which kind of stone they needed to collect, a tribesman who was selling goods at a street stall quarreled with a customer, and then the tribesman came over very angry and complained to Luo Chong. Chief, there is a tribe I have never seen before. They are holding a kind of deer skin and insisting on exchanging 2 clay pots for us. I said no, but he was still unwilling. He also said that they came from a very far away place. He had to exchange things with us, and he also wanted to exchange the deer's antlers for our white porcelain bowls. A kind of deerskin? What kind of deerskin? Isn't it just the same kind of deerskin? Why is it the same kind? Luo Chong took a sip of boiled water and asked in confusion. Oh, they took a kind of deer skin, all the same. There were more than 100 pieces, and there were a lot of antlers. The tribesman explained. Puff. Luo Chong directly squirted out a mouthful of boiled water. There were more than 100 identical deer skins. Where did this big dog come from? Leader? Oh, I'm fine. Go and call their leader, and bring over their piece of, a kind of deer skin and antlers. Wait for me to take a look before talking. Luo Chong wiped his body carelessly. Water stains, explained to the tribesman. Oh, I'll call them over right now. The tribesman followed the order and ran away. Soon, 7 or 8 people walked over from the side. One person carried a large bundle of animal skins, and 2 people carried a whole basket of horns. They all moved to Luo Chong's table. Then several people looked unhappy. They looked at Luo Chong, as if they would fall out on the spot if Luo Chong didn't agree. But Luo Chong doesn't care about them at all. This is the headquarters of the Han tribe. Thousands of his followers can come out just by shouting. It's a joke that Luo Chong is afraid of him. However, Luo Chong was really interested in what they brought. You must know that the value of more than 100 identical animal skins is far more than just animal skins. If they are not farmed, it means that there are large groups of these animals near their tribe. Creatures, and easy to catch, otherwise how could we get these animal skins? The first thing that caught Luo Chong's attention was the identical horns of the 2 baskets. They were pointed and long, about 25 centimeters in length. The horns were khaki in color and slightly rotated. From the bottom to the tip, there was a circle. Ring-shaped protrusions. What kind of deer is this? They are clearly antelope horns. Only sheep-like animals such as antelopes or goats can have 2 pointed and long horns. Deer antlers are usually bifurcated, with at least 2 bifurcated horns. There is a difference. It's too obvious, okay. After looking at the horns, Luo Chong had confirmed on the spot that it was a sheep-like animal, so he became more interested in this animal. Since Luo Chong came to this world, he had never seen such a thing as a sheep. Luo Chong immediately took out another piece of sheepskin and unfolded it for inspection. After a cursory glance, he saw that the sheepskin was very complete. The cut was straight from the lower jaw to the tail. The 4 hooves were cut off from the ankles, and even the face was completely peeled off. Except for 2 holes on the top of the head that should be horns, there are only nostrils for breathing out. What does this mean, huh? This shows that they are very skilled in skinning skills. They obviously slaughter this kind of sheep frequently and are very familiar with the body structure of this kind of sheep. In addition to the skinning knife edge and the 2 holes left on the head because of the long horns, there is no other hole in the whole leather. What does this mean, huh? This shows that this is not the prey they hunt at all, but the livestock they raise. Just think about it, animals like sheep run very fast. People can't even think about racing with them. They can't catch up at all. If they are hunting, they can only use long-range weapons such as spears or bows and arrows. It is possible to hunt such an animal. But if they were using spears or bows and arrows, why would there be no holes in the sheepskin? There must be a wound. So this is not scientific at all. Then there is only one truth. This is the livestock they raised. The hair of the whole sheepskin is very short, and it is khaki in color. The belly is slightly whitish, and it is that yellow-white color. It is obviously the skin of an antelope, not a goat. Luo Chong picked up the back of another sheepskin and placed it next to his legs for a gesture. The sheepskin was very large and reached the height of Luo Chong's thighs. The shoulder height of this kind of antelope would be about 70 or 80 centimeters. The body length is also very long, basically between 1.4 to 1.5 meters. From this, we can judge the size and weight of this antelope, which should be about 60 or 70 kilograms. Of course, this is the weight of a live sheep. If only the clean meat is counted, it may only be 30 or 40 kilograms, but it is modern domestic sheep are already very large. If it was just like this, Luo Chong would be very happy. He could exchange his goods with this tribe for live antelopes and then raise them in the Han tribe. But when Luo Chong carefully observed the face of this antelope, he couldn't remain calm, but he was very excited, and even his heart began to beat violently. The face of the antelope is very long. What does this mean? It looks very long in proportion to the entire head, as exaggerated as a donkey or horse. But its face is not the entire face, but the nose is particularly long, or in other words, very prominent. The long-nosed khaki antelope has 2 sharp horns with ring-like protrusions. It is 70 to 80 centimeters tall at the shoulder, about 1.4 meters long, and can weigh up to 140 to 50 kilograms. The answer is readily apparent. If Luo Chong remembers correctly, this should be an endangered species on Earth that is not yet extinct, the saiga antelope. Because their noses are very large and protruding, they are also called saiga antelopes. They are native to my country, but have long became extinct and could only be introduced and cultivated by the neighbor Big Brother. The current number is still very rare. It is one of the few prehistoric species that survived from the 4th Ice Age. It can be said to be more precious than the Tibetan antelope. However, this is not the most important thing. If the saiga were placed on the earth, it would be a special protected animal that needs to be studied and raised by scientists. But if it is placed here, it is just a kind of food for humans. In this world now, there are no wildlife protection laws, and you can only see animals in the zoo. But what Luo Chong cares about most is the lifespan of the saiga. The lifespan of the saiga is very short, only about 8 or 9 years. It is also a herbivore and has little attack power. It is at the bottom of the food chain and is basically a carnivore. Even animals dare to bite it, but the saiga antelope has continued to thrive for tens of thousands of years under such harsh living conditions and has not become extinct. Why is this? Because they can live. Although it is not as abnormal as the fertility of rabbits, among large ruminant herbivores, the fertility of saiga antelopes is truly outstanding. To say it is an exaggeration is not an exaggeration. After all, they have a short lifespan and are at the bottom of the food chain. They are full of natural enemies that eat them. If their fertility is low, how can they continue to reproduce for tens of thousands of years? The gestation period of the saiga antelope is very short. It only takes 4 months from conception to delivery. It can give birth to 1 to 2 litters per year, and each litter can give birth to 2 to 3 lambs. In this way, there are 5 or 6 lambs in a year. Now they are domesticated. The goats and sheep are all incomparable. If this is all, it can only be said that they give birth to a lot, but they give birth very quickly. The lambs born that year are weaned in 1 month, and the female cubs will be sexually mature in 8 months, and they can participate in the race by the end of the year. For reproduction, males grow slightly slower, but it only takes 1 year to reach sexual maturity and start breeding offspring. Therefore, as long as there are 2 pairs of saigas, there can be 14 in 1 year, and hundreds in 2 years. They are simply super fertility machines, and they are large and produce a lot of meat. If it can be cultivated, the Han tribe will never be short of meat. Vegetarian food includes rice, meat food includes mutton and pork, and if you add a few kinds of vegetables, your life will be perfect. Your animal skins are indeed very good, with not even a hole in them, so I can raise the price a little for you. Well, if you all trade with this kind of animal skins, I can promise you 2 animal skins. Exchange 3 clay pots, a pair of ram's horns, for a porcelain bowl, but... As soon as Luo Chong was halfway through his words, the other party opened his mouth to continue the counteroffer. Luo Chong immediately lowered his hand to signal him to stop talking. Listen to me first. I'm giving you this price because your hides are good enough. But just because of this, I won't give you that much cheaper. It's unfair to other tribes, so I also have other conditions. Luo Chong said to the other party with gestures. What conditions? The other party was a little confused when he heard that Luo Chong had other conditions. He originally thought that Luo Chong had already given in, and they should talk more easily next. Maybe he could push it even harder, but who knows, the price was reduced by half. There are other conditions to be mentioned. I want this kind of antelope. I don't care what method you use. Next time, bring me at least 100 alive ones, and they have to be young. 2 or 3 years old is best. 20 males and 80 females. Otherwise, our Han tribe will not sell you anything in the future. Oh, by the way, don't try to lie to me. I know that you have these antelopes, and there are many of them. They are more than the people in your tribe, and there must be no fewer of you. Luo Chong was very sure and stated his conditions very domineeringly. How did you know? The other party was surprised by Luo Chong's reaction, because Luo Chong was right. Their Jianjiao tribe did have a large population, more than 500 people, and they did breed antelopes, and the number was very large, with the number of sheep reaching nearly 2,000. On average, 3 people per person are still wealthy. But this was their first contact with the Han tribe. They had never even been to this year's spring meeting. If they hadn't happened to go to the nearby Tiger tribe to do business a while ago, they would have seen the Han tribe selling to the Tiger tribe at the spring meeting. Pottery and white salt, they didn't know that a tribe called Han existed, let alone that the Han tribe had many good things, so how did Luo Chong know so many things about their tribe? Your antelope skins are all rawhide, very hard, and have not been tanned. If last year's inventory is definitely not as complete, these sheepskins are all new this year. If you don't breed many, how can you survive in a few months? Just kill more than 100 of them. Moreover, there are no holes in this sheepskin. Of course, it cannot be brought from hunting by you, so this must be an antelope raised by you yourself. Also, you have so much animal skins and meat, how can the population be small? There are at least 500 people, am I right? Luo Chong told him his analysis. After hearing Luo Chong's explanation and analysis, the other party was dumbfounded at the time. Oh, what kind of brain is this? You can analyze so many things with just one look at their animal skins, as if you have seen them with your own eyes. Are they still human? I'm afraid it's not like gods are alive. I can't agree to what you said. I'm not the leader of our tribe. The leader must agree to this matter. The man from the sharp-horned tribe stuttered. Well, I understand. You can tell your leader when you go back this time. Just say what I said. If you don't bring 100 antelopes next time, don't even think about buying anything from our Han tribe, especially white salt. You guys, there are so many people in the tribe, even if they don't use pots and bowls, they still need to eat salt. Also, 100 is really not much to you, right? There must be thousands of them in your tribe. Luo Chong threatened directly. This, I can't tell you. I will tell the leader when I get back, but I don't know whether he will agree or not. Well, our tribe is too far away from here. Can you change things for us first? We have to go back immediately after changing. The other party just promised to convey Luo Chong's words when he got back, and then urged to change things and wanted to leave immediately. He was very nervous in front of Luo Chong, and always felt a strong sense of oppression on Luo Chong, especially Luo Chong's eyes. It made him feel scared, as if his whole person had been seen through by Luo Chong, making him want to escape immediately. That was a sign of Luo Chong's great confidence, and the dignity of a superior person as the leader of a large tribe with a population of thousands. To put it bluntly, it means he has confidence. If you have thousands of subordinates who can do whatever they want, you will be very domineering. This is all natural. Well, you go and exchange things for them, at the price I just said. Luo Chong said to the tribesman next to him who just led them here. Yes, chief. The tribesman nodded excitedly. As an ordinary tribesman, he usually didn't have many opportunities to directly contact Luo Chong. Any orders Luo Chong had were conveyed by the group leaders below. Today, he saw Luo Chong's wisdom and extraordinary power with his own eyes. I can play with the tribe for a while again, no, I can play for Luo Chong for a while. The tribesmen quickly took the Jianjiao tribe people to exchange goods, but they did not ask for the rice seeds and farm tools of the Han tribe. The Jianjiao tribe did not need those. They could not eat all the meat, so there was no need to plant rice. Other tribes also completed transactions with the Han tribe one after another. The main items used in the transactions were animal skins, but some tribes also brought their own specialties, such as flints used by the Sickle tribe for making fire, as well as spearheads and stone knives made of flints. They are all semi-finished products. You only need to take them back and add a wooden handle to use them. The Han tribe purchased some flints, but not their semi-finished weapons. However, the Snake tribe's medicinal herbs were purchased by the Han tribe, including rhizomes for hemostasis, mushroom caps for anti-inflammation, herbs for repelling insects, and a plant seeds that can be used to treat diarrhea. The Snake tribe's understanding of medical skills is really beyond the scope of Luo Chong. What Luo Chong didn't expect the most was that the Snake tribe also had a health product that could be eaten regularly. It was said that eating it regularly was good for the body. Luo Chong looked at it and saw that it was a food made from plant tubers, but it was not a long-lasting food. It's in the soil, but grows on the ground, something like an onion. But that thing is not an onion. It will turn translucent yellow after being semi-dried in the sun. The shape of the surface is a bit like the skin of a dragon fruit. It tastes crispy and has a spicy taste, like the pickled mustard heads on the earth, but it is not the same thing as the pickled mustard that Luo Chong saw in his previous life, but an indigenous specialty of this world. Luo Chong did not hesitate, and immediately asked the Snake tribe to provide a large amount of these tubers. He could directly dig up live plants and send them over. If there are seeds, he could also bring the seeds. From now on, the Han tribe would use this stuff to pickle pickles, which they would do in the morning. This white porridge is just right for eating. In the following time, the Han tribe successively purchased some golden vines from the Thorn tribe. This kind of rattan is very thin, with a diameter of about 5 millimeters, but it is extremely tough. The Thorn tribe brought bundles of dry goods. If you make something yourself, you can soak it in water until soft before use. There are also brown sugar from the Pearl tribe, animal tendons from the Bull tribe, anesthetic mushrooms from the Mushroom tribe, and fish skin from the Fork tribe. This is not an ordinary fish skin, but a kind of fish skin similar to pearl fish. The front is gray-black and the back is silver-white. It is very soft after being salted and has a lot of elasticity, but the surface is very rough and there is a very small layer. The little bumps have a lot of friction and are not smooth at all. The Fork tribe usually uses the fish skin to polish things and use it as sandpaper, such as polishing the wooden handle of the harpoon, but Luo Chong saw another value of this fish skin, which is used to wrap the handle of the weapon. Non-slip, not easy to take off. Luo Chong bought them all immediately, keeping the materials for mass production of weapons in the future, and listed this fish skin as one of the items that could be traded with the Han tribe for a long time. In addition, Luo Chong also bought 2 people from the Tattoo tribe. These 2 people are also very special. They are characters from the Tattoo tribe who are relatively good at tattoos. It is said that their status is higher than that of ordinary tribesmen, and they are in the middle level of the tribe. Mainly because these 2 guys are good at painting. Originally, Luo Chong had no intention of trading people at this market, but these 2 guys were fascinated by the printed ceramics of the Han tribe and refused to leave, wanting to study more about these ceramics. Luo Chong became interested in these 2 people, so he asked them to use charcoal to draw on the stone, and draw some natural elements such as flowers, birds, fish and insects. Unexpectedly, these 2 people were pretty good at drawing and they looked vivid. So Luo Chong offered to buy these 2 people, and they were very willing. After a white salt transaction, these 2 people naturally became new members of the Han tribe, and were given the names of Wen Hui and Wen Yan by Luo Chong. First followed the pottery production department, specializing in painting. In one day, many tribes completed their transactions and left, but there were also some tribes whose things were not needed by the Han tribe, so they set up their own stalls to display those things and sell them to other tribes, or exchange them for what they needed. Or find tribes with more animal skins to exchange for animal skins, and then use the animal skins to trade with Han tribes. This activity lasted for 2 days. Some tribes left, and some tribes just arrived. The stalls of the Han tribe were collected every day and put out the next day. On the 3rd day, they came again. Some savages who run a single gang. They also took a few animal skins, maybe a few, maybe a dozen, in exchange for 1 or 2 earthenware pots, a few porcelain bowls, and the indispensable white salt. Luo Chong was very surprised. How did they know that the Han tribe sold things here? Later, after asking a savage, he found out that they met the big tribes on their way back and forth, and learned about the Han tribe's market from them. So I thought of changing some daily necessities. This makes Luo Chong very happy. It seems that these tribes can influence a large number of people every time they come to the market, but this is a good thing. The more lively the Han tribe's market, the better, so as to better improve the Han tribe's influence. On the 4th day of the market, this month's market came to an end. It was originally planned to be 7 days, but they came 3 days late, which indirectly reduced the time. But on the 5th day, the Han tribe did not set up a stall again, but some tribes still came to the door. Seeing that there were no stalls outside, they tentatively went to the Han tribe's residence to find someone inside and asked if they could still can't exchange things. The news was relayed to Luo Chong, who immediately agreed. Unexpectedly, this market became more and more popular in the surrounding areas, and people came to visit if they wanted to close down. This kind of thing lasted until the middle of the month. Most of those who came later, and there were many small tribes with less than 100 people within a few days' walk nearby, had heard about the Han tribe planting rice, and specialized in it. Came here to study and gain seeds. Luo Chong also agreed one by one. there are still 4.5 months until winter comes. If the land can be reclaimed and the seeds can be planted within a month, another crop of rice can be harvested this autumn, which can be regarded as a winter item. Important reserve. Besides, Luo Chong is using them to reclaim farmland anyway. Of course, the more land the better. The Han tribe can still afford this seed. Compared with the short-term effort, the long-term benefits will be greater. Half a month later, the Han tribe had made a lot of refractory bricks, and Luo Chong also began to design and build a new metallurgical blast furnace. As the saying goes, blast furnaces make iron and open hearth steel makes, but steelmaking requires coke. The Han tribe has not discovered coal mines yet, and no other tribes use coal mines to trade, so there is no way to use coke to make steel directly. If you want to make for steel, we can only use the ancient method of frying steel or pouring steel, which is an indirect method of obtaining steel. And because there was no coal, the Han tribe could only use charcoal for metallurgy. However, even if the wood was burned into charcoal, the temperature it could produce still could not reach the temperature required to melt iron into molten iron, so they could only work on the stove. First of all, the shape of the blast furnace must be very high, and the opening on it should not be too large to facilitate heat preservation and increase the temperature inside the furnace. Then there is the blast equipment. As the furnace becomes larger, it will naturally require more air. If there is not enough air blown into the furnace, it will not only affect the combustion of the flame, but also limit the speed of the iron reduction reaction. In order to take into account the two requirements of blasting air and increasing the temperature in the furnace, Luo Chong designed a star-shaped blast furnace that meets the current production conditions of the Han tribe based on current steelmaking technology. What is a star-shaped blast furnace? It is actually a comprehensive smelting equipment composed of 5 separate furnaces. It is quite simple and crude. Since the temperature of the charcoal is not enough, then use the quantity to make up. Your furnace is not hot enough, right? That's simple. I just use 5 to ensure that the iron is burned into molten iron. The star-shaped blast furnace sounds simple, but in fact, the layout is quite complicated. Its overall structure is like this. In the middle is a main furnace standing on a high platform. It is very high and very large. Then, 4 buildings are built around the main furnace. A small auxiliary furnace. The level of the auxiliary furnace is very low, directly underground. First dig a pit on the ground, and then build the furnace in the pit. The furnace mouth is exposed to the surface, and then connected to a regenerator built on the surface. This regenerator is also a large blower is installed, and finally the other end of the regenerator is connected to the main furnace. When working, 5 furnaces fire at the same time. Since the horizontal position of the auxiliary furnace is very low, using the principle of hot air rising, the high-temperature air generated by the 4 auxiliary furnaces will naturally enter the 4 regenerators on the surface and then pass through the regenerators. The blowing blades blow these high-temperature air into the main furnace to achieve the purpose of heating and increasing air at the same time. After designing the structure of the star-shaped blast furnace, Luo Chong divided a team of people to start construction. The huge blast furnace was built in the smelting area of the city. The area of one blast furnace alone occupies nearly 30 square meters, and the height of the main furnace is also very high. The size of the main furnace is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. It is built on a 1 meter 2 meter high green brick platform. The diameter of the bottom is 1.5 meters and becomes thinner as it goes up. Not counting the height of the base platform, the furnace alone is 5 meters high. It is divided into several sections from top to bottom: furnace throat, furnace body, furnace waist, furnace belly, and furnace hearth. The furnace throat is also the feed port. The feed for the entire furnace is added from the top of the furnace. The temperature here is very low, only about 200 degrees. The furnace body occupies the general height of the entire furnace. This section is about 2 meters and 6 meters long. The temperature also increased from 400 degrees to 800 degrees, and the temperature became higher as it went down. Further down is the furnace waist. This section is very short, only more than half a meter, but it is also a node of the entire furnace, because from the furnace waist down, the width of the furnace begins to become larger, and the temperature in this section also reaches 900 to 1300 degrees. Next is the core part of the entire furnace, the furnace belly. The furnace belly is the largest in size, about 1.6 meters wide, slightly wider than the base, below. The height of this section is almost 1.2 meters, which is also the temperature of the entire furnace. At the highest part, the temperature is expected to reach about 1700 degrees, and the furnace belly is also the place connected to the blast outlet of the regenerator. The connection method is also a channel built directly with refractory bricks. Although it looks a bit low compared to the height of the entire furnace, there is no need to worry about the molten iron inside flowing out from the tuyere, because the furnace belly is the temperature of the entire furnace. The highest point is where the iron ore reacts. Before this, the materials put into the furnace were still in solid form. When they react completely, when the iron ore melts into molten iron, due to the heavier mass of the metal, the molten iron will automatically drop to the furnace hearth, where the molten iron is stored below, and the slag and charcoal will turn into liquid slag and float there. The surface of the molten iron enters the furnace together. Finally, when it's time to tap the iron, the finished product is discharged from the two openings on both sides of the furnace. The lowest opening on the left flows out of molten iron, and the slightly higher opening on the right discharges liquid slag, so that the final product is molten pig iron. The strength of pig iron and steel cannot be compared, but it also has its own characteristics. Pig iron is brittle and breaks easily like high-tin bronze. However, pig iron is very suitable for casting things, such as iron pots and basins. Utensils. Although the quality of the iron pot made in this way is not very good and easy to be broken, it is suitable for mass production. If you use softer wrought iron to make an iron pot, you can only knock one out. The difficulty and time of making are not the same at all. Level. The production of wrought iron is not difficult. The earliest method was to repeatedly beat lumps to smelt pig iron. However, since the method of frying steel was invented in the Western Han Dynasty, wrought iron has entered the stage of large-scale production. The technique of stir-frying steel is also very confusing. The process is to add high-quality iron or powder to the molten iron, and then stir it continuously to allow more carbon to penetrate into the molten iron of the pig iron, thereby obtaining the carbon content. Higher quality steel. However, there is no specific ratio for how much iron or powder should be added to turn it into molten steel. If too much is accidentally added, the molten iron will become mature molten iron instead of steel. During the Western Han Dynasty, when humans used the steel frying method to produce steel, they usually used a very experienced stove to judge whether it had turned into steel, by visually observing the color of the molten iron. This judgment relied entirely on experience, without any basis. Although this method is available, the scrap steel rate is still very high, but these scrap steel are better than pig iron, that is, wrought iron. After production, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Overall, the steel frying method is similar to a collision. It has the same existence as the Great Luck. It is completely unreliable to produce steel, but it is very suitable to produce wrought iron. Compared with pig iron, the performance of wrought iron lies in its ductility, that is, it is soft enough. This may not be easy to understand, so let's put it another way. For example, if you make a cast iron pot and a wrought iron pot, and then hit the bottom of the two pots with a hammer, a hole will be made in the pig iron pot, but you can only deform the wrought iron pot until it becomes deformed. It may be flattened, but it will not break, which means it is very tough. Just imagine, if you use these two kinds of iron to make a sword, the cast iron one is likely to be cut off when you attack the enemy in battle, but the wrought iron weapon may be bent but not broken, so you can barely continue. If you use it, you can at least save a life. If the weapon is gone on the battlefield, it is no different from giving away a person's head. Later, when steel became available, those swordsmiths began to use wrought iron to make the blade, and then covered the blade with steel. After forging and shaping, such a weapon could have good toughness and sharpness, and would not break easily. It is often said that good steel should be used on the blade, which also comes from this. In addition, in the history of the evolution of steel manufacturing technology, it was not until the emergence of the steel filling method in the early Sui and Tang dynasties that steel production stabilized from the hit and run model, and people had a stable way to obtain steel. In this steel filling method, a large amount of wrought iron is used. The production process of steel is nothing more than allowing the molten iron to obtain an appropriate amount of carbon, thereby transforming it into steel. When the steel frying method is very unstable, some people thought of changing the additives, directly replacing the iron or powder with cooked iron. Iron. As mentioned before, wrought iron is actually scrap steel with excessive carbon content. Then add wrought iron directly to the pig iron molten iron so that the pig iron can obtain a certain amount of carbon from the wrought iron. After the wrought iron is fused with the pig iron, its own carbon, the content is evenly distributed to the pig iron. In this way, pig iron is added with carbon and becomes steel, and wrought iron is decarburized and becomes steel. The two phases are fused, and the final result is steel. I have to say that the person who came up with this method is a genius. Although the steel filling method still does not give a specific addition ratio, it is better to estimate. Even if a 1-to-1 ratio is used, steel can definitely be produced. It is just that the quality of the steel is different, but it is still steel. This must be acknowledged. Another thing to note is that when using the steel filling method, because solid wrought iron needs to be blended into the pig iron molten iron, you certainly cannot add large wrought iron ingots directly into it. The best way is to first add wrought iron is smashed into thin iron sheets, and then evenly poured into the pig iron molten iron, so that it can quickly melt and merge with the pig iron. The Ming dynasty was the best at this aspect. At that time, most craftsmen directly processed wrought iron into iron wire, and then used it as the raw material for the steel filling method. In this way, the wrought iron melted more evenly and faster. The steel in the Ming dynasty, the quality is good, so they can invent better firearms, which has a lot to do with mastering better materials. Luo Chong was very lucky. He didn't have to keep groping like his predecessors, because what he learned was knowledge accumulated over thousands of years, which saved him thousands of years of development. Pig iron is urgently needed by the Han tribe, and it is also the basis for steelmaking. Wrought iron is also needed by the Han tribe, which can be obtained by frying steel. Steel is naturally needed, so it doesn't matter which one you want, because the production of steel is inherently a set of processes, these things will be produced. In the following time, the Han tribe still carried out various constructions in an orderly manner. Half a month later, the Han tribe's water wheel mill was finally completed. After debugging, it was finally ready for use. Luo Chong assigned 10 more people to be responsible for the work of the mill and began to process iron or powder in preparation for subsequent iron making. It is necessary to mention that the blast furnace designed by Luo Chong is very large, and each time it is fired, it requires a large amount of raw material input. A lot of charcoal, or bricks, composed of lime, mineral powder, and carbon powder are needed to prepare for one smelting. It takes a month or two to produce the materials, so the Han tribe's blast furnaces do not make iron too frequently. If they can open one furnace every 2 months, the efficiency is considered fast. The construction of the blast furnace is still in progress. The structure of this thing is too complicated. Due to the high height, the strength of the refractory bricks may not be able to withstand it, so the structure is divided into two layers, the inner and outer layers. The outer layer is made of stronger blue bricks. It is built to support the structural strength of the blast furnace, and a layer of refractory bricks is placed inside to make the furnace to withstand high temperatures. Since it was the first time for the Han tribe to build such a tall functional building with a very complex structure, the progress of the tribe was very slow. However, Luo Chong was not in a hurry. He had to eat the food one bite at a time. The quality of this thing was not up to standard. It's going to cost people their lives. It's the beginning of the 4th month of summer, and 1 month has passed since the first fair. The second fair held by the Han tribe has begun again, but this time, the people who come have changed a lot. It was already 2 months ago that various tribes obtained planting technology and rice seeds from the Han tribe. The first batch of tribes to start planting rice have completed the reclamation of farmland and sowing seeds. Some have completed transplanting rice at a fast pace. The rice transplanters will soon be planting rice. This time, each tribe sent people, but the transaction volume was much lower than the first time. Most of them came to learn the field management in the later stages of rice planting. The Han tribe's second rice crop was completed a month ago. Transplanting rice was a month or 2 ahead of them, so it was appropriate to use the rice fields of the Han tribe to explain it to them. The people who attach the most importance to rice cultivation and are most capable of completing it are the Cha tribe. They live near the water and make a living by fishing. Their population has reached more than 400. In addition, they have a suitable geographical location, so the scale of planting is also the largest. The planting area has reached 55 acres, and the rice transplanting has been completed at this time. Since fishing is easier than hunting, the leader only assigned a small number of people to fish to provide food for the entire tribe. Most of the rest of the people went to cultivate land and do farm work, so their progress was so fast. The largest planting area of other tribes is only about 20 acres, most of which are more than 10 acres, and the seedlings have just grown and will be transplanted soon. The Han tribe members took them to visit the rice fields of the Han tribe and taught them later management, weeding, and water control in the rice fields. These are the 2 things that need to be paid attention to during the field period, especially water control. The best way is to keep the amount of water at a height that can cover the palm of your hand, and then wait for it to evaporate and penetrate naturally. After the water is gone, store water inside again. Just repeat this until the final grouting period. They need to maintain a higher water volume and cannot cut off the water, but there is no need to worry now. They will come to the Han tribe to study every month in the future. These larger tribes left immediately after learning. They wanted to send the precautions back to the tribe. However, the number of people coming to the fair did not decrease, but more. The extra ones were some small tribes who came over after hearing the news. Their number generally did not exceed 100. They did not have enough animal skins to trade with the Han tribe, but they had other things that Luo Chong needed. It is the last month of summer, which is the end of summer. This season is the season when fruits are ripe. Many fruits are already ripe, so Luo Chong saw a lot of good things at this market. Some wild honey collected by small tribes was purchased by Luo Chong at a high price. Sweets are loved by humans at all times, because sweets can make people feel happy, but those small tribes don't want happiness now, they just want "I need a few pots and a little white salt." Other tribes that had neither animal skins nor honey wanted to exchange some daily necessities from the Han tribe, but they only had the melons and fruits that were special in their own tribe's territory to trade. I don't know if the Han tribe would want them, but they could be ordered to do so. Unexpectedly, these worthless fruits were very popular among the Han tribe, or in other words, the Han leader himself liked them very much. One of the tribes brought a kind of melon, which was thin and long, with smooth skin and a long cylindrical shape. Luo Chong looked at it and saw that it was a loofah. Loofah is not delicious when eaten raw. This small tribe usually collects it and roasts it before eating it. But in Luo Chong's hands, there are more ways to eat it naturally. Luo Chong's favorite vegetarian dish in the past was stir-fried loofah with chili. And the reason why loofah is called loofah is because when the loofah matures, its pulp will become silk-like, something similar to a sponge. When there are no steel wool balls, this thing is often used to clean pots. In some places, old loofah pulp is used as a bath towel. There is no reason not to use such good things. Luo Chong immediately bought all their loofahs and ordered another batch from them. When the loofahs are completely mature and dry in the fall, he will send some to the Han tribe. Can be directly exchanged for white salt, pottery, and even food. The tribe was very happy and left with a lot of thanks, but what they didn't know was that this kind of advantage could only be taken once. When the Han tribe had the seeds this year, they would be able to plant it themselves next year. Who would do it then? I want your loofah. In addition to loofah, some tribes brought radishes, tomatoes, and even a kind of long bean, which made Luo Chong really happy. The variety of radish Luo Chong had never seen before. It should be a unique variety here. It was as long as an adult's hand and about 4 centimeters in diameter. It was already relatively large. Its skin is orange-red like a carrot, but the flesh inside is red. It is broken away from the category of orange. It is very red, and it is not very spicy when eaten raw, but more like a fruit. Luo Chong just tasted one, the rest were buried directly in the ground and allowed to continue growing until they produced seeds in the fall. Tomatoes are also very special. They are not big in size, only about the size of a nectarine. They are bright red, but their shape is oval. The fruit shape is slightly longer. It is not a common round shape, but looks like a large cherry tomato. Luo Chong, I bought them all and ordered the seeds. There was nothing much to say about the long beans at the end. They were no different from the beans Luo Chong had eaten before. According to the rules, they were all purchased and the seeds were reserved. The second fair came to an end soon. Overall, the Han tribe was very fruitful. Although they themselves also provided a lot of supplies, they also got a lot of good things for the Han tribe. Animal skins are all hard currency. Without cotton, they are all about keeping warm in winter. In addition, they are rich in resources. Minerals and some vegetables and fruits that are urgently needed by the Han tribe have greatly enriched the diet of the tribe. There is no production yet, but the seeds are gone. However, there was one thing that made the senior leaders of the Han tribe dissatisfied. That was the fact that the Jianjiao tribe did not show up at this market. The Han tribe might have missed out on a livestock species that was more productive than rabbits. Xu De even directly suggested to Luo Chong that if it was not feasible, he could just take people to rob him. There were so many people in the Han tribe, and ordinary tribes would definitely not be able to offend them. He probably could just pull the people over and make them compromise without fighting. But Luo Chong was still there, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Wait a little longer. Their tribe must be very far away. It's not easy to go back and forth. It's even more difficult to carry 100 live antelopes that far. It's not even a month yet. Let's wait for another month. I won't talk about it until then. Well, let's wait for another month. If they haven't come by then, leader, send me. I promise to get that kind of sheep back. Radda still tended to rob directly and suggested without giving up. Don't be so impulsive. We have a lot of good things they need here. Don't worry if they don't come. Besides, 100 sheep is not a big deal to them. There is no need to be so stubborn. As long as they are not stupid, they will definitely give it to them. Come here, it's probably a long way to go. After all, we haven't seen that kind of antelope in the grasslands to the north. Luo Chong has said so, and Xu De can't insist anymore. After all, he knows the leader's wisdom, and he must be better than him in judging things. The fact is, as Luo Chong expected, the location of the Jianjiao tribe is indeed very far away. From the Han tribe to the north is the mountainous area, all the way out of the valley is the hilly grassland, and further east is the plain grassland. However, creatures like saiga antelopes generally live in highland grasslands with relatively high altitudes. Luo Chong has never seen this kind of terrain, because such a place is still northwest of the hilly grassland. From the entire terrain, in other words, the whole area is high in the northwest and low in the southeast. For example, the east side of the Han tribe is a wetland and swamp. The settlement of the Jianjiao tribe is indeed very far away. It would take 13 or 4 days to walk on foot, 20 kilometers a day, which is more than 200 kilometers. They came here carrying animal skins, and what they brought back were heavy ceramics and very heavy white salt. Although the animal skins were also heavy, they were soft, and they carried the same weight of cotton and stones. Don't think about it, cotton is easier. The road back was long. Compared with the ease when they came, they walked for 18 days and finally transported these precious materials back to the Sharp-Horn tribe. These exquisite ceramic vessels were well received by the tribe as soon as they arrived, as well as the precious white salt. After getting something good, it was natural to celebrate. In the evening, the Jianjiao tribe slaughtered more than a dozen antelopes to make mutton stew. It was the first time for the tribesmen to eat the salty mutton soup. Everyone tasted the meat. Tang's tribe members were full of praises, but because of the shortage of pottery and the large population of the Jianjiao tribe, everyone could only take turns using the pottery pot. The leader of the Jianjiao tribe was a strong man named Yuan. He was very happy with the performance of the trading team, so he planned to let them make another trip to try to trade some daily necessities with that Han tribe, but the leader, the captain of the team, is in a dilemma. He has not dared to say what Luo Chong said since he came back, but now he has to say it. "Chief, there is something I want to tell you." The leader of the Han tribe said that if we want to exchange good things with them next time, we must let us exchange 100 live antelopes with them, and it must be 2 or 3 years. There are 20 antelopes and 80 females, otherwise they won't sell them to us anymore and they won't want the skins, the tribesman said anxiously, fearing that the leader would be angry with him. Sure enough, as soon as he said these words, Yuan's face darkened. He did not immediately say anything about the Han tribe, but stared at the leader of the team with suspicion. "They don't know our tribe. How do they know how many sheep we have? I didn't tell you specifically. Don't tell outsiders. It's a secret that our tribe can raise animals. We can't tell outsiders easily. If someone asks about the animal skins, just say we hunt. Come. Tell me honestly, did you tell them, or did the other people you brought say it? If I don't kill him, do you know the consequences of this? If others find out, how many tribes will come and rob it? It will kill our tribe." Yuan looked at the captain very angry. "Chief, I really didn't say it." The leader of the Han tribe saw it himself. "If you don't believe me, ask them. They heard it at the time." The captain quickly defended. This is really not his fault. If he was punished because of this, beating him to death would be too unfair. Did you see it yourself? Do you think I'm a fool? You didn't bring a single live sheep with you, so he can see it. I think you really don't want to live anymore. You are still telling lies at this time. I don't know what this means to us. How important is the tribe?" Yuan Yi became even more angry when he heard that the team leader dared to defend himself. "Chief, it's true. He can really tell by looking at the fur." "Ah, no, it's the fur. The fur is the skin. He can tell it by looking at the skin." When the squad leader just said that he was looking at a fur, Yuan was about to hit someone. The squad leader was so frightened that he quickly explained, and then went on to explain step by step Luo Chong's analysis process, how he could infer the sharp-horned tribe from a few animal skins. Specific circumstances. The team members who went with him were worried that the leader would not believe it, so they ended up following suit. They also supported the team leader and described the situation at that time in such a way that they could not tolerate disbelief. In fact, after listening to the team leader's narration of Luo Chong's analysis, he had already concluded that his people were not lying. Because of such rigorous reasoning and godlike thinking and logical ability, it was simply impossible to fabricate such a lie, because strength doesn't allow it. Not to mention these ordinary tribesmen who were not as intelligent as him, even he had never imagined that someone could guess the secrets of their tribe that had never been revealed through animal skins. However, when he looked at the beautifully printed white porcelain bowl in his hand, he seemed to be confused. I think it's normal. It's impossible for a tribal leader to be able to create this thing without some extraordinary ability. Now that the authenticity of the news has been confirmed, the question arises. Now the Han tribe is concerned about their antelopes, whether to give them to them or not. I'm not willing to give it. These are the property of my own tribe. If I don't give it to them, they really need the materials of the Han tribe. Just like Luo Chong said, you don't need the pottery. At worst, you will use these pots to eat in shifts. If you really can't continue eating barbecue, you can't help but buy white salt. It didn't exist before, but now it's obvious that you can get it. If you don't think of a way to get it, you'd be stupid. But if you don't give it, if you hear that there are many people from the Han tribe, will they really come over to grab it? This is what Yuan is most worried about. He doesn't let the tribesmen tell others, because he is afraid that many tribes will come by then. Rob. It is impossible to fight again, and it is impossible to move. It is necessary to mention that although the Jianjiao tribe breeds many antelopes, they are not nomadic people. Instead, they have a fixed residence and a fixed sheepfold. They send their sheep every day. People go out to herd sheep and come back at night. Not to mention how difficult it is for hundreds of people to move, and even if they move, they can't move very far because they still need this pasture. No matter how they move, they will have to stay within this area. And then again, if they really move, will they be able to exchange white salt from the Han tribe in the future? It's definitely impossible. After thinking about it, Yuan still couldn't make up his mind, so he finally called the witch from the tribe over, and they discussed it together. Although no one knew whether the witch could see God, after all, people become better with age, and the old man's people generally have a lot of experience, so it is necessary to listen to the advice of the elderly. Wu also analyzed several possible consequences, and finally decided to change. The first was Wu's impression of the Han tribe leader. Although his inference seemed very simple, it seemed that everyone could do it. But do ordinary people have such logic? If not for listening to Luo Chong's reasoning process, Wu himself would not believe it. Just by looking at the animal skins, he could infer that their tribe was breeding antelopes, and also deduced their population. The number of antelopes, is this something that ordinary humans can do? It is really scary to think about it. It is best not to offend such people. Another point is that their antelopes are indeed what Luo Chong said. 100 of them is really nothing to them. This makes Wu feel that the Han tribe is not particularly excessive. Sometimes people are like this. If the other party's request is within their tolerance, they will feel that the other party is not excessive, so they choose to compromise. Besides, the Han tribe didn't ask for it in vain, and they would still give them things in exchange. If you were desperate, you could only say that it was a forced purchase, but it did not endanger the interests of the Jianjiao tribe. They were unwilling to give it because they were afraid that other tribes would come to rob it if they knew about it, so they were unwilling to give it. At this point, Wu gave the leader Yuan a suggestion of his own. Chief, we can give these 100 sheep, but we have to pay attention to how to send them there. We must first bring the fodder that the antelopes eat on the road, and we must also stagger the time with the tribes participating in the market so that they cannot see it. Take the untraveled path and deliver it to the Han tribe. That's their business. Whether someone will rob them or not is none of our business. Well, what you said makes sense. We'd better not let anyone see it. But I guess no one from the Han tribe will rob it. After all, their tribe is so big that ordinary tribes can't afford to offend them. Yuan said, published own analysis. Well, you are right. What does the leader mean? Just do what the witch said. Alas, after all, we still have to exchange those things, but we have to make it clear to the Han tribe that just this time, we can no longer exchange for live sheep. We will use animal skins in the future. Transaction. Yuanru said. The next thing was to start preparations. In order to raise food and grass on the road, the Jianjiao tribe collected forage for less than half a month, then dried it and bundled it for later use. By the time of the Han tribe's second market, other tribes had already arrived at the Han tribe, but they had just set off from the Jianjiao tribe, leaving a time lag with the other tribes. Since the 100 antelopes were all antelopes in the prime of life for 2 or 3 years, and their bodies were very strong, the antelopes were allowed to carry their own fodder. In addition, they ate some grass on the road, and the supplies on the road were enough. 40 adult male tribesmen were specially assigned to escort them. The mountain was high and the road was long. They also brought 100 live antelopes. In the eyes of the carnivores along the way, they were undoubtedly just fat meat delivered to their doorsteps. It was not necessary to send more people. Escort, maybe these sheep will be eaten before we get there. In the last month of summer, the week-long second market ended. The tribes who came to trade and study had already returned home, and the Han tribes continued their construction projects. After half a year of hard work by thousands of people, the third residential area of the Han tribe has finally been completed. The city, which is expected to be divided into 9 urban districts, has now begun to take shape. 3 residential areas, a central square, and a metallurgical district are also under construction. Among them, the moat has been dug and the city wall is under construction, and it is in great shape. Each residential area is planned to house 1,000 people, and now 3 residential areas have been built. Although the population of the Han tribe has not yet reached 3,000, the 3 urban areas are still full, because the more than 2,000 people are not exactly that multiple families. Some disabled savage bachelors have no choice but to live together in groups. In short, the current houses are enough to live in, and it is inevitable for all the tribesmen to move to brick houses. So Luo Chong conducted a detailed census and family reorganization in the Han tribe. Those who had already formed families would naturally move in directly. The only ones who needed adjustment were the more than 100 people brought back from the Fire tribe and those brought back by Yufu. Savage. More than 500 women from the Fire tribe selected those who were still fertile, and rematched them with the men from the Han tribe who had already formed families, allowing them to choose from each other. In the end, almost all the men had 1 or 2 women, such as Dolly. There are 4 or 5 people of this higher status. The remaining women who have lost their fertility are assigned to the physically disabled among the savages. They will no longer have offspring and can live together. However, as members of the Han tribe, they still have to share responsibility for the tribe. This responsibility is for the more than 700 boys of the Fire tribe. Those who know who their mother is will follow her. Children who do not know their mother will be distributed to these families who can no longer produce offspring and will be raised by them. They will be divided directly among the families. 3 or 4, it's no problem to take care of them. Luo Chongya and Xiaodai temporarily lived in a brick house, but they did not adopt children or assign other women. There were only 2 people living in a house, but this was all temporary. When Luo Chong's own home once it is built, he will move in. But this luxurious three-story villa is not the current task. After the residence was built, a large number of construction workers were freed up and accumulated certain experience in the construction of these bungalows, so Luo Chong began to assign new tasks to them. Still building houses, but building large houses, warehouses in the storage area, feedlots in the breeding area, and work sheds for the metallurgical and carpentry groups. Only after these buildings are completed, Luo Chong will let them build higher schools, so as to ensure the project quality. After the completion of housing for all residents of the Han tribe, Luo Chong arranged new tasks for these freed-up construction workers to build large-scale public facilities sooner or later according to current needs. It is now the last month of summer. The Han tribe's second crop of rice is planted at the beginning of the third month. That is to say, in another month, the Han tribe's rice will have a bumper harvest. So according to the current situation, it seems that building a granary is the top priority. After the construction of the granary is completed, we can free up our hands to build a breeding factory, so that the animals raised by the Han tribe can live in them before winter, ensuring the survival rate of livestock over the winter. The storage area is built in the southeast corner of the city. This place is close to the fields, making transportation easier. Moreover, it is not directly opposite the city gate. Even if the city is attacked, the storage area will not be easily destroyed, which can ensure the supply of food. The whole city will not go hungry. After choosing the location, Luo Chong began to plan the specific construction. The urban area with a side length of 110 meters is nearly the area of 2 football fields. Naturally, such a large place cannot have only one warehouse. Several more must be built. If this costs 10,000 when a fire breaks out, it doesn't mean that all the food is burned. As the saying goes, eggs cannot be put in one basket. This is the truth. A square area with a side length of 110 meters is divided into 12 warehouses. Each warehouse is 30 meters long and 21.5 meters wide. The east-west direction is the width of the warehouse. There are 4 warehouses in a row, leaving 3 8-meter wide roads in the middle, north and south. It is the length of the warehouse. There are 3 rows in total. There is a 10-meter wide road between each row, which allows 2 large vehicles to travel easily and facilitates the transportation of goods. Although 12 warehouses are divided, such warehouses are still very large and are still difficult to build. The length of the warehouse is 30 meters, but this is no problem. In terms of load bearing, just use bricks. If the small bricks are not strong, they can be directly replaced with city construction ones. For big bricks, the most difficult part is actually the width of the warehouse. 21.5 meters. Even if the large bricks used in city construction are used, the thickness of a single wall can reach 40 centimeters, but the span is still 20.7 meters wide. The structure of the warehouse must be as simple as possible. It needs to be very open. It is best to have only 4 walls and 1 roof. In this case, there will definitely be no load-bearing walls in the middle of the warehouse. Therefore, if you want to erect such a wide house, as for the roof, only a few rows of pillars can be erected inside the house to support the roof beams, which are commonly known as roof beams. A few pillars have to bear the weight of a roof of more than 600 square meters. The burden can be said to be very huge. It can only be supported by logs with a diameter of about 1 meter, and there are still many pillars. However, the Han tribe has never cut down such a large one. Big tree. First, there are no suitable tools, and second, it is very difficult to transport such a big tree back from the mountains. The entire logging team has been picking trees with a diameter of less than half a meter, so there is no other way to use logs as pillars. Luo Chong thought about other materials, and finally decided to use bricks for the base, directly using city bricks to build a square pillar with a side length of 80 centimeters. The height of the warehouse walls reaches 7 meters, and the top height is 11 meters. The roof is still a slope structure, but this time it has changed from 2 slopes to 4 slopes, gathering in the middle from 4 directions. This is the first time the Han tribe has built a building. Its structure is not complicated. In terms of structure alone, the warehouse is simpler than a house, but it is very huge. However, this can be regarded as an advanced work in construction skills. The tribesmen need to use these 12 warehouses to practice their skills and accumulate experience in building large buildings. Only then will they be able to build larger and taller, teaching buildings in the future. The food will be eaten one bite at a time. Food, I want these people who have just learned to build bungalows to build 3-story buildings, without even thinking about it. The most critical aspect of building large buildings is that the foundation must be strong and able to withstand the weight of the building, otherwise collapse will become inevitable. Regarding this, Luo Chong also gave specific indicators during construction. The foundation trench for the wall should be dug to a depth of at least 1.5 meters, and then the foundation should be tamped down to at least half a meter, so that the foundation trench can reach a depth of 2 meters. After the foundation trough is laid, a layer of limestone must be laid underneath. The main purpose is to prevent moisture, and then the foundation can be built. The foundation is built with city bricks in a T-shape, 1 vertical and 1 horizontal, so that reaching a width of 60 centimeters. The wall above the ground is made of 2 bricks placed side by side, which can reach 40 centimeters. When the wall is built, a stack must be built every 5 meters to increase the stress-bearing capacity of the wall. Otherwise, the wall of dozens of meters is very easy to pour. After explaining the specific construction steps, nearly 1,000 tribesmen also got busy. Those who dug foundations, those who tamped them, those who specialized in transporting bricks, and those who transported soil, all got busy. Such a warehouse only needs building one can currently meet the grain storage needs of the Han tribe. And due to the large number of people, the construction progress was quite fast. It only took 3 days to dig out the 1.5-meter foundation trench, and then the foundation was laid repeatedly. However, the progress of laying the foundation with people was really too slow, and the foundation was laid. It's not strong. After all, the weight that can be lifted by human power is limited. Just think about how heavy the tamping force is. In order to save more effort and improve the quality of the foundation, Luo Chong asked the carpentry team to develop a tamping machine using the lever principle. The principle of this thing is very simple. First make a frame with wooden squares, and then install 4 solid wooden wheels, mainly for load bearing. Then hang a 1/2 meter thick and 2 meter long log inside the frame. The top of the log is hung up with a rope, and then a long stick is connected to it as a lever. A rope is also tied to the other end of the lever. A few city bricks are stacked on the other side of the log as a supporting frame. Heavy. When working, the tamping truck is placed on top of the foundation trough, with the wheels straddling both sides of the foundation trough. The huge log tamping hammer is hung in the foundation trough and fixed by the frame of the tamping truck. 2 people push it on both sides of the tamping truck. The 2 people behind the car pull the rope of the lever. When this is pulled down, the rammer will be hoisted. As soon as the person lets go, the rammer will naturally fall, completing a ramming strike. The invention of the ramming truck has made tamping much easier and the progress has been much faster. A log ramming hammer with a section of 1/2 meter thick and 2 meters long has a self-weight of several hundred kilograms. If you want to make it heavier, if so, you can also soak it in water a day in advance, so that the weight of a piece of wood will double, and the rammed foundation will be strong enough. Every time the hammer hits, the soil will be knocked down at least 20 centimeters deep, and the soil will be hit twice. The foundation is up to standard after 3 passes. Every technological invention can bring about a qualitative change, from a person holding a log to ramming, to a semi-automatic mobile tamping vehicle. Not only is the speed faster, but the effect is several times the original, and the tribesmen are very excited about it. I like this kind of special tool, at least it saves labor. Because the first tamping truck was well received, Luo Chong immediately issued an order for mass production. This kind of tamping truck is very simple to make, just a few frames, 4 solid wheels, a thick log, a lever, and add some rope and it's quick to make. Although the Han tribe is currently building only one warehouse and does not need so many ramming trucks, the rammed earth city wall can be used. If the rammed earth city wall with a circumference of 1,200 meters is completely tamped by manpower, when will it be available? It could only be built. Although slaves were used, the progress was too slow, so all the extra ramming trucks were put into the construction of the city wall. With the powerful tool of the ramming truck, the entire warehouse foundation, including trenching and laying the foundation, took only 1 week. What followed was endless laying of bricks. But in the last week of summer, the widening of the foundation below when the wall had just been built out of the ground, the team sent by the Sharphorn tribe to deliver the antelope finally arrived. Just after noon that day, the tribesmen who were patrolling and hunting part-time in the periphery met them. 40 people drove 100 saiga antelopes to the periphery of the Han tribe, and were then brought over by the patrol. Luo Chong also received the news immediately, and then take someone to greet him. Of course, he didn't go to greet those people, but wanted to see with his own eyes what a saiga looked like. Luo Chong had never seen a living saiga before. The group of people met in the pasture to the west of the city, which is where the market is held every time. Luo Chong immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the 100 prime-age antelopes brought by the other party. Well, they were just like the saiga antelopes in his memory. His inference was correct, so he felt relieved. Head of the Han tribe, here are the 100 sheep you asked for. 20 males and 80 females. We have sent them all. However, because they are live sheep, our leader said that the price will also go up. 1 sheep needs to be replaced. 5 clay pots, or 5 large bowls of white salt. Do you think it will work? Said the captain of the Jiao tribe. No problem. I'm glad that your leader can figure it out and deliver the sheep himself. Otherwise, haha, it's good if he can deliver it. I can still agree to this condition. You are also welcome to continue to send sheep here in the future. When the time comes, I can still trade with you at this price. 5 pottery pots were the price of a bear or tiger skin, but since they were all live sheep, Luo Chong agreed. Since they only had 40 people, it was unrealistic to replace them all with pottery pots. 500 pottery pots, they couldn't use up the pots, so this time most of them were replaced with bowls and a lot of white salt. Only a small part of the clay pots were replaced. It can be said that these goods of the Han tribe are all picked up for free. At least the raw materials do not cost money and only require manpower to make them. Everyone feels that it is a good deal to exchange for these livestock suitable for breeding. The same is true for the Jiao tribe. Sheep give birth to lambs, and they eat free grass. They are also costless commodities, so they don't feel that they are at a loss. Both parties get what they need, and the transaction is successfully completed. The 40-person trading team of the Jiao tribe also returned with full cargo. The construction of the Han tribe is also continuing. The 100 antelopes are under the management of the tribe. The sheep are herded in the pasture every day. They are temporarily locked up with the zebras in the previous wall. All the Han tribe members have moved into the city, and the previous fence has long been used as a corral. Another week has passed, and the 3-month-long autumn has begun. The third market of the Han tribe has begun, but this time the transaction volume has dropped again. In addition to the tribes who continue to come to learn planting, some small tribes come. Even less. The 3 months of autumn are neither long nor short, but for some tribes with small populations, they still start to store food for the winter early. However, at this market, Luo Chong began to teach various tribes how to make cured meat, telling them that this could store meat for a longer period of time, so each tribe began to increase the purchase of white salt. The trade of pottery has become less and less. After all, it is not a consumable item. If it is well preserved, it will not be a problem for hundreds of years. Therefore, the ceramic industry of the Han tribe has also changed from large-scale production to small-scale production. On the road of quality, I began to bake some pickle jars, soup basins, plates, teacups, teapots, and other utensils, and the patterns were more exquisite. After all, the two painters Luo Chong bought were not just freeloaders. Time has entered autumn, and the days are getting shorter day by day. The Han tribe works at sunrise and rests at sunset. The tribesmen can easily feel this. Since the construction of the residential area was completed, Luo Chong also quickly called back the exiled tribesmen, allowing them to return to the embrace of the Han tribe as soon as possible. According to Luo Chong's methods, the tribe's more than 2,000 acres of hemp fields have harvested 4 crops this year. And it is expected that there will be at least 2 more harvests before winter comes. However, Luo Chong no longer allows them to continue harvesting. He will let them grow now. They will produce hemp seeds before winter, and then they can collect the seeds together. The Han tribe sent a large number of cattle, horses, and vehicles to help the tribe move. In fact, there were not many people, only 200 to 300 people, but they harvested a lot of hemp fiber this year, as well as the textiles sent by the Han tribe before. Machinery is now brought back by cart and horse. After all the tribesmen moved back, that guy Yofu started to feel restless again. As I said before, the surrounding pottery market was almost saturated, and he couldn't sell much at the Han tribe's market. So Yofu proposed that he lead a caravan to take the unsold pottery and white salt, and then travel from the Hedong area to open the Hedong market for the Han tribes. It would be best to hold a caravan in Hedong in the future. Dongsher, at the beginning of a month and at the end of the month, so that the culture of the Han tribe can be spread to further places. In addition, it has now entered autumn, and some edible fruits have also reached the maturity season. This time I may be able to bring back some vegetables or plant seeds that can be grown from Hedong. Luo Chong thought for a while and agreed. He equipped Yufu with 40 male tribesmen, 2 ox carts, 1 cart of salt, 1 cart of pottery, 10 horned deer, and 24 zebras, all of whom could ride on the road. Go faster and try to explore further, as long as you can come back before winter. In addition, this team is also equipped with several special talents, 2 young men who were once bald tribesmen. They were the first batch of people to enter the Han tribe. Not long after Luo Chong arrived here, he used pottery from the bald tribesmen. In exchange, these 2 people have been learning Chinese and Chinese characters for nearly a year, and they are the best among the adult clan members. In addition to these 2 people, there are 2 young men from the Eagle tribe, plus the Azuka giant eagle they raised. With these 4 people in the team, they can use the flying eagle to send messages even if they go far away. If you encounter difficulties outside, you can still ask for help. Yufu is also very happy with Luo Chong's arrangement. Yofu left with the exploration team, all 40 of them riding. There were also 2 giant eagles in the sky that could serve as scouts. Moreover, they were well armed and could handle any situation. Although there are no weapons such as sabers, spears more than 2 meters long are undoubtedly more advantageous, because the Han tribe already has stirrups. If there are no stirrups, long weapons will definitely not be used, otherwise they will hit the opponent at the same time. That is, when you fall from the horse, the huge impact can knock you down directly. Yufu has gone out, so Luo Chong naturally can no longer pay attention to them. He also has to supervise the construction of the city. The most important construction project at present is the warehouse, which is progressing very quickly, mainly due to the large number of people. With a team of thousands of people, there are at least hundreds of people on the construction site. After the most important foundation is laid, the wall above it is still very fast. Moreover, the bricks are so big that one layer can increase the height by 20 centimeters. It only took 1 day to build a 2-meter-high wall, but the subsequent progress was too slow. Because the wall is too high, scaffolding must be built. The speed of laying bricks is not slow, but the supply of materials is insufficient. A large blue brick weighs dozens of kilograms. Plus the mortar used for bonding, it is not good. Shipping stuff. Small bricks can be thrown directly to the person above, but for large bricks, only one person can stand on top and pull them up with a basket or basket. Only one brick can be pulled up at a time, and the speed is quite slow. Regarding this phenomenon, Luo Chong, there is no good way. The tool that can lift a large number of heavy objects at one time is a large crane, but that thing is too complicated and time-consuming to make, and Luo Chong has never done it. If it is made, it will take a lot of time just to debug and modify it, and it may not be done. When we came out, the warehouse was already completed. Although it is impossible to increase the working speed, Luo Chong can still do it if the tribesmen save some effort. If they want to save effort, the only thing besides levers is pulleys. These are junior high school physics knowledge, and teenagers can play with them. It makes sense that Luo Chong wouldn't. To lift a heavy object, the fixed pulley can only be used to change the direction of the force. For example, if a person lifted it up from above, then if a fixed pulley is installed on it, the person can pull the rope down from below. But if you want to save effort, then you can only use the moving pulley. One moving pulley can save 50% of the effort. Just one moving pulley can greatly reduce the fatigue of the tribesmen, so there is no reason not to do it. It is not difficult to make fixed pulleys and movable pulleys. In fact, they are just the same thing. The difference in name is whether you install it on the top or bottom. To put it bluntly, they are actually the same thing. Considering that it was not used to lift anything particularly heavy, a wooden pulley would meet the requirements. Luo Chong immediately gave the carpentry team the task of making the pulley, which could be completed by 1 or 2 people. First, find some suitable scraps and make 3 round wooden boards of different sizes, then punch holes in the middle and fix them with a copper nail. There are no hooks on the outside, just use ropes instead. It's outrageously crude, but it doesn't matter. As long as it can be used, and it can be done quickly. After 2 days of work, by 4 carpentry apprentices, they finally made some pulleys. 2 slightly larger round wooden boards sandwiched a smaller round wooden board in the middle. The outer wooden boards are not even very round, but it doesn't matter. Use. After the pulley was completed, Luo Chong immediately handed it over to the construction team for use. He first tied a pulley to the scaffolding above, then passed the rope through a pulley below, and then dropped it into a large basket. The people below directly loaded the bricks or mortar. Put it in the basket, and then another person can easily pull the basket up. This saves strength and naturally speeds up the efficiency. However, because only one brick can be loaded at a time, the construction speed is limited. Some people say that war is the driving force of technology. This is actually true. Every time there is a world war, human science and technology explode. Because to develop a new weapon, you have to develop many supporting byproducts. Just like building an airplane, you have to have the steel used for the airplane, and you have to develop other materials. Therefore, if these indirectly generated technologies are exposed to the civilian field, they can make a qualitative change in people's lives. But this is not a situation that only occurs during wars. Luo Chong believes that it is okay to engage in construction. Take the construction of a warehouse this time as an example. In just a few days, 2 kinds of technological equipment have appeared, a lever tamping truck and a labor-saving pulleys. These 2 technologies alone greatly speed up construction. This is another saying we often say, technology drives productivity. The outer walls are rising rapidly, and the construction inside the warehouse is also going on at the same time. 4 brick pillars with a side length of 80 centimeters are also rising from the ground. The foundations of the pillars are deeper, nearly 3 meters long, and the bottom is a thick layer of limestone is used to prevent moisture, then a layer of gravel is used to bear weight, and then a layer of mortar is poured on top to grout the joints, and then the construction of green bricks begins. Each pillar is surrounded by a circle of scaffolding, with vertical wires hanging around it. 2 people on top are responsible for laying bricks, and pulleys are used on the bottom to transport materials. These 4 top beam columns are arranged in a column in the north-south direction. Each column is 5 meters apart and 5.5 meters away from the north and south walls. The 4 columns will be used to support a main beam that is 18 meters long and half a meter thick. Then build purlins from the 4 directions of the wall to the main beam, and finally lay grass, seal with mud, and cover with tiles. The finished product is a roof with 4 slopes. With the hard work of the tribesmen and the guidance and supervision of Luo Chong, the warehouse was finally completed 1 week before the end of the month. The tall and empty warehouse covers an area of 600 square meters. It is surrounded by 7-meter-high walls. 2 gates are opened in the east and west directions, that is, in the middle of the rectangular warehouse. Opening the door like this, no matter you are going to the warehouse. Whichever end can be used at the fastest speed. The inner circle of the warehouse against the wall is also divided into 2 floors. There is a wooden floor 4 meters high and 4 sides wide. The floor has not been boarded yet. There is only a circle of wooden beams and pillars. One end is placed on the wall and the other as it was held up by a pillar, and there were no stairs. The only way to get up was to climb a ladder. Moreover, on the 2nd floor, a large window with a height of 1.5 meters and a width of 2 meters was opened on the wall of the warehouse. Now the windows are simply blocked with wooden boards. These windows can only be opened and closed by climbing to the 2nd floor. One is for the ventilation of the warehouse, and the other is for the lighting of the warehouse. When they are replaced with paper windows in the future, there will be some light in the warehouse, otherwise it will look dark. There is also a purpose in building the 2nd floor. A small amount of grain or a large amount of straw can also be placed on it, which can be used as a reserve for livestock for the winter, and by the way, it can accumulate experience for building multi-story buildings. The first month of autumn is over, and the high temperature brought by summer has gradually faded away. Although it is still very hot at noon, there is a coolness in the morning and night, and Luo Chong also begins to wear clothes made of woolen cloth. Boxer briefs made of fine linen, and underwear made of linen, natural color, with woolen trousers on the outside, and a knee-length robe made of woolen cross-collar, and on the feet are a pair of short boots with cowhide soles and sheepskin uppers. The cuffs of the trousers are stuffed into the boots, and the upper sleeves are also enlarged, with 2 cowhide arm guards. The waist is a palm-wide cowhide belt. The whole thing looks like ancient training clothes, very slim. Also very tall and straight. Naturally, not everyone can wear such an outfit. The weaving tribe has been producing sacks since its return, and its limited looms only produced 1 roll of fine linen. Except for Luo Chong and Xiao Dai, who made a few pieces of underwear, the rest will be distributed to the senior officials, and the rest will be distributed to the babies who will be born. There are even fewer alpaca wool cloths. Due to limited materials, less than 200 meters were woven in total. Luo Chong and Xiao Dai made a few sets of clothes. If the other senior officials divided them, there wouldn't be much left. And because of the availability of cloth, Luo Chong also set aside a piece of linen to replace the flag of the Han tribe. He replaced the original animal skin flag with the current linen printed and dyed flag. The entire flag has a bright red background and a middle, the light yellow square is left blank, and then the character written in black dye is written. The hanging method of the flag has also changed from the original vertical banner to a horizontal flag. The big flag was flapping in the bleak autumn wind. Another fair of the Han tribe began. The tribes who had taken rice seeds came to learn again. The smaller tribes also came to the Han tribe to give the vegetable seeds ordered by Luo Chong in exchange for pottery and white salt. Since the city wall has not yet been built, the inner scene of the Han tribe's urban area is now exposed in front of them. They have seen the neat brick houses in the Han tribe's residential area from a distance before, and they only have envy in their eyes. If they have the materials, they feel that it can also be built, but the tall warehouse that suddenly appeared this time looked very conspicuous, which shocked them even more. Wow, that house is so big. Does their leader live in it? A foreigner who came to trade said in surprise. Maybe, but I want to know more about how they built such a big house. It's too fast. It wasn't even there when we came to the market last time. The person next to him sighed. What's so strange about this? Haven't you seen how many there are there? I'm afraid they are more than our 10 tribes combined. Yeah, that's right. They have a lot of people, so they can build houses very quickly. Not to mention that our tribe doesn't have that many people. Even if we have so many people, we may not be able to build such a big house. Okay, what are you looking at? They are also from the Han tribe. They have nothing to do with us. Let's go and see their rice. Their rice seems to be mature. It's about to start harvesting. I haven't seen what the rice looks like when it's ripe, so hurry up and learn from them. A team leader interrupted his tribe's chat and urged them to learn to harvest rice. There are still 2 months until winter, and the Han tribe's second season of rice has matured. The water in the rice fields has been drained out. It has been drying for 7 or 8 days, and the soft mud in the fields has also hardened, now ready for harvesting. The straw is still yellow-green, but the rice ears hanging down from it are already golden. When all the rice ears reach 95% maturity, that is, when 95% have turned yellow, the rice can be harvested. You must pay attention to the time. If it is too early, the rice will not be ripe enough. If it is too ripe, it will fall off when harvested, causing unnecessary losses. The trading teams that came to study were also led by dedicated personnel. They were allowed to go to the fields and watch the harvesting process of the Han tribe at close range. Luo Chong even allowed them to harvest part of the harvest with sickles himself. This is of course not to take advantage of them and use them as free labor. It is mainly to let them learn how to use sickles, harvesting skills, and some matters that need to be paid attention to. Those who are willing to help the Han tribe work, these days during the market time, the Han tribe will also provide food. During the 7 days of the market, they learned how to harvest, then thresh, and then how to dry, how to shell after drying, how to bag, and how to store. On the last day of the market, these people still ate after arriving at the freshest rice. I now have a complete understanding of the entire harvesting process. At this market, the biggest sales volume was sacks, followed by white salt, and then bronze sickles. Metal sickles were very expensive, costing 2 large animal skins each. Those tribes without special resources had to endure it. I just bought a few sickles, because of my heartache. They have tried to use the sickle tool, and it is indeed easy to use. It cannot be imitated with stones. They can only use bone tools to make imitations. However, the imitations are definitely not as good as metal, so for the sake of the tribe's rice harvest, I reluctantly bought it. After a week of market, all the rice of the Han tribe was dried and put into the warehouse. With more than 900 acres of rice fields, the grain harvest alone was enough for all the tribesmen to eat for a whole winter, not to mention that the Han tribe still had other meat reserves. The livestock of the Han tribe are still in the initial stage, with only 56 pigs, No, there should be nearly 100 of them now. Among the earliest batch of spotted pigs, there were 4 pregnant adult sows. They gave birth just a few days ago. Each pig gave birth to 12 or 13 piglets. They are still there now. I'm doing confinement in the circle. The total number of pigs is less than 100. Naturally, Luo Chong will not slaughter them now. It is the time to expand the population and all pigs must be raised. In addition, only 100 of the 100 saiga antelopes that just came to the Han tribe were kept to expand the population. The cattle and horses are all laborers, so naturally they cannot be slaughtered, and the red-tailed black-feathered chickens cannot be raised in large numbers. There are currently less than 2,000 chickens in total, and it took more than half a year to catch them, and they also gave birth to their own chickens. It is much better to keep these chickens to lay eggs than to kill them and eat chickens. After much calculation, the only ones that could be killed were rabbits. However, since the area of the rabbit house was not expanded, several batches of rabbits were slaughtered. The total number of rabbits now remains at around 3,000. It is impossible to kill too many at once. After some calculations, in the end, the Han tribe could only rely on fish for their winter meat. However, the good news is that the schools of marine fish that traveled upstream last year have reappeared in the rivers, and they have migrated to freshwater. It's time to lay eggs. The rice straw had been tied into bundles and put into the warehouse to be used as animal feed in winter, so except for the construction team who started to build the breeding factory, most people had nothing to do, so Luo Chong assigned these people to the fishing team. The fish team has increased its fishing team to store more meat for the long winter. Speaking of fish in autumn, Luo Chong couldn't help but reflect. It happened to be autumn when he first came to this world last year. At that time, he also saw many identical fish, and they all came upstream from the lower reaches. They were so big. The large-scale fish migration clearly indicates a problem. This place may be very close to the estuary, that is to say, it is close to the sea. Being close to the sea naturally has its advantages. The resources of the sea are very rich. If the Han tribe can be developed to the seaside in the future, first of all, the supply of white salt will never be in short supply. At that time, sea salt can be directly used. In addition, when the Han tribe developed to a certain scale, the population surged, and the food supply was insufficient. The Han tribe could also build ships and obtain large amounts of fish resources from the ocean. Moreover, the Han tribe's ocean trade can also be developed, making the Han tribe richer and richer. A force without a sense of sea power will always be controlled by others. This is undeniable. Therefore, Luo Chong is very concerned about his geographical location. I am very happy, but I don't know where that guy Yu Fu can explore this time, whether he can find the sea, and whether he will gain anything. You have to have dreams, but reality has to come step by step. Thinking about it for the time being, Luo Chong began to plan and build the breeding area for the Han tribe. Luo Chong thought that the warehouse that had been built so far was very good. It was spacious and tall and could be used as a breeding plant. Therefore, the new breeding plant was also built according to the standards of the warehouse, but the number of breeding plants was not as many as that of the warehouse. In the same square area with a side length of 110 meters, 12 are planned for the warehouse, but there are only 8 for the breeding factory. The layout of the warehouse is 4 rows and 3 columns, and the breeding factory is 4 rows and 2 columns. That row is omitted. Luo Chong planned to build 8 large houses at both ends of this small city, and then fence the open space in the middle, plant some grass inside, and dig a small pond for the livestock to come out for daily relaxation. Breeding plants and livestock cannot be kept locked up forever. Another point worth noting is that Luo Chong did not plan to establish a rabbit breeding farm. Now that the Han tribe has more productive and easier to manage saiga antelopes, the problem of rabbits being small and large in number, making them difficult to manage, has been exposed. When the sheep flock reaches a certain size, the rabbits will definitely be eliminated. However, this does not mean that rabbits will no longer be raised in the future, but that rabbits will no longer be raised in large groups. Rabbits can be distributed to each household and allowed to be raised by themselves. They can be regarded as another source of food for the tribe and are not subject to the tribe. collective control. There are still 2 months until winter, and Luo Chong also gave the construction team an order to build at least 2 more breeding farms. This is the minimum requirement. The more than 300 horses of the Han tribe must occupy one house, and the other cattle, deer, sheep, pigs, and alpacas can be put together temporarily. There are not many of them anyway. As for rabbits, a batch can be slaughtered before winter, and the rest can be distributed directly to each household. There is no need to build a special house. After arranging these, Luo Chong began to rush the construction progress of the blast furnace, as well as the preparation of iron-making materials, the reserve of ore bricks, and the reserve of charcoal, which was expected to be a large amount. In addition to the star-shaped blast furnace, there are also supporting high stands and lifting equipment. Since this blast furnace is top-feeding, it must have the ability to deliver a large amount of materials in a short time. However, the previous warehouse construction in China, the Han tribe already had the necessary technical reserves. The technologies for large wooden structures and labor-saving pulleys were already mature, so it was not difficult to build them. However, these things are used for iron smelting, and the lifting units are generally very large, so Luo Chong also ordered the production of thicker ropes and pulleys made of pure metal. There are no chains yet. If there were iron chains, it would be even more perfect. The days passed by, and the progress of various construction projects was also catching up. Halfway through the 2nd month of autumn, the team led by Yu Fu also arrived at the Lu tribe again. The Lu tribe is naturally the tribe that breeds spotted pigs. Last time they traded dozens of pigs with Yu Fu in exchange for some pottery and white salt. However, the Lu tribe has a large population. The pottery is not much, but the white salt is consumed very quickly. When Yu Fu left last time, he said he would come here soon, but it has been several months, and there is still no trace. During this period, the leader has been almost anxious. He is looking forward to the stars and the moon and looking forward to Yu Fu coming again. Just when the Lu tribe slowly turned from hope to despair, thinking that Yu Fu would not come again, Yu Fu suddenly appeared in the territory of the Lu tribe. Chief, leader, the tribe selling white salt, came again last time. This time they brought 2 carts full of things. Also, this time they came on beasts, and there are no women. A member of the Lu tribe hurriedly came to report to the leader Zhu Hui. Here, really here? Where are they? Have you brought them here? When Zhu heard that Guy Yu Fu was coming, he didn't even hear clearly what the people behind him were saying, so he immediately stood up and asked excitedly Road. Well, they came here. They were met by our clansmen who were herding pigs outside, and then they were brought back to the tribe. They were walking this way just now, and they should be here by now. The clansman immediately replied. Here they come? Come on, take me to see them. They actually brought 2 big cars with them. I don't know how much salt they brought. If they leave this time, they probably won't come back this year. Zhu pulled the tribesman who reported the news kept talking while walking quickly. Soon, Zhu just walked out not far when he saw Yu Fu riding on horseback. This time Yu Fu had changed a lot. Not only had the mount been replaced with a new one, but his appearance had also changed drastically. His hair was tied up on top of his head, and he was wearing a t-shirt on it. Wearing a gleaming silver-white tin crown, wearing trousers on his legs, short boots on his feet, and a long-sleeved short robe with a cross collar on his body, he looked many times taller than before. Dozens of other followers are similarly dressed, but their clothes are simpler, and they don't have the tin crown that represents status and status. However, everyone has pants and more exquisite straw boots. Leader Zhu, we meet again. I wonder how many pigs you want to trade with us this time. Yu Fu saw Zhu coming to greet him in person, so he quickly got off his horse and greeted Zhu. Oh, you're finally here. We don't even have enough white salt for a month. If you don't come here, you won't be able to survive the rest of your life. Tell me quickly. You brought white salt this time. No, is it too much? Ju quickly grabbed Yu Fu's arm and asked. You've brought it, don't worry. The 2 cars at the back are full of goods. I guarantee you won't be able to use them all. As long as you have enough pigs, I can give you as much as you want. Yu Fu and Ju walked side by side, talking while heading towards the residence of the Luo tribe. When they arrived at the place, everyone dismounted and had a rest. The Luo tribe also brought out some water and fruits to entertain the guests. Ju knew that Yu Fu had brought enough goods, so he was no longer in a hurry and began to be in the mood to observe the changes in Yu Fu and his party. Friend, you have become rich this time. You actually have 2 cars. To be honest, you couldn't have exchanged those pigs and those 10 girls I gave you for it. It seems that our pigs are better than expected. It's even more valuable. I got you so many good things, aren't you cheating on both sides? What should I say, our pig should exchange for more things this time? Ju said, looking at Yu Fu. How is that possible? Chief Luo, you are overthinking. How much does it cost to buy this car? How do you know that the car I brought last time took more than 100 people to buy? Those pigs of yours, not to mention the carts, can't even be exchanged for the oxen that pull the carts. Then what are you doing? I took my entire clan to join the Han tribe that can build carts. Now I am also a small leader of the Han tribe. These riding beasts and carts are all issued by our tribe and specially asked me to come out this time. Make a deal and give the tribe something back in exchange. You see, I don't have this thing on my head. This thing is only owned by tribal leaders who actively join the Han tribe. It's called a crown. There are several people in our Han tribe who wear this kind of crown. Oh, by the way, in addition to changing things this time, there is one more thing I want to tell you. We may not leave here often in the future. Ah? You won't come anymore? What if we come to you to exchange things in the future? Ju asked anxiously. Don't be anxious, just listen to me first. Our leader has said that fairs will be held regularly in our Han tribe. If you want to exchange things in the future, you can just go there and trade by yourself. Yu Fu quickly explained. Road. Market? What is a market? Ju asked in confusion. It is a gathering of many tribes. It is held once every month and lasts for 7 days. During the market time, the tribes who come here can trade items with our Han tribe, and they can also trade with other tribes. In general, to put it simply, it is a gathering where various tribes trade items, Yu Fu explained in detail. Oh, that means that if we exchange things in the future, we have to go to the Han tribe to trade. How far is this Han tribe? How long does it take to go back and forth? What do the Han tribe sell? What should we exchange for? Ju seemed to understand, and then quickly asked about the rules of the market. It takes about a month to walk from you to the Han tribe. As for what to trade with, animal skins, animals, seeds of edible food, or some strange stones, if our leader can see if so, it can be used for trading. We also sell a lot of things, such as pottery, wooden barrels, white salt, sacks, and linen cloth. If next year comes, there will be other good things for sale, such as iron pots, iron spoons, kitchen knives, scissors, and other metal items, but that's not possible more expensive. Yu Fu introduced. Iron pot? Iron spoon? Linen cloth? What are they? Are they also for eating? No, iron pots are used for cooking just like clay pots, but they are made of metal. They are not broken and are easier to use. They are made of similar materials to the weapons we use. In addition, linen is cloth that can be used to make clothes. Just like the one I am wearing, these are clothes made of linen. They can be worn except in winter. They are lighter than animal skins, breathable and comfortable to wear. However, we Han tribe it's not much now, but there should be more next year. Youfu and Ju kept discussing the market and commodity trading, and negotiated the specific amount of the transaction. The Luo tribe was willing to give another 60 pigs in exchange for pottery and white salt, but this was also the last time this year. The deal, but Youfu did not agree immediately because he had to go further and could only bring 60 pigs with him on his return trip. Otherwise, he would not be able to take dozens of pigs on an adventure. Chief, I don't think so. You prepare the pigs first. I can give you part of the pottery and white salt first, and I will pay you the rest when I return from here. Then I will take the pigs with me. Let's go, what do you think? Youfu said with an idea. Are you still going south? How long will it take to come back? Ju asked, curiously. Yes, continue walking south. It will take about a month to bring it back. If it's too late, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back to the tribe. Why? By the way, does Leader Lu know what is there further south from you? Are there many tribes over there? What kind of tribes are they? Are the roads easy to walk? Are there any specialties there? For example, what do the tribes over there eat? Are there any tribes that raise livestock like yours? Youfu nodded and said. This, I really don't know. We usually don't go that far, and we have to herd pigs every day, so we can't get away. But I heard the dead old man in the tribe said that our tribe started from a long time ago. I moved here from the south. There is a place full of water, and you can't even see the edge. But I haven't seen it before. I was born here. Ju looked up at the sky, seeming to be trying to remember something. A place filled with water? Is it a big river? Or a particularly big lake? Youfu became interested in this place and quickly asked Ju in detail. I really don't know about this. I've never been there. I heard it from the old man in the tribe. Now that the old man is dead, I don't even know. I think you should go and see for yourself. Leader Lu didn't know the specific situation, and Youfu had no choice but to take people to see for himself. However, Youfu used to run around outside all year round. According to his intuition, there should be many places full of water. People, after all, water is the source of life. Whether it is humans or other animals, the more water there is, the more places there are. If we can get to that place smoothly this time, we will definitely gain something. We may see many useful animals. Even if we don't, there will definitely be many people. At least we can trade some goods with them, which will help the Han tribe. In exchange for something needed. Having made up his mind, Youfu left some pottery and white salt with the Luo tribe as a deposit, and then led the team to continue heading south. They didn't have much time. They had been out for nearly a month now, and they could walk another half at most. The return journey will begin in a month. Time was tight and the task was heavy. In the following days, Youfu's team hardly stopped, heading all the way towards the place where there was said to be a lot of water. As mentioned before, the geographical location of the Han tribe is high in the northwest and low in the southeast. Although the area that has been explored so far is still very limited, the general terrain is still the same, so the direction Youfu is heading now is also the lower you go, basically following the river all the way downstream. Moreover, there were many tribes encountered along the way. It felt that the population density increased as we went southeast. However, except for replenishing some food and water sources, the wandering team basically did not stop much because they did not know where the water was. Lots of places to walk. The tribesmen along the way saw that this group of people were all strong men, each of them was riding a wild beast, and there were 2 houses that could be pulled away. They all avoided it, let alone took the initiative to talk to them. Fortunately, this group of people who looked very powerful did not stop, which made these tribes feel a little relieved. This fast march did not last long. Starting from the Luo tribe, it took only 11 days for the group to reach the end of the road. The end did not mean that the sea was in front of them, nor was it the so-called Big Lake, but that they ran along a relatively spacious place to the edge of a cliff. The cliff is not very high, less than 50 meters, but it is relatively steep. The overall situation is facing south. People standing on the edge of the cliff can clearly see the vast world in the south, because in front of them there is no shelter. From the cliff down, the terrain in the south is really flat. On the Great Plain below the cliff, on the east side is a very huge lake. The lake water is clear and the scenery is pleasant. The water surface reflects the blue sky and white clouds, making the lake water a sky blue. People often say that the Dongting Lake is 800 miles away. Although this lake is definitely not as big as Dongting Lake, it is not small at all. It has a radius of about 500 miles at least. Even if you are riding a horse, you don't have a few days to get down, and you can't even think about going around it. Run around the lake. Countless waterfowl flew across the water, including huge giant geese, gray-green wild ducks with a wingspan of about 1 meter, and flamingos with thin and long legs. They stood a head taller than a person, with a long neck and a pure white body. The feathers of the tail and the first flight feathers of the wings are black. There seems to be a circle of golden red eyeshadow around the eyes. A cluster of red feathers more than a foot long stands high on the top of the head, like a cluster of flames. Dazzling. These water birds are all hunting for food, and they flock in groups to enjoy the feast brought by the sea in autumn, which is countless sea fish that migrate to spawn. There will naturally be no shortage of humans in places with abundant food. Some humans paddle simple rafts or more stylish canoes, and pull fishing nets made of hemp rope to fish in the lake. Of course, humans' diet is not as simple as that of waterfowl. There are also some tribes who are hunting huge groups of waterfowl with bows and arrows. What's more, they even take advantage of the opportunity for waterfowl to go out to hunt and steal them from the grass on the shore. Eggs, or directly kill the female bird that is visiting the nest, and take away the chicken and eggs together. However, after all, such incidents of cutting off the ears of birds are still rare. Otherwise, the number of waterfowl would not be so large if the nests were directly connected like this. Besides, places like Lakeside are generally more dangerous. Not all tribes dared to find excitement by the lake. Compared with the gluttonous feast in the lake, the battlefield near the lake seems to be more bloody. The water and grass here are fertile and the products are rich. Thousands of cattle, sheep, horses, and deer roam here like harvesters. They also gnawed on aquatic plants, leaving only bare land and large tracts of excrement that nourished the grassland. The long-toothed saber-toothed tiger that Luo Chong had never seen before hunted large herbivores in small groups here. Yes, the saber-toothed tiger was not the overlord of the mountains, but a creature living on the grassland. They will act alone, usually in groups of 5 or 6, specializing in hunting large units such as bison and wild horses. Of course, there are more than just saber-toothed tigers as predators in these places. Groups of prairie wolves, ferocious giant hyenas, yellow-skinned jackals, fiery red foxes, and huge grizzly bears are all here. Can be seen. However, there are also predators that you dare not provoke, or that are greedy but powerless, such as somber deer that are always swimming in the water, and groups of giant tapirs that stay in the water like hippopotamuses. Come out and let the predators watch and do nothing. Larger units are not uncommon on land, and they exist among the Han tribe. There are woolly rhinoceros with long dark brown hair, and thunder beasts with skin as hard as gray iron armor. They are all 3 or 4 meters tall. Troll. The largest ones are the saber-toothed elephants. Their adult height is comparable to that of a 2-story building. They are the absolute overlords on the grassland. Moreover, they never act alone, leaving predators with nothing to do. I don't know what Ruru and Huishan will do if they see their kind. Should they rush away from Luo, or stay in the Han tribe and continue to be mascots? Maybe they won't be able to leave when the time comes. After all, elephants are such creatures. They are still very smart, their brains are very large, and they can also produce emotions. Of course, since humans have mastered the power of controlling fire, human civilization has also continued to evolve and develop. Although predators are around on the grasslands, there are still humans here. The nomadic tribes of the prairie who have learned how to make bows and arrows have tamed the ferocious wild horses, the cunning and changeable prairie wolves, the thundering buffalo, and the timid but fast-running sheep. The nomadic tribesmen waved whips made of leather and galloped on the grassland. The cattle and sheep were gnawing on the grass everywhere under the protection of dozens of loyal shepherd dogs. Whenever jackals or tigers and leopards came to harass them, the herd's dogs will immediately rush to fight with them without fear of death, and herding humans will also drive horses to drive away wild beasts. Long-range mounted archery attacks and melee shepherd dogs fighting hard. Usually, the wild beasts that harass the herdsmen are not easy to eat. After a game of hunting, not only is the prey missing, but it might even kill its own little ones. The nomadic tribes are not afraid of encountering such a situation, and they also like the animal skins and food delivered to their doorsteps. The warriors of the nomadic tribes are very fierce. They grew up in such a dangerous environment. They cannot be qualified warriors and even survive. Without 2 brushes, they cannot survive on such a grassland where wolves dance together. Survive. The grassland next to the big lake is even more vast. I don't know how many times it is bigger than this lake. Maybe you have to walk thousands of miles to reach the seaside. Ba, ba. Accompanied by the chirping of 2 Azuka giant eagles in the sky, Yufu retracted his gaze from a distance and spoke to the team behind him. Let's rest here today. Let's find a way out from here tomorrow. The next day, led by 2 scout eagles, they found a valley more than 40 miles west of the cliff. From there, they could enter the vast grassland all the way south. It took a whole day to enter the grassland. All members of Yufu's expedition caravan were riding, and they did not dare to dismount. They always maintained a high degree of vigilance, so that they could escape quickly when encountering danger, and even Yufu returned to the team members. After giving the order, when things couldn't be done, they could abandon the cart and goods and escape. Obviously, they were prepared for the worst. They did not wander blindly on the grassland, but under the leadership of Azuka, they took the initiative to approach the nomadic tribes. After all, the first reason for wandering out was to explore the surrounding environment, and the second reason was to sell things and bring them out themselves. There is still a lot of cargo left in the 2 carts. We can't just do nothing. Let's go out for a walk and then bring it back. After traveling for a day, they finally encountered a nomadic tribe near dusk. It was a tribe called Qianyang, with a population of about 500, and they mainly made a living by grazing. When the 2 parties came into contact, the female tribesmen of the Qianyang tribe were picking up cow and horse dung in baskets. The dung contained a large amount of undigested grass clippings, which could be stored after drying and used as fuel in the winter. The male tribesmen were patrolling the pastoral areas on horseback. Each of them had a short bow and a dozen not-so-good arrows. The men all wore 2 braids beside their cheeks and were naked except for simple animal skins or rough fabrics woven from wool around their waists. As soon as Yofu and his team approached, the first ones to rush up were a dozen ferocious shepherd dogs. They bared their teeth to warn the strangers not to come near, and barked to attract their owners. Soon, the Qianyang warriors, patrolling the surrounding area, noticed the situation here. They urged their horses to come quickly, and then took out their bows and arrows to confront Yofu and the others 50 or 60 meters away. The warriors of the Qianyang tribe were very curious about these people. They had never seen a horse with black and white stripes, which was not the same breed as their horses at all. There are many colors of horses on the grassland, including maroon, yellow, white, black, and gray. The most colorful ones are the mixed-breed horses, with mixed hair. Their coats have the same qualities as reed chickens, and they are all white. It's black and variegated, but this is the first time I've seen this kind of black and white stripes. Which tribe are you from? What are you doing here? A warrior from the Qianyang tribe shouted loudly to Youfu. Unfortunately, the distance between the two sides was not very close. There were more than a dozen vicious dogs barking in the middle, and they couldn't understand each other's language, making it impossible to communicate at all. Youfu dismounted and tentatively took a few steps forward. He raised his hands to indicate that he was not carrying a weapon, hoping to have some communication. But the Qianyang tribe warrior was very vigilant and shot an arrow directly in front of Youfu's feet to warn him not to get close. Youfu had no choice but to retreat, put his hands in front of his mouth like trumpets, and shouted loudly to the Qianyang warrior. "Friends in front of us, we are here to exchange things. We are not bad people. Can you let us go over and talk?" Although Youfu shouted loudly, the people of the Qianyang tribe still couldn't understand, and they might not be able to see the gestures clearly from such a distance. Youfu couldn't help frowning at this method of communication. But fortunately, this guy Youfu often comes into contact with strange tribes. He has quite a bit of diplomatic talent and his brain works very quickly. He quickly started giving orders to the team members behind him. "Come down a few people, don't bring weapons, and then bring a few large clay pots from our ox cart to show them." The team members at the back heard the order, and 5 people quickly came down, took the 5 largest clay pots, held them high, walked forward, and then stood next to Youfu. "Friends across the way, we are here to exchange things. Do you want this kind of pottery? If not, can we leave?" Youfu continued to shout to the other side, pointing to the pottery next to him while shouting. Although the warriors of the Qianyang tribe still didn't understand, their eyes lit up when they saw the pottery that Youfu and the others took out. The earthy red pottery was hung with a layer of white glaze, and there was also a dark red glaze. Under the setting sun, it reflected a dazzling brilliance under the light. Although I had never seen such a thing, I could tell at a glance that it was a treasure. The soldiers of the Qianyang tribe reacted immediately, scolding a dozen shepherd dogs in their unique language, and then urged the big yellow horse on their crotches to get closer to Youfu and the others, and finally came to them. One of the young men who looked like the team leader dismounted and was responsible for communicating with Youfu and the others. Youfu had a smile on his face. After all, a smile can express kindness, and even if he doesn't understand the language, it can show that he has no ill intentions. Then he took the pottery pot from a team member next to him and handed it to the team leader for closer inspection. The team leader took a white pottery pot, raised it up and looked at the sun. Stripes and Chinese characters were painted on the pot with colorful glazes. It looked very exquisite, and it was quite heavy in his hand. After all, it's made of mud. Youfu saw that the other team leader obviously liked it, so he took out a snakeskin water bag from the back of his waist, then asked the other party to hold the pot, and poured some water into it. The water was sloshing around in the clay pot, but there was no leakage. The other team leader quickly understood the purpose of this thing, so he asked Youfu, "Is this thing for our tribe?" Youfu couldn't understand what he said, but when the other person started talking to him, he thought he was asking about the price. So Youfu pointed to the clay pot in the opponent's team leader's hand, then patted the opponent's big yellow horse, and pulled the animal skin on the opponent's body, meaning that these things could be replaced. The team leader of the other party also understood that such a beautiful thing could also be used to hold water. It was impossible for others to just give it to them for free. Judging from the behavior of the stranger with tied hair and a crown in front of them, they seemed to want to use this water container. in exchange for their horses and animal skins. This is a good thing. The team leader knows that his 1,000-sheep tribe needs it very much, but he is not a high-level person. He can only let people tell the leader about the situation first. It is up to the leader to decide whether to exchange it, what to exchange for it, and how much to exchange. So he immediately called one of his brothers, handed him the pottery pot, and asked him to ride a horse to deliver it to the leader and tell the leader what was going on. The guy took the clay pot and urged the horses to run towards the tent area of the residence. This made the team members around Yufu anxious. Hey! Why did he take our pottery and run away? Where is he going? He hasn't even given us the stuff yet, so he just picked it up and ran away? Yufu quickly pulled down the pointing hand of the team member, and then said with experience. He should have taken the things to report to the leader. Don't worry, he will definitely be back soon. Besides, even if it is the first time we meet, we should give them a pottery, so we don't need to care so much. The warriors of the Qingshu tribe quickly ran back to the big tent holding the white pottery pot. Yes, it was the kind of big tent made of felt and animal skins. A dozen tents were gathered together. This is where their tribe lives. Speaking of felt, it is actually very easy to make. It is made directly from animal hair. It does not need to be spun into wool first and then woven into cloth like wool. You can directly wash the collected wool and then evenly spread it flat into a sheet, spray water on it, flatten it with a heavy object, and finally let it dry. It is very simple to make, but it is a waste of materials. A piece of felt measuring 2 square meters requires the wool of 10 sheep. Except for these nomadic tribes that raise large numbers of sheep, ordinary tribes cannot afford it at all. The Han tribes were not that wealthy. The soldier quickly went to the door of the leader's tent, lifted the door curtain and looked inside, but the leader was not inside. Only a few of the leader's women were doing something. After asking, they found out that the leader had gone to give a hen, the horse went to deliver the baby. This is not to say that the leader has nothing to do, but it just illustrates the status of horses in nomadic tribes. Nomadic tribes cannot survive without horses. They domesticate a large number of cattle, horses, and sheep. They eat cattle and sheep, but rarely eat horses. They do not eat horses all year round. 2 horses must have been slaughtered. Apart from the population of the tribe, horses have the highest status. The soldier held the pot and searched again, and soon found the leader. The mare had just given birth and was licking the afterbirth of the newborn foal. One was to clean the foal's hair, and the other was to eat the afterbirth. Layers of the afterbirth can also provide nutritional support after birth, as most animals do. The leader of the Qingshu tribe was named Ili. He was surprised when he saw his warrior carrying a white reflective pot with colorful patterns printed on it, and he quickly asked the warrior, "What kind of basin is this? It's so beautiful. Where did you get it?" Ili burst out with a series of questions, took the pottery pot directly from the soldier's hand, looked at it carefully in the afterglow of the setting sun, and seemed to love it. "Chief, when we were grazing just now, a group of foreigners came from the north. They all rode a kind of horses with black and white stripes. We have never seen them before. There were also 2 tents pulled by cattle. The tents were still there. Being pulled by a cow is particularly magical. They just came to the outskirts of our tribe and said they wanted to exchange this thing for our horses and animal skins. Our captain didn't know what to do, so he asked me to bring this thing to you." The soldier quickly told everything he saw. "Exchange this thing for our horses and animal skins? Do they have a lot of these things?" Ili asked doubtfully. "Yes, there are a lot of them. They just took out 5 or 6 of them themselves. I think they all took them out from the tent pulled by oxen. There should be more in that tent," the soldier said. Ili rolled his eyes and became interested. "Come on, take me to see it quickly." After saying this, Ili ordered a woman next to him to take care of the mare that had just given birth. Then, without using stirrups, he turned over and jumped on a horse with dark fur and a white streak on its face. The horse with the lightning pattern clamped its legs under the horse's belly and followed the warrior straight to the north. After going back and forth for almost half an hour, the sun was lower on the western horizon. Just when Yu Fu and others were about to run out of patience, two horses, one red and one black, galloped towards them in the distance. Instantly attracted the attention of the group of people. Call. Reining his horse to an emergency stop, Ili turned over and jumped off the horse. He walked to the team leader and looked at Yu Fu and others opposite. He first took a look at the other party's clothing, their unique horses, and the two walking tents took another look at the various clay pots in their hands and quickly understood the situation. He first asked his tribesmen to retreat a little, and then shouted for Yu Fu and others to come forward. Yu Fu quickly brought people to him. Seeing that the other party was headed by this person, he also understood that the real owner was here, so he quickly put one hand on his chest, leaned over slightly and gave the other party a salute. Dear leader, we are a caravan coming from the north. We want to do some trading with your tribe. We can exchange our goods for some cattle, horses, and animal skins with you. I don't know if that's possible. Yu Fulian explained to Ili with gestures, and asked the tribesmen around him to take out a set of ceramic products, ranging from large pots to small porcelain bowls, and of course the most important white salt. Then he pointed at Qianyang respectively. The tribe's horses, cattle, and sheep meant that they would be exchanged for these things. Ili also quickly understood what Yu Fu meant. He did not agree directly, but looked at the products one by one. Ili couldn't put it down for the exquisite ceramics. He held a white porcelain bowl and imagined drinking milk with it. I really liked it, and finally saw a small bowl of white salt, but pointed at it doubtfully. What is this? Yu Fu took a little bit and put it in his mouth, signaling for Ili to taste it. As expected, almost everyone who tasted the pure white salt of the Han tribe for the first time was immediately attracted to it. After some exchanges, Ili learned that there were many such things in Yofu, so he warmly invited them to the residence of the Qianyang tribe. Just as the sun was setting in the west, it was getting dark soon, so Yofu decided to stay here for one night, so as to get a deeper understanding of the conditions of these tribes living on the grassland, and what products they needed most. It's best to bring some suitable products to sell when you come back. The group of people soon arrived at the tribe. Several bonfires were lit in a circular, open space, composed of more than a dozen large tents. With a wave of Ili's hand, tribesmen immediately carried the slaughtered whole sheep and placed them on the bonfire. The tender mutton was quickly roasted on the flames, and Yu Fu also asked his tribesmen to scoop out several bowls of white salt and deliver them to each fire. There were girls from the Qianyang tribe who curiously looked at the caravan of the Han tribe. They took the animal skins and spread them out around the fire. Everyone sat on the ground, cut off the almost roasted mutton and put it on the animal skins, like modern times. It's like people having a picnic during spring outings, except that the food they eat is relatively simple and not very delicious. Yu Fu and Ili sat together, and asked his men to take out small packets of chili noodles, and sprinkle white salt and chili pepper on the roasted mutton. They enjoyed the meal with Ili, and Ili was also chilled by the spicy heat. He was angry, but he shouted loudly that he was happy, and then asked his tribe to bring out goat milk to entertain Yu Fu and his party. Brother Yofu, you, the Han tribe, have good pottery, white salt, and chili peppers are the most powerful. You must give us more of these things, ha 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 ha. Ili used the few words he had just learned. Chinese noun, he stammered and boasted to Yofu. Ha 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 ha, as long as the leader of Ili likes it, don't worry, as long as your tribe can afford what I want, I believe our transaction will be pleasant. Yu Fu also responded with a smile. Well, in that case, let's talk about the specific quantity and how to exchange it. I don't know how you want to exchange all these good things. Hearing Yu Fu talk about the transaction, Ili immediately became serious. Well, our Han tribe has done transactions with many tribes before, and these living animals have also been exchanged. Did you see the cow we pulled the cart? One cow like that can be exchanged for 2 clay pots. If the mother cows can be exchanged for 3. If you exchange sheep, you can exchange 2 sheep for 1 clay pot, or you can exchange 1 sheep for 2 large bowls. White salt can only be exchanged for horses, and 1 horse can be exchanged for 5 bowls of white salt. As for other things, we also want animal skins, as well as horns, tendons, and hides. We all want them, and we can also exchange them for pottery. When it came to the transaction, Yu Fu started talking nonsense. The Han tribe had exchanged cattle and horses somewhere before, but now they still managed to catch them. The prices were all nonsense, and they were extremely expensive. This time when he came out to trade, Yu Fu's identity had changed. He was no longer the leader of the Yu tribe, but a member of the Han tribe. He had the responsibility to strive for more benefits for the Han tribe, instead of being a member of the Lu tribe. In that way, he had the advantage of both sides and took the white salt and pottery from the Han tribe without taking it seriously. Now these goods are all belonging to his own tribe, and their properties are completely different. When Ili learned about Yu Fu's quotation, he couldn't help showing a look of pain. The things from the Han tribe were good, but the prices were not low. The pottery was not bad. After all, it was not consumables and could not be worn out. But that the precious white salt can only be exchanged for horses. How many horses are needed to feed the 1,000 sheep tribe for a year? It is estimated that the horses that are born every year are exchanged for white salt, which makes my body ache just thinking about it. Brother Yu Fu, everything else is easy to talk about. It's just that if we exchange all the white salt with horses, we can't return all the horses to you. Do you think we can also exchange it with cattle and sheep? Ili tried his best to fight for it. Road. This is not impossible, but I have a condition. The number of horses must account for more than 40% of the total. If we trade 100 livestock, 40 of them must be adult horses. Our Han tribe also needs horses very much. I can only give you this price, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to our leader when I go back. In this case, he may not let me come next time. Then you will want to eat white salt again. It's difficult. Yu Fu thought for a while and said that it seemed unrealistic for him to ask them all to exchange horses for white salt. It would be better to set a ratio so that more horses could be exchanged. Okay, let's make an agreement then. We will trade at this price tomorrow. Ili also thought for a while and felt that there was no problem, so he agreed. After agreeing on the price, the dinner quickly ended with a bonfire show. Young and strong boys wrestled in the venue for everyone to enjoy. The winner will receive the meat rewarded by the leader, which is the best part of the sheep. There is also a bowl of fresh milk with a fishy smell. After the wrestling, a group of young women joined hands and danced around the bonfire. They just went back and forth with just a few movements. They were not entertaining at all. They were just for the fun. Otherwise, besides grazing and collecting cow dung every day, it would be quite boring. After dinner, Ili divided 2 tents for the Han tribe's caravan to live, and also called Yu Fu to live in his big tent. Yu Fu couldn't refuse the other party's enthusiasm, so he had to explain it to the tribe and leave someone to take turns guarding him at night. Goods and horses, and then entered Ili's tent. Yu Fu originally thought that this was the end and he could just rest in peace. Unexpectedly, as soon as he covered himself with animal skins and lay down, 2 naked women got into his animal skin quilt. One was a woman from Ili, and the other was a woman from Ili. She is the eldest daughter of Ili. Yufu was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Ili's voice coming from the dim tent. It turned out that Ili himself had arranged this for Yufu, and explained to him that this was the tradition of their prairie people, because they having been born as a nomad, it is not easy to meet strangers. Most of them will use this method to borrow seeds to obtain genes from foreign races, and achieve the purpose of optimizing the human race. This is the first time I have encountered such a custom in traveling. I used to live in the mountains and only knew that blind dates could be held during the spring festival. I did not expect that the custom here would be like this. However, Yufu and a group of old men have been out for more than a month. There is not a single woman in the team, and they have long been hungry and thirsty. Now that someone has taken the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, it is too humiliating to give in. They will immediately hug each other. Then he started having sex. There was no light in Haibulongdong's big tent, but it didn't matter what she looked like, as long as she was a woman. As Yufu continued to repeat his movements, a high-pitched cry soon sounded in the big tent, and Ili heard it. I feel extremely happy. Not only this big tent is like this, but the other two big tents where the Han tribe's caravans live have the same arrangement. Finally, a group of strange foreigners came. The Qianyang tribe has no sense of waste. It doesn't leave tens of billions. How can the seeds of my life be willing to give up? After a night of fighting, Yufu got up early the next day and quickly made a deal with Ili. There were more than 500 people in the Qianyang tribe, and a pot for 5 people would cost more than 100. He bought more pottery bowls, 2 per person. It cost more than 1,000. The last white salt was replaced by 4 large barrels, and even the barrels were bought by the Qianyang tribe. The final list of materials obtained from the tour is as follows: 50 bulls and cows, 550 male and female white curled horned sheep, 350 adult horses of various colors, many male and female, as well as some cattle and sheep skins, some horns and tendons. The harvest from this trip is huge. The Han tribe has never had such a large-scale transaction since its establishment. However, only the nomads on the grassland have the capital to trade so many goods at one time. Otherwise, they would have to exchange for ordinary goods. Tribes, if they want to exchange people or animal skins, can't buy many things at all. The huge harvest made the entire caravan excited. If they could bring these livestock back safely, they would definitely be generously rewarded by the leader and worshipped as heroes by the tribesmen. Yufu was also very happy, but only half of the goods in the 2 carts were sold. He decided to try to contact another nomadic tribe and sell the remaining goods, but this might take longer, so Yufu decided it would be better to report the current situation to Luo Chong first, so as not to worry Luo Chong. So Yufu found the 2 young men who were better at writing Chinese characters, took out a piece of sheepskin, and wrote on charcoal what they had discovered, the location of the big lake and grassland, the nomadic tribes here, and the details of the transaction. And Yufu's plans and trends next. Then he rolled the animal skin letter into a roll, tied it to the leg of an Azuka giant eagle, and let it fly back to the tribe to report the message to Luo Chong. The Azuka giant eagle used to live near the Salt Lake iron mine, which has a large magnetic field, for a long time. It is very sensitive to the geomagnetic field. It is common to identify the direction. Although the distance is long, there is no problem at all. The group of people rode on horseback for more than a month. The distance was almost 1,000 or 2,000 miles. However, the giant eagle still flew very fast. It reached a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour when gliding. Such a long distance, it only takes 2 days at most to use the giant eagle to deliver the message, and the communication speed is not slow. After letting go of the giant eagle that delivered the message, the caravan led by Yufu continued to move. With 2 ox carts, 40 zebras and horned deer, plus the newly purchased 950 cattle, horses, and sheep, the total number of people in the caravan was only 40. It was very difficult to catch up. Although the people of the Han tribe also led horses on the tribal pastures, there were only a few of them in the Han tribe. They had never driven such a large herd of animals before. Although these cattle, horses, and sheep had been artificially domesticated for a long time, they were regarded as small animals. Those who are more obedient generally know how to form a group automatically, but they don't run around. But after all, there were still fewer manpower to guard them, and Yofu and the others did not have sheepdogs to use, so the herd was often harassed by wolves and wild beasts. The team marched for just one day and only traveled less than 100 miles, but however, more than 20 sheep were lost in the team, which made the whole team look sad. The soldiers are all equipped with longbows, but they cannot be used on horseback. Moreover, they have not trained in mounted archery. They have no experience at all in shooting moving targets, while they are in a moving state. They can dismount and shoot. He is a good player in array battle, but when he mounts a horse, he becomes a bunch of noobs. Seeing those beasts attacking, the soldiers could only rush over on horseback with spears, but those beasts are also cunning. They have dealt with the nomads for a long time, and they will not give you a chance to get close before you rush forward. He would have run away a long time ago, or he would just pick up a sheep and run away without any hesitation. Don't be greedy for merit, just have one sheep and run away if you get it, don't rush in, just hang out on the periphery, and don't join your herd at all. When you come, I will run, and when you leave, I will continue to harass. Such guerrilla tactics make the soldiers exhausted. Can only watch the sheep being taken away, but there is no way to recover the loss. This situation lasted for a day, and many people gave up. They thought it was better to bring the harvest back to the tribe first. Otherwise, if they stayed here any longer, they would lose more than half of the goods in a few days. The remaining goods would be left first. Anyway, the pottery and white salt won't go bad. Hearing what most of the people around him said, Yufu also began to hesitate. Bringing these cattle, horses, and sheep back must be a great achievement, but if he continues, no one knows what the final result will be. Looking at Qianba, there were hundreds of cattle, horses, and sheep, and after looking at the remaining goods, Yufu sighed heavily, and finally had to say, "We will move forward for another day tomorrow. If we haven't found any other nomadic tribes, we will start going back." When the other team members heard what the captain said, they all agreed. Whether they wanted to continue walking or wanted to go back, they all thought this was a good idea and a compromise. In the evening, a group of people drove cattle, horses, and sheep to find a place with rich water and grass. It was a small area by the lake. They stayed here for a while and waited for the herds to eat and drink. Then they would stay away from the water and find a place. Camp somewhere safer. In addition to being on guard on horseback, the team members also took turns to rest by the lake, replenish food and fresh water, and shoot a few waterfowl for dinner. But at this moment, several strangers appeared not far away, bringing with them nearly 100 sheep and more than 30 sheepdogs. It was a man about 17 or 18 years old, shirtless, with solid muscles, but not bloated. He wore an animal skin skirt around his waist, holding a relatively delicate short bow, and riding a maroon horse under his crotch. Horse. The man was accompanied by 3 young women, all of whom were also riding horses. 2 of them were holding children under 1-year-old in their arms. There were 5 or 6 horses around him, some large and some small, and dozens of shepherd dogs were also chasing him. Holding the sheep, they followed closely behind these 4 people. The man also discovered Yufu and the others. He also brought his sheep here to drink water and catch some water birds to eat. He did not interact with Yufu and the others. The maroon horse galloped along the lakeside, carrying the man. The man drew his bow and arrow, aimed at a wild duck flying at low altitude, and shot the arrow into the sky with a whoosh. The soldiers on Yofu's side also looked up one after another. The arrows shot straight into the sky, but they were not aimed at wild ducks at all. There were no targets on the flight path. The soldiers in the Han tribe's caravan couldn't help but sneered. But the next moment, I suddenly heard a scream from the sky of a wild duck hit by an arrow. It turned out that when the arrow was flying, at a certain moment, the arrow happened to appear under the wild duck either sooner or later, and the horse was moving at high speed. Shooting at a moving target, accurately predicting the amount in advance, this skill of archery is called a master, and it immediately shocked everyone in the caravan. The wild duck that was hit by the arrow was still struggling to death, rolling in the air and gliding far away, but there were already several shepherd dogs chasing it below. When the wild duck finally landed, it happened to be caught by the shepherd dogs, and then the wild duck was wagging its tail. He gave it to his master, and then barked a few times to please him. This scene made the members of the caravan extremely envious. Not only did he have excellent archery skills, but he also had a loyal dog by his side. He didn't even have to pick up the prey himself. The dog had already brought the prey to him. This man really couldn't help others. Then, "Hey, when will the dozen wolf cubs raised by our tribe be trained like this?" a team member complained. "It's probably not the same breed. Ours is a wolf, and theirs is a dog. You see, their dogs can wag their tails and bark. The few dogs in our tribe can only howl every day if they shake their tails." Another team member analyzed. "Oh, yes, it shouldn't be an animal. Oh, by the way, Captain Yu, why don't we make a deal with that man and exchange him for some dogs? I see that man has dozens of dogs. Not only can they pick up prey, but they can also help people herd sheep. They are also good for dealing with those wild beasts. Let's exchange some dogs with him and raise them. Maybe they can produce children with the wolves we raise. The wolf dog is coming." The team member who complained at the beginning immediately suggested to Yu Fu that he hoped to make a deal with this person. Yu Fu thought about it. Not to mention picking up prey in advance, it would definitely be very beneficial to have a few shepherd dogs to help guard the herd. A group of them were worried about the loss of sheep today. So he immediately asked his brother Yui to go there with a clay pot and a small bag of white salt to see if the other party would be willing to exchange some dogs for them. Naturally, such a small volume transaction does not require Yu Fu to do it himself. Besides, he also intends to train his brother and give him more training. Yui is also very happy. After all, it is a small achievement to conclude this matter, so he immediately takes it with him. The thing rode past. Yui quickly ran over on horseback. In just a moment, the strange man had shot down 6 wild ducks. He had almost used his arrows. When he saw one of the strangers suddenly running over, he stopped shooting. Just put an arrow on the bowstring, and be on guard against Yui's actions at any time. The man did not block Yui's approach, and several shepherd dogs that circled Yui were also chased away by him. He was also very curious about the team in front of him. There were not many people, and there was not a woman in sight. Not even a shepherd dog. No, the horse they were riding looked very strange, and they were only one person here, so there shouldn't be any hostility, so the man also wanted to get in touch with Yui. "Hush," Yui stopped the horse and said to the strange man. "Hey, friend, we want to trade this clay pot for your dog, do you think that's okay? We also have white salt that we can use in exchange." As Yui spoke, he raised a clay pot from his arms to show the man, then pointed at the sheepdogs around him, and finally took out a small bag of white salt and threw it directly to the strange man. The man reached out to catch the snakeskin bag thrown by Yui, shook it in his hand, and then opened it. He saw that it was full of pure white powder, something he had never seen before, so he looked up in confusion. Yui didn't know what he meant by giving this to him. When the man raised his head and looked at each other, Yui was startled. The pupils of this young, strange man's eyes were actually light red, as if he had pink eye, which made people look a little scared. However, Yui was also a person who traveled around with his elder brother. He had seen a lot of things in the world. After calming down his mind, he gestured to the man with a smile, gesturing for him to taste the contents of the bag. The man was hesitant. The stranger brought something for him to eat, and it was something he had never seen before. Who knew if it was poisonous? He thought for a moment, then pinched out a little white salt and smelled it with his nose. He smelled it, then leaned down and called a sheepdog to smell it. The dog stretched out its nose and sniffed for a few times, then stretched out its tongue and licked it. It was suddenly salty by the taste, but the salt was not very much, so the shepherd dog did not react in any particular way. It was just honest. He squatted in front of his owner, then stuck out his tongue and gasped, looking up at his owner, waiting to be fed again. The man looked at his dog, but there was no sign of poisoning, so he stuck out his tongue and licked the white salt in the bag. Only then did he know what was in the bag, and he immediately smiled at Yui. The two chatted with each other for a while gesticulating continuously. Yui knew that the other party's name was Ling, and Ling also knew what Yui meant. The group wanted to exchange white salt and pottery for their dogs. To be honest, Ling was very moved. Yes, but he couldn't agree. It's not that he is unwilling to exchange, but that these dogs are raised by himself. Even if he agrees to Yui and the others, the dogs will not follow them obediently. This is the common sense of all prairie people. A loyal dog will not serve its two masters, so this makes Ling felt very strange. Aren't these people tribes on the grassland? Otherwise, how could they come over and propose such a deal to him without even having this common sense? Although Ling really wanted the white salt and the clay pot, he still threw the white salt to Yu Yi, then spread his hands, saying that he had nothing to do. Yu Yi was also helpless, and had to ride back without success. The deal was not concluded. Ling Yi took his women and sheep and started to leave, preparing to find a place to camp. After Yu Yi went back and told his elder brother about the situation, Yu Fu also frowned. It would be dark soon. There were only 40 people on his side tonight, but he had to take care of nearly 1,000 cattle, horses, and sheep, and there was no solid ground. The sheepfold can be protected, but one does not know how much will be lost overnight. After thinking for a moment, Yu Fu immediately reacted. Looking at Ling, who was about to leave their sight, Yu Fu grabbed the salt bag in Yu Ye's hand and chased after Ling's team. "Eh? Brother, what are you doing here?" Yui shouted from behind, but Yofu didn't answer, and he galloped towards Ling on horseback. Ling's woman heard the sound of galloping horses' hoofs behind her, and immediately called her man. Ling turned around and looked back, and found that it was still the same group of people just now, and this time they were alone, so he stopped the team and waited for Yu Fu. After Yu Fu came over, he threw the salt bag into Ling's arms without saying a word, which made him a little confused. "Friend, how about staying with us at night and letting your dog help us look after the sheep? This bag of white salt is yours, okay?" Yu Fu was also forced to do nothing by these shameless jackals, tigers, and leopards. The night was coming, so he had no choice but to come up with such a way. After Ling understood what Yu Fu meant, he was very happy and immediately agreed. So, just like that, the two groups got together and found a relatively safe place to camp. They also made a simple sheep pen with ropes and a large net around it, and drove the cattle, horses, and sheep in. Everyone had dinner together, using a Han tribe pottery pot and stewing old duck soup with salt. Ling had never eaten this kind of food before, and they didn't have that much water. They only had a few with them. The water bladder made of sheepskin could not be used to make soup for the luxury of drinking, and besides, they did not have earthenware pots. Ling and his 3 women, each carrying a pottery bowl, imitated Yu Fu and the others to use chopsticks to eat meat and drink soup. They gradually became familiar with each other and began to chat with Yu Fu using gestures. It turns out that Ling did not have a tribe. He was originally from a large tribe of 700 to 800 people. However, He had a pair of red eyes since he was a child. He was regarded as an unknown by the witches of the tribe. However, his mother was also afraid of being discovered by the tribe, so she let him wear his eyes loosely since he was a child. His hair covered his eyes, and he was rarely allowed to play with other children. However, paper could not contain the fire. When Ling was 14 years old, his red eyes were still discovered by the tribe. Some people in the tribe said they would kill him, while others could not bear to kill him and said they would drive him away directly. Ling's mother naturally didn't want her son to be killed, so she could only agree to Ling's expulsion from the tribe. However, his mother was still very good to him. Before leaving, she asked Ling to take away 3 dogs he had raised and a horse. Xiao Ma, and told Ling not to go too far. Some time later, Ling's mother secretly gave Ling a few sheep while she was out grazing. When she returned to the tribe, she reported to the leader that the sheep had been taken away by wild wolves. Such things happened from time to time, so the leader didn't suspect anything. In this way, the young Ling bid farewell to his mother in tears, rode on his pony, took 3 pet dogs, and a few sheep, and embarked on his wandering journey, becoming what Yufu often said was a wild man on the grassland. Savage. In the next few years, the young Ling has been wandering on the grassland. He made his own bow and arrow, practiced extraordinary archery skills, and captured several wild horses. The number of sheep has also increased, reaching there are nearly 100 dogs. The 3 puppies I brought with me have turned into a group of more than 30 dogs after several years of reproduction. Ling's capital was growing day by day, and as he grew older, he felt that he could support a family, so he went to some small tribes and exchanged his sheep for 3 women. The year before last, his woman was already pregnant. She is pregnant. Now she has 2 children, a boy and a girl, who are not yet 1 year old. The 3rd woman was also pregnant a few days ago. She is only 4 months old now. She has a happy family. Ling's life experience is actually not tragic. In this primitive era, he was kicked out of the tribe after he became an adult and started to wander alone. With the initial capital given by his mother, he wanted to support himself. Although it was hard, it was not very difficult. Disaster. However, after learning about Ling's situation, Yufu began to be attracted by it. Ling was an out-and-out native of the grasslands and had traveled to many places in the grasslands. He was not only good at herding, but also knew many languages of the grassland tribes. He also had excellent writing skills and archery skills. Chaochuan is really a rare talent for the Han tribe, and there is no reason not to strive for it. After figuring out the key, Yufu immediately began to win over Ling. Ling, your woman has another baby in her belly. In a few months, her belly will get bigger and bigger, and she won't be able to ride a horse by then. What are you going to do? Have you prepared a place to spend the winter? A place to spend the winter? There is one, it's a small forest. I don't have cattle, so there is no cow dung to burn. There are many trees in that place. I can cut wood for burning. There are many shrubs in that forest, and sheep, the herds can also eat bushes there for the winter, or they can set up a sheepfold in the woods. I still have dogs to watch the sheep, so I don't have to worry too much. Ling had obviously made plans for a long time. The grove he was talking about might be the place where he spends the winter every year. The orderly arrangement he made showed that he was very familiar with the place. This answer made Yufu feel like he had nothing to do. Originally, if Ling had no place to spend the winter, he could have used this reason to invite him back, but it turned out that they had already prepared it. After thinking for a while, Yufu said again, "Your child is still so young. He should have been born this spring. They have not experienced the cold winter yet. You have to go chop wood and make fire every day. In case of snow, it rains too hard and the child may not be able to survive this winter. You might as well go to our tribe. Our tribe has sturdy houses to live in, and we can make fires directly in the houses. We also have enough food to survive the winter, and a stable water source. There is too much firewood to burn. It is much safer to go to us than to spend the winter alone. Go to your tribe? You want my sheep and dogs, right? Ling immediately showed a vigilant look. Yu Fu smiled slightly after hearing this, nodded first, and then shook his head. I do want more sheep, and I really need your dog, but that has nothing to do with me inviting you. As you can see, we have white salt and pottery. These things are made by our tribe ourselves, and the tribes on the grassland need these things very much. The cattle, horses, and sheep that our team brings are exchanged for these things. I want sheep. As long as I am looking for a bigger tribe, I can get more sheep. Do you think I am very rare for your 110 sheep? Also, our tribe also has dogs, but they are not as many as yours, and they are not as well trained as you. Although these words were uncomfortable to hear and were directly looked down upon by Yu Fu, they were extremely true. Think about it, this group of people had so many good things, how could they covet their own meager assets? Thinking of this, Ling also became curious about the tribe Yu Fu mentioned. Then where is your tribe? How many people are there? How many cattle, horses, and sheep are there? Our Han tribe is in the mountains to the north. It takes more than a month to ride back from here. The population is nearly 3,000. In addition to the current cattle, horses, and sheep, there are hundreds more in the tribe. Yu Fu said. It takes more than a month to walk in the mountains to the north. Oh my God, how did you come so far to the grassland? Also, you said you have a population of nearly 3,000, but why do you only have a few hundred cattle and sheep? Then what do so many of you eat? Don't you all starve in winter? I have seen large tribes with thousands of people. They have tens of thousands of cattle and sheep, and they can't finish eating meat and milk every day. Ling was very surprised by what Yu Fu said. Similarly, he was a native of the grassland and had never been to the mountains, and he did not understand the way of life of the mountain people. In his impression, all people should eat meat and drink. He simply couldn't imagine life without meat and milk. Our tribe has very few cattle and horses, and we are reluctant to eat them. Those cattle and horses are used for work, such as pulling carts, or plowing the land to grow food. Food is something to eat. It is the seeds that grow from grass. When cooked, it can be eaten by people. It is also very delicious. As long as there is land, you can grow endless food. We also fish and raise other animals, so there is no shortage of meat. And our leader is a very powerful man. Although he is young, he is the wisest man in our tribe. He can make many things, grow food, and raise animals, which he taught us. Ling listened with only a smattering of knowledge and didn't understand many of the things Yu Fu said. He knew about farming, just like grazing on their grasslands, but he had never heard of growing food or seen it with his own eyes, so he couldn't understand it. People eat grass seeds? Is that crazy because of hunger? Is that food for human consumption? Wouldn't it be like eating grass like livestock? Ling was complaining madly in his heart. Yu Fu also felt the same way about Ling's incomprehension. He was also surprised when he first heard about growing food. After all, this way of obtaining food was very strange to primitive people. Fortunately, the caravan also brought food. Although it was not much and could not allow them to eat dry food every day, it was still enough for them to drink porridge every day. Yu Fu immediately called for half a sack of rice. You see, this is what we eat. This thing is called rice. It has a layer of skin on it. Peel off the skin and it becomes white rice. It is very delicious when boiled with water. I can make a pot of rice for you to try tomorrow morning. Yu Fu grabbed a handful of rice and put it in Ling's hand, asking him to take a closer look. Because Yu Fu was in such a hurry, the rice was bagged right after it was harvested and dried. Even the rice bran was not pounded out. When eating, you can only pound it yourself in a clay pot, so you can easily tell it is a plant seed. Ling put down the old duck soup in his hand, took the rice with both hands, and looked carefully at the light of the campfire. They were seeds of plants, and they looked very familiar, as if they had seen them somewhere, but this thing really gave people food? Isn't this something only cows and horses eat? You said this grew from grass? Ling confirmed to Yu Fu. Yeah, it's just a kind of grass seed. I should have seen this thing before. There is this kind of grass on the grassland, but no one will eat its seeds. Cattle and sheep only like to eat those things. Ling returned the rice to Yu Fu and said, Have you seen it? Is it grass growing in water? Grassland or muddy land full of water? Yu Fu suddenly asked in confusion. It's not muddy ground. It grows on grasslands with no water around. The grass can grow as high as a person's waist, and then several ears will grow on it. When the plant turns yellow, the ears will grow. There are many such seeds with many small short thorns on the ears, which cattle and sheep especially like to eat. Ling described the plants he had seen in detail. Yu Fu was surprised when he heard that, if the ears grow ears and can bear many seeds, isn't that rice? But why are there thorns on the ears? The rice ears of the Han tribe have no thorns, and the rice of the Han tribe can only be planted in paddy fields. The plants Ling mentioned do not need it. There is no water source around and they only rely on natural rainfall. Amount of water to survive. Could this be a food crop similar to rice? After all, they are all plants with long spikes and seeds. However, the plant Ling mentioned can be planted directly on dry land. If this is really a food, wouldn't it mean that could the Han tribe have found dry land to grow food without digging rivers? The significance of this discovery is absolutely significant. If it is true, as long as the seeds are brought back, it can greatly affect the development of the Han tribe, even those tribes surrounding the Han tribe, and for those tribes that are not capable of transforming paddy fields, it's definitely a great artifact. Yu Fu grabbed Ling's arm excitedly and asked him urgently. Ling, can you still find that kind of plant? It's the kind of grass you mentioned with long ears, seeds, and thorns on it. Can you take me there? If you help me find it, I can give you a lot of white. You can choose whatever you want, including salt and pottery. Ling's grabbed arm felt that Yu Fu's hand was shaking. Was he so excited for a kind of grass that only cattle and sheep would eat? However, the reward Yu Fu promised was indeed very rich, which made Ling very excited. He just took them to find grass. Once they found it, they would get clay pots and white salt. This was a good deal. That kind of grass was very common on the grassland. As long as you pay attention, it's not particularly difficult to find. It's almost a guaranteed profit, so Ling immediately agreed. After dinner, although Ling could not be brought into the Han tribe, the discovery of new food made Yu Fu very excited. He lay on the ground tossing and turning, unable to sleep, wishing for dawn to come soon. Time passed by, and the night gradually deepened. There were more than 30 shepherd dogs guarding the campsite, which was indeed very reassuring. Throughout the night, there were 2 attacks by jackals in the camp, but they were immediately discovered by the shepherd dogs. Then they started barking loudly, and the Han tribe members immediately got up and rushed to drive them away. This kind of thing happened twice in one night, but fortunately there were shepherd dogs. The Han tribe caravan only lost 1 sheep here, which was barely acceptable. Fortunately, there were these dogs, otherwise the losses this night would not have been huge. Early the next morning, Yu Fu got up very early and asked people to prepare breakfast. The breakfast was white rice porridge, but he also cooked a pot of dry rice, which was intended to be eaten by the Ling family, and let them know what food is. Ling also got up very early, sat on the ground and ground wolf fangs with stones, preparing to make a few more wolf fang arrows. He also pulled out the first-level flight feathers from the wings of the wild ducks he shot yesterday, and prepared make arrow nocks. When Yu Fu saw him doing this, he took out a bronze arrow made by the Han tribe and gave it to him. Ling took the delicate arrow and couldn't help stroking it in his hand, appearing to love it. He was also very surprised at the material of the arrow, from the sharp bronze arrowhead to the smooth and straight wooden shaft. Things I've seen. Ling's arrows are all made of branches of shrubs. They must be dried first, then straightened with fire, and then polished smooth with sand and gravel. The tips are mostly made of bones. All the arrows are put together. None of them are exactly the same, and even the thickness of the arrow shafts are different. You can imagine how poor the quality of such arrows is. That is to say, he uses it more himself and is very familiar with every arrow, so that he can shoot with perfect accuracy. If he were to change anyone randomly, there would be a big error every time he shoots an arrow. Your arrows are so good. What are they made of? The person who made the arrows must be very good, right? Ling asked with emotion, and then reluctantly returned the arrows to Yu Fu. It was obvious that he was very like. This was invented by our leader. The arrowhead is made of bronze, a metal that can be made into any shape. It is very sharp. Our tribe all uses such weapons. The leader taught us how to make them. Yu Fu did not take back the arrows. Instead, he poured out dozens of arrows from the quiver and showed them to Ling. He even took out his own longbow and put it into his hand. Come, try our bows and arrows. Looking at the large number of arrows that Yu Fu took out, Ling was stunned. These arrows were all exactly the same, as if they were copied from the same mold. In fact, they were copied from the mold. Each arrow was exactly the same. The quality was so good, and even the weights were almost the same. They were considered top-quality arrows, which made Ling greedy. Then I took the long bow from Yu Fu. The bow was very smooth and symmetrical, with a faint sheen. That was because the arms of the bow were waxed, and the bowstring made of sisal fiber was also very strong and durable. It's a bit too big, standing about as tall as a person, so it's not suitable for use on horseback. Let's compare the bow made by Ling himself. The bow arm made of wood has a thick layer of beef tendon glued on the inside. The bowstring made of wool is also very strong, but it needs to be replaced frequently because the wool bowstring is often damaged. It is worn to the point of fluffing, which affects archery performance and shooting accuracy. Ling's bow is not a recurve bow. From the material and shape point of view, it should be called a compound straight-draw bow. Because the bow body is made of two materials glued together, it is called a compound bow, and the shape of the bow body there is no recurve, only one arc, and it looks like a shorter long bow, so combined it is called a compound straight-draw bow. Ling loved bows and arrows very much, and with Yu Fu's consent, he quickly started shooting. Lift the longbow with one arm, knock an arrow, and pull the string. The bow is tightly stretched into a large arc, and then it is aimed at the target and released. There was a clang of the bowstring, and the arrow flew straight out. The smooth arrow shaft made it possible for the arrow to fly out without any hindrance when it was released, and it quickly flew out of Ling's sight. Ling was very surprised. The range of this long bow was obviously longer than that of his own bow. Although it could not be used on horseback, it was definitely a deadly weapon when used in foot combat. He quickly picked up his bow again and shot another arrow with the wandering arrow. With the same arrow, the range of Ling's bow was half shorter than that of the long bow. With such a long range, if there was a fight between tribes, it was simply a one-sided massacre. How are you? Do you like our bows and arrows? These are all made by our leader. Yu Fu asked, tentatively. Yeah, I like it. Your leader is really awesome. He can actually make such a good bow and arrow. It's just a little too long. If it were shorter, it could be used on a horse. Ling said with a little regret. I heard from the tribesman that the leader is collecting materials to make a new bow and arrow. It will be shorter and more powerful than this one. It seems that it will be ready soon. If you are willing to join our tribe, you can get one. The bow made by our leader. Are you telling the truth? Ling asked in surprise. Of course it's true, join our tribe. Our tribe does not exclude foreigners. On the contrary, our Han tribe is originally composed of many tribes. In fact, I used to be the leader of a small tribe. I joined the Han tribe with my whole tribe. It's only been a few months. The Han tribe is very powerful, and the leader is also a very wise man. He led us to make many good things, such as carts and metal. By the way, you haven't taken a closer look at our stirrups, right? Let's go first. Let's go eat. I'll show you our stirrups later. As Yu Fu spoke, he and Ling collected the arrows scattered on the ground. The 2 arrows that had been shot far were also picked up by Ling's shepherd dog. Speaking of which, the original purpose of humans domesticating dogs seems to be to assist hunting. In the primitive era, human productivity was low. It was not easy to make a few high-quality arrows, but when hunting, they often failed to pick them up. And later on, after having dogs, they became a good helper in picking up prey and arrows. Even now, dog trainers often throw things for dogs to pick up, such as small balls, frisbees, branches, etc. This is probably a custom left over from primitive times. The 2 of them went to have breakfast together. Ling and his 3 women each had a bowl of white rice and the duck meat they had not eaten yesterday. The rest of the Han tribe had white porridge. This is the seed you showed me yesterday? Why is it so delicious? Is it really grown from grass? Ling tasted a few mouthfuls of rice and couldn't help but admire it. Before Yu Fu could answer, Ling's woman nodded in confirmation. When he was cooking just now, his woman was watching the whole process with her own eyes. How about it? It's delicious. Although it's not meat, it's easier to get. The seeds of a grass knot can make up a meal. Of course, this is an exaggeration. My bowl of porridge is almost a grass knot. Yes, you may need 2 sticks for that bowl of rice. Yu Fu said. Ling was stunned. Damn it, is there any difference between 1 root and 2? They are all made of grass. If you want to feed a person, don't you just need to plant 1,800 roots, enough for 1 person to eat? Years old? If you calculate it this way, the Han tribe can indeed feed everyone. And we only eat seeds. The grass leaves and straw that grow out can also be used to feed cattle, horses, and sheep. Nothing is wasted. Yu Fu continued. Ling nodded. This is indeed the best way to obtain food. Not only can you get food for people to eat, but the remaining grass can also be used to feed livestock. When the livestock are grown, they can also provide meat for people. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There is no shortage of food and meat. After breakfast, the group set off again, preparing to find the next nomadic tribe to trade with, and search for the rice-like plant Ling mentioned along the way. Ling's women and children were invited to sit on the bullock cart. His 2 children were both under 1 year old, and one of the women was 4 months pregnant. It was very inconvenient to ride a horse, which seriously slowed down the team's progress. They were all put on the bullock cart. Ling himself also changed his horse and rode on a Han tribe zebra equipped with a saddle and stirrups. He stepped on the stirrups and waved the whip to encourage the horse to gallop. Ling's riding skills were very good. Although this was a wild horse that had just been caught a few months ago, it was tamed by him. The zebra carried him at a rapid speed. Faster than ever. Firstly, it is because zebras have stronger explosive power, and secondly, because of the stirrups. In the past, when there were no stirrups, if you wanted to make the horse run fast, you would just clamp the horse's belly with your legs, for fear of accidentally falling from the horse's back. Come down. But with stirrups, it's different. Not only do the legs save more effort, but the whole person can also mobilize greater power. People can even stand up in stirrups and perform more stunts while running, which was not possible in the past. It's unthinkable. These stunts can also be called tactical moves, such as hanging sideways on the side of the horse's back, or standing upright, whether they are used to avoid enemy arrows during combat, or to fight in close combat when charging into battle. To achieve better results and gain an absolute advantage on the battlefield. If the leader of the Han tribe develops a better short bow and equips it with such a complete set of horse equipment, the Han tribe will definitely be able to create an ace cavalry and dominate the entire grassland. On the bumpy horseback, the autumn wind whistled in his ears. Ling seemed to see the future of the Han tribe and the future of the entire grassland during this wild run. The Han tribe now only has a few hundred horses, and has not yet truly formed a fighting force. If I join it this time, it will definitely play a decisive role in the Han tribe's strategy for the grassland. Then join. If you can personally witness the rise of a powerful tribe and participate in it, that must be every man's favorite thing. In the past tribe, you regarded me as unknown, but I can lead another tribe to rise. I don't know what expressions you will make when you see me again in the future. After a galloping run, Ling thought a lot and understood a lot. He turned back on his horse, walked to the ox cart and looked at his women and children. They were all smiling. Wearing thick animal skins, which were all obtained through trade, it was the first time for them to ride in such a comfortable means of transportation, which made them feel very novel and happy. Ling told his 3 women about his decision and planned to take his family to join the Han tribe. His women all nodded in agreement. These people in the Han tribe are indeed good people and have many good things. Being able to join such a tribe it's much better than their family continuing to wander. After making an agreement with his family, Ling Sima came to Yu Fu and told him his decision to join the Han tribe. He only hoped that the Han tribe could be as good as Yu Fu said. If the leader was unwilling to take him in, he would be in trouble. No, our leader will not drive you away. He is the best leader in the world and the most qualified leader, bar none. If there is anything I admire most about him, besides his godlike wisdom and ability to make many good things, he is also good at employing people. He can discover the strengths of each person and assign each person the job that best suits them. A person like you who has many skills will definitely be reused by the leader. Maybe he can be a captain like us former leaders. Leading a group of people alone will definitely have a high status in the tribe. Yu Fu's words moved Ling very much. Ling only had his own family and was not a leader. He had never managed so many people. If he could get such a high status in the Han tribe, he would die for the tribe. No regrets anymore. The ride was very fast on the plains of Yimapinquan, covering dozens of kilometers in one morning. This time, Ling, a native of the grassland, led the way to a tribe he was familiar with, and was preparing to trade with that tribe. But when the team reached noon, they all stopped because they had already discovered the food seeds that Yu Fu was eager to get wheat on the endless grassland. Wild wheat is actually not uncommon in nature, it just needs to be found in specific places. Just like rice cannot grow in dry land and must be found in swamps or ponds, the same is true for wheat. There are many pastures suitable for cattle, horses, and sheep to eat on the grassland, such as alfalfa, ryegrass, barley grass, or highland barley, also known as barley. This wheat plant is actually the most common on the grassland. What specialty grows where? This is the truth. The sporadic yellow ear-bearing plants in front of Yu Fu were definitely wheat. After all, he could tell from the thin and pointed awns on the wheat ears, but he didn't know whether they were barley or wheat. Even Luo Fu couldn't tell. I don't even know Chong. There is basically no difference between barley and wheat. Luo Chong only knows that barley is also called highland barley, and like wheat, it can be ground into flour. However, barley flour is not suitable for fermentation and can only make some dough-based foods, such as dough cakes and noodles. Things like dumpling wrappers are not as good as wheat for steaming steamed buns, so their palatability is much worse. If you don't know them, you can't tell them apart. It doesn't matter. Just wait until they are planted and then grind them into flour and test them. If it can rise, it's wheat. If it doesn't, it's Highland barley. It's the simplest and stupidest method, but it's very practical. In the mid-autumn season, the wheat was already ripe. Maybe this was the second crop of wheat this year. Yu Fu carefully picked off a wheat ear, picked out the seeds on it and looked at them carefully. He squeezed them and found that they were softer than rice. If you are strong enough, you can flatten it directly. I picked up a few more grains and put them in my mouth and chewed them. Of course, they were not tasty, but they were certainly not poisonous. Cattle, horses, and sheep were often eaten, and I had never seen those animals poisoned to death. There wasn't much wild wheat in the first place, so Yu Fu couldn't bear to cook a pot to try it, so he could only light a fire to roast an ear of wheat. It was indeed delicious to roast the wheat directly. Yu Fu just made sure it was edible, and that was enough for him. I strongly believe that as long as Luo Chong gets it in his hands, Luo Chong will definitely be able to develop more ways to eat it. The group stayed here for 2 hours, collecting a lot of wheat ears, and finally packed 2 sacks, weighing about dozens of kilograms. Because they had experience in delivering plants to Han tribes, Yu Fu I dug out a few whole plants and planted them in clay pots, ready to take them back for Luo Chong to take a good look at. After harvesting the wild wheat, the team continued to march, and finally encountered a nomadic tribe that Ling was familiar with, the Ox-Bone tribe, as evening approached. The leader is a mature man named Altai, who is very familiar with Ling. However, because of his red pupils, Altai did not absorb him into his tribe. However, Altai still admires this young and capable young man very much, and both parties are also attracted by Ling. The transaction started based on the recommendation. At the same time, the Azuka giant eagle, which had been flying for 2 days, finally returned to the Han tribe. Just as the tribesmen were finishing their work in the evening, Rui saw the giant eagle returning and summoned it down. When he saw the giant eagle, there was a roll of animal skin tied to his leg. When he opened it, there were Chinese characters on it. Rui knew it was a letter and quickly took the animal skin letter and sent it to Luo Chong. Chief, leader, Yu Fu, and the others have sent a letter. Look at what's written here. I can't understand it. Rui shouted to Luo Chong as he ran, immediately attracting Luo Chong's attention. What? Yu Fu and the others have received a letter? Come and show it to me. Hearing Yu Fu's letter, Luo Chong's heart skipped a beat. There is an old saying that no news is the best news. They have been gone for more than a month. What happened to him that he had to tell him? Don't just ask for help. Luo Chong took the animal skin nervously. Before he could read the text, he was attracted by the animal skin first. It was a sheep's skin. Luo Chong had never seen a sheep here before, and now Yu Fu gave one as a gift. Does the arrival of sheepskins mean that they have found sheep and obtained some through trade? Sure enough, after opening the animal skin, rows of large scrawled characters came into view. Although there were many typos in it, it did not affect Luo Chong's understanding, and his writing was still acceptable. The content of the letter is roughly as follows. Leader, we have been traveling south for more than a month, and we have reached a large flat land with no mountains in all directions. There is a freshwater lake with a lot of water, and you can't see the edge. There are many fish and birds in the lake, and there are big beasts, tusks, and wolves by the lake. The flat land is bigger than the lake, with endless grass. There are tribes living there who can ride horses, have bows and arrows, and raise more cattle, horses, and sheep. We trade, exchange pottery for cattle and sheep, white salt for horses, and get 50 cattle and 550 sheep. 350 horses, half of the goods are left. I want to trade with the tribe again, and go back after the exchange. The leader is specially informed to prepare more fodder for the winter, livestock sheds, and yofu. Luo Chong looked at the letter with many typos, and his language was not fluent. His handwriting was worse than that of a primary school student. However, the hand holding the animal skin could not stop trembling. He was so excited that he did not expect Yu Fu and the others. He found the grassland, met the nomadic tribes, and successfully traded so many livestock, which Luo Chong never expected. Fortunately, he let go of Yu Fu, the one who liked to run around. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be such a huge harvest. Being able to exchange some pottery made of mud for the livestock that the Han tribe desperately needed was definitely a great achievement. With these cattle and horses, the Han tribe was able to cultivate more fields. With fields, there would be more grain. Only by accumulating grain could the Han tribe continue to expand and develop and have the capital to build more cities. Many senior officials who stayed in the tribe just heard Rui's shouting and knew that Yu Fu had sent a letter. They all came over to join in the fun. This was the first time they used Chinese characters to convey messages over a long distance. Chinese characters were the most important. A way of using it was also discovered by them. It turns out that learning Chinese characters has this use. Rat Witch, Rat Boss, Elder, Rui, and Ji Sheng all gathered around Luo Chong. They looked at Luo Chong with his mouth wide open and stared blankly at the Chinese characters on it. His hands were trembling, and he suddenly felt bad in his heart. I thought, this is not the first time I send a letter to deliver bad news, right? Chief, what does it say? Are they in danger? Do you want to send someone to help? I am willing to lead people there. If anyone dares to attack our Han tribe's team, I will lead people to kill him. De said fiercely from the side. Ah? No, it's good news, great news. Yofu and the others found a very large grassland. There are tribes there who are good at raising cattle, horses, and sheep. Yofu used the goods he brought to exchange a lot of goods with the tribes there. There are nearly 1,000 livestock, including cattle, horses, and sheep. Our tribe will never be short of cattle, horses, and sheep for meat. Luo Chong happily pointed to the words on it and said loudly to the tribesmen, "This is very exciting good news." Really, that's great. Chief, let us see it and read the words on it to us. Several people gathered around Luo Chong and put their heads on the letter, hoping to confirm that what Luo Chong just said was true. The Han tribe got so many cattle and horses. It was really as great as Luo Chong said. Information. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy today. Come, hang this animal skin under the flagpole, let all the tribesmen know the news, let everyone be happy together, pass my order, add dinner tonight. Luo Chong shouted happily. The Han tribe was celebrating vigorously. Although many tribesmen could not understand the Chinese characters on the animal skin letters, they quickly learned the news through word of mouth. During dinner, Luo Chong personally explained the next tasks. It was unrealistic for the construction team to build all the breeding plants before winter, but they also had to receive a large number of livestock immediately, so Luo Chong decided directly, first fence the entire breeding area, and then continue to build houses. In addition, more people were assigned to join the collection team. In fact, the Han tribe still needed to collect a lot of things. The thousands of acres of hemp fields in the tribe's residence should be fully mature by now. All these rami grass are needed. Just collect it and bring it back. Then there is the tung forest and chestnut forest in the Li tribe. Chestnut and tung seeds are also things that the Han tribe needs. One is paint, the other is food. In fact, the chestnut shells have another use, that is, as food. It is a black vegetable dye that can be used to dye black linen. It is also a very important resource. Finally, there is more feed problem. This is actually easy to solve. The Han tribe had already reserved all the rice straw in autumn as feed, but for other tribes who grow rice, their straw is completely useless and can only be used as feed. Firewood is used. This was very wasteful. Luo Chong directly proposed to them to buy it with pottery or white salt. The price was very low, but the Han tribe needed to send a cart to transport it back. However, this was acceptable. The Han tribe currently kept it at home. There are also about 300 cattle and horses, all of which are used to transport straw in one trip, which is much more convenient than having the tribesmen harvest grass everywhere. It doesn't matter if there are not enough cars. You can rush to make them. Just use 2 pairs of wheels and install a simple frame on them. There is no board. In this way, you can make dozens of cars. In the end, even the spare wheels are not enough, so you can simply tie them with thin branches. When a sledge comes out, all the straw must be dragged back. Although the workload is heavy and the tribesmen are working hard, they are very happy because they know that these are all prepared for the livestock. In the past, they worked hard because they could not eat. Now that they have enough food, no matter how hard they work, it is not considered hard. Luo Chong was at the base camp of the Han tribe and arranged the food and grass reserves in an orderly manner. The transaction on Yofu's side was also very smooth. With Ling, a native of the grassland, introducing communication from the middle, the two sides cooperated very happily. Yofu once again came from Altai. 1,000 livestock were traded there. However, the proportion of sheep required for this trade is not large. Compared with sheep, which can only be used to eat meat and produce wool, the Han tribe already has saiga antelopes with more abnormal fertility. Instead, cows and horses are power output units. There was a huge shortage, so in this transaction, 200 cattle, 400 horses, and only 400 sheep were purchased. In addition, considering that such a large herd is difficult to care for, Yufu also bought 10 young adult girls from the Altai tribe at a high price. These girls can also ride horses and herd, and they are not inferior to the men. Anyway, they are not allowed to go up. It is enough to kill enemies on the battlefield and just use it for grazing. After everything was sorted, the caravan's goods were almost sold, leaving only a barrel of white salt and 100 pottery pots. These were kept on the way back for trading with the small tribes in the mountains. The transaction on the grassland was over, and the group also embarked on the journey home. 2 days later, the caravan that had just arrived at the mountain pass at the junction of the grassland and the mountainous area received a reply from Luo Chong Feiying's letter. The content was also very simple. It was written too much and they could not understand it. The general content was, "The letter has been received. The whole clan is very happy to learn that you have traded so many livestock. Don't be greedy for more, pay attention to safety, and return as soon as you sell out." Yufu was very happy to see this. He had been traveling all year round and knew the importance of rapid transmission of information. He was very interested in this magical use of Chinese characters, plus a flying eagle, to transmit messages. He thought that when he went back this time, in winter, when you have nothing to do, be sure to learn more Chinese characters from the leader. Thinking of the letter, Yufu had an idea and wrote another letter to Luo Chongfei, but this time he didn't write a word. He just rolled a whole bunch of wheat in animal skin, wrapped it tightly, and tied it to the eagle's leg. Let go. The team continued to set off. The caravan that originally had only 40 people had grown to 56 when they returned, plus 2,000 cattle, horses, and sheep. The herd of animals marched on the mountain road, and the sound of galloping was like rolling thunderclouds. Wherever it passed, all vegetation is eaten by the beasts. With 2,000 livestock, it was naturally impossible for the caravan to prepare food and grass for them, so on the way back, the weeds, shrubs, and even bark were like a big girl without clothes, and the cattle, horses, and sheep had to go through them all, and they were ruined. It's a mess, but it also leaves a lot of poop, and I believe these areas will grow even more vigorously next year. It was another 2 days, and Luo Chong received another letter from Fei Ying. He was wondering if it was Yu Fu asking for help, and he needed to go over for reinforcements or something. After all, there were so many cattle and horses, and it would not be easy for them to rush back, but waiting for Luo Chong when I opened it and took a look, I was immediately shocked. There is actually a bunch of dry wheat wrapped in the animal skin. This is like a big pie falling from the sky. Yes, with wheat, there is flour. With flour, you can naturally make pies, ha 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 ha, so to speak. It really can be eaten as a pie. Several high-ranking tribesmen gathered in a circle and looked at the bunch of wheat. They looked at the ears of rice, which were similar to rice, but they were very different. The needle-like wheat awns on the ears were what rice did not have. Chief, what kind of plant is this? Is it edible food? Why does it look so similar to rice? Asked Shuda, who was the first to lose his temper. Well, this is indeed another food crop called wheat. It can be cooked into porridge and eaten like rice, but it cannot be made into rice because it is not as hard as rice. Rice can be turned into white rice by shelling. Wheat also needs to be processed. Wheat kernels can be turned into white flour by shelling and drying and grinding. There are more ways to eat flour. Compared with rice, flour can be used to make flours. Dry flour is mixed with water to form a dough. It can be made into noodles, dumplings, pies, flatbreads, and sesame seed cakes. After fermentation, the dough can also be made into other foods. Steam the dough in a pot to make steamed buns, bake it in the stove to make bread, wrap it with meat filling and steam it to make meat buns, mix it into batter and bake it to make biscuits. Oops, there are so many ways to eat them, I'm starved for them all. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that wheat does not need to be planted in paddy fields. If we plant wheat, we do not need to dig artificial rivers. Just a few canals are enough for irrigation. It's just that the yield of wheat is not as good as that of rice. It is not cost-effective to plant it on a large area. We should plant less next year and then gradually promote it. Luo Chong pointed to Maizi and introduced it to several senior executives. A circle of senior officials around him looked at Luo Chong as if they were monsters, listening to Luo Chong's endless introduction about wheat, and a lot of unfamiliar terms coming out of his mouth, including noodles and sesame cakes. The buns are steamed buns, and his mouth is watering when he talks, as if he has eaten them before. As the person who is most familiar with Luo Chong, the elder can be said to have watched Luo Chong grow up. He never believes that Luo Chong has eaten those things, but Luo Chong can tell so many things when he sees wheat for the first time, so he has to. It gave them strange ideas. Is the leader really a god? Either he received guidance from God, or he ate it in a dream. In short, Luo Chong has changed a lot in the past year. However, everyone knows that the leader is extraordinary. Even though there are many questions in their hearts, no one dares to ask. It is still the old concept. Things that cannot be understood are automatically attributed to theology. They just think that their leader is a god. All they need to do is obey. It is enough that the leader's arrangements and actions can make the tribe better and better, and the rest is not important. Luo Chong carefully collected the wheat and waited to plant it next year. Then he wrote back to Yu Fu, asking him to collect more seeds of this plant and come back as soon as possible. Don't stay outside for too long. Come back before winter, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Yu Fu also received a reply 2 days later and received confirmation from Luo Chong. He was sure that the plant he was looking for was correct and he was very happy. Yu Fu did not reply again and started to hurry up. A few days later, they returned to the Lu tribe again, where there were still 60 spotted pigs waiting for Yufu to receive them. Nearly a month has passed since Yofu left the Lu tribe, entered the grassland, and then came back. Originally, the leader of Lu thought that they might have encountered some danger or lost their way and might not be able to come back. Unexpectedly at noon at that time, some tribesmen anxiously came to report. First, the leader, that Han tribe team that sells white salt, is back. They also brought thousands of four-legged beasts, including the kind that pulls carts, the kind they ride on, and a white, yes, thick-haired animals are coming towards us now. A tribesman reported to the leader Ju while running out of breath. After hearing the tribe's report, Ju stood up in shock. He was born and raised in the current place of residence. He also heard about the big lake in the south from the dead old man, but he had never been there. I didn't even know there were so many livestock there. The Lu tribe is a tribe that breeds spotted pigs, so after Ju heard the news, he could directly judge that these thousands of livestock must have been raised by other tribes, and then were exchanged for white salt by that guy Yufu. It's like exchanging pigs from their tribe. Ju was very jealous and envious, and at the same time, he felt panic in his heart. Now that the Han tribe had found more sources of livestock, would they stop doing business with them in the future? Where would they get white salt? This is not a random guess. After all, compared with the pigs raised by their tribe, the pigs can only be used for eating, but the cows and horses can pull carts and be used for riding. No matter how you think about it, it is more cost-effective to replace the cows and horses. They were once regarded as treasures. The flowered pig seemed dispensable to the Han tribe. Even if the Han tribe still trades pigs with them, they will definitely try their best to lower the price in the future, because their Lu tribe is no longer the only source of livestock, which is a fatal problem for the Lu tribe who can no longer lead Bai Yan. However, Yofu didn't give the Lu tribe any time to think about a solution to the problem. A huge herd of beasts passed by the Lu tribe. Everyone in the Lu tribe was dumbfounded. The beasts didn't even stop. They just stopped when 2 ox carts passed by. At that time, he unloaded half a barrel of white salt and some pottery from above, then received the 60 pigs that had been prepared and left. The reality is so cruel. Now that the Han tribe has broadened their horizons, they no longer look down on the things of their Lu tribe. The 60 pigs were wrapped up in the huge herd, like a bowl of water in the torrent. They were so inconspicuous. Yofu and the others had no more tribes to trade with. When they came, which tribes needed what? It had been booked long ago, and now on the way back, some tribes that did not need to trade would not stop at all, but took a shortcut and left, going back much faster than when they came. Even on the way back, those small tribes with a small number of people asked if they could trade some livestock or animal skins. The livestock would naturally not be sold, but the Han tribe was not in short supply of animal skins. They had been selling them in large quantities at the market before. A lot of it was acquired, so Yufu sold some in small quantities. Time passed by in a hurry, and it was already the end of autumn in the blink of an eye. Even if time traveled, they would be back soon. This trip lasted about 3 months, and they brought a huge herd with them, making it look like animals migrating. The construction of the Han tribe has also been very rapid. The 2 planned breeding farms have been built, and a second warehouse has also been built to store the recovered forage and the dried salted fish pickled throughout the autumn. The food reserve has been completed. There is also specially reserved feed for pigs. Pigs are not cattle or sheep and can only eat hay. You need to prepare specially prepared food for pigs, which is green storage feed, such as vegetables, fresh vines, and other foods, and of course nuts. Yes, after all, those wild boars feed on nuts or berries fallen on the ground in winter, or plant roots buried deep underground. These things were not easy to preserve, so Luo Chong had someone dig a cellar in the warehouse to store these silage feeds. Fortunately, there were not many pigs in the Han tribe, and most of them were piglets. They could not eat much food in one winter, so they quickly accumulated enough reserves for the winter. Although there are currently only 2 farms in the breeding area, the large circle of fences has been pulled up. In addition, many simple livestock sheds have been built. Fortunately, there are alpacas, sheep, cows, and horses, and other animals. They are not as afraid of the cold as humans, and they have thick long hair. Now that there is enough food, it should not be a problem to survive the winter safely. In addition, after several months of construction, the star-shaped blast furnaces in the smelting area have also been built. One is used to smelt copper, and the other is used to smelt iron. Smelting tin does not require such a high-end furnace, you can just use any small furnace to start it. After all, the melting point of tin is only over 200 degrees, which can be easily reached. Blast furnace, heavy crane, it is a wooden equipment similar to a gantry crane, also called a bridge crane equipment. Below it is 2 very strong wooden rails, above it is a strong beam frame, and there are many ropes and pulleys used for lifting. Everything is ready, only the materials are needed. However, after several months of preparation, the materials have been prepared, a large amount of charcoal, and iron or bricks the size of cigarette boxes. They are made of charcoal powder, lime powder, and iron ore powder. The 3 materials are mixed with water in proportion and dried. The dry stuff has already piled up like a mountain. Luo Chong is not idle either. He is working with the carpentry team to develop new mold casting equipment. Winter is coming soon, and a large number of iron pots that the Han tribe is in urgent need of are not yet available. The reusable molds being made now are the iron pots used to cast iron pots in batches can firstly meet the needs of the Han tribe themselves, and can also be used as reserves to be used as trading commodities next year. The cold winter is approaching, and the Han tribe has made complete preparations. The stacks of firewood are full and the grain and grass are returned to the warehouse. However, no one knows when the first snow will fall, so some necessary outdoor activities have not been stopped for the time being, such as the construction of the city wall. Construction will continue, and the grass and trees in the fields east of Hedong will be cleared, and the tree roots will be dug or blown up, in preparation for transforming them all into paddy fields for rice cultivation next year. Just a week before winter entered, the caravan led by Yufu finally returned. 2,000 cattle, horses, and sheep were driven into the large fence that had been prepared. The cowsheds and horse sheds were built on the windward side. Most of the Han tribe members who had nothing to do came over to watch, as if they were visiting a zoo. Yufu also took Luo Chong and a group of senior officials from the tribe to see the harvest. They mainly looked at the breeds of livestock. The sheep brought back this time were not particularly large and looked about the same size as modern domestic sheep. On the whole, they are all white sheep, each one looks like the same shape, and the sheep are gray and white. That is because the wool is not clean and contains a lot of dust. Broken down, there are 2 types, one is white all over, and the other is black head, black tail, and white body. It seems that there are many varieties. Of these sheep, only the rams have curly horns, not the ewes, and the wool on their bodies is not as solid as Luo Chong thought, but rather fluffy. In his previous life, Luo Chong once heard about a sheep that broke the world record. That sheep escaped from the farm and lived alone in the mountains for 6 years. Because it had not been sheared for 6 years, all the wool in that sheep was the balls are knotted together and are as solid as a rock, as if they are wearing a suit of armor. The hair on their bodies alone weighs hundreds of kilograms. However, these sheep are not like that. They are all artificially raised, and the nomadic tribes also make felts and harvest a lot of wool every year, but they do not accumulate much. There is not as much bark and hemp grass on the grasslands as there is in the mountains. Most of the ropes they made were made of wool, so they didn't leave any inventory for Luo Chong. The cattle are also different from the cattle of the Han tribe. The cattle before the Han tribe were forest cattle. They were dark brown overall and had 2 horns pointed forward. They looked like Spanish bullfights. The fur color of these grassland cows is lighter, most of them are yellow cattle, and there are also cattle with yellow background and white spots. The two horns are also upward and slightly tilted back. They also appear to be one size smaller than the forest cattle. The forest cattle are the largest. The body height at the shoulder can grow to 2 meters, and these grassland cattle can grow up to 1.8 meters, with the average being around 1.7 meters. The remaining horses are the horses that Luo Chong cares about most. The prairie horses are larger than the zebras, with an average shoulder height of about 1.6 meters. In terms of body shape, the zebras appear thicker, with short heads, thick necks, and thicker limbs. Short. On the other hand, these prairie horses have longer heads, thick nostrils, and long necks, but they are not slender. They look very powerful, with slender and powerful limbs, broad shoulders and broad backs, and correspondingly larger chests. This is very important, because it shows that their cardiopulmonary function is more developed, they can breathe more oxygen during rapid running, and their larger hearts can deliver more blood to their limbs. Just looking at their body shape, you can tell that these horses are very good at running, and not only is it faster, it also has more endurance. Luo Chong was very satisfied with this transaction and couldn't help but praise Yu Fu. The most important thing is that Yu Fu is very smart. Most of the 2,000 livestock are female, which will help the Han tribe expand their population and reproduce. It will also get up faster. After looking at the livestock, Yu Fu also introduced Ling, his family, and 10 girls from the Altai tribe, to Luo Chong. Yu Fu also introduced Ling's specialties to Luo Chong. Chief, this is Ling, a savage we met on the grassland. He was expelled from the tribe because he was born with red eyes. However, he is very capable. Not only is he a good horse rider, but he is also first class in horseback riding and shooting. We have seen him riding a horse, shooting wild ducks in the sky, one arrow at a time, never empty-handed. He is also very good at training dogs. The domesticated dogs can not only help herd animals, but also help pick up prey and arrows. I think he is a very useful person. None of the warriors in our tribe know how to shoot arrows while riding a horse. It would be great if he could teach our warriors. I hope the leader will keep him. Of course Luo Chong understands this. Luo Chong is good at archery, but it is limited to foot shooting. In fact, he is inferior to equestrian and mounted shooting. After all, he has never practiced this skill at all. If it is better than driving a car or a tank, he will definitely be able to do it, but let's forget about riding and shooting. Now that there is such a ready-made riding and shooting coach, there is no reason not to stay. Even if Yu Fu didn't say anything, Luo Chong would stay. He would not believe anything that was unclear. Very good. From now on, you will be a member of our Han tribe. You will also have what other tribesmen have. No one will discriminate against you anymore. I hope you can also contribute to the tribe and teach others what you know of tribesmen. Your name is Ling, right? Since you have joined the Han tribe, you must have the name of the Han tribe. From now on, Ling will be your surname. I will give you a name with the word Feng. From now on, you will be called Ling Feng. Luo Chong patted Ling Feng's shoulder to show his approval. After Yu Fu's simple translation, Ling Feng understood what Luo Chong meant. The leader had agreed for him to join the Han tribe and personally named him. He would enjoy equal treatment from the Han tribe members and he would have everything others had. This made Ling Feng very happy. After all, he had been kicked out by the tribe before and had been wandering ever since. Some other nomadic tribes he came into contact with were unwilling to let him join. However, Luo Chong did not look down on him or discriminate against him, and returned him he took a name and treated him as one of his own tribe. Ling Feng was very excited and immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Luo Chong and swore allegiance, claiming that he would live up to the leader's hope and work hard to contribute to the Han tribe in the future. After meeting Ling Feng and his family, the prairie girls passed by. 10 of them were assigned to a house to take care of the livestock on the farm. Dashu arranged for Dashu to take them to see the house and distribute daily necessities, animal skins, pottery, and how to use the house, how to burn a Kong, and how to cook. They had already learned this, and Yofu had already taught them on the way back. Got them. Ling Feng and his family walked on the brick road in the city. Looking at the tall warehouses and the neat rows of houses, he felt like he had entered a fairy city. This is what civilization should be like, unlike those nomadic tribes. In comparison, nomadic tribes are just barbarians, not as dignified and orderly as here. After listening to Dashu's introduction, everything here was taught by the leader. Ling Feng could not help but have a fanatical admiration for Luo Chong. Although the leader was not as old as himself, he was very wise and could control thousands of people. He manages so well and lives a prosperous life. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. Ling Feng's family was soon taken to an empty house. Enthusiastic tribesmen came to help. Some helped bring water tanks and buckets, pottery, and animal skins. Neighbor women helped carry animal skins to lay the Kong, and men used small carts to get 2 bags of rice from the warehouse. Some also pulled carts to deliver firewood. Necessary tools were also delivered, at least an axe. Yes, there are also poles for carrying water. The big Kong was laid out, and Ling Feng's women and children sat on it. The enthusiastic neighbors taught them how to live on the stove. They also brought 2 flints for making fire, but they were not used at all. Some people directly the smoldering firewood drawn from his own home was lit, and the fire pit quickly heated up, which made Ling Feng's family feel amazing. The men took Ling Feng to fetch water from the well at the intersection, and told him that he would get water from here in the future. The water tank at home should be filled with water every day, and he would chop more firewood when there was nothing to prepare for emergencies. After Luo Chong went back, he asked Xiaodai to send some linen and wool cloth to their home, saying that it was for their children. Now that the cloth was insufficient, they could only provide it to the children and senior officials first. The adults still wrapped themselves in animal skins. The new life brings advantages and disadvantages. For example, Ling Feng's sheep, horses, and shepherd dogs were all confiscated. This is a problem. There is nothing to say about the confiscation of the sheep, but the horses and Ling Feng are already very familiar with each other. Now we can't often see it, and Ling Feng feels like a cat is scratching his head. Luo Chong also considered this, but there was no way to raise horses in the residence, and Luo Chong could not give the horses to private individuals for the time being. He could only promise that Ling Feng could go to the corral to see his horses every day when he had nothing to do. Another troublesome thing is the shepherd dogs. These dogs all recognize their owners and run to Ling Feng's house with joy. Luo Chong has no choice but to let him take good care of him. Don't bite anyone. It's better to think about it. Find a way to get these dogs to stay in breeding farms. However, it takes time to get familiar with the new environment. Winter is long anyway, and Luo Chong doesn't have time to stare at these nonsense trivial matters every day. He has more important things to do. The iron pot casting mold developed by the carpentry team has been completed. It is an overall wooden frame structure. There is a wooden box at the bottom, which uses refractory clay to make the shape of the pot. On top is a wooden frame as the bones and rattan. A mold made of meat and clay made of skin, with a wooden pole attached to it that can be pressed down manually. In fact, it is to use wood to make a frame, and then install a pot woven with rattan on top, and then paste a thick layer of refractory soil on the outside of the rattan, and finally polish it smooth to serve as the inner wall mold of the pot. When casting, pour the molten iron directly into the earthen pot below, which is the outer wall model of the pot, then press the lever to press down the inner wall mold, merge the top and bottom, leaving a flat piece shape of the pot in the middle, and finally wait for the molten iron. Just let it cool naturally. In addition to this kind of iron pot die casting mold, there are also some sharp-angle anvil molds made by the lost wax method, and finally a large number of iron ingot molds. The crucible used to hold molten iron is also very particular. It is a large bucket made of bronze, with a layer of refractory clay on the inner wall, and then fired together in a kiln. The capacity inside is enough for a person to squat down. The crucible is equipped with a special small trolley with solid oak wheels installed underneath, which has a strong load-carrying capacity. One side of the crucible has a bronze lifting ring, and the other side has an extended notch for casting, like a teapot spout, which facilitates casting. There is a lever copper tube on the side of the lifting ring. When the crucible is filled with molten iron and transported to the mold casting position, a long wooden lever can be inserted into the copper tube to extend the lever arm, and the person behind can press the lever. It can tilt the crucible and pour out the molten iron inside. Everything was ready and manpower was sufficient. On the first day of winter, no one came to the market. Luo Chong also started to lead his tribe to make iron on this day. In front of the huge star-shaped blast furnace, Big Mouth climbed to the shelf next to the blast furnace and threw a pile of lit firewood into it. Then he threw a lot of dry firewood into it. He lit the fire in the main furnace first, and then the 4 surrounding ones. The auxiliary furnace also started to light the fire at the same time. After the fire was lit, Luo Chong began to direct the tribesmen to use a gantry crane to add charcoal inside. A rattan hopper was like a hot air balloon basket, with 4 pulley ropes hanging on it. A dozen people pulled the ropes together to raise the basket to the height above the stove top, and then pull the entire door crane and push it along the wooden track to the stove mouth. After that, the 2 ropes near the furnace mouth of the hanging basket did not move, and then continued to raise the 2 ropes at the back, tilting the entire hanging basket, and poured the entire basket of charcoal into the main furnace. The surrounding auxiliary furnaces were lower than the ground because of their horizontal positions. Just use a trolley to add carbon from above, and finally cover the cover of the auxiliary furnace to guide all the hot air inside to the regenerator. The flames of the auxiliary furnace were burning brightly, and the temperature of the regenerator was also rising. The main furnace was still adding materials under Luo Chong's command. After adding a few baskets of charcoal, most of the furnace was filled, and then began to add ore bricks. A basket of ore bricks, half a basket of charcoal, and then a basket of limestone are poured as a reaction accelerator to help create slag, and finally the furnace is filled with charcoal. The main furnace was loaded. At this time, the auxiliary furnace had been burning for a while, and the temperature of the regenerator was also very high. Luo Chong began to order the 4 blowers to start. The blower is located between the regenerator and the main furnace. It is a closed brick pipe with a 6-blade fan inside. The fan is made of a wooden shaft inserted with copper sheets. The wooden shaft extends to both sides of the pipe, and then connected to the linked crankshaft. The final power output is a wooden machine with 2 pedals. It looks like a fitness treadmill in the park. There is a handheld bar in front and 2 pedals below. People only need to stand on it and step on the 2 pedals back and forth to drive the fan to rotate. Moreover, each blower fan has 2 pedals. For personal control, just step on the pedals face to face on both sides of the pipe. The pedal-powered blower is better and more labor-saving than the hand-pulled blower. Standing and pedaling is like exercising in the park, and you can change people when you are tired. The air volume provided is not only sufficient, but also uninterrupted. Even if when it is time to change people, 1 person will be left behind for each blower. The person can rest, but the blower will not stop. The 4 auxiliary furnaces are burning charcoal desperately, and the outer wall of the regenerator is starting to get hot. 8 people operate 4 blowers to continuously blow high-temperature air into the main furnace to increase the oxygen content in the main furnace and promote the temperature rise. Improve and reaction speed. After about half an hour, Luo Chong looked at the situation inside the furnace from the observation port, and then asked people to continue adding carbon into it. The high-temperature air injected from the 4 tuyere vents in the main furnace caused the temperature in the furnace to rise steadily, and soon reached the melting point of iron. When charcoal burns, it forms carbon monoxide when it encounters oxygen in the air. When it passes through the iron ore above, it absorbs the oxygen molecules in the iron oxide and turns it into carbon dioxide. It continues to rise until it is discharged from the furnace mouth and turns into black smoke. The oxygen molecules of the iron oxide were taken away by carbon monoxide and turned into elemental iron. Because of the temperature higher than the melting point, the elemental iron melted into molten iron. Under the influence of its own gravity, it slowly settled to the bottom of the furnace. The limestone and impurities inside are mixed and sintered, melted, and finally turn into liquid alkaline slag, which floats on top of the molten iron and sinks into the furnace together. When the furnace is full, it is time to open the furnace and release iron. A few hours after the furnace was opened, after continuous addition of carbon and strong blowing of high-temperature air, the iron ore in the furnace was finally completely melted into molten iron, and the slag gradually turned into liquid, floating on the upper layer of the molten iron. The entire furnace was almost empty. Once down, all the materials were refined and sunk into the furnace. Dazue took a copper hook and pulled away a raised refractory brick on the furnace wall. An observation opening was revealed on the furnace wall. He then took a closer look inside and reported to Luo Chong immediately. "Chief, the stove is empty. Do you still need to add more ingredients?" Luo Chong heard this and went over to take a look. He felt that the furnace below should be full, so he began to give instructions again. "No need to add more, let's start tapping iron. First connect the pipes and release the slag above." "Yes, Chief." After hearing the arrangement, Dazue immediately took a few people to work. Although this was the first time for the Han tribe to make iron, Dazue personally participated in the construction of the blast furnace. He also knew the usage and principles of all aspects, but lacked practicality. It's just operational experience. What's more, such a large piece of equipment requires so many people to work at once. It has been rehearsed many times before. Everyone knows their tasks clearly and works in an orderly manner. The blower was still blowing, and the slag outlet on the side had not yet been opened. However, someone immediately used a trolley to push a pile of green bricks, and then built a temporary slope support under the slag outlet. Another group of people also moved in 3 sections. Semi-cylindrical clay pipes are erected on temporary slopes. One end of the pipe is right opposite the slag outlet, while the other end leads into a pit a few meters away, which is used to hold liquid slag. Although these slag is waste, it is very suitable to be used as a base material for paving after cooling. It can even be used to make bricks, which can be regarded as waste utilization. After the pipe was set up, Dazue and another person each used a copper hook to pull out a brick on the higher side. In an instant, bright red viscous liquid slag rushed out from the gap. The slag was red in color and steaming with steam. After it flowed out of the pipe for 1 or 2 meters, the top layer began to cool down and slowly turned black, just like gravel floating on magma. When it finally flows out, once in the pit, it basically solidified immediately. After leaving the slag for a while, it felt like there wasn't much left, so Luo Chong began to order the iron to be tapped again. Someone immediately dragged the bronze crucible over on a cart and stopped it firmly at the tap hole. Then they used broken bricks to block the wheels to prevent the cart from moving and causing the molten iron to splash. The big mouth once again hooked out the refractory bricks of the tap hole on the other side. A small square gap was immediately revealed. Orange molten iron rushed out and flowed right into the crucible, parked below. Several people were standing a few meters away. I was afraid of getting burned by the hot molten iron. Luo Chong was also standing next to Dazue, and he was determined to hand over the entire process to him, so he gave some pointers deliberately. Big mouth, the most important thing in iron making is the control of temperature and timing. But we can't measure the temperature yet. We can only judge how high the temperature is by observing the color of the molten iron. So you have to observe carefully and remember to tap the iron. At each step, the color of the molten iron changes, and you will know what to do every step of the way next time you make iron. Yes, leader, I remember. Dazue nodded quickly, knowing that the leader's skills must be the most powerful, so he hurriedly tried to guarantee it, but Luo Chong said solemnly, and he stared at the molten iron intently, thinking hard. Remember the color of molten iron. Okay, you don't have to stare all the time. You'll be blinded after a long time. Just remember the colors. Luo Chong looked at him and stared at him stupidly, and quickly reminded him that it doesn't matter at this time. Goggles, staring at molten iron will definitely hurt your eyes. After a while, the molten iron finally dried up, and the furnace was completely empty. The bronze crucible was also filled with molten iron, no more, no less, exactly 1 tank. After all, the size of the furnace and the total amount of materials added were calculated. Without the addition of new molten iron, the temperature of the orange molten iron began to drop, and it turned slightly orange, but not very obvious. The characteristics of iron are that it absorbs heat quickly but dissipates heat very slowly. After melting into a liquid, will not solidify quickly. At this time, Luo Chong asked someone to push a cart of prepared iron or powder, and someone immediately took a small wooden shovel to add it, 1 shovel, 2 shovels. Dazue also took out an iron rod with a wooden handle, put it into the crucible, and started stirring. This step was to stir-fry steel, but Luo Chong didn't know what color steel turned into. All he wanted was wrought iron, so he had to add as much iron or powder to it as possible within the allowable range. Stir it once and add a shovelful of it, waiting until the bright yellow molten iron turns red. Although he can continue to add more, Luo Chong is worried that the temperature will drop too low and it will affect the casting, so he immediately calls stop and begins to instruct them to put the crucible in. Pull over and cast. The first thing to be cast were 2 horn anvils, which are necessary tools for blacksmithing. The anvils had to be cast first even if they had nothing. After the 2 anvil molds were filled, they were dragged aside to cool down. Then someone immediately brought in the die-casting mold for the iron pot, and Dazue also brought 2 large spoons made from crucibles to scoop out molten iron. 2 tall and strong tribesmen took the ladle and scooped out a ladle from the molten iron. Each ladle weighed about 10 kilograms. The task of carrying an iron ladle was very physically demanding and could not be done by ordinary people. A ladle of crimson molten iron was poured into the mold, and the color quickly dimmed. The person controlling the die next to him also pressed down the upper half of the mold. The molten iron was squeezed by the mold with a concave side and a convex side, and soon the color dimmed. It became the shape of a pot. Moreover, after the molten iron is squeezed, the heat dissipation area has also increased dozens of times, the temperature has quickly dropped, and it has begun to solidify into a dark red solid. At this time, the pot has already been formed, and the tribesmen who have been waiting for a long time immediately turn over the mold. Come over and place the solidified iron pot upside down in the soft sand aside and let it cool naturally. After that, this process was repeated continuously. A row of iron pot molding machines kept working. 2 big men carried iron ladles back and forth to pour molten iron into each mold. The molten iron in the large crucible was also consumed rapidly, and soon it would no longer be available. How much is left? There are 2 models of iron pots, one large and one small, both of which are specially made to correspond to the stoves of the Han tribe. They are hemispherical in shape, and the rim of the pot is turned outwards to form a 3 cm wide horizontal pot rim. You can sit directly on the preposition of the stove. The thickness of the entire pot wall is about 4 to 5 millimeters, leaving holes in it. A pot weighs about 10 kilograms, and a small pot weighs less than 10 kilograms. After these pots are completely cooled, sand and gravel are poured into the pot, and then the sand is fried back and forth with a shovel to smooth the inner wall of the pot. The larger the furnace, the higher the iron production. There are dozens of people directly involved in iron making, and hundreds of people working in auxiliary work. The output of this furnace is about 2 tons. In addition to the 2 major iron-making machines used for casting, there were hundreds of kilograms of anvils, and the rest were made into iron pots. At last count, the total number of people, large and small, was less than 200, which was not enough for the Han tribe to use themselves. However, everyone was already very tired from the day's work, so we could only give it up temporarily. Luo Chong ordered the tribesmen to continue polishing the iron pot, and then told Dazue that after the blast furnace had completely cooled down, he would check whether all parts were damaged and repair any damaged areas in time to avoid accidents next time. Dazue also readily agreed. After practicing iron for a day, Luo Chong felt tired after staring all the time, so he went out for a walk and slowly strolled to the diversion river. In the early winter, the water level of the river dropped a lot, but the water wheel on the bank of the diversion river was still there. The mill is still turning, but because of the reduction in water volume, it is not turning as fast as before. Luo rushed into the mill and asked several tribesmen working inside about the output of iron or powder. He was relieved to learn that the storage in the past few months should be enough for 2 furnaces. The working tribesmen didn't see Luo Chong very often. When they saw the leader coming in person, they couldn't help but say a few more words, praising Luo Chong about how good and magical the water wheel was. Luo Chong also said the same thing. Laugh it off. The water wheel is very easy to use, especially in the south where there is a large amount of water and it does not freeze. It can run continuously for many years, but it cannot be used here in the Han tribe. In another month at most, the river water will start to freeze. At that time, it was out of the question to use the mill. Luo rushed out of the mill. The cold north wind gradually picked up, which made him shiver a lot. He quickly tightened his tight-fitting animal skin clothes. But thinking of the wind, Luo Chong suddenly got inspiration again. The water in winter it's freezing, but the wind is very strong. If you build a windmill, wouldn't it be able to work in winter? Moreover, the natural power of wind is available all year round. It is more convenient than water wheels. At least there is no need to consider the issue of location. Water wheels cannot work if they are far away from the river, but windmills can be built everywhere. It can operate as long as there is wind, especially in winter. After coming up with a countermeasure, Luo Chong immediately ran back to the carpentry team, found 2 long wooden sticks and crossed them together, then tied them firmly with ropes, then coiled them into 4 square frames with rattan, and called for people to go. The warehouse bought 4 sacks and put them on the rattan frame to make 4 fan blades. The wooden barrels and wooden piles of the carpentry team looked at Luo Chong's strange behavior and knew that the leader must be making something new. However, they still did not see the purpose of this strange thing until Luo Chong used the cross-shaped fan blades. After being placed on a horizontal wooden stand, the fan blade was facing the north. Affected by the wind, it quickly started to rotate. However, it fell to the ground within a few turns. Luo Chong put the fan blade up again, then found a rope and tied the fan blade to the stand. The leaf started to turn again. Although it was turning crookedly, it was still turning, which made the entire carpentry team's eyes widen. Does the leader want to install this thing on the machine to drive the gears to rotate and make something like a water wheel mill? Tong was the first to understand Luo Chong's intention. The others hadn't figured it out yet, but after being reminded by Bucket, they quickly simulated such a device in their heads. They couldn't help but admire the leader's imagination. They were also blown by the wind every day, so how could they not think of it? Yes, our water wheel will stop in less than a month. The river will freeze in winter and the mill will not be able to work. However, the wind is very strong in winter. If we can use the wind power, we can continue to do a lot. Something happened, so I came up with such a thing. I made this thing just for you to see. You have already participated in building the water wheel and know how to use the gears. Now that you see this thing, you should understand what I mean. Luo Chong explained to them. The leader's wisdom is truly unparalleled. He can come up with such a thing. In the future, we will not only be able to use natural water as power, but now we can even use invisible wind. What is pushed by water is called a water wheel, so what is blown by the wind should be called a windmill. Liu Kong said with admiration. That's right, it's a windmill. As long as you understand the principle of this, I will soon figure out the detailed production method. Then you will build it. You must learn it well then. I think if this windmill is built well, it is more practical than a water wheel and has wider uses. After all, it only needs to be built in the wind and cannot only be built on the shore, Luo Chong said. Well, that's true. Regardless of the weather, windmills have advantages over water wheels. Water wheels can only be built based on water, but most natural rivers are not suitable for building water wheels. If you dig artificial rivers, it will be time-consuming. It's labor-intensive, so it's obviously more cost-effective to build a windmill, Wooden Zhuang also analyzed. Well, that's it. Okay, you guys just do what you should do. I'll go back and think about how to do this first, and I'll tell you when I've figured it out. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he went home by himself and lay on the hot kong. The room was very dark. The windows and doors were all temporarily added. The wooden boards for the door and the animal skin-wrapped vines for the windows blocked the light from outside. It's so tight that now the Han tribe doesn't even have paper, so it's hard to make a window that can let light through. Thinking of this, Luo Chong couldn't help but sigh deeply. The days to come are still long, he has a long way to go, and there are still a lot of things waiting for him to do. There is no rush for these, so he should take his time. In the next few days, Luo Chong led the metallurgical team to smelt 2 more furnaces of iron, consuming all the materials stored in the previous months. However, he also obtained a lot of iron ingots and a small amount of steel ingots made through the steel filling method. The number of iron pots was already sufficient. After meeting the Han tribe's own needs, there were still dozens of iron pots left as reserves or used as goods. More iron was turned into iron ingots and stored. Not continuing to study the iron problem for the time being, Luo Chong quickly plunged into the carpentry group and spent a few days leading a group of carpenters to make a windmill model that was as tall as a human. Although this model was small, it should have the power shaft, transmission shaft, and wooden gears inside are all reduced in proportion after careful calculation. A new project was launched, but the manpower of the Han tribe's carpentry group was not enough, and because there was nothing to do in winter, a large number of tribesmen were idle. Luo Chong began to recruit a second batch of carpenters in the tribe to produce more wood products. In addition, after iron became available, professional blacksmiths began to be selected, and the training of technical talents in the Han tribe gradually began. The invention of the windmill was of revolutionary significance to the Han tribe. It had many uses. It was not just used to grind flour. In fact, it was just a way to provide power. What it was used for specifically depended on the specific situation. Come and decide, such as blacksmithing. Blacksmithing is a very tiring job. You have to keep hammering with sledgehammers and small hammers. Once you hit it, it will be endless. It is very energy-consuming. However, it is much better to have an automatic forging hammer. For example, during the Western Han Dynasty, the water-powered forging hammer has been invented, and now Luo Chong just wants to replace the water power with wind power. However, this is not an equipment that can be built in a day or two. Currently, if you want to make iron, you can only use a hammer, and the Han tribe does not have a blacksmith yet, so the first batch of people can only teach it by Luo Chong himself. Luo Chong didn't need to worry about the carpenters. The Han tribe already had many carpenters, and new members of the tribe had to start as apprentices, and were only responsible for sawing wood. The blacksmithing project was started, and a blacksmith shop was quickly built next to the blast furnace. It was a temporary shed made of bricks and logs, and would have to be moved after the wind-powered forging hammer was built. However, although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. It lacks everything it should have, including a brick stove, a wooden bellows, an anvil made of logs, and an ox-horn anvil weighing hundreds of kilograms, plus a hammer, a sink for quenching, and a few copper fire tongs. That's basically it. The blacksmith's apprentices were also in place. There were several barbarians who had joined the Han tribe before. Among them was a guy named Yi. It was Luo Chong who straightened the bones in his arm. This guy later learned to smelt copper with Dazue, and now I started learning blacksmithing from Luo Chong. Since wrought iron and steel are now available, Luo Chong is ready to take the lead in building his own weapon, a long sword. Weapons like swords have been around since ancient times. The peak era was the Han Dynasty. That was the era when swords were most glorious, but also the era when swords declined. This is not to say that the performance of swords is not good, but because the cost is too expensive and is not suitable for a large number of equipment. So it was quickly replaced by a knife. After all, for the same straight bar, single-sided sharpening can save much time and effort than double-sided sharpening. The sword Luo Chong wants to make is the most typical 8-sided Han sword in the Han Dynasty. The name is taken from the cross-section of the sword, which is a flat octagon, which means that the sword body has 8 sides in total. This kind of sword, the biggest feature is that it is relatively thick and upright. It can be used for both thrusting and slashing. It is also very tough and not easy to break. This is also the characteristic of the Han sword. However, these characteristics are determined by the material. If you want the sword body to be tough, you must use wrought iron to make the sword body, and finally wrap the edge with steel, so that the long sword can be sharp and tough. Luo Chong personally selected a piece of wrought iron and heated it in the furnace. The apprentice next to him immediately turned on the bellows to soften the iron ingot. After burning for a while, clamp the iron ingot with pliers, put it on the anvil, and beat it. Luo Chong holds the hammer, and he is next to him with a sledgehammer. Each hammer follows Luo Chong's landing point, and Luo Chong hits it. Hammer, he followed up with a hammer, slowly stretched the iron ingot, then folded it and forged it. In order to maintain the toughness of the sword tire, there is no need to fold it too many times. It only needs to be folded 3 times before it is ready for use. 1 time it becomes 2 layers, 2 times it is 4 layers, and 3 times it is 8 layers. This number of folded layers is very good for wrought iron. Suitable, too much and it will break easily. The final hammered sword tire is 1 foot long and very thick. This is not the final form, just a prototype. After the sword tire is completed, the edge of the sword must be wrapped with steel. Because the sword is a double-edged sword, 1 piece must be wrapped on each side. When a steel ingot is red hot, it is smashed into slender strips, then placed on the edge of the anvil and smashed into 2 sections, then folded and forged separately, and finally made into 2 angle steels, which are then heated in a furnace with the sword tire. When wrapping steel, you must first sprinkle some borax on the bonding position to eliminate oxides and impurities on the metal surface, so that the metals can be better connected together. Then wrap the two angle steels on both sides of the sword tire to form a one shape. After repeated beating and stretching, the sword body was finally smashed into a long strip shape with a blade length of 108 centimeters. The thickness of the sword spine was about 1 centimeter, the width was about 3.5 centimeters, the front was narrow and the back was wide, and the sword head was about 3 centimeters wide. The handle is a slender flat iron with 3 round holes cut into it, and is finally fixed with copper rivets. The guard part of the sword is also called the sword pavilion, which is the boundary between the blade and the hilt. The guard part of the sword is called the Dao Tan. The name is different, but the function is the same. The sword pavilion of this long sword is made of an alloy of copper, iron and tin, cast by the lost wax method. It is engraved with a dragon pattern and can be placed directly on the hilt. It needs to be installed during final assembly. The long sword is not quenched immediately after it is formed. It is first ground when the sword body is not particularly hard, and the sword body is ground to the desired shape. After the final shape, it is quenched to increase the hardness, and then fine grinding is carried out, which is the last step of sharpening. This cannot be done in a day or two. After the sword body was formed, Luo Chong spent 5 or 6 days sharpening it at home. For this purpose, he also cast a vernier caliper out of bronze to measure the data of each part, and finally grinded out a vernier caliper. A long sword that is symmetrical from top to bottom, left and right. After the initial grinding of the sword body is completed, it is quenched. However, it should be noted that the quenching here does not require the earth-covered edge burning technology. The purpose of earth-covered edge burning is to achieve different hardnesses of the sword edge and the sword body through different cooling times. However, this was originally a long sword made with steel-clad technology, and it had already achieved this purpose, so it would be no problem to directly quench the entire sword. After quenching, it is then finely ground to grind out the edge of the sword. Finally, it is assembled. The sword pavilion is put on the hilt, and then the hilt is put on. The material of the sword hilt is extremely luxurious. It is made of the only ivory tusk currently available in the Han tribe. It was broken off from the mouth of Huishan by a cannibal. It was later picked up by Luo Chong and has been kept until now, just to make weapons. Hilt. The shape of the sword hilt is an oval cylinder, hollow inside and engraved on the outside. 3 holes were drilled in the corresponding parts, glued and plugged together, and then copper rivets were used to rivet the 3 round holes together. The production of the sword is completed. This sword is very long, and the hilt is also relatively long. It is suitable for holding with both hands, making it easy to exert force in slashing. The center is 1 palm width in front of the sword pavilion. It is also more flexible to carry the sword with one hand, making it very easy to pick up. As a sword that symbolizes the status of a leader, this sword also has a resounding name: Emperor's Fury. When the emperor was angry, he laid down millions of corpses and shed blood for thousands of miles, symbolizing the absolute royal power and controlling the life and death of the world. The name of the sword was engraved in official script on the sword body in front of the sword pavilion, and was embellished with liquid copper to make 3 gold characters. Although it was troublesome and luxurious, it was Luo Chong's sword, so no amount of luxury could be too much. After all, it was a symbol of status, right? Definitely not the same as the bulk goods. The scabbard of Tianzinu was made of black ironwood from the original habitat of the tree tribe. The wood was hard and dark in color. 2 long wood pieces were glued together and fixed with a copper ring. It is worth noting that the scabbard of this Han sword has a waist hanger, which was not available in the Han dynasty. The waist hanger was only invented in the Tang dynasty. Before the Tang dynasty, all swords could only be held in hand, or directly inserted diagonally on the sword. In the belt, it is very inconvenient to carry. Later, in the Tang dynasty, swordsmiths began to install waist hangers on the scabbards, so that the swords could be hung on the waist, which greatly freed up the hands. Today's TV dramas are very careless, and the props do not pay attention to these, and many nondescript things are produced. Misled a large number of people. Although Luo Chong made Han swords, he was not a fool. He clearly had more advanced technology and refused to use it. He insisted on abusing himself, so all the swords produced by the Han tribe in the future would be equipped with waist hangers. The tribesmen had no idea about iron weapons. They had only heard Luo Chong say that iron weapons were better than bronze, but they had never seen such a good method, so Luo Chong had to use Tianzinu to demonstrate to them. The first and most important point is toughness, which bronze does not have. Luo Chong specially asked people to move 2 city bricks, put the sword on them, and then stood on the suspended sword body. The sword body was directly hit by it was bent into a large arc, but after Luo Chong raised his foot, the sword instantly straightened up, shocking the onlookers. The next step was the sharpness test. This experiment couldn't directly kill people, so Luo Chong had to have someone pull a sheep over, and then cut off the sheep's head with a sword. The shadow of the sword flashed, the sheep's head flew up, and blood splashed 5 steps away, shocking the onlookers again. The sheep with such thick fur were decapitated by the sword. If it were replaced by a bare human neck, I'm afraid it is worse than the death of a sheep. Chief, why is this sword made of iron so powerful? If all of our warriors had one of them would probably be able to fight 10 of them. Shuda said in surprise. Yes, leader, can we also have a sword like this? Dashu asked covetously. He was the first leader to follow Luo Chong, and he was also the most qualified to ask this question. Likewise, this was also the question that everyone was most concerned about. Such a good weapon could be called a peerless magic weapon. Who wouldn't want to get one? Maybe not. I see that the leader and several people spent a month making this sword. If our tribe all uses this kind of sword, how long will it take to make it? The elder looked at Luo Chong's sword making. The process, knowing this better, directly poured cold water on everyone. Yes, swords are indeed more difficult to make, but you former leaders will also have them. For the remaining ordinary warriors, we can only equip them with knives that are easy to make, that is, weapons with only one blade. Tribe, whoever wants a sword must have done great service for the tribe, and then I will reward him with a sword. But you don't have to dislike single-edged knives. I have asked someone to make a sample of a ringshaw knife. You can also take a look. The overall performance is not worse than that of a long sword. It just lacks one edge. But is this right? It is safer for people who use swords, because double-edged swords can easily hurt themselves if they are not used properly. Bring us the Huancho Dao we made and show it to everyone. Luo Chong wiped the blood from the sword body, explained to everyone the issue of rationing one side of the sword, and finally asked Yi to take out the made Huancho sword for everyone to see. Although this straight knife is called the Huancho Dao, except for the iron ring on the handle, it is not the same thing as the Huancho Dao of the Han dynasty. Instead, it looks more like the Tangheng Dao. In fact, Luo Chong also, it is indeed made according to the craftsmanship of Tangheng Dao. Some people say that the Huancho sword is very awesome. Why do you want to use the Tangheng sword? It all depends on how you compare. The Huancho sword was indeed excellent in the Western Han dynasty. It was made by folding and forging Baidu steel. The blade had a small opening angle and was extremely sharp. It was indeed a magic weapon that was proud of the world at that time, but there are also many Huancho swords. Shortcomings that need improvement. Before the Han dynasty, no one used knives. Only in the Western Han dynasty did single-edged knives begin to be made. Therefore, the Huancho Dao is the originator of later generations of knives, but it is very primitive and crude. The Huancho Dao is actually just a bear, bladed iron bar with no blade on it. It is so crude that it is easy for the enemy to attack the knife-holding hand during a cut. This is a fatal problem. Major structural shortcomings. The other is the raw material of the Huancho Dao. Historically, the Huancho Dao was made of hundreds of smelted steel, but it was just a single material, and its performance was completely incomparable with the composite steel clamping process of the Tanghing Dao. Blade skills are something that the Huancho sword does not have. If we really want to say the pinnacle of swords, it can only be the Tanghing sword. This Qingshu knife is made by the steel clamping process. The blade is made of 2 pieces of wrought iron, and then a steel bar is clamped at the cutting edge. The blade is also the unique geometric shape of the Tanghing Dao, and is used during quenching. The earth-covered burnt blade has a finished product that has both toughness and sharpness. It combines all the advantages and is easier to make than a sword. It is most suitable for a large number of equipment. The entire blade is 85 centimeters long, which is considered a relatively long short weapon. The handle is slightly longer and can be held with either one hand or both hands. The weight is also moderate, and the center of gravity is relatively forward, which is very convenient for chopping. The back of the knife is also very thick, 1 centimeter thick, and the cutting angle is also very unique. It is not as small as the Huancho knife of the Han Dynasty, but it is thinner than the Tanghing Dao. There are also 2 blood grooves sunken inward on both sides of the blade's spine. Speaking of this, I still have to emphasize the function of the blood grooves. They are not used for bleeding or transporting air into the wound. Those are all rumors. In fact, the real purpose of the blood groove is to strengthen the blade and act as a rib to make the knife less likely to break. The material of the knife handle is an oval made of cork. There is no carving on it, but it is covered with a layer of pearl fish skin bought from the fork tribe. This kind of fish skin has great friction and elasticity, making it very suitable for covering. The handle of the knife increases the comfort of the palm. The sword tan is also made of bronze, which is something that the Huancho sword does not have at all. It was specially added by Luo Chong to make the hand holding the sword safer and less likely to be hit by the opponent. The tribesmen quickly took the Huancho sword and tested it one by one according to Luo Chong's test method. The results found that, as the leader said, the Huancho sword was not weaker than the Han sword at all, but was better in chopping ability. For the sake of prominence, some people even prefer this Qingshu knife a little more. After the first month of winter, the Han tribe only built 1 sword and 1 sword, but other construction was quite rapid, such as the rammed earth city wall. Rammed earth is a simple and practical process. The earliest city walls in my country were all made of rammed earth. A city wall made of pure rammed earth without bricks could be built 6 meters high and 800 meters long in 7 days with only 80 people. The construction speed of the city wall is staggering, but that kind of city wall is different from that of the Han tribe. The wall is only more than 1 meter thick, and the amount of work is very different from that of the Han tribe, so the construction speed of the Han tribe is not as fast as theirs. The Han tribe's city was 400 meters long, including the thickness of the wall. The original plan was to have a bottom width of 4 meters, a top width of 2 meters, and a height of 5 meters. The soil used was all dug from the moat, but later after Luo Chong after calculation, the soil was still not enough, and the bottom width of the wall was twice as large as the top width, making the angle of the wall too slow and not very good for defense. In order to take into account these problems, Luo Chong finally changed the wall to a city wall with a bottom width of 3 meters, a top width of 2 meters and a half, and a height of 7.5 meters during construction. This is done firstly to reduce the amount of earthwork, and secondly to increase the verticality of the wall. It will be more difficult for the enemy to climb the wall when attacking the city. It also indirectly increases the height of the wall and the area of the top of the wall, so that people can stand on the wall. More people, or place some large defensive equipment, such as heavy weapons, such as bed crossbows. Only about 200 slaves participated in the construction of the city wall of the Han tribe, and some soldiers were responsible for supervision. Moreover, this was their first time building a city wall, and they were not very skilled. Fortunately, with the ramming truck invented by Luo Chong, the construction speed is just a little bit faster. Now, after several months of hard work, the city wall has finally reached the stage of capping. The wall is said to be 7.5 meters high, but the actual height of the rammed earth is only 6 meters high. The remaining 1.5 meters needs to be covered with a layer of 20 centimeters thick city bricks, leaving only 1.3 meters. San is an additional arrow stack. From the outside, the highest point is only 7.5 meters, but in fact it is only over 6 meters. It is used to protect the soldiers on the city wall. The current construction progress is that the height of the rammed earth is enough, and the floor tiles on the top of the wall and the arrow stacks are being laid. There is a city gate in the middle of each of the 4 walls. The city gate is 3 meters high and 3 meters wide. It is a vertical rectangle. There are 3 doors inside and outside, 2 solid wood double doors, 10 centimeters thick, and a 30 centimeter thick door outside. The solid wood suspension bridge will be attached to the outer city wall after being folded up, and can also be used as a door. There is also a tower above the city gate, which is the city gate fort. This city gate fort is not big, only 5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide, which is the same as the width of the top of the wall. It is 4 meters high and has only 1 floor. It is installed inside. 2 winches were installed to retract and release the suspension bridge. The height of the entire tower, plus the city gate castle, is 10 meters high. On both sides of the city gate, there is also a staircase, close to the city wall. The staircase is 1 meter wide and can accommodate 2 people walking side by side. This way, even if someone goes up and down at the same time, they will not be blocked because it is not wide enough, making it easier for soldiers to go up and down quickly. City wall. The capping of the city wall made Luo Chong very happy. The tall city wall can bring a sense of security to the tribesmen. The tribesmen are also cheering. Being able to live in such an indestructible city makes them feel extremely proud and happy. They have no worries about food, clothing, and fear. Foreign enemies, in this era, undoubtedly live like gods. As the city wall gradually took shape, most of the tribesmen who had nothing to do also joined the construction team. They looked forward to the early completion of the city wall. Except for some pregnant women and women who stayed at home to take care of their children, the remaining tribesmen all worked together to join the final capping work, move bricks, and build arrow stacks. The new apprentices in the carpentry team are also looking for suitable wood to make gates and suspension bridges in the lumber stacks. They are very enthusiastic about their work. They personally participate in the construction of the city, which also gives them a sense of accomplishment. Luo Chong was not idle either. He found the lame man and worked with him to customize 8 large blue bricks with the word Hanyang embossed in official script on them. They were placed directly above the 4 city gates. It is the name of the first city of the Han tribe, Hanyang City. The name first represents that this is the city of the Han tribe, and secondly, it comes from the meaning of the sun, which represents the supreme status of the Han tribe and the rising sun. The rapidly developing Han tribe is like the rising sun. It will get higher and stronger. After another 10 days, by mid-February in winter, all the construction of the city wall was completed, including the stairs and gates, as well as the suspension bridges and wooden gates on all sides. Within a month and a half, there was a heavy snowfall, and the thickness of the snow in the city square was only 10 centimeters. Compared with the 2 snowfalls last year, it was not very heavy, and it did not affect the progress of the construction of the Han tribe. After the city wall was completely completed, Luo Chong assigned new tasks to about 200 slaves and continued to build warehouses and breeding plants. Although the weather was relatively cold, Luo Chong did not have any mercy towards these aliens who used to eat people, anyway. It would be a waste to keep a slave if you don't use it. Moreover, although Luo Chong forced them to do hard labor, he did not deprive them of their due benefits. Each of these slaves had enough animal skins to cover their whole bodies, and they could eat 3 meals a day. There was an adequate supply of white salt, although there was no a lot of meat was given to them, but the broth was still enough. In the cold winter, it was a happy thing to drink a bowl of steaming broth, which their original cannibal tribe had never eaten before. Therefore, these slaves are more obedient and honest. Anyway, if they work, they will get food. If they don't work, they will be beaten. It is impossible to escape, especially after they built the city wall themselves, and every gate is guarded. Even if they didn't have shackles, they wouldn't be able to rush out from the city gate. This tall city wall was a haven for the Han tribe, but for these slaves, it was an insurmountable prison. In 1.5 months, the carpentry team was almost ready for the windmills. A total of 2 sets were produced, which can be installed on a building as big as a warehouse. The windmill has a total of 4 fan blades. Each fan blade is 1 meter wide and 5 meters high. When it is not covered with linen, it looks like a huge ladder. In fact, it is similar to a ladder. People can indeed walk along the fan blades. The skeleton climbed up. The fan blades will be covered with 1 meter wide linen cloth, and there are pulleys and ropes to control the lifting and lowering of the linen cloth, just like a sail. When the windmill needs to be rotated, the linen cloth is raised for a ride, and when it is not needed, it is lowered. The fan blade frame cannot rotate and will stop rotating. The first windmill house was built next to the blast furnace house. 2 windmills were installed on it. One was used to power the forging hammer, and the other was used to power the stone mill, allowing the Han tribe to continue grinding or powder in winter. The cold wind was raging across the land, but many members of the Han tribe were swaying in the cold wind and came to watch the 2 windmills. The big windmill is whirring. The scenery here is so beautiful, the sky is beautiful, the ground is beautiful, and there are a group of happy friends, ahem. Wow, mother, look, that windmill is spinning so fast. The leader is so powerful, he can actually create such a thing. Chu Bing, wrapped like a stuffed toy, jumped in front of the windmill. Feet shouted to his mother. Yes, you are still young. You should learn more from the leader in the future. Then you will be able to help the leader, and maybe you can research something on your own. Mom knows that the leader rewards tribesmen who invent things very highly. If you can make something powerful in the future, you might be able to wear a tin crown like that and be a captain or something. Chu Bing's mother also rubbed his head and encouraged him. Well, I know. The leader taught us to learn Chinese characters. I learned them seriously. The leader praised me for being smart. I will definitely be as good as the leader in the future. Chu Bing said seriously, his eyes full of confidence and fighting spirit. The windmill ran very smoothly for 2 days without any malfunctions. The tribesmen gradually calmed down from their initial interest. Only some children who had nothing to do remained and occasionally ran out to watch. After the trial run was over, Luo Chong immediately issued an order to continue building windmills. This time it was still the same 2 sets of windmills, but they were built for the carpentry group. It was also a wood processing factory of the Han tribe. Relying on the power of the windmills, several windmills were made. The wind saw machine can greatly speed up the production of wood products, and can also save more low-level manpower from the carpentry team, freeing up apprentices who can only saw wood to do other things. The structure of the wood sawing machine is not very complicated. It just uses the crankshaft to convert the circular motion of the windmill into a reciprocating motion, driving the saw blade to pull back and forth to achieve the purpose of sawing wood. It is necessary to mention here that the saw blades of the sawmill are all made of steel, and they are all long saw blades with the same specifications. They are not circular saws, because in order to make the circular saw rotate at a speed that can cut wood, only the windmill is needed. Adding a gearbox is more difficult than teaching, and the circular motion will definitely shake a lot, and it will not be able to saw flat wood, so Luo Chong finally decided to use a saw blade that moves up and down. There are 4 sawing machines in total. Each windmill drives 2 of which are specially used for sawing wood boards. A vertical tool holder is installed on both sides of the main shaft of the windmill. The tool holder is a frame type and can be installed vertically. Rows of saw blades, in which the spacing distance of the saw blades can be adjusted according to the required thickness of the board. The linkage device of the saw blade divides all the saw blades into 2 groups. The 2 groups of saw blades A and B are installed alternately. When working, one group is up and the other is down. As long as the log is pushed into the tool holder, the wood comes out from the other side, which is very labor-saving. As long as 2 or 3 people are responsible for watching the machine and feeding wood into it. The other windmill is connected to 2 single sawing tables, which are divided into upper and lower levels. The lower level can be used to cut thick logs, and the upper level can be used as a table saw to make some special wooden strips or wooden squares. You can also use a ruler to cut out shapes that fit specific angles. Of course, there is a reason why this wind-powered wood processing plant was built first. The residential houses of the Han tribe still do not have doors and windows. The reason is that no one has time to saw so many wooden strips. But after this processing plant is built, with the rapid output of basic wood, the Han tribe can quickly process whether it is manufacturing furniture and decoration, ships, vehicles, or wooden machinery. After ordering a group of blacksmiths to make saw blades and instructing the carpenters on how to make sawmills, Luo Chong quickly got busy with other things, which was making oil pressing equipment. The Han tribe currently stored so many oil fruits, but until now, there is no pressing equipment that can be produced. There are more and more wood products, but the tung oil used as paint has not been available, so the research and development of pressing equipment has also been put on the agenda. The process of squeezing vegetable oil is basically the same. First, grind the fruit containing vegetable oil into powder, then fry it in a pot, wrap the fried powder with cloth or grass, and finally press it physically to remove the vegetable oil contained in it. The oil is squeezed out, and the most important thing in this process is squeezing. If you want a high oil production rate, you need a strong enough pressure. If you want to increase the pressure, there are only 2 ways. One is to increase the counterweight to increase the pressure, and the other is to reduce the stress area so that the pressure is at the same level. It increases under severe conditions. Such simple physics knowledge was learned in junior high school, and Luo Chong had no problem using it. The pressing equipment was built in a newly built warehouse by the slaves. It was named Oil Mill by Luo Chong. The oil mill was divided into 3 areas to process 3 different vegetable oils. One is peanut oil, the other is tung oil, and the third is lacquer fruit oil. Similarly, each area also has its own stone mill, stove, wok, and oil press. Although this seems wasteful, it is very safe. After all, tung oil is toxic and cannot be used in the same way as peanut oil. Set of equipment. Although other lacquer oil can also be eaten, its seeds grow from lacquer grass after all, so lacquer oil has other uses, such as being used as ink oil. Use this kind of lacquer oil as a supplement with other ingredients. You can make ink specially used for printing books, which is more important than tung oil and peanut oil. The structure of the pressing equipment is also very simple. First, a bronze vertical cylinder with a hole at the bottom and a diameter of 40 centimeters is cast from bronze, and then a lever-type hammer is made from a giant wood on top, which can be raised and lowered with ropes and pulleys. Bricks are hung from giant logs to increase the weight of the pressure arm, allowing workers to flexibly control the pressure. In late February and winter, just as Luo Chong was instructing his tribe to build oil mill equipment, heavy snow fell again in the gloomy sky. This time it snowed all day long, and the snow in the square in the city reached 1 foot thick. Such heavy snow is nothing to the well-prepared Han tribes, but for the small tribes with only a few dozen people, it is extremely difficult. The lack of food and fuel forces them to go out for activities. In previous years, when they encountered such a situation, they usually went out hunting, but this winter they had a new choice, which was the Han tribe's market. Although they didn't know if it would still be open in the winter, they had to go and see it in person. Only to know if there is, maybe, hope of living? Speaking of the fairs of the Han tribe, since Luo Chong decided to use animal skins as a general trading item, the Han tribe currently has very rich reserves of animal skins. As long as it can be worn by all tribesmen, the Han tribe can also use unused animal skins. Make some luxury goods, that is, a cowhide drum. There was only one large cowhide drum during the sacrifice last spring, but now there are 8 of the same specifications, which were placed on both sides of the 4 city gates and were used as warning tools for city defense. A total of 10 drums were assigned to the 4 city gates. Several warriors guarded each city gate, 2 of them lit a fire in the gate to keep warm, and the other 2 patrolled the city wall, rotating every once in a while. It is impossible to fight. Even if the enemy comes to attack such a high city wall, they will not be able to get up, unless the opponent has a ladder. However, Luo Chong has not heard of any tribe that has built a ladder, so these city defense warriors, to put it bluntly, it's just a decoration, just used to open and close the city gate. On the 7th day after the second heavy snowfall in winter, when Luo Chong was pouring a large iron pot special for the casting oil workshop with his big mouth, the big drum at the south gate of the Han tribe suddenly sounded, and the drumming sound spread throughout the whole country. Hanyang City shocked Luo Chong, and when he was still wondering what was going on, when he listened carefully to the sound of the drums, there was only one drum beating, so he felt relieved. There are 2 drums at each city gate of Hanyang City. When encountering an enemy attack, they must beat both sides. If only a small number of people come to the city and judge that the opponent is not an enemy, they can only beat one side. This is what Luo Chong said before. The rules were set, so through the sound of drums, Luo Chong could judge the situation outside the city. You continue to make pots. The people coming outside are not enemies. Don't worry. I'll go to the south gate to take a look. Yes, we understand, leader, be careful. Luo Chong told Dazue a few words, picked up his sword, went straight to the south gate, and climbed onto the city tower. When the soldiers guarding the city saw the leader arriving, they stopped beating the drums. What's wrong? Why are you beating the drum? What do those people below the city do? Luo Chong climbed up the city wall, stuck his head out from the arrow stack and looked down, and found 8 strangers wandering outside the south gate, looking up at the city tower. Chief, those few people have just arrived. They were walking around outside just now. When they saw someone on the wall, they made signs with us, as if they wanted to trade. I heard them calling market. A soldier said to Luo Chong explained. Trade? Are you here to trade in the middle of winter? I don't think they brought anything with them. What's the trade? Luo Chong poked his head out again and asked doubtfully. We don't know either, so we don't know whether to open the door or not. That's why we beat the drum. The soldier replied. Open the door and lower the suspension bridge. Just these few people can't make any big waves. Luo Chong thought for a moment and said to a few soldiers. Yes, chief. After hearing the order, several soldiers quickly turned the winch to lower the suspension bridge, and then followed Luo Chong down the city wall, preparing to open the door and ask about the situation. The 8 people outside the city were warriors sent by a small tribe with less than 100 people. They had also been to the Han tribe's market before, but because the prices of the Han tribe were too expensive, they could not bring out many animal skins. There were no specialties that Luo Chong liked, so I didn't trade them. I came here to take a look and then left. But now their tribe's food reserves are seriously short, and they can only hold on for a few months at most. They originally wanted to go hunting and get some hibernating animals to satisfy their hunger, but a sudden heavy snow covered the entire land. They didn't. After much deliberation, I finally came to the Han tribe to try my luck and seek some help. But they were a little dumbfounded when they first arrived at the Han tribe. They had been to the market once before in the autumn. At that time, the city wall had just started construction, and only a circle of moat was more eye-catching. Now that they looked at it, the moat had long been frozen, but there was a tall city wall rose from the ground. If they hadn't found a suspension bridge in the middle of the city wall protruding from the city wall, they almost wouldn't have found the gate. After careful observation, they saw someone on top of this tall building, and it was a Han Chinese with tied hair. Then they confirmed that they were not looking in the wrong place. After the exchange between the two sides, the sound of drums on the city wall soon came to mind, which almost scared these people away. If it weren't for the tribe to survive, they might just run away. This Han tribe is too scary, there are strange things everywhere. Several people waited for a while and found that the drumming stopped and the suspension bridge was slowly lowered. A red-painted door was exposed in the part blocked by the suspension bridge. After a while of surprise, they gathered in front of the suspension bridge, but still did not dare to go over. Inside the city wall, Luo Chong led 4 warriors holding bronze spears to the doorway, removed the calf-thick solid wood door latch, and opened the door halfway with a creak. Only then did he take a closer look at the 8 people outside. Wearing leaky animal skin clothes, their noses and ears were red from the cold, and their hands and feet were covered with frostbite. They were trembling and stood at the other end of the suspension bridge holding stone spears and bone guns, looking at Luo Chong and several soldiers at the city gate in fear. Luo Chong held the long sword at his waist and waved to them, signaling for them to come in. Several people stepped onto the suspension bridge, tentatively, then came to the door and handed over their weapons at Luo Chong's request. After being brought into the city, the group entered an empty room where no one lived. Everyone brought a bowl of broth, prepared for the slaves, and only then did Luo Chong begin to question them. "You said you came here to trade? What trade? You didn't bring anything worth exchanging?" "Chief of the Han tribe, this is like this. Our tribe doesn't have much food. The snow is heavy this year and it's hard to find prey, so we want to borrow some food from the Han tribe. Although we have nothing to exchange now, but if we have prey next year, we will definitely return it to the Han tribe. Do you think this will work?" One of the leading men asked Luo Chong tentatively. Haha, Luo Chong laughed out loud. "Do you even borrow food these days? When I was a child, I only heard about people who borrowed salt and soy sauce in the village. Now I actually meet someone who borrows food. Is there anyone who can return this thing after borrowing it? You can't even feed your own tribe, and you expect them to have leftover food to pay back next year? Joke. It's impossible to borrow. Although our Han tribe has plenty of food, we won't lend it to others. But I can understand your difficulties, and don't say I won't help you." "Well, didn't you say we were going to trade? Then let's trade some food. It doesn't matter if we don't have animal skins or special products. Don't you still have people? Since your tribe can't support itself, just give these people to our Han tribe, and we will also give you some food in exchange. This will not only reduce your burden, but also increase your reserves. Wouldn't it kill 2 birds with 1 stone? What do you think?" "This?" The leader of the other team hesitated for a moment. He had never thought that the Han tribe would come up with such a solution. They had never studied this situation in the tribe before, so they didn't know what to say. "Of course, if the people of your tribe are unwilling to separate, I have a better way, which is to let all of you join the Han tribe together. As long as you become a member of our Han tribe, you will have a strong and warm house, endless food, and endless animal skins. What do you think?" you can go back and discuss it with your tribe. If you agree, you can move immediately. Come over. Luo Chong said to them again. We can't make a decision, but we will go back and tell the leader. I don't know if we agree or not. Although I really want to stay in the Han tribe. It's great here. I will definitely treat the Han tribe as a whole. Tell the tribesmen, I believe they will also like it, said the leading man on the other side. Well, very good, then I won't keep you. I hope you can make the right choice. If you are willing to come, the Han tribe will always welcome you. After the conversation, Luo Chong stood up to see off the guests, and the soldiers guarding the city quickly let a few people out. One of the soldiers who had not left stood beside Luo Chong and suddenly asked Luo Chong, Chief, do you think they will agree to join the Han tribe? Then they will come over? How do I know if they will come, but some of them must want to come. Who doesn't want to live a better life? As for what they decide in the end, it has nothing to do with us. It doesn't matter whether they come or not. There is no shortage of those people. Luo Chong shook his head, leaving the soldier behind, and turned back to Dazue to watch them pouring the iron pot. As for those people just now, Luo Chong didn't take it to heart at all. Just like what he said just now, the Han tribe welcomes you, but it doesn't matter if you don't come. This is no longer the Han tribe with only a few dozen people at the beginning, and Luo Chong doesn't pay attention to those people now. In the days that followed, the Han tribe continued to build rapidly, and the equipment of the oil mill was quickly completed. Luo Chong had already led his tribe to squeeze tung oil. The dried tung oil seeds are first ground into powder, fried in a large iron pot, then wrapped in linen into a round cake shape, and then put into the oil pressing tank one by one, and then the wooden hammer hanging above is slowly lowered. Come down and drop a lot of big green bricks on both sides of the wooden hammer to increase the weight. A wooden oil drum containing oil is also placed at the oil outlet of the oil pressing tank to receive the pressed tung oil. In fact, the color of the freshly squeezed tung oil looks no different from that of soybean oil. It is light yellow, except for the peculiar smell of tung oil. The smell, otherwise I really can't tell the difference. This kind of tung oil is called raw tung oil. It is not the best to use as varnish. To say that the best effect is to say that it is cooked tung oil, which is made by mixing raw tung oil with rosin and boiling it. The finished product, it is more viscous and changes to a darker amber color. It is the best natural paint for making furniture. However, raw tung oil is not useless. Although it is not the best varnish material, it can be used as lamp oil. The emergence of tung oil also immediately solved the lighting problem of the Han tribe. Although the oil lamp was not very bright, it had been created from scratch. This was a good start. Before the Han tribe had light-transmitting doors and windows, it was possible to put lamps in the house. An oil lamp definitely brings great convenience to life. Now at night, the Han tribe is no longer completely dark and cannot see their fingers. Just when Luo Chong was using an oil lamp to gain another reputation in the tribe, several people who had come to borrow food also returned to the tribe. The eagerly awaited tribesmen couldn't help but look disappointed when they saw them returning empty-handed. They are already on a diet. It is very difficult to live with only one meal a day. In order to reduce consumption, many people stay motionless in earth huts, just like animals hibernating, looking forward to the end of the cold winter. What, didn't you borrow food? Is it because the Han tribe is unwilling to give it, or you haven't found the Han tribe? The leader asked the few people who came back. Chief, we have found the Han tribe, but there are some changes there. We also met the leader of the Han tribe, but he did not agree to lend us food, but he also said a way to make all our tribes join the Han tribe. In this way, you can get endless food. Next, the leader of the team told everything he saw and heard when he went to the Han tribe, but he only concealed another option mentioned by Luo Chong, which was to trade people for food. This was discussed by the 8 people who went out on the way back. These adult males are the main force in the tribe that cannot be separated. So if they really want to trade people with the Han tribe, they are the ones who are most likely to be traded. Women and children, this is something few people don't want to see. Rather than exchanging their relatives for food, it would be better for everyone to join the Han tribe directly. In order to avoid the tragedy of their wives and children being separated, they simply concealed the matter and only told the leader the option of all joining the Han tribe. When the leader heard the news, he was very surprised at first, and then he felt that the Han tribe was not a good tribe. Although they had endless food, they were unwilling to lend them some, and they took advantage of it and threatened them to join the Han tribe. Such people have disgusting thoughts. Even in modern times, there are still many people who think that others are better than themselves, so they should help themselves as a matter of course, as if it is natural for others to help them. Moreover, if your request for help is rejected, they will scold you. They are not good people. There are simply too many of them. The final result can be imagined. The leader did not agree to the unreasonable conditions of the Han tribe. He felt that no matter how difficult it was, his tribe would be able to survive the winter and would not be threatened by the Han tribe. The leader's decision immediately spread among the tribe, and the food that had been reduced to 1 meal a day suddenly became 1 meal every 2 days, and they had to go out to find food in the cold weather every day. This time the tribesmen stopped working. Life was already difficult enough, but now it was even more impoverished. Although the tribesmen did not dare to speak out against the leader's opinions, they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. Originally, the leader thought that the matter would be over like this, but what he did not expect was that a collective defection suddenly occurred in the tribe. It turned out that the 8 men who went to the Han tribe publicized what they saw and heard in the Han tribe among the tribesmen, as well as the various benefits of joining the Han tribe, which made many tribesmen suddenly yearn for it. So under the planning of a few people, they quickly attracted a group of tribesmen who were willing to follow them to join the Han tribe. One night after everyone fell asleep, nearly half of the tribe quietly got up and followed the 8 people while they were sleeping. He fled at night and fled all the way to the Han tribe. There were 2 moons in the sky, and the bright moonlight reflected on the snow covering the ground, making the whole world not look so dark. A group of 42 men and women walked hard on the snow. There were still a few ignorant people in the group. The child was about to be abandoned by the tribe, but now he has hope of living. They did not dare to light torches for fear of being discovered by the tribesmen, and in the cold wind, torches without grease would be easily extinguished. They did not have much food, and the small amount of food they carried had to be provided to their children first. They were a group who were unwilling to give up their children. People. The tribe's food was taken care of by the leader and his cronies. This group of people couldn't steal it, so they had to go out to find food every day. After finding it, they didn't bring it back to the tribe, but hid it outside the tribe, and just saved it. It took them a few days to gather a small amount of capital to escape. The group of people walked through the wind and snow for the entirety of the night. By the morning of the next day, their mobility had declined. They packed up the food, gave some to the children, and then continued on their way. On the way to escape. I believe that the leader will be furious after taking away half of the tribe. I don't know if the leader will let anyone chase them. Fortunately, although the ruthless wind blocked their progress, it also buried their footprints. Let them relax a little. They walked like this for another day, and no tribesmen came after them. This was not because the leader didn't notice. Anyone who can become a leader is naturally not an idiot. He easily guessed that this group of people chose to join the Han tribe, but these people, not much food was taken away, and the remaining food was enough for the remaining people to survive the winter safely. This is why the leader did not choose to pursue them. Besides, even if we really chase and catch up, it is not certain who will win and who will lose. The number of people who escaped is no less than that of the leader. Even if we can really catch up, how can we kill all these people? Of course it is impossible. But leaving them behind not only consumes food, but also prevents them from escaping again. Once this person's heart becomes wild, as long as he is alive, he will one day escape again, so the leader simply stopped chasing him. There was no pursuit, but the people who escaped could no longer hold on. There was no campfire to keep warm, and there was no hot food to eat. They couldn't hold on for long. Finally, a group of people decided to send 2 people to the Han tribe to search for rescue. Others stayed where they were, finding some firewood to make a fire to keep warm, and finding some food nearby to satisfy their hunger. They must survive strongly. This wait lasted for a week. 5 days later, the 2 rescuers arrived at the Han tribe city. They froze at the city gate all night. They were discovered by the soldiers guarding the city the next morning. When Luo Chong learned the news, he asked. When the people opened the city gate and brought the 2 people in, one of them was already frozen and unconscious, and the other tried his best to explain the situation. Knowing that there were still 40 people outside who were willing to join the Han tribe and were suffering from hunger and cold, Luo Chong immediately issued a rescue order. 5 improvised simple snow sledges, 20 cavalry, loaded with animal skins, food and iron pots. Mu Chai asked the still conscious person to lead the way. Led by Yu Fu, the group quickly turned back. It took the rescue team 2 days to reach the place where they were waiting for help, but it was still a step too late. 5 of the 40 people left behind had already frozen to death, and the rest were also at the point of life and death. A group of people were mentally depressed. They were so groggy that they even ate the animal skins they used to keep warm to satisfy their hunger. After all, the skins were edible after burning off the hair. But the few suckling children survived by drinking their mother's blood. The long-term lack of food had long since rendered their mothers incapable of breastfeeding. The cruel scene made the Han tribesman who came to the rescue endure it. He kept sighing. Yofu immediately ordered an iron pot to be set up and cooked some bacon porridge with bacon and rice for these people to drink. A large number of animal skins brought on the sledge were also given to them. After a day of rescue, these people slowly recovered. Early the next morning, many people who had regained their energy could not help but burst into tears while holding porcelain bowls full of meat porridge. They were wronged, they were grateful for their salvation, and they also felt sorry for those who had not been able to persist until now. The tribesmen felt sad. After crying and suffering, they became strong again. With the help of the rescue team, they buried the dead body on the spot. Then they all sat on the sledge, wrapped in thick animal skins, and were dragged back by the rescue team. These dozens of people came to the Han tribe, and their experiences quickly spread throughout the Han tribe from the rescue team. The people of the Han tribe expressed sympathy for them. At the same time, they were very grateful that they were members of the Han tribe and could live in the good life brought by the chief. Within a few days, many tribesmen came to visit these new tribesmen after work, teach them how to use various things of the Han tribe, teach them to speak Chinese, so that they can quickly adapt to the life of the Han tribe. The new tribesmen were very moved when faced with the old man's enthusiasm. At the same time, after enjoying the life of the Han tribe, they also felt that their original decision was wise. They were also working hard to learn Chinese, hoping that they could integrate into the Han tribe as soon as possible. Extended family. A few more days passed, and time turned to the end of the second month of winter. The windmill wood processing factory of the Han tribe was also built. Many tribesmen were free again, and Luo Chong also arranged new things for them again. The 4-month winter has just passed halfway, and the food reserves of each tribe have been almost consumed. Some tribes with small food reserves have reached the most difficult time. People like this who want to join the Han tribe must definitely. There are still many, which is definitely a disaster for other small tribes, but in Luo Chong's eyes, this is definitely a good opportunity to absorb the population. The current population of the Han tribe, plus slaves, can make up almost 3,000 people. However, Hanyang City's population capacity limit can at least absorb another 2,000 people. Luo Chong's fantasy of absorbing 2,000 people in less than 2 months is not what he asked for. Hi, as long as we can add 1,000 people before spring. So Luo Chong immediately dispatched a cavalry team of 100 people, divided into 10 teams, and spread out in all directions towards the Han tribe. Each team had 10 people and 2 horses each. In addition, each team was equipped with an Azuka giant. Eagles were used for reconnaissance and messaging, specifically to contact small tribes with less than 100 people. These tribes have a small population and are most likely to be short of food. Maybe they can fool some people, or trade some people with food and animal skins. It shouldn't be difficult. Just like last winter, Luo Chong did the same with the Black Rat tribe and the Li tribe. Transactional. The 10 teams explored in different directions. 6 teams went to the east of the river, 2 went to the west, and 2 went to the north. These are places where the Han tribe has relatively little contact, and according to Yu Fu, the most information provided was from small tribes in the east of Hedong, so it was also the direction with the greatest focus. At the same time, in order to be able to gain something as quickly as possible, Luo Chong also focused on the personnel allocation of the 10 teams. For example, the team going to Hedong mostly had elders from the Black Rat tribe, Li tribe, and Tree tribe, while those from the west had most of the old people are from the Yu tribe and the Wen tribe, and to the north are the old people from the Qi tribe and the Ying tribe. These people were once local aborigines, and they know the surrounding situation best and know the surrounding tribes. If you let them go to negotiate, the possibility of success will be greater. After dispatching these men, Luo Chong sat in Hanyang City and waited for the harvest of each team, but the construction of the Han tribe was still proceeding in an orderly manner. The construction of wind-powered forging hammers and wind-powered automatic sawing machines has greatly strengthened the production capacity of the Han tribe's manufacturing industry, especially the wood processing factory, which can now produce hundreds of stools every day. The simplest thing to make is a long wooden board. Plugging in 4 stool legs is enough, so this most basic piece of furniture was quickly distributed to every family in the Han tribe. As for the matter of applying tung oil, it was left to each family to complete it themselves. Reduce processing time. Stools, square tables, lattice windows, wooden doors, these furniture and decorations that the Han tribe urgently needed were successively manufactured in wood processing factories and then distributed to each family, changing the living standards and living habits of the tribesmen. The blacksmith shop is also constantly making more tools, including iron spoons, kitchen knives, scissors, and steel needles. Speaking of steel needles, you don't actually need much, but the technology for making steel needles is something that the Han tribe must master, which is the metal drawing process. As for the ridiculous thing about grinding an iron pestle into a needle, it is pure nonsense. The Han tribe needed metal wires in many places. In addition to sewing needles, the most important thing was springs. The Han tribe needed springs. With springs, they could make more excellent instruments, such as improving looms or making clips. Weapons parts and stuff like that. When iron ore was not discovered in the Han tribe, Luo Chong thought about making springs, but at that time he only had bronze. Of course, it was not that bronze could not make springs, but that it was too troublesome to make, and bronze springs were not as effective as steel springs. Excellent, that's why I've been dragged along. Bronze is an alloy with copper as the main material. By adding different materials, you can obtain bronze with different properties. For example, phosphor bronze is the material for making springs. Phosphor bronze springs not only have moderate hardness and good elasticity, but also do not generate static electricity. Even in modern times, phosphor bronze springs are used in many precision electronic instruments. But if you want to make phosphor bronze, you must first have phosphorus. Although this material is difficult to store and very dangerous, Luo Chong still has a way to obtain it, but the method is disgusting, so he has never done it. When the chemical element phosphorus was first discovered and confirmed, it was in Europe during the Middle Ages. At that time, the people in Europe were very poor, but they all dreamed of becoming rich overnight. Therefore, alchemy was very popular in the local area. Those alchemists did not, he kept doing various chemical experiments, dreaming that one day he would turn stones into gold. It was against that historical background that a German businessman engaged in alchemy as a side job. In his small dark room, he ran an experiment on evaporating human urine at high temperatures. As a result, gold was not produced, but a kind of a white solid substance that ignites spontaneously at room temperature and emits a green or blue fire light, which is what we often call white phosphorus. The reserves of phosphorus in nature are very large, but they do not appear in the form of simple substances. Most of them are contained in the bodies of living things. Even the most common plant ash contains a large amount of phosphorus, which is the most natural nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium compound fertilizer. But it is very complicated to extract, and it is far less convenient than directly evaporating human urine. But now that the Han tribe has steel, Luo Chong has no intention of continuing to boil human urine. Although white phosphorus has many other uses, such as making matches or making fuses for grenades, the Han tribe has no use for these yet. Luo Chong just wanted to make some springs. Steel is the best material for making strong springs, but the steel must be drawn into wire first. The most primitive metal wire should have been around during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. At that time, people would first melt the metal into a thin plate and then beat it. Put it into a roller and roll it until it becomes 0.5 millimeters thick gold foil, and then cut the gold foil into silk with a knife. The best craftsmen can cut gold wire with a diameter less than 0.5 millimeters, and then wrap it around the silk wire. Used to embroider patterns on clothing. However, this is not considered drawing. What is really called drawing is metal plate drawing. Simply put, it is to hammer a steel ingot into a thin rod, then heat it red, and pull it through a steel plate with a round hole drilled, so that the steel rod becomes the ones are thinner and more rounded. This requires first making a perforated steel plate as a tool, drilling a row of round holes of various specifications on it, and then the steel bars can be heated red and drawn thin. Because the drawn holes are smaller than the last, they are finally pulled out. The metal wires will become thinner and longer. This method is still used today. Although wire drawing machines are becoming more and more advanced, the principle is still the same. Just like a generator, no matter how powerful it becomes, it still cuts the magnetic field lines in a magnetic field. This principle will never work. Changed. Luo Chong currently does not have a tool that can drill holes in steel plates, so in the end he directly chose to use the lost wax method to cast a steel plate for wire drawing. The lost steel plate was installed next to the windmill forging hammer, and the windmill was used to drive the gear and final transmission. A winch for wire drawing. The original process of metal wire drawing was not complicated, and the Han tribe quickly made metal wire under the guidance of Luo Chong. Once you have the metal wire, you only need to make the spring according to the required specifications, and then quench it to harden the metal wire. Using the same method, you can also make thinner sewing needles. While Luo Chong was staying in Hanyang City to work on springs, the cavalry team that went out to seek small tribes to join finally brought a harvest. 10 teams, one after another, brought in the traded population, or some small tribes with a small number of people. Were all abducted back directly, and the population of the Han tribe increased rapidly. In less than half a month, the population of the Han tribe increased by 200 to 300 people. But that's not the most important thing. It's that these teams that were originally sent to find people made unexpected discoveries on the way, which made Luo Chong very interested. Luo Chong was sitting at home, listening to the report of the cavalry team that had sent people back. This team was led by Feather, and the area responsible for searching was due east of the river, which was an area that the Han tribe had never set foot in. Before, Luo Chong personally went to the northeast to explore the Babao mountain. Yofu took people to the southeast again, and then went directly south to the grassland. On the contrary, he had never set foot in the east direction, so it was normal to have an unexpected discovery this time. "Chief, there is no one left from the Black Rat tribe from our place, but 5 days further east from the Black Rat tribe, we found a large river there, as wide as 7 or 8 houses. Moreover, there is also a large piece of flat land on the west bank of the river. It feels larger than what we have here in Hanyang City now. I can't calculate how big it is, but it's just big. There are no tribes living on that flat land, but there are many people around it. There are several tribes within 2 days' journey, all in the mountains and forests." Feather explained to Luo Chong while holding a scrawled terrain map. "Oh? Such a wide river?" Luo Chong looked at the terrain map with interest. Although the map is poorly drawn, it can still be understood based on the places Luo Chong personally explored and combined with his imagination. "As for the big river with the width of 7 or 8 houses that you mentioned, one Han tribe house is 10 meters long and wide, and 7 or 8 houses is 70 or 80 meters wide. Such a wide river can indeed be regarded as a big river, and the upper reaches of this river, according to the geographical information Luo Chong has, it is probably formed by the swamp water system east of Babao Mountain. After all, the location there is very close. People can survive wherever there is water, and that place is close to Babao Mountain. If it can be captured and built for defense, it will be very attractive, whether it is copper smelting nearby, shipping, or the rich freshwater fish resources in the river. The current first city of the Han tribe will soon reach the population limit. Therefore, planning the location of the next city must be done in advance. You cannot wait until you can't live in it before thinking about the second city. That the place has large areas of flat land and abundant water resources, which is also very beneficial for the Han tribe to develop farming. It takes a day's walk from Hanyang City to the former residence of the Black Rat tribe, but it takes another 5 days of riding to get to the big river Feather mentioned. However, because the ground is covered with snow, moreover, they had to search along the road, and riding horses was not very fast, so when converted to walking, this distance would take about 7 or 8 days. At a walking speed of 20 kilometers a day, it should be a distance of about 150 kilometers. If a straight road could be built over this distance, and a post station could be built in the middle to exchange horses, it would take up to 5 or 6 hours to reach it on horseback at full speed. With the current strength of the Han tribe, it is completely possible to control it and become the next step of the Han tribe. A small village can also be built in the city or the station in the middle. It's actually easy to understand why there are no tribes living there. After all, it only relies on water, and there must be a lot of wild animals, and it is surrounded by large areas of flat land, and there is no danger to defend. Tribes who can't build walls simply don't dare to settle there. This is also understandable. Since it is an unowned land and it is in line with the needs of the Han tribe, it is of course up to the Han tribe to occupy it themselves, but there is no rush now. This cannot be done immediately, and it must be done step by step. First of all, the biggest problem in building a new city is that the Han tribe does not yet have that large population, and building a city also requires manpower. These are things that the Han tribe does not have. If they directly send troops to capture them, they can only be used as slaves. This is a great loss for the Han tribe. It would be better to find a way to absorb some talents without losing any blood. This was not impossible. Luo Chong quickly came up with an idea, which was to set up a fixed market there and send hundreds of people to garrison there, as long as it was enough to defend the surrounding tribes. Then through fixed markets, laborers were recruited from surrounding tribes to build the city and work for the Han tribe. The Han tribe provided them with food and exchanged labor for some daily necessities. There was definitely no problem. For example, if you want white salt, no problem, you can help the Han tribe build a house and give them a few kilograms of white salt, or a few pieces of pottery, or cloth. Anyway, as long as the Han tribe has goods, they can be traded. The Han tribe did not exchange things, only labor. These laborers all come from tribes within 2 or 3 days' journey. They come to work for the Han tribes. It is impossible to go back every day. So they can only live in the new city and interact with the Han tribes every day. Eat and sleep together, work together. When the new city is built, if Luo Chong allows them to live in it at the cost of joining the Han tribe, then looking at the city they built by themselves, I don't believe that they are unwilling to live there. In this way, Luo Chong just spent some goods and sold them to these laborers. After the city was built, these laborers all brought their families to join the Han tribe. By then, what Luo Chong sold to them was equal to he returned to the Han tribe again, and the consumed materials were used on his own people anyway, so there was no loss at all. This is equivalent to building a city in vain without spending a penny, and kidnapping a large number of people. He is simply a genius, Luo Chong thought. With a plan in mind, Luo Chong immediately felt relieved. This method was very feasible, and it didn't require much manpower from his own tribe. All the workers were recruited from outside, and all the new cities were built by workers. They were very concerned about their own labor. The results will definitely make you love it more. The advantage of this plan is that during the process of building the city, these workers can be subtly assimilated and become part of the Han tribe. Moreover, this method is very suitable for rapid development. Whether it is building a city or absorbing the population, the Han people the tribe grew rapidly in a very short period of time. When the population base of the Han tribe increases, this method can be used to divide several teams and build new cities in various places at the same time. The population growth rate will also be very rapid. After deciding on the development strategy for next year, we need to take advantage of the rest of the winter to start preparations. There is no shortage of people, but the biggest shortage now is various materials. Bullock carts and horse-drawn carriages used to transport goods, more pottery and white salt, wooden buckets, and a large number of tools, such as axes and iron saws for logging, shovels for digging, and human-powered carts for brickmaking molds and machinery, tamping trucks for compaction, and more agricultural tools for cultivating fields must be prepared in advance. After determining the direction of development, Luo Chong sent you out again, asking him to lead his team to carefully scout the place, and then find a suitable place to live in the middle of the journey to build villages and inns. At least to meet the living conditions of thousands of people. At the same time, new manufacturing tasks were assigned to various manufacturing departments of the Han tribe to produce a variety of goods in large quantities. After all, these goods must not only meet the needs of the Han tribe themselves, but also satisfy the monthly markets of Hanyang City, as well as next year's deal with the Prairie tribe will allow the remaining materials to be used to invest in the new city. Based on this calculation, the current business focus of the Han tribe should still be on the grassland. After all, the benefits that other places can bring to the Han tribe are too small. Only the grassland tribe can provide a large amount of resources to the Han tribe. In this way, Luo Chong also prepared a richer range of products for the large customers of the Han tribe. At the same time, he also had new requirements for recycled materials. Previously, Yofu only purchased cattle, horses, sheep and animal skins, but starting from next year, the Han tribe also wanted to purchase a large amount of wool. Given the size of Hanyang City, the number of sheep that could be raised was destined to be limited, and the Han tribe was in urgent need of wool fiber. Hanyang City simply could not meet its own needs, so it had to buy it from outside. The Han tribe's current clothing is still very primitive. They are covered with animal skins and wear animal skins. Most of the hemp fiber produced this year has been made into ropes and sacks. The linen cloth produced is extremely rare and can only be used. Supplies senior executives and children. This situation will improve next year. The Han tribe will be able to produce more linen in the coming year, but linen cannot be used to make quilts. This statement is not very accurate. It should be said that there is no filling for quilts. The Han tribe has not discovered cotton yet, so they can only find ways to use other things to replace it, that is, wool. After the wool is cleaned and softened, it can also be spread into fluffy wool fibers to make wool quilts or cotton clothes. Jacket. Wool quilts are also available in modern times, and the price is extremely high, similar to the price of silk quilts and down quilts. However, in the current situation where cotton is not available, wool quilts can only be developed as a substitute. Facing a large number of textile tasks in the coming year, Luo Chong also continued to return to the metallurgical district to intensify the development of springs, which is an important technology that determines cloth output. The previous metal drawing equipment had been prepared. Luo Chong personally supervised and directed the production. He first drew the wire, then heated it red and wrapped it around a copper rod, and then heated and quenched the spring embryo. It took 2 days to make the first of the Han tribe. Get a spring out. With the spring, the evolutionary transformation of the loom can begin. The new generation of loom developed this time is a flying shuttle loom. Don't underestimate this small flying shuttle. With it, weaving and the production capacity of the cloth machine can be doubled, at least 3 times or even 6 times. The first generation looms of the Han tribe had a weaving width of only 1 meter, and they were still made by throwing shuttles with both hands. This is because due to the limitations of the human body structure, the distance between the human hands is limited, and the width of 1 meter is almost this is the limit of throwing the shuttle. No matter how wide the distance is, it cannot be thrown. This is also one of the important reasons for limiting production. Using a shuttle loom, the most skilled weavers can weave 4 meters of cloth per day, which averages out to just over 3 meters per day. However, if at the same speed, the width of the weaving cloth can become 2 meters, then does it mean that the output is directly doubled? The length is the same and the width is doubled, which is equivalent to doubling the area of the weaving cloth. The core to solve this width problem is to change the manual shuttle to a spring shuttle. The principle of the flying shuttle is to make a long wooden slot under the beating knife, which is the track for placing the flying shuttle, and then install 2 springs at both ends of the track. The springs are released by pulling the rope, and the flying shuttle is bounced to the track. At the other end, this completes the action of picking the shuttle and pulling the weft thread, and converts the original manual shuttle pick into a semi-automatic slide rail shuttle pick. After completing the shuttle picking, pull the beating knife, then pull the rope, and the shuttle will bounce back along the track through the spring. After that, the action is repeated, swinging the beating knife, pulling the shuttle control rope, and so on. Don't hesitate. By directly simplifying the most complicated shuttle picking step, the weaving speed will also increase exponentially, from more than 3 meters per day to 10 meters per day. The width will double and the length will triple, which is equal to the daily weaving speed. The cloth area increased 6 times. Moreover, after being transformed into a flying shuttle loom, the requirements for weavers will also be reduced. In the past, it was too difficult to become a skilled weaver by manually picking the shuttle. The action is just like pulling the rope, and there is no need to practice precise shuttle throwing. Even a novice can easily get started quickly. The transformation of the flying shuttle loom is not very complicated. The core technology is all on the flying shuttle. The other part is just to double the width of the machine. The beating knife part is removed, and then a long wooden part is added underneath. A track, with springs stuck on both ends of the track, and the most critical shuttle is also cast out of bronze. The copper shuttle is much smaller and more slender than the previous wooden shuttle, so the number of weft threads that can be stored in it at one time is correspondingly reduced. In order to solve this problem, Luo Chong stipulated that each flying shuttle loom be equipped with two-way copper shuttle is used for quick replacement. If one thread is missing, another one can be replaced immediately. The entire transformation plan took a week, and the Han tribe finally had its first loom capable of weaving 2 meters wide. The shuttle was semi-automatic and could weave 10 meters long in a day. As soon as the artifact came out, it immediately attracted people from the tribe to watch quickly. The clothes that had been knitted by the tribe also went to Luo Chong's house to personally try to operate the new shuttle loom. The magical shuttle technology also attracted constant praise from the women of the tribe. But Luo Chong ignored it. As soon as the flying shuttle loom came out, Luo Chong knew what the chain reaction would be. Just like history repeating itself, due to the increase in weaving production capacity, the supply of yarn for weaving would soon exceed demand. And then came the revolution of spinning machines. The spinning jenny, which could spin many yarns at the same time, came out. Since Luo Chong knew the consequences, he naturally would not wait until problems arose before thinking of solutions, so he took advantage of this opportunity to modify the shuttle loom and simply modified the spinning machine as well. This did not stump Luo Chong. In the history textbooks of his previous life, there were long and lengthy records about the jenny spinning machine, as well as detailed illustrations and functional principles. Luo Chong was deeply impressed by these things. After all, it was the causes of the First Industrial Revolution are also introduced in great detail in textbooks. Luo Chong led a group of carpenters and spent a few days to build a jenny machine. It was a version that could spin 10 yarns at a time. It was driven by a pedal flywheel, and the production capacity was directly increased tenfold. The construction of wood processing plants greatly increased the speed of the Han tribe's production of wood products, and various furniture was quickly distributed to every household. Seeing this effect, Lin Mutong, the leader of the woodworking group, immediately suggested to Luo Chong and build another windmill processing plant. Considering the future development needs of the new city, Luo Chong nodded and agreed. Anyway, there is still space, and there is time in winter, so leisure is leisure. In the busy schedule, another month passed. At the end of the third month of winter, the cavalry team that went out to search for trading people also brought back many poor people who could not afford to eat. Although every time they brought back there are not many people, but there are quite a lot of them together, more than 480 people, which also makes the population of the Han tribe rise by another level. During this month, the feather team responsible for searching due east gradually mapped out the terrain to the east, and finally drew a detailed sketch and presented it to Luo Chong, so that Luo Chong had an understanding of the terrain there. An intuitive understanding, but this is not enough. City construction is a major matter, and Luo Chong must personally check it now. At the beginning of the fourth month of winter, Luo Chong told Dashu and Qingshu to look after the house in Hanyang City. He led the cavalry team of Shuda, Shua-Tu, Lingfeng, Beast Tooth, and Feather, and a group of 15 people arrived in person. Prepare the city site survey environment. The whole group rode on 2 horses. Only Luo Chong rode the target. The 2 little guys, Ruru and Huishan, had also been holding back in Hanyang City for a long time. This time it was just time to take them out to let them have some fun. Looking at the growing size of the 2 guys, Luo Chong was worried that in another 2 years, these 2 guys wouldn't even be able to pass through the gate of Hanyang City. It seems that when the new city is being built, the gate will have to be built bigger. The 2 riders took turns and ran very quickly on the snow. It only took the group 2 days to reach the big river that Feather mentioned. The river has been frozen, but it is not completely frozen. The river is about 80 meters wide, and there is almost 10 meters of water in the middle. The east bank of the river is covered with sparse forests and shrubs, and the west bank is covered with thin forests and shrubs. It is a large area of shrubs and weeds. It is indeed a large flat land, as Feather said. Luo Chong also specially brought a soft ruler to measure the land this time. It was a hemp rope as thick as a chopstick and 1,000 meters long. There was a knot for every meter, and the knots were painted in different colors. Easy to observe the length. The group of people quickly started measuring here. One person held the end of the rope, and the other rode a horse to lower the rope. They went back and forth several times. It took a whole morning to complete the measurement. This small plain is bordered by a big river to the east and 18 kilometers to the west. It is flat land, about 30 kilometers of flat land from east to west. If you explore the two ends, you will find gradually rising mountain roads. According to Feather, the surrounding tribes are in these mountains. The terrain here is indeed very suitable for building a city, and the flat land can also be used for farming. It is 30 kilometers long from north to south and 18 kilometers wide from east to west. It is 800,000 acres in total, and the plains around Hanyang City are only a few thousand acres in total. That's all, far from it. If such a large area is used to grow crops, how many people will be able to support it? Therefore, the new city here must be huge, enough to be built into a landmark city, as the center of a province, that is, the provincial capital city. If 2 acres of land were used to feed one person, the output of this area would be enough to feed a population of 400,000 people. It is estimated that Luo Chong might not be able to gather that many people even if he captured people from thousands of miles away. Therefore, the construction of this city must also be carried out in stages. First build an inner city, then leave enough space outside, and then build outwards in circles. When the time comes, it will also be divided into 1 ring and 2 rings, building a huge city. Planning such a huge city cannot be planned in a day or two, so Luo Chong planned to go back and plan carefully, so the group of people wandered around the nearby mountains to explore the resources in the nearby mountains. This is very necessary, such as forest resources, or resources, and animal resources. However, Luo Chong spent an afternoon wandering around the mountains in the north and found no special resources. Apart from common trees, there were some messy shrubs, but just when the group was about to leave, Ling Feng made an unexpected discovery that caught Luo Chong's attention. It turned out that Ling Feng's horse was eating dry grass, but accidentally scratched the horse's body by the surrounding plants. As a grassland person, Ling Feng attached great importance to horses, and couldn't help but feel sorry for it, and kept walking while walking. They complained that the grass in the mountains was as good as a knife and not as good as the grass on the grassland. Luo Chong also looked at the horse's wound. It was not a serious injury, just a few bloody cuts. The wound was not deep, just a scratch on the skin, but the location of the wound was indeed very special. It was all on the horse's shoulder. And there were several wounds, which surprised Luo Chong. What kind of grass could make such wounds? So he asked Ling Feng to lead him over to take a look. Luo Chong was quickly taken over. What he saw were clumps of tall withered grass. They were like reeds and very tall. One clump was more than 2 meters high. The blades of grass were sword-shaped, and one blade was almost 2 centimeters wide. The withered yellow grass blades were very hard and stood straight on the ground, much like an orchid. But when Luo Chong touched these blades of grass, he discovered the difference. The blades of this kind of sword grass were very thick in the middle, about 4 millimeters, but the edges were extremely thin, like the blade of a sword. Long swords emerged from the ground. The blades of sword grass are very hard, not easy to break, and also have toughness. This made Luo Chong quickly think of the use of this plant, that is, it can replace bamboo. Many things can be made with bamboo. The characteristics of sword grass are also it can be done, and the sword grass is long enough, more than 2 meters high, so it is a very suitable material for making mats. Just cut off the edges of the grass blades and split the thick middle part along the veins to make 2 long strips similar to bamboo strips, which can then be lined together with twine to form a mat. Of course, it is definitely not the only use. Since it can be used as a mat, curtains and door curtains can also be made. It is not a problem to weave it into utensils, such as baskets, fish baskets, bamboo hats, or steamers. It can also be used to tie for making lanterns. Most of the things that can be made with bamboo can be made with sword grass. It is a good substitute for bamboo. Luo Chong immediately recorded this plant as a key observation object in the future. It may be planted on a large scale in the future. Not only food crops must be planted, but this material crop is also an indispensable resource for development. The group spent an afternoon wandering around the northern mountainous area and found a place to camp, planning to go to the southern mountainous area the next day to see if there were any special resources. That night, there was another moderate snowfall. Fortunately, everyone brought enough animal skins, and the campsite was a small hill sheltered from the wind. There was also a lot of firewood to burn, so it didn't feel very cold. Early the next morning, after the snow had passed and the sky cleared, everyone had a bowl of steaming bacon porridge and quickly ran towards the southern mountains. About an hour later, more than a dozen people entered the mountains and forests. Compared with the northern mountainous area, the terrain in the southern mountainous area is steeper and there are more rocks. However, Luo Chong did not find any useful mineral resources. Instead, it has rich forest resources. To put it bluntly, there are many trees, and there are several kinds of Luo Chong. Among the trees that he had never seen before, one of them was the most special, which greatly interested Luo Chong. It is a kind of extremely tall tree. Each tree is more than 10 meters high. The crown of the tree is very dense, like an umbrella canopy. It is more than 10 meters in diameter. The diameter of the trunk is also about half a meter. But this is not the most important thing. What attracts Luo Chong most is its bark. The bark of this tree is gray-white and very fine in texture, but it does feel rough and flaky to the touch. It can be easily picked off by hand and rubbed in your hands. A large ball of fluffy fibers is produced. The fibers are thin and long, and are very tough and not easy to break. They are very suitable for use as tinder for igniting fires. However, this was only one of its uses. Luo Chong soon discovered what was even more peculiar about this tree. The tree was hollow inside and contained a large amount of slurry liquid. In winter, water will freeze, and if it freezes for a long time, it will not expand due to heat or cold, but will also expand as it gets colder. This is common sense, we all know, just like putting a bowl of water outside in the winter when we were children. After a night of freezing, a bulge will appear on the surface of the ice cube, and this is no exception. Such a tree with a large amount of water in its body has not escaped this law. Luo Chong found a frozen tree among the same kind of trees around him. The slurry contained in the tree expanded after freezing, and the bark it burst open, exposing the contents inside, so Luo Chong realized that this kind of tree was actually a hollow structure. The swollen sap inside is milky white and freezes very hard, but if you cut off a piece with a sword, you can easily find that the sap is actually the same material as the bark and contains a lot of fiber. This major discovery simply made Luo Chong overjoyed. He had seen dragon blood trees exuding red sap before, and had also seen trees containing a large amount of clean water, but he did not expect that there were trees containing fiber sap in this world. If this thing was diluted, isn't it just natural pulp? If it is used to make paper, even the beating step will be omitted. There are sword grass in the North Mountain that can be used to make mats, and there are pulp trees in the South Mountain that can provide pulp. Now that the raw materials and tools for papermaking are all available, it seems that the papermaking industry of the Han tribe is bound to develop and expand in the new city. This is simply God's will. Thanks to Luo Chong, who came to investigate in person, otherwise these primitive indigenous people would not know how to use these resources in front of them. Therefore, the vision of modern people is very important. It seems that every time a new area is developed in the future, Luo Chong must also investigate in person. This important discovery made Luo Chong very happy, and he asked everyone to search around to see if there were many such pulp trees and whether the output of raw materials for papermaking would be large in the future. He also told everyone seriously that this kind of tree is very important. Must be taken care of, and you cannot cut down a pulp tree when you cut down wood in the future. Everyone wandered around the southern mountainous area for another day and found that there were still a lot of pulp trees, accounting for 30% of the entire mountain forest. This was very good news. There are many other tree species. Luo Chong also discovered a tree that produces spices in a valley, that is aniseed, which is our common star anise. Many people actually don't know that star anise grows on trees. Like the chestnut, it is wrapped in the fruit of the tree. After peeling off the outer skin, there is star anise inside. Star anise is green after harvesting. It needs to be boiled in boiling water for more than 10 minutes, and then taken out to dry. After a few days of natural drying, it can become the star anise we usually use for cooking. There are also some fruit trees. Although there are no fruits on them, according to the shape of the trees, they look very much like pear trees. I just don't know what kind of pears they bear. These tall pear trees can not only be used to harvest fruits, but also be used as food. The wood used for high-end furniture is very valuable even in modern times, especially Wangwali. There are other tree species, mostly locust trees, willows, poplars, and pine trees, and they grow in different locations, but they are all useful wood. After surveying the small plain and the mountainous areas in the north and south directions, the group headed back west. Passing by the place where Feather had chosen to build a village, Luo Chong asked again to stop and observe. This is a valley, and at the bottom of the valley is a road that connects the east and west directions. The mountains on both sides of the valley are not steep, but the slopes are very gentle, with a large number of trees and bushes growing there. There are springs and streams around as water sources, which solves the problem of drought. Luo Chong observed at the bottom of the valley. It was really suitable to carve out a gentle slope here as a village. If the surrounding hillsides were cleaned up, they could be transformed into terraced fields. Planting rice or wheat would not be a problem. It could also provide food for about 1,000 people. Raising some livestock can fully meet the needs. Depending on the terrain, a villa can be built here, which will mainly serve as a transfer station between Hanyang City and Qingshu. It can be built as a supply center for passers-by. A small horse farm can also be built as a post station to change horses for passers-by. A hotel will also be built in the villa to provide accommodation services. Although there is not much fertile land here, it is not a problem to develop the breeding industry. It is very suitable for building a large chicken farm to raise free-range red-tailed black-feathered chickens that the Han tribe currently mainly raises. In addition, this place is on an important transportation line, and the trade and turnover of goods will definitely greatly promote the economic development of the villa. Even if the people here do not grow food, they can make a lot of money just by developing the service industry. But this will have to wait until the new city is built. The initial development of the villa will definitely require growing food. After development, the grain fields can also be replanted with large area economic crops, such as lacquer grass or rami, which are both good development directions. You can also grow more crops such as melons, fruits, pears, and peaches to provide for the villa. The hotel provides some fresh fruit. It took 7 days for the out-of-field reconnaissance team to return to the Han tribe. Luo Chong also obtained the most detailed survey information and prepared to plan the construction of a new city in Hanyang City. However, this is not a matter of urgency, because as soon as spring comes, when the time comes, the Han tribe will mobilize the labor of the entire clan for spring plowing. Even if they have any plans, they have to wait until the spring plowing is over before they can take action. Time flies by. In the last month of winter, each cavalry team that went out to trade people brought back another 300 people. In addition to the more than 30 people who had taken the initiative to go to the Han tribe before, there were also the people brought back in the previous 2 months. A total of 817 new people were added in winter, and the total population of the Han tribe reached 4,000, including slaves. Spring has returned to the earth, and it is a new year. Luo Chong has finally reached the standard of adulthood. He is 12 years old. However, since there are 14 months in a year here, converted to Earth time, Luo Chong should be 14 years old. Junior high school. He is a boy in 8th grade, and due to the improvement in living standards last year, there is no shortage of meat and rice. His height has also jumped to 1.75 meters. This age is the period when boys grow up. As Luo Chong came of age, another group of adults also emerged in the Han tribe, but there were not many, only about 100 people. These were all teenagers from the previous Black Rat tribe, Yu tribe, Li tribe, and Bian tribe. The rest, the clan members, were all recruited last year, and they are either just adults, or they are either too big or too young. The Han tribe's background is still too short, and most of the clan members are new members, so there is nothing we can do about it. With the arrival of spring, the annual high priest ceremony is once again held regularly, but this time the sacrifice is a bit special. It is not just the Han tribe's own people. Because of the rejuvenation, the market at the beginning of each month is also held again, but this time the first market at the beginning of the year is not for trading goods, but for the tribes who have learned to grow rice and learn spring plowing from the Han tribes. In addition to learning the time and experience of spring plowing, the large-scale blind date party every spring is moved to the market of the Han tribe. Each spring party takes many days, and there will be spring plowing this year. If we go to Qingshu Valley as usual, that would be such a waste of time. We might as well do it together while everyone is at the market. Since a blind date meeting was going to be held this time, there were also many people from each tribe. The leader or shaman and elder of each tribe personally led the team, plus about 10 mature warriors, and 20 or 30 young boys who had just grown up. Girl, there are about 40 people in a single tribe, and dozens of tribes add up to a population of thousands, all of whom are stationed in the pasture to the west of Hanyang City, densely packed in a large area. Most of these people came to the Han tribe for the first time, especially the young boys and girls who had just grown up. They had never left the tribe too far before they were minors. Although they had heard from tribesmen in the tribe how the Han tribe's market was. No matter what, I haven't experienced the shock of seeing it with my own eyes. In 3 days, almost all the tribes who were supposed to come had arrived. On the morning of the 4th day, the Han tribe held a grand sacrificial ceremony, and allowed these tribes to watch the ceremony. Luo Chong also intended to show the strength of the Han tribe through the sacrifice. On the morning of the 4th day, all the cowhide drums on the 4 walls of Hanyang City were moved to the top of the west gate. A tall flagpole was also erected on the west city tower, but there was no flag on it yet. Boom! 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 When the sun was about to rise to the side of the west wall, the 8 large drums on the west wall of Hanyang City suddenly sounded. More than 1,000 people gathered outside the city were also startled by the thunderous drums, and they all came together to look towards the west wall. The city head. Accompanied by the slow and very rhythmic drumming, the solid wood suspension bridge at the west gate slowly lowered, and finally landed on the other side of the moat with a bang. A huge red lacquered solid wood door was immediately revealed on the city wall. After a creaking sound, the 2 gates inside and outside opened. The tribesmen who had been prepared in the city lined up and walked out of the west gate. They quickly formed a square formation in front of the west gate. Except for the slaves who were locked in a warehouse, all the other tribesmen came out, and the procession was so majestic that the foreigners couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. Oh my God, how many people are there in the Han tribe? I saw these 1,000 people coming for blind dates in the past few days. I thought it was a lot. It was several times more than the people in our tribe. I didn't expect that the people from the Han tribe were more powerful than those who came for blind dates. The dozens of tribes together will have several times more people. The Han tribe is really huge. A young man who came to the market for the first time said in shock. Yes, there are many people in the Han tribe, eh? I seem to have seen my brother. He joined the Han tribe last spring. I really want to join the Han tribe. The Han tribe is really powerful. A young girl next to her who had just grown up was also hopping, pointing to her relatives in the crowd and introducing them to the people next to her. She looked very excited and proud, as if being able to join the Han tribe was the most important thing to show off. The crowd was chattering nonstop, marveling at the strength of the Han tribe, but this did not affect the progress of the Han tribe's sacrifices. The tribesmen quickly filed out of the west gate and formed a square formation outside the west gate. The children stood at the front, in the middle were women holding young children, and at the outermost were young and middle-aged men from the Han tribe. Just as the square formation was completed, the drums on the city wall finally fell silent. Then I saw several people on the city wall holding something and walking to the arrow stack at the top of the wall. They tied several 2-meter-wide yellow linen scrolls to the city wall, and then suddenly put them down. The scrolls automatically fell downwards, and finally completely unfolded and hung on the outer wall of the city wall. On the scroll in the middle are 4 large black characters, "Honor the Ancestors." On both sides are also hung "Food Harvest," 6 animals reproduce, prosperous people, for seasons of peace, each of which is nearly 2 square meters in size. It is very conspicuous on the city wall. The appearance of the scrolls soon caused a commotion among the crowd watching the ceremony. Many boys and girls pointed at the 5 scrolls and shouted loudly. Look, I've seen those Chinese characters before. They are on the porcelain bowl I eat on. I know how to pronounce them. The one about food harvest is to pray for a bumper rice harvest so that I can harvest more food. Now I like to eat that rice the most, the boy in the crowd said loudly, pointing at the scroll. I also know those Chinese characters. The prosperous character means people in the tribe pray for more children and more people in the tribe. It's also on my bowl. I also know the 6-animal breeder. I heard from our leader that it is a wild beast raised by the Han tribe. It allows the beast to have more cubs, but I don't know what the 6-animal breeder is. A young man also said the Chinese characters on the scroll, but he did not know the meaning. However, this doubt was quickly solved as the sacrifice progressed. After the scroll was put down, the thunderous drum beat again, and soon another team came out of the city gate, which was the 6 animals of the Han tribe. There were 3 male and female buffaloes, the same 6 horses, and 3 black and white sheep. 6 spotted pigs, 6 saiga antelopes, and 6 alpacas were led by a team of people to the front of the phalanx. As for other animals, such as horned deer, zebras, rabbits, black-feathered chickens, elephants, and thunder beasts, they all did not appear, because they are not the main livestock raised by the Han tribe. They are all species that are about to be eliminated, or special pets. Not within the scope of the 6 animals. The parade of 6 domestic animals appeared, and soon aroused the action of the crowd watching the ceremony. Many people ran to both sides of the phalanx and tried to get to the front row to watch the 6 domestic animals of the Han tribe. Wow! Not only do their Han tribe have many people, but they also grow food and raise so many beasts, all of which are meat. The Han tribe doesn't even need to hunt anymore. They must still have many such beasts. Crowd, there was an exclamation again. It's not just for eating meat. I saw the 2 tallest oxen and horses. Those animals are used to help people pull carts. Before last winter, the oxen carts of the Han tribe even went to our tribe to pull straw. I heard that those straws are used to feed these animals. I've seen it too. I've seen the Han tribe's ox carts also go to our tribe to pull straw. It turns out that straw is used to feed these animals. The Han tribe is so powerful. The rice grown produces food for people to eat, and the remaining straw can also be used to feed the animals. This is not just food and meat. With that, nothing is wasted. Not only that, I have been to the market before, and I heard from people from the Han tribe that if the livestock's feces and urine are poured into pits to rot and then buried in the fields, they can make more food grow. No way, this isn't even a waste of excrement and urine. It turns out that excrement and urine has such a use. The people on the side were stunned in shock. The crowd under the city wall continued to make noises, and the drums on the wall became louder and louder. As the rhythm of the drums accelerated, another team soon appeared on the city wall, for high-level officials wearing tin crowns. They were as big as a rat and sharp as an eagle. Dashu and Shuatu, the four of them held a bright red flag together and stepped on the drums to the flagpole on the city wall. Behind them were the team leaders of each department, holding bronze spears and following behind them, while Luo Chong he was leading the way with a sword on his waist. When a group of people escorted the clan flag to the flagpole, as Luo Chong suddenly drew his sword and let out a sword sound, the 8 drums fell silent instantly, and the 4 people holding the flag also began to tie the flag to the flagpole. After the flag was tied, Luo Chong took the long sword and faced the people below the city. He suddenly raised the sword to the sky angrily and shouted at the people below the city, "Raise the clan flag and pay attention." Boom! 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 The drums sounded again. When the big tree heard the drums beating, the hand holding the flag also threw it hard into the sky diagonally above. The bright red flag instantly unfolded in the morning wind, 2 meters wide and nearly 4 meters long. The bright red flag, with a bright yellow center and a large Chinese character printed with black dye, slowly rose into the sky to the rhythm of the drums. The crowd watching the ceremony under the city wall also watched the Chinese character flag rising slowly. Although they were still chattering, their voices could not help but lowered a lot when they saw such a solemn moment. I know that word. It's the word Han in the Han tribe. There's a particularly big one on the sacks containing grain. I've seen it too. It's also on the buckets bought by our tribe. Shoo! Stop talking. Didn't everyone in their tribe look at that word? This should be the god of their tribe, and they are currently offering sacrifices. Don't talk nonsense, or be careful of their gods punishing you. The people around him immediately shut up when they heard this, and watched the flag raising in silence. After the flag raising was over, the drums fell silent again. According to last year's practice, Luo Chong once again said a prayer for his ancestors and encouraged the tribesmen to work hard. Then all the tribesmen paid homage to the tribe flags and scrolls. After praying 3 times in a row, the sacrificial process is over. After the sacrifice is completed, the scroll will still be hung for the time being. It will be hung for a day today and will be put away until evening. The tribesmen will line up again to go to the city, send the children to their homes, and then do whatever they have to do. The crowd dispersed, and several ox carts soon drove out from the west gate, pulling various commodities and reappearing outside the city, and then put out many new goods for sale. There are very few pottery this time, but there are new items such as iron pots and spoons, as well as exquisite things such as steel needles, wool, and scissors. In addition, there are some wooden square tables and wooden stools. There are various sizes, and there are several sets on display. In addition, iron farm tools are also not uncommon, including hoes, sickles, and human-powered plows, all of which appear in the market. These things were extremely expensive. For anything related to metal, the Han tribe required people to exchange it. But this time, those tribes didn't bring anything else, but they brought a lot of people, so they all made deals with the Han tribe and exchanged a few pieces. urgently needed commodities, such as iron pots, hoes and the like. The Han tribe also attracted about 300 people again, because of these transactions. In the following time, the east gate of Hanyang City opened wide, and many cattle and horses came out, pulling plows to start spring plowing. The decomposed fertilizers prepared before were also added to the soil, and then turned into the ground by the iron plows, and were directly buried under the soil. Seeing the Han tribe plowing in the spring, those tribes who came to learn quickly followed suit, praising how convenient it was for the Han tribe to have cattle and horses, but they still had to do hard/and-burn farming. The human-powered plows in the tribe were made of wood and stones. The quality of the food is also far different from that of the Han tribe. The Han tribe plowed a large area this spring. In addition to the nearly 1,000 acres of paddy fields last year, the fields on the east bank of the river were also cleared in one winter. The shrubs were cut down for firewood, and the trees were sawn into pieces. The wood reserves, even the roots of trees that were deeply rooted in the soil, were all cleared away. The field opened on the other side of the river is a square with a side of 1 kilometer, and the total area is 1,500 acres. Luo Chong planted the newly added wheat this year to the planting area on the east bank. He planted half of the seeds in advance. Look at the artificial planting. What's the effect? The wheat experimental field was also divided into several areas and planted at different spacings, to see which method produced the highest yield. There is nothing that can be done about this. After all, Luo Chong has never farmed in his previous life, and he has never studied planting, so now he can only explore on his own. Although he doesn't know much about the method of planting wheat, Luo Chong still knows that wheat is spread directly in ditches. After all, although he has never planted it, Luo Chong has seen wheat fields. The rows of wheat are neatly arranged. This, it can still be seen. Not all of these wild wheat seeds were planted, but only a few experimental fields were planted. Because he was afraid that there were not enough seeds, and it would be troublesome if they would not grow out, Luo Chong left a third of them this time and planted them. There are only 5 acres of land. Seeing that the tribesmen were working hard to cultivate the fields, the leader Luo Chong was naturally not idle. He took the lead in cultivating 5 acres of land and then went to do other things, which was to prepare for the development of the new city. The development of a new city must first send out a group of people, preferably all warriors. Their task is to clear away the wild beasts around the new city, and then establish a garrison to lay the foundation for the later market entry. However, the Han tribe has not yet. He was a professional soldier, so he didn't have any decent weapons and equipment, so Luo Chong planned to make some weapons and equipment first for these soldiers to use. As a retired professional soldier, the first thing to consider is of course uniformity, and uniformity should first be reflected in military uniforms. Thanks to the development of flying shuttle looms, the Han tribe now has some linen. Although it cannot meet the needs of the entire tribe, there is no problem in equipping more than 100 people. Luo Chong immediately ordered the tribe to start dyeing cloth. The color of the military uniforms was directly set to iron red, and the dye was directly made from the juice of the red grass. The tribe was an expert in this area. Luo Chong also assigned a person to be responsible for it, and he would be responsible for managing the dyeing workshop in the future. The military uniform is divided into 2 layers, inside and outside. The inside is a pure white cross-collar long-sleeved shirt, and the bottom is white boxer shorts. The outer layer is a red cross-collar short robe. The hem is long enough to cover the buttocks and is as long as the thigh. The bottom is red trousers. The military boots are all made of cowhide. The material comes from the transaction in the grassland last year. However, this time it is not glued, but sewn. In the past, the Han tribe did not have iron, so there were no tools like awls. Now the Han tribe has steel. Now that you have an awl and a steel needle, sewing leather will be no problem. The style of the boots is black short boots. The height of the boots is just below the gastrocnemius muscle of the calf. However, unlike ancient boots, these boots have shoelaces. As we all know, if you want to wear boots, you either have to have elastic or big enough boots that you can put your feet directly in, or you have to leave a hole. In modern times, zippers are usually installed, but Luo Chong can't make that thing. So I can only open the opening by tying shoelaces. The shoelaces are all made of sisal fiber and braided into a 3-strand braid. The braid is flat and not very difficult to braid. The material of the sole is not pure cowhide, but based on 2 layers of cowhide. 3 wooden boards made of black iron wood are sewn on the forefoot and rear heel, 2 on the front and 1 on the heel. With engraved, it has anti-slip texture, and holes are punched in the gaps of the texture to facilitate sewing it with cowhide. In addition, a layer of glue is applied in the middle to make it stronger. Several models of wooden boots are made according to different sizes, and then distributed to different departments for processing, respectively, and finally assembled together. With military boots, armor is naturally indispensable. However, considering the production cycle of iron armor, it cannot meet the need for quick equipment, so Luo Chong decided to equip and make simpler leather armor, which benefited from the large number of beasts traded in the grassland last year. There is still no shortage of leather and cowhide materials. Cut untanned rawhide into small squares with a guillotine, then punch holes in the 4 corners, and paint them with 6 layers of black paint. These small pieces of armor will be extremely hard, even harder than wood, but not as hard as wood. And resilient. This is just the first step in making armor, which is considered the material preparation stage. After that, different armors are compiled according to different types of soldiers. The armor of ordinary infantrymen is similar to a modern bulletproof vest, with a round collar, broad shoulders, and sleeveless, but the hem is longer, reaching the knees, and is divided into 4 pieces below the hip to facilitate the movement of the legs and feet. The wearing method is to pull over the head and open the placket. This may be difficult to understand. In fact, it is similar to the wearing method of a bulletproof vest. The front is divided into 2 layers, and the outer layer is a whole piece of breastplate. The width is the same as the width of a person's body. The shoulders are connected to the back body, and the hem is slightly shorter than the full body armor to protect the crotch. The back is the full body armor, and then the front centerline placket, which is tied with a rope. When wearing it, put your head in first, then lift up the breastplate, and then wrap the armor on both sides from the armpit like a bath towel. Pull it down to the center in front of you, fasten it with 4 rope buckles, then cover the entire breastplate, and finally tighten it with a wide belt. In this way, there is no gap at all from the outside. The open position is completely blocked by the front breastplate. In this way, the frontal protection will be doubled. There are 2 layers of leather armor, 1 layer of leather armor and 1 layer of leather armor. Plate armor, with a layer of armor on the back and sides. This not only increases the frontal protection, but also implies that soldiers have a greater chance of survival if they face the enemy frontally. If they turn around and run away, the defense of the back will be directly halved, making death more likely. At the same time, in order to increase the majesty and beauty, and add stronger protection, the entire front plate armor is also inlaid with a palm-sized bronze piece on the chest, which is used as a breast shield. In addition to these, there are 2 leather arm guards, which are cylindrical and can cover the entire forearm. There is also an outstretched semicircle in the front that can cover the back of the hand. Archer's armor is relatively simple. They don't need to rush to the front to kill the enemy. They only need to shoot arrows from behind. And too heavy armor will affect their ability to draw the bow and shoot arrows, so the archer's armor is single-layered. The leather plate armor has 1 piece on the front and 1 side, with openings on both sides, and is tied directly with a belt. The hem is not divided into 4 pieces. The front and back pieces just cover the hips, and are not as long as those of infantrymen. The style of cavalry armor is basically the same as that of infantry. The only difference is that the hem is slightly longer and there are only two pieces. However, this one is not two pieces at the front and back, but divided into two pieces on the left and right, making it easier to sit astride a horse. When the cavalry wears armor and sits on horseback, because their legs are bent, the left and right hems can cover the entire legs, basically not exposing any body. In addition to these different armors, there are also leather helmets that are all the same. The helmet is round with a pointed peak, relatively high, and can accommodate the bun on the top of the head. It is sewn with 6 flaps of leather and has a bronze cast in the front. The forehead protector, like the one worn by the Hokage, was sewn directly onto the leather helmet. There is also an arrow-shaped short stick on the top of the helmet, and a bunch of red helmet tassels hanging downwards, made of horsetail dyeing. After the leather armor design was completed, the standard weapons also had to be replaced. In the past, most of the Han tribes used copper spears, but they were also very crude and not suitable for military equipment. The biggest feature of military spears is that they need to be tasseled, which is the red tassel that we often call the red tasseled gun, the tuft of hair under the gun head. But don't think that it is just a simple decoration. The red tassel actually plays a very important role. First, when the spear is waved, the tassel will swing with the wind, and the gun holder can observe the swing range of the spear tassel. Determine the amount of force applied. Second, when you swing your spear at the enemy, the tassel of the spear will attract the enemy's attention. At this time, you can stab the enemy with one shot and kill him with one blow. The third and most important point is that it is used to suck blood. As we all know, weapons like guns kill the enemy by stabbing. One shot will poke a hole in the enemy, but when you draw the gun, the enemy's wound will be blood spurted out, and if there was no gun tassel, it would be easily sprayed on the body. But when you have a gun tassel, most of the blood will be blocked and then absorbed by the gun tassel. The blood will also gather on the gun tassel and finally flow down the gun tassel. Otherwise, the gun holder will be sprayed with blood by the enemy first. And then the blood on the gun head will flow down the gun shaft, making the entire gun shaft covered with blood, which will make the hand of the person holding the gun slippery. Slippery hands are a taboo on the battlefield. Failure to grasp one's own weapon can lead to death. This shows how great the practical use of the gun tassel is. The new standard long gun is made of steel. The gun head is a 4-sided flat cone with a blade length of 30 centimeters, and a 10 centimeters long sleeve at the end for inserting the gun shaft. The material of the gun barrel is still the sapling of the man-eating tree, but it is longer, with a length of 3.5 meters. After inserting the gun head, the net length is 3.5 meters. However, this can only be regarded as a short gun among cold weapons. Real spears are all 5 meters long, and 6 or 7 meters long are not uncommon. For example, the Macedonian spear, Zhang Fei's 8-foot-long snake spear, and European lances are all extremely long weapons. The gun tassel is still made of horsetail. After dyeing, it is glued to the head of the gun handle, and then the gun head is put on. The lancer is also the largest proportion of arms. At the same time, the lancer is also equipped with a second equipment, which is a steel multifunctional ordnance shovel with a wooden handle. The shovel head is a flat arc made of steel. The arc is very small and is similar to a flat plate. The shovel head is round, with straight sides and an edge. It can be used not only for digging soil, but also as an axe, to chop trees. Of course, it can also chop people. This makes up for the fact that the spearman cannot chop people. Shortcoming. It can also be used to grill food, or be used as a kitchen knife, to cut vegetables. It is very powerful. It can be hung directly on the back of the waist and can be picked up with one hand. The weapons of the sword and shield soldiers also have their own characteristics. The shield is a rectangle made of wooden boards, with a shallow arc on the surface and slightly protruding outwards. The shield is made of hard oak boards and is 2 centimeters thick. There are 2 horizontal ones on the outside. Copper strips serve as reinforcements. The shield is 1 meter high and half a meter wide. It is the same size as the current military anti-explosion shield. It is also something Luo Chong has seen with his own eyes, so he is familiar with it. However, the most distinctive feature of this shield is that it is on both sides of the shield and in the middle of each side. There is a semicircular gap in the location. The advantage of this design is that when the sword and shield soldiers form a shield wall, the gap between the 2 shields will form a circular hole. The shield soldier can hold the shield sideways with one hand to resist the enemy's attack, and use the other hand to open the circular hole with one hand. Poke the knife outward from the gap to kill the enemy. At the same time, the shield also has some user-friendly designs. For example, 2 shoulder straps are installed on the inside of the shield. When marching, you can carry the shield directly behind your back, freeing your hands, which can greatly save arm strength. After all, such a large solid wood shield, it's still tiring to hold it in your hand all the time. Luo Chong thought about the sword and shield soldier for a long time, and finally decided to equip it with a curved Yanling sword, which was not very long, only 70 centimeters. This kind of knife was the main equipment in the Ming and Qing dynasties. From the Han dynasty, when the Huanzhou knife was first used as the standard weapon, it developed to the straight-edged Tangheng knife, then to the Song dynasty, and finally to the Ming and Qing dynasties. The style of the knife has been evolving. But it's not without reason that it finally evolved into the Yanling Dao. The Yanling knife has a curvature. Compared with a straight-edged knife, at the same length, the curved blade is longer, so the killing area is larger. Secondly, because the blade is curved upward, the resistance will be reduced when cutting. It is much smaller and more ergonomic, making it easier to cut down people. At the same time, because the sword and shield soldier holds a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, the blade should not be too long, otherwise it will be difficult to operate with one hand. As a one-handed sword, the blade length of 70 centimeters is already very long. In addition, the sword and shield soldiers are also equipped with an ordnance shovel as a secondary weapon. This shovel is simple to make and powerful. At least it is much less troublesome than making a knife. Then there is the equipment of the cavalry. The current main weapon of the cavalry is a 4-meter-long lance. The style is the same as that of the spearman, except that it is half a meter longer. The secondary weapon is also an ordnance shovel. They should have been equipped with sabers, but Luo Chong planned to equip the cavalry with larger-sized Miao sabers. Because it was difficult to make, they could not meet the equipment needs in a short time. They could only wait until they had saved up enough before updating. Miao Dao is a general term for a kind of knife. It has no fixed shape and has nothing to do with the Miao people. This name is entirely because the blade of the knife is shaped like a grain seedling, so it is named Miao Dao. To be precise, any long knife with a blade length of 1.2 to 1.6 meters can be called a Miao knife. The standard Miao knife equipped by Luo Chong has a blade length of 1.25 meters. The blade is slender, slightly curved upward, and has a less obvious arc coupled with a 35 centimeters handle. The length of the entire knife is 1.6 meters, very similar to the imperial sword of the Ming dynasty. This kind of knife is equipped with cavalry as a saber. When confronting cavalry, as long as the blade is held flat and still, the enemy can be cut into pieces by relying only on the sprint speed of the horse. It can be called a head harvester. Moreover, it is also very powerful when used in dismounted combat. The long blade and the long handle can be wielded with all the strength of the body. No matter how good the sword skills are, as long as you rush into the enemy's formation and slash at them, you will definitely kill them. According to the strength report, no one can get close at all. It is comparable to the Scottish swords in Europe. If you swing it in a crowd, it can kill a large area. Finally, there are the weapons of archers. At present, longbows are the main ones because they are simple to make, powerful, and easy to equip quickly. As for crossbows, they must be developed, but they will definitely not be possible in a short time because of the complex structure of crossbows. And the bow body above must also be made of composite materials, which is quite troublesome to make. In addition, in order to enhance the survivability of archers in chaotic battles, they are also equipped with ordnance shovels, which can be used to chop people at critical moments. The first month of spring was spent in a busy way. Ever since Luo Chong appeared here, the Han tribe seemed to have endless work to do, but as long as they were willing to work, they would be rewarded. A month has passed, the fields on the east and west sides of the river have been plowed, and the newly grown seedlings have been inserted into the fields. The nearly 2,500 acres of rice fields can be plowed within a month, thanks to the hundreds of cattle and horses, and the Han tribe. The population has exceeded 4,000. In this month, the ordnance manufacturing of the Han tribe has been almost completed. The first batch of regular army units equipped with 1 unit, weapons, and equipment are about to be completed. Thanks to the invention of the windmill automatic forging hammer, blacksmithing is no longer manual labor. Instead, it turned to technical work, processing some identical things in batches, and the workers' proficiency could quickly improve. The preparations were completed, the spring plowing had ended, and most of the clansmen had their hands free. Luo Chong also began to select soldiers from the young adults of the clan to form the Han tribe's first professional army that was free from production. The whole clan has a population of more than 4,000, including almost 1,500 children under 10 years old, about 1,780 adult women, and only 700 or 800 adult men. With such a small population base, Luo Chong can only form a completely independent army first. The establishment of a unit is 155 people, and the other men have to do other jobs. This is almost the limit of the Han tribe. The market in the second month of spring had just ended. On this morning, all the tribesmen were notified, and the leader called all the adult males of the tribe to gather in the city square. The tribesmen were not surprised. Most of them had guessed what the leader was going to do. After all, the leader had been asking the tribesmen to make some strange things for the past month. This was not a secret. Various rumors and speculations had long been spread all over the city. Upon hearing the call, the tribesmen rushed from their homes to the central square. Not only the adult men came, but also the women who had not yet been assigned work and the children who had nothing to do. They also came to watch, preparing to see the big events that were going to happen in the tribe. On the flag stand in the square, Luo Chong was wearing a brown woolen robe, with a long sword hanging on his waist. Behind him stood 4 models, namely Ling Feng, Beast Tooth, Rat Da, and Xue Tu, all 4 of whom were wearing white linen bottoms. Wearing clothes, white linen shorts, and a pair of straw sandals, he and Luo Chong stood in front of the tribe. Seeing that everyone under the flag stage had arrived and looked at himself on the stage, Luo Chong shouted loudly below. "Everyone be quiet. We have gathered everyone together today because our tribe is going to select a group of the best warriors. This time, 155 people will be selected. These more than 100 people will become professional warriors in the future, also known as soldiers. They only obey the orders of the leader, are responsible for protecting our tribe and people, and are also responsible for opening up territory for the tribe. Apart from fulfilling the orders of the leader, these soldiers are not required to do any other work, and they will also receive generous remuneration, wear the best clothes, and use the best weapons. But when it is really dangerous, you must be worthy of the treatment given by your tribe. With your support, the clansmen support you, and you must serve the clansmen and die for the tribe. This time we choose soldiers, which are divided into 4 categories: spearmen, archers, cavalry, and sword and shield soldiers. Each one has his own clothes and armor, as well as unified weapons and equipment. Now let me take a look at these equipment, and then let's start selecting soldiers again. Okay, let's get started. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he waved his hand behind him, and the 4 models behind him began to put on clothes, armor, and equipment, showing them to the tribesmen below. Iron red linen trousers, iron red linen shirt, jet black shiny armor, white linen socks, and jet black leather combat boots were put on one by the 4 of them. The tribesman underneath couldn't help but look at them. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were full of stars. Ling Feng was dressed like a cavalryman, with a wisp of red tassels fluttering in the wind on top of his black helmet. The lengthened black armor on his body hung down to his ankles, with seamless hems on both sides. The plate armor in front of him was slightly shorter, only at the waist is a little longer, making it easier to sit astride the horse. He holds a 4-meter-long lance in his hand, and the other hand is on the handle of the long knife at his waist. Shu De is dressed like a spearman, wearing the same red robe and black armor, but the hem of the armor is slightly shorter, just covering his knees. The plate armor in front of him is longer than that of the cavalry, which can protect the crotch. He has 3 shots in his hand. Miwu's red tasseled gun also had a military shovel hanging across his waist. Xuetu's clothing is the same as that of Ratde, and he is also an infantryman, but he is in the shape of a sword and shield soldier. The weapon he is equipped with is a short sword hanging on the side of his waist. He holds a solid wooden shield in his other hand, which is also hung horizontally on the back of his waist. Holding a military shovel. Beast Tooth also wears a red shirt, but he has very little armor on his body. He only has a plate armor that can protect his upper body. He is holding a long bow, a cowhide quiver hanging on the back of his waist, and an ordnance shovel. In addition to these, there is also a standard sheepskin water bag on each person's waist, which can hold 1 liter of water. However, it is not dyed and is sewn with solid color tanned sheepskin. As soon as the appearance of these 4 military units was unveiled, it immediately blinded the eyes of the tribesmen below and caused a cry of exclamation. Look at what they are wearing on the stage, what kind of weapons they are holding, and then look at them themselves. They are wearing sticky leather boots or straw sandals, and they are wrapped in haphazardly sewn animal skin clothes. They are holding all kinds of weapons. A good bronze spear is also a bare shaft. The spearhead is not as big as others, and there is no red tassel on it. Even the length is 1 section shorter. It is simply incomparable. Not to mention those things, most people have never even worn a whole set of fabric clothes, let alone armor that looks majestic. Oh my God, these are warrior clothes. Does everyone have such good clothes? The black leather is so beautiful, and there is a round copper plate on the chest. The copper buckles I got from my previous meritorious service are not that big. That shield made of wood is also very nice, but I don't know if it is as strong as the turtle shell we used before. But it looks really good. I really want one. A man from the AO tribe commented. The black one should be a leather armor. Our tribe used to have a red one. It's not as good looking as this one, and only the leader can wear it. I didn't expect that the new leader would make one for every warrior. The Han tribe has a lot of animal skins. The man from the Qi tribe sighed. I don't want to know anything else. I just want to know how to choose a soldier. Do you have to fight like a leader? No matter what, I will definitely be a soldier. This equipment is too powerful. I have never wearing such good clothes. A young man secretly clenched his fists, preparing to win a spot soon. Luo Chong stood on the stage, scanning the reactions of the tribesmen below, and nodded secretly. It seemed that the effect he predicted had been achieved, and the tribesmen were very enthusiastic about joining the army. Okay, everyone, be quiet. What you see now is the standard equipment of soldiers. As long as they can be selected, everyone will have a set exactly like this. Can you wear this clothes and become an excellent soldier? It depends on you. Now the selection begins. All the men gather outside the east city gate. After a while, they hear 3 drums and start running around the city 4 times. The first 300 people who return to the flag stand first, advance and wait for the next round of selection. Gather at the east city gate now. I will personally watch you from the top of the city. Don't think of opportunism or dare to fast today. Luo Chong shouted loudly to the tribesmen below. Ah? We're not competing to see who's better at fighting, and we're not competing to see who's stronger. Why are we competing to run away? Some tribesmen were confused when they heard this selection method. Maybe, the leader is a warrior who wants to run fast. After a tribesman finished speaking, he felt like he didn't believe it. Aren't warriors the best at fighting? No matter how he chooses, isn't it just running away? I run very fast. I will definitely be able to choose this time. Okay, don't say it here. Others have already run to the city gate. What's the use of running faster than others? You know what the heck, they are running fast and they will run out of energy after a while. I am just saving my energy and running again later. The men gathered outside the east city gate, shouting, and Luo Chong also took 4 models up the city wall. Each of the 4 men supervised one side of the city wall, while Luo Chong stayed at the east city tower to pinch them. The tribesmen quickly gathered outside the east gate. Luo Chong shouted to them from the city tower, running north from here and circling the city wall in a counterclockwise direction. After 4 laps, the first 300 who entered the city gate were promoted. Then, watching them get ready, he asked Rat next to him to beat the drum 3 times. Boom! 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 With the sound of 3 drums, 700 or 800 men ran wildly around the city wall, raising a cloud of smoke and dust on the dry land. There is naturally a reason why Luo Chong uses long-distance running to select soldiers. Because these soldiers have to wear armor to fight, they must be in good physical fitness. Although it is only leather armor, the whole armor weighs nearly 30 kilograms. If it were replaced by iron armor, the whole body would be heavy. The weight of the armor on the body may be doubled, and the physical requirements are even greater. Without good physical fitness, if you want to charge into battle wearing armor, there is no way. The circumference of a circle of Hanyang City is 1,400 meters, plus the 4-meter-wide moat. The length may be a little more. After running 4 circles, it is nearly 6 kilometers. This is the physical training of modern soldiers. For these primitive people, he said, there shouldn't be any problem, it's just a different speed, but he can definitely run down. Luo Chong stood at the top of the city and leaned down to look around. After a circle, the originally dense team became very sparse, but no one got down. Luo Chong couldn't help but sigh. If this was placed in modern society, if you ask junior high school students to run 1,500 meters, it is normal to make them vomit. In comparison, these primitive people have better physical fitness. Another circle passed, and some people finally fell down from exhaustion, while others were holding on to their knees and vomited. The rat witches and elders who had been prepared under the city wall immediately took a few women to help those who fell on the street aside to rest. And at the same time, these people were directly eliminated. After the 3rd lap, the running speed also slowed down, but basically no one vomited anymore. After all, those who can persist in running for 3 kilometers are not in poor physical condition. However, the running team is getting bigger and bigger. The distance between the first place and the last place has increased by more than half a circle. After the 4th lap, Luo Chong had already arrived at the foot of the city, standing at the gate of the East City Gate and personally waiting for the first 300 people. It was better to count this number by himself, as he was afraid that others would not be able to count them. The men, who were as tired as dead dogs, finally came to the finish line. There were almost 20 people in the first echelon. They came back running, but they still had physical strength. Luo Chong gave each of them a chopstick at the gate of the city. Mark, these are people who have the potential to be promoted to officers. After all, if you want to be an officer, the first requirement is to be able to convince the public. You can't even compare to your own soldiers, who will listen to your orders. The second echelon was almost 2 minutes late and ran back slowly. There were almost 80 people in this echelon. Luo Chong gave each of them a shorter wooden stick. These were the group with better physical fitness, suitable for use as a sword and shield soldier. After all, a sword and shield soldier not only has to wear heavy armor, but also has an extra solid wood shield than others. It is also very physically demanding to hold that in your hand. The third echelon arrived about 5 minutes late again. This time there were almost 120 people. Luo Chong once again distributed shorter wooden sticks to them, preparing to reserve them as candidates for the spearmen. The people after that were no longer an echelon, but a sparse group, one at a time, endlessly, until they had counted 300 people. Luo Chong signaled the rat on the wall to beat the drum, and the drum sounded. The men who had not yet run back sat down on the ground tiredly and rested on the spot. They no longer had the energy to even sigh. The 300 people who entered the city gathered back in the square again, waiting for the second round of screening. This time, half of the people were eliminated. There were 155 people in a unit, of which the 3 top officers were personally appointed by Luo Chong, and the remaining 152 people. They have to be selected from these 300 people. After these 300 people rested for half an hour, drank water, and went to the toilet again, their physical strength gradually recovered. However, the muscle soreness will definitely not be cured so quickly. From now on, if you run a few laps every day, you will slowly recover. You'll get used to it. Watching the people below stand back up, Luo Chong came to the flag stand again and shouted to them. The second round of selection is a competition. You will draw lots to decide your opponent. After a while, a group of 30 people will come to the front. Both parties are not allowed to use weapons. The first one to knock down the opponent with bare hands will be considered for promotion and will be directly selected. Army, but we must also pay attention. During the competition, you are not allowed to seriously injure anyone, just knock him down. Do you understand? Understood. When 300 young and middle-aged men heard Luo Chong's request, this time it was finally time to fight, and as long as they won one more time, they could wear that domineering military uniform, and they all couldn't help but cheer. Okay, now everyone goes to the table in front and gets a sign. The back of the sign has numbers written on it. The person who gets the same number is your opponent for this round. Find your opponent, then line up and gather. Let's start now. Luo Chong shouted to everyone again. The men below also lined up to come to the flag stand and took out wooden signs from a long table. The wooden signs were all buckled on the table with numbers written on the other side. These numbers were all Arabic numerals, but when Luo Chong taught them, it is said that this is the lowercase version of Chinese numbers. There are only 10 numbers in total. The tribesmen have known it for a long time. Although they cannot add, subtract, multiply, and divide, they can still count. 300 men stepped forward to draw their own wooden cards, then shouted loudly to find their opponents, and finally divided into 2 camps and began to line up in the square. 10 minutes later, when Luo Chong saw that the teams below had been lined up, he began to compete in the roll call. The wooden sign I got has the instructions from 1 to 15 on it. Stand in the middle and follow my orders. Yes. After hearing Luo Chong's shouting, 15 people from both camps walked out. Luo Chong waved his hand and motioned to Beastu behind him to check the wooden sign. After confirming that it was correct, he took the wooden sign back. The 30 men standing face to face in the middle of the field below seemed to be gathering strength, waiting for Luo Chong's order to knock their opponents to the ground. Beastia also came back quickly with a stack of wooden cards, nodded at Luo Chong, and then heard Luo Chong shout, "Start!" The 30 people below yelled and rushed together in an instant. Some of them knocked their opponents to the ground with just one confrontation, while others fought back and forth, with shouts and shouts coming and going. They fought without any structure, each of them relying on brute force to decide the winner. Each of the 30 people had a winner and loser, and the winner was quickly decided. At this time, there were only 2 groups left in the middle of the field, which gave Luo Chong, who was watching the battle, a headache. In the center of the field, the group with the number 6 card was circling around. The 2 kept making various gestures and occasionally testing each other, but they had never played seriously before. Luo Chong walked over directly. He cursed at the 2. "If you 2 don't take action, we will be eliminated together. I think some of those who didn't win just now are unwilling to admit defeat. There is really no shortage of you 2 here." When the 2 of them heard that they were going to be eliminated directly, they were immediately frightened. They no longer continued to test, they screamed, and soon they were wrestling with each other. The other group got the number 12 card. One of them is fat and the other is thin. But what is more interesting is that the thin person is very explosive and fast. He takes the initiative every time, while the fatter one does not look bloated. His body skills are very flexible, and he has been following the thin man. Every time he gets hit twice, he is just like a normal person, and his ability to resist blows is also very low. Both of these 2 people have pretty good skills, and it seems that they must have been trained by hunting frequently. Luo Chong secretly wrote down their numbers, preparing to give them priority when selecting the last 2 places. "You 2, stop spinning around. The winner must be decided within 3 moves, otherwise." Before Luo Chong finished speaking, the thin man and the fat man rushed together in an instant. The fat man stretched out his hands to grab the thin man's shoulders, while the thin man sprinted quickly, jumped on one leg and kicked the fat man's chest fiercely. The fat man was kicked hard, and he grunted. He staggered and was about to fall backwards. But at this critical moment, the fat man's outstretched hands instantly caught the thin man's ankle and kicked him hard. With a pull and a twist, they both fell to the ground at the same time. There were cheers all around, and Luo Chong was very pleased with the 2 of them. The thin man had sharp moves, and the fat man resisted beatings, but he was not stupid. When he was about to fall to the ground, he even pulled the thin man as a support. If he went to the battlefield, he would die. "I must have someone to support me, TSK, TSK, TSK." The 2 fell to the ground at the same time, stood up helplessly, dusted themselves off and stood in front of Luo Chong, not knowing how to judge this round. Luo Chong looked at the 2 of them with a smile, his eyes full of admiration, and said to them, "What are your names? Have you chosen a name?" Back to the leader, "My name is Humansong. I got my name from the words on the bowl. They say Monsong means a lot of food. I usually eat a lot, so I hope our tribe will always have a full warehouse." He 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 he. The fat man scratched the back of his head and said with an honest smile, "Well, Humansong, what a good name. You can eat well. The more you eat, the more energy you will have." Luo Chong nodded. It turned out that this was a member of the tribe bought from the tiger tribe. "Come back to the leader, my name is Chai Duo Duo." The thin man replied seriously, without any nonsense. "Well, the firewood is so good. It won't be cold in winter. Are you from the Cha tribe?" Luo Chong nodded to him and smiled. Back to the leader, "Yes." Chai Duo Duo answered simply, seeming to be very unsociable. "Humansong, Chai Duo Duo, now you 2 are tied, who do you think I should choose or not? It's really difficult. Otherwise, if you 2 fight me, I will be the one standing in the end. How about just choosing him?" Luo Chong became playful and teased the 2 of them. "Fight with the leader? Are you two together? Hu Chai and Hu Chai asked at the same time in confusion. What, don't you dare? Luo Chong asked calmly. It's not that I don't dare, it's just. That's no problem. You two beat me up, and I'll choose whoever survives in the end. Isn't this fair? Come on, come on. I don't think you two are grudges. Luo Chong said. After saying this, he took off the sword from his waist and put it on the table. Then he pulled up the hem of his short robe and stuffed it into his belt, as if he was ready to take action. The two Chaihu people looked at each other and saw that the leader was not joking, so they nodded to each other. They were tribesmen who later joined the Han tribe. They usually only knew that the leader was intelligent and superhuman, and they admired the leader very much. But what about the leader's martial arts? The two of them have never met before. At this time, I actually heard that the leader wanted to fight too, and he couldn't help but feel competitive. They were all young men with strong blood. Although they had never killed anyone, they had slaughtered a lot of prey. Facing the leader who had just grown up, he could not help but feel competitive. In terms of force value, they are really dissatisfied. Luo Chong was also well prepared. He stood boldly in the center of the field and waved to the two of them. The two looked at each other and began to find their own positions around Luo Chong. The candidate warriors on both sides of the field also stared with wide eyes. They were also very curious. They had never seen Luo Chong take action since they came to the Han tribe, and they didn't know much about Luo Chong's force value. When they were able to watch the battle with their own eyes, they were all very interested and discussed it quietly below. Today's selection of soldiers, women and children in the tribe who had nothing to do also came to watch. 1,000 or 2,000 people gathered here, and they all looked at the center of the field with wide eyes. On the competition ground, Luo Chong stood on the same spot, and Chaihu were still circling around Luo Chong. Their positions were very interesting. Chai Duo was always facing Luo Chong, while Humansong was always standing behind Luo Chong. Even out of the corner of his sight, Luo Chong just turned around, and the two of them followed suit, seemingly forming a combat alliance. Just when Luo Chong turned his head again to look behind him, Chai Duo seized the opportunity and rushed towards Luo Chong. Luo Chong saw this scene out of the corner of his eye. In order to prevent being attacked by Humansong behind him, he also taking Chai Duo, he rushed over. Chai Duo has strong explosive power and good jumping ability. When the two were about to enter the attack distance, Chai Duo took off on one leg again, extended one foot flat, and flew towards Luo Chong with a kick in the air. Seeing that Chai Duo was still using the same move, Luo Chong did not hesitate at all. He kicked the ground hard with one foot, jumped into the air at the same time, and made a turning movement in the air. The moment the two people's legs came into contact, Luo Chong did a whip kick sideways in the air. Sweep across, go over and kick Chai Duo's legs to the side first. Taking advantage of the moment when his body is out of balance in the air, he continues to turn his body and uses the other foot to kick Chai Duo in a series. The tip of his toe slams Chai Duo's back, knocking him directly into the air. Kicked sideways and flew out. The fight between the two only took a moment. Luo Chong landed vertically, and Chai Duo screamed and flew a few meters away, rolling sideways to the ground. On the other side, Luo Chong had just landed, and before he could gain a foothold, Humansong, who was behind him, had already rushed over with a loud shout, and a pair of powerful arms reached out towards Luo Chong's shoulders from behind. Feeling the bad wind behind him, Luo Chong tapped his toes, turned his body backwards, and squatted down, barely avoiding Humansong's arms. Then while the two of them were close to each other, Luo Chong squatted down. In his arms, he rushed forward, kicked the ground with his feet, tilted his head to the left, directly used a stick to the mountain, and slammed into Humansong's chest with his right shoulder. Humansong staggered due to this blow and was knocked against the mountain. His feet were unsteady, and he was about to fall backwards. However, this kid had a history of pulling up his back when he fell to the ground last time. Luo Chong naturally couldn't help it. It would leave him a chance, and his shoulders did not separate after hitting his chest, as if the two of them were stuck together. Then Luo Chong turned sideways and reached back, grabbing Humansong's outstretched arm, pushing his right shoulder into his armpit. He stumbled and kicked, his waist instantly exerted force, and he threw Humansong away with a throw over his shoulder. Got out. Chai Duo over there had just landed and rolled a few times on the ground. Before he could recover from the series of kicks just now, he saw a black shadow flying directly towards him. He was so frightened that he quickly rolled to the side, and then, hearing a thud, Humansong also fell to the position where he had just been lying. The two of them immediately screamed. They didn't expect the leader to be so powerful. They all flew far away, without even making a single move. This time, they all fell to the ground together, but no one was standing. Finally, who should I choose? Thousands of people from the surrounding tribesmen also exclaimed in surprise, surprised by the leader's strength. Oh my God, the leader is so powerful. He just flew up and kicked him twice, and he kicked people away. Also, the impact and fall just now were so powerful, and the fighting method has never been seen before. It would be great if the leader could teach us. Yes, it looks amazing. Dolly in the crowd did not speak, but subconsciously covered his fists, as if recalling the pain of breaking his fingers. He had long been accustomed to the leader's strange moves. It seemed that no matter how powerful Luo Chong was, it should. The girls who had newly joined the Han tribe in the early spring of this year seemed to have countless little stars overflowing in their eyes when they looked at Luo Chong. Their admiration for the leader was even greater now. Luo Chong stood there, tidied his clothes, put them back in place, then took back his sword and walked towards the two Baplurums. At this time, the two of them had stood up with each other's support, looking at Luo Chong at a loss. What should they do next? Is there another fight? My body is still hurting now. Leader. Chief. The two Baplurums shouted. Well, you two don't need to compete. You both advance at the same time. You both have very good qualifications. Don't be discouraged if you lose this time. I will teach you some tricks in the future. You will definitely become more powerful. Go to the flag stand. Stand in line over there. Luo Chong patted the two of them on the shoulders to encourage them. The two of them were so happy when they heard this. They didn't expect that they could be promoted at the same time after being beaten. Moreover, the leader also said that he would teach them a few tricks. Where could such a good thing be found? So they quickly thanked them, and even other candidates around them, the soldiers, also cast envious glances at the two of them. Thank you, Chief. We will definitely learn from it. Humansong shouted with a smile. Thank you, Chief. Chai Duo still didn't say much, but the eyes he looked at Luo Chong were full of admiration and admiration. Yes. Luo Chong nodded, and then shouted to others that the game should continue. The competition continued. Because the outstanding performance of Buplurum and Buplurum was valued by the leader, they received the leader's promise to personally teach the moves. This time, the others no longer opportunistically, and used their own skills to compete, hoping to get the leader's approval. Favor. However, the establishment is fixed. Except for the 150 people who won in the end, there were only 2 places left. Naturally, Luo Chong would not choose a few more people. Luo Chong's move just now was not only because he really valued the two of them, but also on purpose. Showing off your skills in front of them and building up your prestige is also a good way to lead this army in the future. You must teach them all. After all, others also know how to run an army. This is the first step. He still needs to guide him personally. The ensuing competition was lively, but most of them were clumsy skills. They didn't know any moves yet. In Luo Chong's eyes, they were like pieces of wood. How they were carved in the future depended on how he taught them. As the competition passed round by round, Luo Chong once again selected a young man named Lu to make an exception. This guy didn't have any characteristics. He seemed very stable when fighting. In the end, he tied with his opponent. No one could do anything to the other, but Luo Chong remembered that Lu was one of the fastest in the 6-kilometer race, so he was allowed to advance. The competition ended soon, and all quotas for the establishment of a unit were filled. Other unrelated tribesmen also dispersed, leaving only a few children still watching. Luo Chong asked the 152 people to disperse on the spot and take a rest, then go home to boil water and take a bath, and then come here to collect clothes. In the afternoon, these people gathered in the square again and received military uniforms and boots one after another. The shoes were easy to handle and they were collected according to the size. If the clothes did not fit, they had to be specially altered. However, these linen clothes had no elasticity, so they were made loose and bulky. But it's not too different. Anyway, it can be worn by anyone who is fatter or thinner. As for the armor, it was not issued immediately. These soldiers had just joined the army, and it has not yet been decided which branch they will join. Luo Chong will use other methods to allocate branches to these people. The establishment of a unit is 155 people, and it has 4 general banners with a staff of 38 people. The cavalry, spearmen, shield soldiers, and archers each occupy 1 general banner. Although this ratio is very unreasonable, this is the first banner of the Han tribe. A regular army must naturally develop in an all-round way to lay a good foundation for future army expansion. The recruitment matter came to an end, and the Han tribe also entered into its normal work. Luo Chong once again issued an order to the tribesmen, and the original team of tribe organizers formed a team of 100 people, packed up food, grass and tools and rushed to organize the tribe. Plant this year's Rami grass at the original site. Dashu also took people to Babaishan to mine copper ore again. As for the mining of iron ore, Luo Chong has not let anyone go now. Since 155 people have been mobilized to form an army, the Han tribe really cannot use that many people at present. Besides, the Han tribe is currently, the amount of iron used is not large, so there is no need to be so anxious. In addition to these, Luo Chong also sent out a caravan again, this time with 40 people, with Yu Fu as the leader and Ling Feng as the deputy leader. Each member had 2 horses, 8 ox carts loaded with goods, and 30 people. A shepherd dog once again went to the grassland to do business. The content of this transaction is to purchase as much animal skins, horns, and tendons as possible. These are military supplies. In addition, there are cattle and horses, which are used to provide livestock power. We will not let go of the sheep this time. If they cannot do the work, we will get them back. Just consuming the grass is enough for Luo Chongshou. This is not a grassland. There are only so many edible grasses and trees. If you can raise 10 sheep, you might as well raise 2 more horses. Besides, animals like sheep reproduce quickly. I need to buy so much. But then again, you don't need the sheep, but you still need the wool. Luo Chong asked them to bring 8 cars this time for this purpose, to collect more wool. Can't bring much back. Yu Fu also had a bad temper. After hearing Luo Chong's order, he happily led the team and set off. However, there was a special situation this time. Luo Chong kept his younger brother Yu Yi behind. So, taking out a large amount of supplies, who knows if this guy Yu Fu has any ideas, this also means he is a little defensive. But I don't know if it will be useful. Anyway, the women and children of Yu Fu are still in the tribe, how can he really not come back? If he really had this intention, it would be useless to keep his brother. But it was naturally impossible for Luo Chong to say that. The reason he gave was to keep Yu Yi and prepare for Yu Yi to lead another team to set up a market in the new city in Hedong. In fact, this is Luo Chong's true purpose. Compared with this, hostages, and so on, can only be regarded as incidental purposes. When the two brothers heard what Luo Chong said, they didn't doubt him. On the contrary, they both looked very happy, especially Yu Yi. He had followed his eldest brother for so many years, and now he was finally leading the team. After hearing this arrangement, this guy started running around in a hurry to check the production progress of the products in various workshops. The slaves of the Han tribe are still continuing to work on the construction. It is expected that the entire Hanyang City construction project will be completed in another year, but they will be transferred to the new city by then, so there is no need to worry that they will have no work. After arranging the work of these outgoing teams, Luo Chong plunged into military construction again. What the Han tribe's army will look like in the future depends on how he lays the foundation now. Speaking of which, Luo Chong was a soldier in his previous life, so he has no knowledge of military life. He still missed it very much. If the entire Han tribe hadn't been managed by him, he would have really wanted to rush into the military camp and relive the feeling of those days. When it comes to military construction, the first thing is independence. It must be distinguished from ordinary people. Since you are a soldier, it is naturally impossible to continue to live at home. It is impossible to go back to your wife and children every day to warm up. It's also a little too unstructured. So the first order given by Luo Chong was to move. There was nothing to move. It was just that these soldiers could no longer go home casually. Luo Chong allocated a newly built warehouse to use as a barracks for them. From now on, these soldiers will live together in this large warehouse. The empty warehouse was paved with a blue brick floor, and Luo Chong also asked the carpentry team to start building furniture such as bunk beds. For wooden pillars thick as arms were used as bed legs, 2 layers of beams were inserted, and then wooden boards were laid. It is not difficult to make, and several long tables were also built, one for group meals, and the other for study. There are not many literate people in the Han tribe, and only a few can write 100 or 200 words. There are only about 20 people who can't survive. Why is this? Isn't it because there is no time to study together? There are too many lives, and too many people. Luo Chong can't possibly call thousands of people together for class, it would be difficult to survive, and it's unrealistic. But now is a good opportunity. There are 155 soldiers, no more, no less, and there is no work to do. It is no problem to form a slightly larger class to study together. This is a good teaching pilot unit. Besides, it is impossible for these soldiers to go to class all the time. Most of the day is spent training. Luo Chong can also take advantage of this time to organize a group of students to come here to study and train some teachers for the future school. It is impossible for the school to be in the future. There are so many children in the school, and Luo Chong should be taught by himself. How can he have the time and energy? The most that can be done is to bring a group of teachers out, and then compile some teaching materials myself, and then give lectures to these teachers when they have time, and that's all. Once you have a goal, you must put it into action. In the second month of spring, Luo Chong led these soldiers to do simple Q training and physical training, while proposing various regulations to regulate them and make them look like soldiers. In the morning, I have to get up when I hear the sound of drums. Then I do running exercises. I run 4 laps around Hanyang City every morning. After I come back, I cook, clean up the house, and have breakfast. Then I do Q exercises, get familiar with the equipment, and start doing various physical training in the afternoon. And then learn various regulations. On the other side, Luo Chong was also supervising the carpentry and kiln workers to make teaching tools, tables and stools, blackboards painted with black wood, chalk made of lime, and hundreds of small blackboards. The big blackboard is for teaching, and the small blackboard is for students. After all, they can't learn to write just by looking at it. After all, they still have to practice by themselves, but making paper is too troublesome, and the current conditions are not up to it. Using a sandbox to practice calligraphy is not effective. Blackboard and chalk are much better. White text on black background, clear and distinct, can be erased after writing, reused, only consumes some lime. The making of chalk is not complicated either. It is just to add quicklime to water and slake it, then mix it into a mud paste, then press it into thin strips with a mold, and finally dry it. It is a pure physical change, simple to make, and convenient for mass production. In this way, it was not until the beginning of March in the spring that the construction of the military camp and classrooms finally took shape. The large warehouse was divided into two parts from the middle. One half was a living area with beds, and the other half was decorated into a large classroom. There is a large blackboard hanging in a circle, with some slogans and other things written on it, and a lot of military disciplines written on it, so that the soldiers can learn while reading. Within a month, through constant training and competition, and based on the characteristics of each soldier, the 4 arms have been divided and 4 general banners have been formed. The chief of the unit is Shu De, and the deputy chief is Shui Tuesday. The stock sima is served by Bestia. The commander-in-chief of the sword and shield soldiers is Human Song. The commander-in-chief of the cavalry is Chai Duo Duo. The position of commander-in-chief of the spearmen is given to Shi Lu, and the commander-in-chief of the archers is a guy named Tan Jian. He is the champion of many archery competitions. The other soldiers are also very convinced and have no objection to Luo Chong's appointment arrangements. A general headquarters has 3 small banners, which in modern times is as big as a platoon. Although the number is small, they are all the best. Now the population base is small, so don't you have more elites? These are the seeds of the Han army. One morning in March, all the soldiers tidied up their housekeeping, had breakfast, and then lined up and ran to the west grassland outside Hanyang City, where daily training is now conducted. Luo Chong had been waiting for them here early. Seeing more than 100 people running over shouting 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, he felt a little proud in his heart. After all, they were all trained by him. The team moved from far to near and arrived at Luo Chong. Before Luo Chong could speak, Shu De took the lead in shouting. 121, 121, stand still, turn to the right, look to the right, and report the number with each flag. Then I heard 4 neat formations starting to report their numbers one by one. After the final inspection, all personnel were in order. The rat shouted, "Take a break," and then ran to report to Luo Chong. Reporting to the leader, there should be 155 people in one group, but there are actually 155 people. They are fully equipped. Please give instructions. Stop. Luo Chong simply ordered. Promise. Rat Da's body was straightened, he made a fist with his right hand, the back of the fist was facing up, the tiger's mouth was close to his left chest, he saluted a military salute, then turned around and shouted, "Stand still," to the 4 general flags, and finally joined the blood slaughter and animal teeth. He stood to the side of the team and made a standing movement. Luo Chong also walked to the front of the team at this time, shouted, "Take a moment," and began to make arrangements for today's training. Chai Duo Duo, listen to your orders. Arrived. Chai Duo Duo shouted, then stood still. Leading the cavalry training, the first subject is to quickly load and unload horse gear, the second subject is cavalry formation practice, and the third subject is riding and changing horses. I will assess these 3 subjects in the afternoon. Pay attention to safety when riding and changing horses. But you must not be timid. This is an equestrian movement that cavalry must master. It may be the means for you to save your life on the battlefield in the future. If you fall now, you will most likely be injured, but if you go to the battlefield, you will lose your life. Be careful when training. Luo Chong said sternly to the cavalry commander. the last general, has the order. Chai Duo also saluted with a military salute, and then left with his general flag. Tan Jian listens to the order. Luo Chong continued to make arrangements. Arrive. Follow your troops to practice changing the archery array. We will take the assessment in the afternoon and make sure there are no mistakes. Luo Chong ordered again. The general will get the order at the end. Tan Jian also saluted and left. He quickly spread out the formation with the general flag of the archers, and then practiced the arrow formation. After a while, Luo Chong heard the voice of Tan Jian giving orders. Under his order, all the archers fired several rounds of collective volleys, followed by rapid fire of several arrows, and then leap forward shooting. Advance 50 steps to launch, advance 200 steps to launch, and shoot freely. A series of commands kept coming from Tan Jian's mouth, and the general flag of the archers was also working hard on various trainings. For the remaining 2 general banners, Luo Chong personally led them through array exercises, spearman's thrust training, spear formation training, sword and shield soldiers' shield formation training, and armor's actual combat training. Each shield soldier was wearing a fully armed armor, holding a shield in one hand and a short stick in the other. They were divided into 2 camps and stood facing each other. Finally, under Luo Chong's order, they immediately rushed together with a roar. The shields collided with each other, making a bang-bang sound. The other hand also picked up the short stick and used it as a knife to greet the opponent. While training how to attack the opponent, he also trained how to use the shield to defend himself from attacks. The same is true for the spear formation on the other side. They first completed the evolution of various formations several times, and then started confrontation training in pairs. Their long spears were also replaced with long sticks wrapped in soft cloth and hay, and then they using long sticks to prick each other back and forth. They were also practicing some blocking and defensive moves. At noon, all the troops returned to the camp, rested, and the cooks cooked. Finally, they lined up to get the rice, and then lined up to bring it to the dining table. Only after the commander called for the meal to begin, did these people use their chopsticks. No one was there while eating. Talking, eating quickly, queuing up to wash the dishes, and finally putting his rice bowl in its place, he finally had time to rest. Those who chatted, those who slept, and those who were injured went to find herbal medicine to treat their hidden injuries. There were also some people who gathered behind Luo Chong and watched Luo Chong write Chinese characters on the blackboard on the wall with chalk. There is a cultural class in the afternoon, and Luo Chong is preparing teaching materials, and what he is writing now is a military song specially written for the Han army. The Great Man. The long sword is pointed directly at the jackal in the north. The setting sun is like blood, flowing on the way south. Flag hunting leads the soldiers marching eastwards. War drums rumbled, resounding on the battlefield of the western expedition. Thousands of sails stand, sailing to the far side of the ocean. The Han family has been a good boy since ancient times, full of anger and irritation. Loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to have both at the same time since ancient times. I bid farewell to my parents with tears. The loyalty of the whole family has been passed down through the ages, and the loyalty of serving the country has been praised by thousands of people. The 2. Invincible enemy. Han army. Might. Martial. The bloodstained shirt is the most beautiful garment for a man. A corpse wrapped in horse leather is the yearning of thousands of heroes. There are many swords and guns, and high walls are erected to protect the country. The clanking iron hooves trampled on the backbones of the barbarians. The edge of the sword points to the frontier of my great Han dynasty. Since ancient times, men should strengthen themselves and be famous for their loyalty and righteousness. Since ancient times, whoever has never died would rather go to the Hall of Heroes. Sweeping mountains and rivers thousands of miles away, sailing across the 5 oceans. Anyone who commits a crime against a strong Han must be punished even though he is far away. The song de Hanorlang was written neatly on the blackboard on the side wall. Soldiers who knew the alphabet were chanting it in a low voice, behind them. If they didn't know how, they asked Luo Chong. Luo Chong also patiently explained it to them, but these soldiers were not ready yet. Understand the meaning, and when they understand it, they will naturally have their own experience. This military song contains Luo Chong's longing for the Han tribal army, his yearning for the Han army, and his requirements for the Han army. It also contains many thoughts on protecting the homeland and the country, allowing them to understand their mission as soldiers. The purpose and responsibilities of being a soldier, as well as the integrity of a soldier and the spirit of daring to fight, are also things Luo Chong has thought about for several days to cultivate the unique military culture of the army. In the afternoon, the cultural class in the military camp began. However, although Luo Chong planned to teach them Chinese characters, he did not directly teach the content of the characters. Instead, he integrated Chinese characters into the military formation for them to learn, while teaching various platoons. The method of forming troops is to write down some formation nouns in Chinese characters, and then let them learn Chinese characters. This is actually the same as teaching Chinese characters to primary school students. The characters are never taught separately, but integrated into the text. While studying the text, they learn the unfamiliar Chinese characters in it. Luo Chong also means this. He rubbed Chinese characters on the military formations that interested these people more. The effect was much better than teaching Chinese characters directly. First, he taught the names of various weapons and equipment, then taught the Chinese characters in the regulations, and finally talked about some formation. For example, when facing what kind of enemy, what formation should be used, how to defend, how to charge, and what to do when breaking through. There are even special instructions on how to defend the city and other coping methods. The students also learned it with great interest. After these people finished the class, Luo Chong went to assess the items that he said he would check in the morning. He made a few final comments and explained the shortcomings to them, asking them to train harder in the future. Then he let them continue their physical training. After the 4 general banners had left, Luo Chong returned to the barracks and called a group of students again. Most of these students were women who were pregnant last winter, and there were also some half-grown children around 10 years old, both male and female. Yes, there are almost 200 people in total. What Luo Chong handed over to these people was naturally no longer the art of war and formations, but a large collection of nouns focusing on daily necessities, mostly methods of making various things, and then he wrote down the entire production process in text. Come down, teach them how to make things, and let them learn Chinese characters at the same time. There is actually an advantage to doing this, that is, it is very difficult to write down all the Chinese characters by just relying on your brain. But if you write an article, you will use a lot of Chinese characters. Even you don't know how many Chinese characters you can write. Word, this is much simpler than thinking about a word specifically. In addition, there is another very peculiar thing about Chinese characters, that is, if you read them too much, you will forget what they are called. The more you read them, the more awkward they become. Gradually, the characters will separate in your eyes and become unrelated strokes. In the end, it becomes harder and harder to remember things. This is amazing, and even adults from primary school to adulthood cannot avoid it. Throughout the 3rd month of spring, the days of organizing troops and teaching went by like this day by day. Yui was also supervising the production of goods. He was actually quite concerned about establishing the fixed market in Hedong. I wish I could break away from my big brother soon and lead a solo career. Luo Chong was also very concerned about this matter. The land being explored in the new urban area was much larger than here in Hanyang City, and there was a big river next to it, and there were raw materials for papermaking on both sides of the north and south. There was no reason for him not to be concerned about it. By the end of March at that time, Luo Chong finally gave the order for the advance team to prepare for the new city to set off. The size of the team was quite large, with all the troops of one unit dispatched, plus a caravan of 20 people led by Yu Yi, 7 carts, and 100 sheep. Except for 2 of the carts, which were loaded with pottery and white salt, the other 3 carts were filled with tools for infrastructure construction, such as hoes, picks, shovels, ropes, axes, saws, and the like. It is completely packed with grain. The other 100 sheep were the bait that Luo Chong deliberately asked them to bring. The first purpose of their trip was to build a garrison base like a military camp, then herd sheep around it, and use these sheep as bait to attract people near the river. The beasts take the initiative to attack, and then use the combat power of the army to annihilate the beasts, in order to achieve the purpose of eliminating the surrounding beasts and create a safe and good environment for the upcoming land reclamation and city construction. In this advance team, the army is led by Xu De. It has 4 purposes. One is to eliminate wild beasts. The other is to provide protection for the caravan, and is responsible for escorting materials between the new city and Hanyang City, as well as providing the initial labor force. Just when Yu Yi led the team and set off with Xu De, his brother Yu Fu had also been out for 2 months. A team of 40 people had come to the grassland again, but this time the last year's Qianyang tribe and Altai tribe were not found near the edge of the mountainous area. The group walked for 10 days without encountering a single living person. This made Yu Fu murmur in his heart, so he began to Ling Feng asked what was going on. Captain Yu, this is a grassland. The grassland tribes are different from our Han tribe. The Han tribe relies on fixed land to grow food, while the grassland tribes feed on cattle, horses, and sheep. They raise a large number of livestock and naturally need a lot of grass. Oh, by the way, our Han tribe calls it fodder. So after the grass in one place is eaten up, they will naturally move to other places with abundant water and grass. This is normal, and this is the case for all grassland tribes. Ling Feng said carefully. Wei Yufu explained. Oh, so that's it. So what should we do now? Can you find the place where they migrate? Otherwise, other tribes can do it. Otherwise, we won't be able to complete the task assigned by the leader. Yufu was also a little undecided. Now that he was in the territory of the prairie people, he still habitually asked Ling Feng, a native, for advice. I do know some places where water and grass are plentiful this season. We can go there and have a look. I guess even if Qianyang and Altai are not there, there will definitely be other tribes there. Ling Feng suggested. Okay, let's set off, but the grassland here is endless and looks the same everywhere. As long as you can find the way back, don't let us find the tribe, change things, and end up unable to return home. Yu Fu expressed his concerns. His worries did not come out of thin air. The vastness of the grassland is like the sea and the desert. It is endless, and there is green grass everywhere. There is nothing that can be used as a landmark. No wonder he thinks so. Captain Yu, what's so difficult about this? Not to mention that my horse can find its way back by itself. Aren't there still our 2 giant eagles flying in the sky? They can even send letters back. Bring us to the road shouldn't be difficult, right? Ling Feng reminded. Oops. Look at my mind, I'm so confused in this rush. If you hadn't mentioned this to me, I almost forgot that we still have 2 eagles. After hearing Ling Feng's words, Yu Fu immediately became angry. Say suddenly opened, the sadness on his face immediately disappeared, and the team quickly took action again. Time entered April, and just as the market at the beginning of the month in Hanyang City ended again, the new city preparation advance team riding on the group also arrived at the destination. It was the location that Luo Chong had decided on in the winter, and it was far away from the river to the east. A distance of 2 kilometers, it is in the middle of 2 mountainous areas in the north and south directions. After the team arrived here, they immediately started setting up camp. More than 100 people were mobilized to cut down shrubs and small trees. They first enclosed the land and then built huts with local materials, as if they were going to turn this place into a residence. Naturally, some people will notice this situation. Some people from the tribes in the mountainous areas on both sides of the north and south discovered this situation while hunting by the river. There are many wild animals near the river. Although the safety factor is very low and it is not suitable for living, but it is good to use this place as a hunting ground, so hunting teams from surrounding tribes often come here to hunt, so it is not difficult to find people moving around the river and settling here. What puzzles them is that this new tribe is very weird and powerful. There is not a single woman among the 175 people. Is this still a tribe? It's more like the hunting team of some super large tribe. Moreover, a large number of people in this team are wearing exactly the same red clothes and black armor. They look like immortal guards. These people also behave very strangely. They line up neatly and do some strange things every day. The serious atmosphere did not look like normal people, and the weapons they were holding had never been seen before. Therefore, the hunting teams of the surrounding tribes did not rush to contact them. Who knows whether these people are good or bad? Until one day they met by the river. At that time, these hunting teams were hunting a deer by the river. The bone spears had been inserted into the deer. Seeing that the deer was about to die, at this moment, a small flag of 12 people, the spearmen, also happened to drive the ox cart to the river to fetch water, which scared the tribe's hunting team away, and even forgot to take the prey with them. But they were unwilling to give up their prey and leave. The women and children in the tribe were still waiting for food, so they didn't run far to see if these people would snatch their deer. If they didn't, they wouldn't. After these people left, they went over to pick them up, so they just watched from a short distance away. The little flag of the Han tribe naturally discovered them, but they did not snatch each other's prey. Before leaving, Luo Chong told them not to conflict with the surrounding tribes easily, otherwise it would be detrimental to the future market. Development is unfavorable. As long as other tribes do not take the initiative to attack them, they cannot offend others first. What's more, snatching prey between tribes is a taboo, and it is the most likely to cause conflicts. After all, it is food and can kill people, so the sergeant of Shaoqi did not care about the dead deer, and did not even approach it. They waved their hands and said hello to the hunting team over there from a distance, and then a group of people fetched water and washed their faces. But just as they were washing their faces, a group of people took off their helmets one after another, revealing the buns tied on their heads, allowing the hunting team in the distance to see clearly. Leader, look, the hair of that group of people looks so familiar, as if I've seen it before somewhere. A young man in the hunting team reminded his leader. Well, it does look familiar. Where have I seen it before? The leader also couldn't remember. I remember, last winter, a group of tribes riding beasts came to our tribe and took away a few people in exchange for white salt and clay pots. Their hair was tied on top of their heads at that time, but those people were wearing its animal skin, a person next to the leader suddenly recalled. What you said does sound similar. How about you two go over and pick up the deer and ask about their identities, the leader said, half asking and half ordering. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone else immediately took a step back, and the angry leader wanted to curse. A bunch of courageous rats, let's go over together and ask. This time, with the leader taking the lead and so many people following, they finally dared to come forward and make contact. More than a dozen people slowly came 10 meters away from the water flag. Several of them picked up the dead deer on the ground, and the others looked at the Han tribe's flag soldiers with vigilance, fearing that they would suddenly rise up. Attack. When the little flag leader saw them, he just smiled, then handed the spear in his hand to his teammates, and walked over with only the weapon in his waist. Friends, do you want to come to our tribe to buy things? Our tribe has moved here now, and will live here in the future. Qingshu walked over and gestured to the other party. Who are you? The leader asked doubtfully. Why, have you forgotten? Last winter, people from our tribe went to replace the clay pots and white salt for you. Little flag leader reminded. Oh. It turns out it's really you, so what do you mean by buying something just now? The leader continued to ask. It's like this. Last winter, our leader asked us to sell things here. We found that there are many tribes here. In order to make it easier for you to eat white salt, he sent us to set up a market here, with each tribe. For a trading party, if you need white salt, pottery, or other tools, or even cloth, you can come to us to exchange them. We will always live here and never leave, Qingshu told the other party. Explained. This paragraph is very complicated, but the leader almost understood the meaning. This tribe with white salt and pottery will stay here permanently, and will also hold a long-term gathering for the purpose of trading goods, called a market. This seems to be a good thing, and it does make it easier for them to eat salt in the future, but it's just that the white salt of the Han tribe is too expensive. The white powdery crystal is addictive. If you don't eat it for 2 days, you will lose energy. It's really evil, and it's so expensive. But, we don't have that many people to exchange for your things. The leader said with some embarrassment. You don't have to worry about this. We trade people just to find more people to help us with the work. So if you are willing to send people to help us, you can also use labor to trade goods. For example, you can send a few people to help us build a house. After the house is built, we will exchange it for white salt or other things, and the people who come to do the work will still be yours. What do you think of this idea? Qingshu introduced according to Luo Chong's statement. Oh? It's still like this. As long as I do some work for you, I can exchange for goods, and the person is still one of ours? The leader asked in surprise, and then suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned again. Qingshu glanced at the leader, as if he could read minds, and quickly added another sentence. Oh, I forgot to tell you that if you come to work for us in exchange for things, in addition to the final reward, we will also take care of 3 meals a day, and we will add white salt to the meals, so that not only will you be able to if you switch to white salt and work here every day, you can save a lot of white salt for your tribe. The leader was overjoyed after hearing this. He originally thought that if people came to work for the Han tribe, it would be difficult to guarantee the food supply of his tribe. Now the Han tribe is actually willing to provide food and give them white salt every day. This can be regarded as solving their worries. After calculating this, it was actually quite cost-effective, so the leader continued to inquire about the specific situation from the flag leader. Well, what kind of work does your tribe have to do? Is it just building houses? Also, how many things can be exchanged for building a house? Also, where should your house be built? If it is too far away, we will not be able to go there. How many houses do you want to build? Will you not be able to exchange things after the house is built? The leader grabbed the little flag leader and kept asking for details. When Qingshu heard these questions, he immediately became confused. The specific details of the market were not under his control. He didn't know where to go. Well, the specific matters are not my responsibility. If you want to know this, I can take you to our camp. The captain in charge of the market will tell you that it is over there, not far away. Qingshu, he pointed to the military camp to the west and said. The leader stood on tiptoe and glanced to the west, and said hesitantly, Oh, I have to go over and ask, well, then, can my people come with us? Okay, that's no problem. In this way, after the soldiers of this small flag filled up the water, they drove the ox cart and took a dozen foreigners back to the military camp. When a group of people arrived at the gate of the military camp, the spearman Xiaoqi walked in first and reported to their leader Shi Zongqi. Then Shi Lukai came to the gate of the camp and took the group of people to find Yu Yi to discuss specific information about the market. Yu Yi's caravans all wore dark blue linen robes, blue trousers, and military boots. The styles looked the same as military uniforms, but the colors were different. Moreover, they had no armor or exclusive weapons. The two sides met in the camp. The leader and his tribesmen all looked around curiously until Shirlu introduced the identities of both parties to him. "This is our tour leader in charge of the market. If you have any questions, just ask him directly." "Oh, okay. The leader nodded to Yui. Looking at their clothes, he couldn't help but feel a little shorter. These people were just captains and warriors of the Han tribe. So how many people did their tribe have and what kind of clothes they wore? So good, he couldn't tell what the clothes on his body were made of. This Han tribe must be too strong. After regaining his composure, the leader asked the question again, and then waited for Yu Yi to answer it for him. "There's nothing wrong with what you said. The place where we built the house is right here. It won't occupy your territory. No one lives here anyway, and it's not very far from your tribe. Since you can come here to hunt, I believe it's okay to work here." Yui first talked about the working place. "Build a house here? Oh, that's good, no problem, we can come over." The little leader nodded and said, "What kind of work do you want to do?" "Well, now we need to clear the ground here first, cut down trees, cut down shrubs, and clear weeds. After these are completed, we will dig soil, build kilns, and bake bricks. After that, we will not. You don't have to worry about running out of work to build a house, because we have to build a lot of houses, and you may not be able to finish them in your lifetime," Yu Yi continued. "Ah? You won't be able to finish it until you die? Then how many houses are you going to build?" The little leader opened his mouth in surprise. "Well, I don't know how much we will build. Our leader just said that we will build a few hundred households first, and then there will be many more. But it will definitely not be completed this year, so you don't have to worry." Yu Yi scratched the back of his head. Luo Chong's plan is not very clear. He only knows that this new city will be many times larger than Hanyang City. He doesn't know how much bigger it is. "Oh, that's it. How much can we get in exchange for working here?" The little leader asked what he was most concerned about. "You come to work and are paid on a daily basis. Each person has 3 meals a day, which is the same as what we eat. After 1 day of work, you can exchange it for a porcelain bowl, 5 days for a small bucket, 7 days for a clay pot, and 10 days for a large pot. A bucket can be replaced by an iron pot in 3 months. If you change the salt, half a cup every day and a full cup every 2 days. Now, this is the cup, 1 full cup." As Yu Yi spoke, he took out a bronze cast cup. It looks very similar to the modern ceramic cup with ears on the side. It can hold 250 milliliters of water. If it is used to hold salt, it should be heavier, about the same. It's about 1 pound. The little leader looked at the cup and silently calculated in his mind. He remembered that in the winter, he exchanged a large bowl of white salt for the people left. He still felt that it was a good deal to come to work, even though the large bowl of white salt a lot, almost 5 or 6 times as many, but their people are gone. Now if you want to exchange for that much white salt, you only need to work for the Han tribe for more than 10 days, and the people are still theirs, so there is almost no need to think about it. Are you here? You must be here to do some work. Oh, that would be great. I have one last question. How many people are you going to use? Do you want only men to do the work? Do you want women? The little leader asked again. As for the number of people, we need as many as we need. Even if you all come here, you will still have work to do. After you go back, you can also contact the tribes around you and tell them what I just said. As for women, as long as they can work, we want them. Even if the children come, they will still have work to do, but the pay will be lower. Of course, if they are too young, it will definitely not work. Yu Yi thought for a moment and said, "You want all the children? What can the children do?" The little leader was surprised again. "Herding sheep, have you seen those sheep over there? They are all raised by our tribe. Children can just watch the sheep go out to graze every day, and then drive them back one after another at night. It is considered a day's work." Yu Yi, he pointed at the 100 sheep not far away. Now the little leader was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the Han tribe would breed wild animals. No wonder they had so many people and didn't need to go hunting. That thing doesn't bite, right? I've never seen such a horned beast before. They won't bite. Sheep are very obedient, and they all eat grass. They also like to gather in groups. When you herd the sheep, just watch them and don't run away. Oh, then I'll be fine. Let's go back and discuss it today. If you want to come to work, I'll bring someone over then. After the little leader knew the information he wanted, he planned to return to the tribe first. This matter still needs to be discussed with the elders. After all, the elders are the wise men of the tribe. They are smarter and can better analyze the pros and cons. Well, that's no problem. You'd better tell the news to other tribes when you go back this time. We have a lot of work to do here. Not only do we get things, but we also take care of food. The little leader took the hunting team and the prey back. He was thinking about this all the way. The tribesmen behind him were also discussing constantly. The Han tribe has too many good things, and now they can get them by just working. They are quite willing to go. Yui on the other side was also making preparations. He first wrote a letter with animal skins and reported the current progress to Luo Chong. Then he applied to Luo Chong for more tools and food, and asked Luo Chong I came in person to plan the specific location of the new city, and finally sent the message back to Hanyang City using a flying eagle. The journey of more than 100 kilometers took more than an hour at most to reach Luo Chong. The message was transmitted very quickly. After writing the letter, Yu Yi discussed with Shu De again and sent out a small flag cavalry and 2 small flag spearmen to escort the convoy back. The cars were filled with sword grass collected from Beishan, and they were going to take it back to weave grass. Then wait for the convoy to come back, and then bring back new supplies. The convoy left like this. Luo Chong, who was far away in Hanyang City, also quickly received the letter. Seeing what Yu Yi wrote on it, he hoped that he could go over and plan the new city site. He also nodded secretly. Luo Chong went to plan it himself. It was still necessary, so he was ready to wait and go with the next batch of supplies. The new city is located on a small plain with a radius of 800,000 acres. It would be a waste if we only build a small city of the same level as Hanyang City. Without a population of hundreds of thousands, there is simply not enough land to cultivate such a large area. So Luo Chong plans to go big this time and directly build a giant city with a population capacity of about 400,000. Yes, it is a city, not a city. The new city was planned to be 5 kilometers long from north to south and 4 kilometers wide from east to west. It was half the size of Chang'an City in the Tang dynasty, similar to Bianliang City in the Song dynasty, and in modern times it was about the size of a county town. The layout of the city is based on the plan of Chang'an City. A 100-meter wide road in the middle is the central axis, connecting the city gates in the north and south directions. There are 4 districts on both sides of the central axis. In this way, the east-west direction is evenly divided into 8 parts. The length is about 500 meters. Then it is divided into 12 equal parts from south to north. The width of each part is about 400 meters excluding the road. In this way, the entire city is divided into a neat grid shape. Each grid is designated as a square. A square is 500 meters long from east to west, and 500 meters from north to south. It is 400 meters wide, which is larger than the current Hanyang city. There are 96 such houses in the entire city. Of course, they cannot all be used to live in people, otherwise they can easily accommodate 500,000 to 600,000 people. There are 12 districts in the north and south directions. The 2 districts in the north can be divided into palaces, aristocratic districts, and imperial colleges. The remaining 10 districts are 80 square cities, equivalent to 80 Hanyang cities, used to live in civilians or building factories. There are also end schools, namely kindergarten school, junior school, youth school, and taishui, which correspond to modern primary school and high school respectively. There is only one imperial academy left, which is built next to the palace and is managed by Luo Chong himself. He is responsible for teaching those academic masters who have passed the examination from the bottom, and then selecting officials or military generals from these academic masters, and also specializing in training some technologies. Talents make plans for the future of the Han tribe. In addition, let's talk about the city for civilians to live. Due to the size of the city, the civilian residences are divided into an area of 16.6 meters square. Compared with the residences in Hanyang City, it is almost twice the size, and more buildings can be built inside. If only the main house is built, 5 rooms can be built, and more people can live there. The remaining space can be used to build a pigsty, raise livestock, and have a separate kitchen and toilet. You can even dig a well and dig a cellar in your own home. If these are not used and are only used for living, you can also build a south room. East and west wing rooms, built into a small courtyard. It is not a problem for 20 or 30 people to live in one house. Of course, the Han tribe was only responsible for building 5 main rooms and a kitchen for each household. The rest was up to them to build whatever they wanted, and the tribe would not ask for help. There will be no less than 500 such houses in a city, so the population capacity of this city will be at least 5,000 people, and it may reach 7,000 or 8,000 people. There are 80 such cities. Even if 30 are subtracted to build schools and factories, the city's total population will reach 250,000. With such a large population base and large areas of fields to supply food, the population will definitely surge. Luo Chong will definitely pass policies to encourage childbirth. In a safe and stable living environment, if Luo Chong issued an edict to reward having children, for example, if you give birth to a child, you will be rewarded with 2 pigs or sheep as private property, and if you have 3 children, you will be rewarded with a cow or horse. You see, the tribe will give birth to children as if they are not crazy. Not to mention 1 a year, but 2 in 3 years is an exaggeration. The population growth rate is not amazing. What is most important in this era is population. Population is the primary productive force and a symbol of strength. After talking about the planning, let's talk about the construction steps. It must be built in phases. First, build the cities and towns where ordinary residents live. When there are more people, then we will build the city walls, palaces, and the imperial college. Anyway, from elementary school to university, it will take more than 10 years. There is no rush now. If there are hundreds of thousands of people by then, the palace and city walls will be completed in 1 year at most. Since there is no urgent need for population to live in the new city, the construction of the new city can first build the side wall, that is, the gate wall of the city. All 108 buildings in Chang'an City of the Tang dynasty also had walls and gates. According to the rules of the Tang dynasty, Chang'an City has a curfew system. Every evening, street drums are beaten for hundreds of times. When the people hear the street drums, they will rush home. Then the village officials will close the gates, and then there will be several groups of soldiers patrolling throughout the night. During the curfew, if you see someone on the street, unless you are on official business, you will be punished by being beaten to beheaded, which is quite severe. However, it remains to be seen whether there will be a curfew in the cities of the Han tribe. In fact, Luo Chong also hopes to have some entertainment activities. He cannot just work for a day every day, go home and create humans after dinner. That kind of life is too much. Bored. Let's talk about the construction of the new city. In the first phase, a square was built. The square wall was built directly with a rammed earth structure. The bottom width was 1.5 meters, the top width was 1.2 meters, and the height was 5 meters. It can be regarded as the city wall of the inner city. Such specifications, that's it. It's faster to build it entirely with rammed earth. 180 people can pull up the wall in a month and then start building the houses inside. Since the rammed earth city wall had to be built first this time, Luo Chong also asked Hanyang City to prepare a large number of wooden boards to use as molds and bring them directly when preparing to transport supplies this time. After 3 days of driving, the convoy loaded with sword grass finally arrived at Hanyang City. Luo Chong also took advantage of the time when the team was re-preparing supplies to teach the tribesmen how to weave straw mats. The production of straw mats was divided into 2 steps by Luo Chong. One was material preparation and the other was weaving, which were handed over to the carpentry group and textile group respectively. Under the guidance of Luo Chong, the carpentry team and the metallurgical team worked together to create a tool specifically used to break down sword grass leaves. It was a tool similar to the modern scraper used to scrape potatoes, with a palm-long wooden handle. The top is composed of 3 iron blades side by side. When using it, put a finger-wide blade of sword grass into the blade from the root. When it comes out from the other end, the blades on both sides will be cut off at once, and the middle position of the blade will also be cut off. To divide it into 2, workers only need to hold the tail of the sword grass with one hand and push it outward with a knife in the other hand to get 2 thin strips of 5 mm wide. These decomposed grass leaves will also be steamed and then dried. This step is to soften the grass leaves and to sterilize them. After all, this is a mat used to lay a kong, and it even needs to be dried in the summer. If it comes into direct contact with the skin, it is not acceptable if it is not clean. The last step is to weave the straw mat. Use fine wool as the warp thread, place one every 5 centimeters, and then use the grass blades as the weft threads. By alternating the up and down of the warp threads, weave the grass blades together. After the final completion, tie and secure. You can also cut the linen into narrow strips and wrap the edges, and the whole process is complete. This method is not difficult compared with weaving. Luo Chong only explained it to Xiaodai once and she understood it, which made Luo Chong feel relieved. In the end, he simply taught this task to Xiaodai to manage the Han tribe weaving. She left her mother Chong to take charge of her work. Each of them had a task to do, so they both had something to do. After arranging all kinds of work in Hanyang City, Luo Chong also took the convoy and set off for the new city. The car was not only filled with a large amount of food, but also a lot of tools and equipment used for infrastructure construction. Even cattle and horses brought a lot, specially used to transport earthwork, and there are also about a dozen construction team foremen who are there to lead the workers in work. This journey lasted for a week. Just when Luo Chong arrived at the new city construction site, a crisis quietly came to Hanyang City. By the end of March, early summer was about to come. When the more than 2,000 acres of rice planted by the Han tribe would mature in more than half a month at most, a group of thousands of enemies had already arrived from the north 3 days away from Hanyang City. Within the distance, these people were painted with white ferocious totems and covered with various human bone ornaments. They held simple shields made of branches and vines tied together, as well as a large number of crude bows and arrows, and countless bone and stone spears. It was the cannibal army coming from the north. In more than a year, 3 consecutive confrontations with the Han tribe ended in defeat. The constant losses of troops also made this huge cannibal tribe angry. The first time was an encounter between a team of 40 people and a tree tribe. In the end, the cannibals were defeated, but 3 injured enemies escaped. The second encounter was also with a team of dozens of people, but Luo Chong used a trick to lure them to the Black Rat tribe. When they were both defeated, Luo Chong appeared as a savior and not only completely annihilated the cannibals, but also gathered them together. The remaining population of the Black Rat tribe finally gained a lot. It was a battle of annihilation, but not a single enemy slipped through the net. The third time was the ambush battle in the northern valley. That time only the Han tribe was used. Not only did they kill more than a dozen cannibals, but they also captured more than 200 slaves. They are still working for the Han tribe today. That time it is also a battle of annihilation, with no fish slipping through the net. But if there is no fish that slipped through the net, does the enemy really not know who did it? How is it possible? The 3 teams also disappeared in the same direction. One of them even escaped 3 people. According to the descriptions of the 3 people, the one who defeated them was the tribes who used bows and arrows and vine shields had very sharp weapons, and it only took a few people to defeat them. In this way, the answer is easy to come out. There is a tribe in the same direction that has enmity with them and has the ability to defeat them. They use bows, arrows, and shields as weapons. Although I don't know the name of this tribe and how many people there are, they simply don't know. They don't care, because they think their side has more numbers. In fact, this is indeed the case. Although the Han tribe has a population of more than 4,000, they still cannot gather thousands of adult males. This is the gap. The cannibals knew the general direction and the weapons and equipment of the Han tribe. Naturally, they would not be unprepared this time and ran over to deliver food as before. Within a year, according to the descriptions of the 3 people who escaped and the 2 arrows with feathers stuck on them, the cannibals also developed the same equipment. They used branches tied into wooden boards as shields and chopped down arrows. The saplings were hung with strings to make a bow, and dry vines were used to make arrows. They came straight to the Han tribe in the south with the intention of annihilating this tribe that had repeatedly opposed them in one fell swoop. But what they didn't expect was that before they found the residents of the Han tribe, they would get an unexpected harvest. The market in early April was coming soon, and some tribes who were preparing to go to the Han tribe to trade goods sent out their teams early, but they never expected that they would encounter such a powerful enemy halfway. The first person to encounter this cannibal army was the trading team of the Sharphorn tribe. They had a total of 40 adult men and drove 200 saiga antelopes, preparing to exchange more white salt with the Han tribe this time. After all, their tribe was far away. Hanyang City is relatively far away, and it takes nearly a month to go back and forth. This time I sent so many people to protect the sheep, I thought it would be foolproof. Who would have thought that we were about to arrive at Hanyang City in a few days, and suddenly enemies appeared all over the mountains and plains. The 2 sides didn't even fight at all, and there was a huge disparity in numbers. The leader of the Sharphorn tribe directly ordered to abandon the sheep and flee, trying to use the sheep to attract the enemy's attention and allow his team to escape and ascend to heaven. Moreover, the team leader was very clever and split the team into 2 to escape. One team went to the Han tribe to move reinforcements, and the other team fled to the residence of the Jinjiao tribe. However, there were too many enemy troops. In the end, only a few people from each team escaped from the encirclement after being chased and intercepted. The rest of the team members were either captured alive or killed directly. As for the 200 antelopes, they were all turned into food for the cannibals. In the end, only 6 people escaped to the Jinjiao tribe and escaped from the encirclement, while only 3 people fled to the Han tribe. It can be said that they suffered heavy losses. The three of them did not dare to stay and ran away desperately towards the Han tribe, for fear of being caught by the enemy. However, while they were escaping, they also led the enemy in the direction of Hanyang City.